Diz coisas então.
Não, falando do que é que falta para o final do ano, falta, e falando realmente de todos os QS, não são assim tantos. Temos ainda este Sierra Gal Clyde 9 Surfing Cup, é apenas este QS que dá uma pontuação 1500, portanto é um QS baixo.
Desculpa interromper, temos Adam Melling em ação, rasgada no topo da onda, vai à procura de secção, ficou um bocadinho preso com aquela primeira rasgada e comprometeu o resto da onda. Jogada não muito inteligente da Adam Melling. Ele que é protagonista de o ano em que o CJ venceu aqui. Tivemos um dia havaiano, praticamente.
Muitos 10, com alguns 10, não é? E um deles
Um 10 apenas.
Foi o dele, não é? Ficou tudo incrível.
A quantidade de 9 altos que tivemos foi assim astronómica, mas o Adam foi aquele homem que sobressaiu na única nota 10 nesse dia havaiano aqui nos Açores.
Olha, falando ainda aqui então das provas que temos ainda para ver, temos essa prova então um pouco irrelevante, digo eu, para alguns surfistas que já estão pelo menos no top 10. Temos então o Aliança Billabong para o Cascais, não é? Vamos ter então de 28 de setembro a 4 de outubro essa prova sim bastante importante. Depois o circuito volta para o Japão com este Trump Hyuga Pro, um QS 1000, um QS também digo algo irrelevante para surfistas que já estão muito à frente. Temos depois o O'Neill Cold Water Classic, depois voltamos para a Austrália, depois voltamos então para o Brasil, quando vemos aqui este surfista brasileiro, Robson Santos, mas falando ainda do resto das etapas, temos ainda este Red Nose Santa Catarina Pro 2015, o Surf Eco Festival, depois sim, vamos para o Havaí, temos então este Hawaii Island Creations, este HIC Pro Sunset Beach no Havaí, de 28 de outubro a 10 de novembro. Volta então o circuito para o Brasil com esta prova de 10 mil pontos também na Praia de Marzias, e depois voltamos outra vez para o Havaí, para o Ali Beach, Sunset, e a última etapa, uma etapa também de pontos mais baixa, que será, se possível, feita em Taiwan, este Taiwan Open of Surfing. Portanto, ainda vai correr muita água debaixo da ponte, mas a verdade é que em termos de QS dos 10 mil, temos apenas 1, 2, 3, 4 QS.
Para além deste?
Sim, para além deste. Portanto, todos os outros, digo eu...
Não é assim tão mal, porque sabendo então que passaram a ser 9, este é exatamente aquele do ponto intermédio. É o quinto do ano, até agora.
E para os surfistas que estão aqui a meio da tabela, acaba por ser esta caminhada agora até ao Havaí vai ser muito, muito importante, porque há surfistas que, para nós que estamos aqui, achamos que já estarão qualificados, mas a verdade
não, ninguém está.
Pois é que no Havaí isto dá aqui um mix, não é? Entra aqui na batedeira e depois misturar-se completamente.
Em termos de exigência de pontos, um QS 10 mil só por si não garante, e é isso que acontece ao Hiroto, não garante a qualificação. Nós vamos ter muitos surfistas que vão vencer QS muitos, ou seja, portanto há 9, não é? QS 10 mil e que podem não se qualificar. Temos mais uma imagem, desta vez de Granger Larson.
Exatamente, aqui a rasgar, eu diria forte, mas a ficar sempre ali um pouco aquém, depois aqui a soltar muito bem o tail. Bonito, sim. O Granger Larson tem um estilaço a safar, é um dos surfistas que eu sempre gostei de ver, e apesar de ele ser um surfista ainda muito novo, lembro de ver algumas performances do Granger Larson incríveis no Havaí, ele é um surfista havaiano com muito estilo. Para já, e dizer que já estamos mais de meio do nosso primeiro hit.
Sim, a bateria já avançou bastante e o cenário está fantástico, o mar a começar a acertar ligeiramente, o vento para já da direção certa, vamos ver se ele se mantém assim, está muito fraco, o que pode permitir de facto que toda esta força que houve em termos de ondulação comece progressivamente a se tornar cada vez mais perfeita. Robson, apesar de tudo, tem a melhor onda da bateria até o momento, é um 5.9.
Bem mais, e é esta repetição que estão a ver aí na imagem, o Robson aproveita muito bem, agora aqui esta última parte da onda ele consegue ainda rasgar, bater com força naquele lip e tirar muita água para o ar, mas falando ainda um pouco aqui, e já que estamos a analisar um pouco as provas de qualificação, para já um top 10 ainda muito volátil. Temos o Aller Muniz com 22.350 pontos, praticamente já está, a partir daqui dos 22 mil já está.
Fala-se que a partir dos 20 mil ficamos qualificados.
So what happened to the guys that didn't make it? They can't get into these 10,000 events. They got to do 6 stars. Is that Correct, exactly right. And there's not a whole lot of events for them left at the back end of the year. So yeah, the 6 stars in Brazil become extremely important for those guys. And of course, with a good result in Brazil, you can actually then qualify for the Hawaiian events. So it's constantly changing. Every single event, there's at least a rotation of 10 to 20 guys, depending if the CT guys surf that event. Bit of a lull in the action right now. It is quite inconsistent out there, but you can see the wind's just backed off a little bit. There's Marlon Lipke, great surfer based in Portugal, but surfs for Germany. Vasco Rivera, junior world champion last year, phenomenal surfer.
Yes, we commentated that contest, didn't we? At Ribeira Dilhas. My, we had fun.
Yeah, it was a great event. It was a great event. I must say, I love Portugal. And this being a Portuguese territory, I'm quite happy to be here. I think I'd speak some Portuguese after all these years, but I don't. He's the man from Atlantic's Head. He's looking sharp. He just sort of hasn't had the right waves. Look, that's going to be his highest score by far. Oh, beautiful turn. Commitment, speed. Look, Brent Dorrington, when he gets it right, Brent, I should say, when he gets it right, he's incredible, isn't he?
Yeah, he's still going on this, looking for an inside. What's he got? Just see those yellow fins coming out the water there, and he can't quite get another manoeuvre in. But that was a nice first turn, good degree of difficulty when he took a risk, took on the lip. Let's have a look at the replay.
It's a bigger wave here too, straight into this bottom turn, up into the lip, loses his fins, little forced layback, cleans it up here. Look, he'd be dirty that he didn't get a reform here. Obviously a good finish, even on the shore, would have just given him that little bit more of a score. Still, I think it's going to be a reasonable score. I'll be interested to see how the judges saw this wave.
All right, so coming down, approaching the business end of this opening heat, wherever you're joining us around the world, welcome, Bum Gia, good morning, it's good to have you online. And we're stoked to be back in the Azores. That is our situation. 10:30 on the clock, and it's still Larson and Santos 1-2. We're owed a score for Melling and Dorrington apiece, I think. Let's see if that mixes things up. But at the moment, Melling is looking for a 7, Dorrington looking for a 5.
Yeah, the Hawaiian is controlling this heat, but only ever so just. I mean, you wouldn't call it controlling, actually. I take that back. He's just holding the lead. But I think you're going to see the last 2 waves from red and white change things up. Melling's wave was 3 turns, one really solid turn, and then he got busy at the back end of the wave, which will still be quite good. Here he is. This first turn was nice, a vertical re-entry, and then a nice little wrap around. It's a foamy wave, but still he controls it well. And then he finishes here with another little turn, throws the tail out a little bit just to show control. And then we had Dozer with a good one after that. So yeah, I think you're going to see things change a little bit here.
Santos, the Brazilian, getting a little bit busy, looking to consolidate. Couple of little snaps from him. And yeah, like no one's really throwing down big scores, are they? It's a lot of kind of shrapnel at the moment. It's pocket change, it's 4s and 5s, that kind of stuff. Boys just rolling their sleeves up, kind of scrapping it out here.
Yeah, tricky conditions it is. Here we have the man in white, Brent Dorrington, finding his bottom. He had to deal with all that bump, lost his fins there. Beautiful finishing manoeuvre. That was well surfed wave from the man from the Gold Coast, Snapper Rocks, being his Bull Riders Club. Actually, I think he's jumped over into T-Bar. But here he is. He's trying to find himself a little reform. And he doesn't quite get to connect in again. Look, that was a well-surfed wave.
Yep, he shredded that, didn't he?
I think that's probably the manoeuvre of the heat for me so far. He just loses control off this bottom turn here. He just kind of loses his fins, but regains control and tags that lip coming towards him. Beautiful last manoeuvre. Look, his last 2 waves, in my opinion, are definitely going to be his 2 best.
All right, there we go. So that's Brent Dorrington. He's keen on that inside section. He must have seen something. That's not speculative. He must have seen an inside and thought, I'm going to hit that. But He has had a go at trying to connect, hasn't quite managed. He did have a 0.5, didn't he, in his top 2 previous to that score, so he'll definitely be replacing that. Melling having a quick look, quick in and out for Santos. Not much changing on the scoreboard. Under 8 minutes now to go in this one. Who's going to be in round 2? Who's going home for an early bath?
There you go. Doz's wave has dropped, and it is a 6.10, and that puts him up into first place. Brings Granger Larson in yellow down into second. He has not changed. He'd be sitting out there with priority, Granger, and he's a very good surfer at sort of executing his heat strategies. He would obviously have started fast like he did with a couple of mid-ranges, and he'd drop anchor out the back now, and he'd be waiting for a good quality wave to increase that scoreline. And he's sticking to that game plan, which I think is the right thing to do.
Yeah, beautiful picture on your screens. You can just see the morning sunshine trying to streak through here at Praia Santa Barbara on the north coast of the island of San Miguel on the Azores Island. What a lovely place it is to come from a holiday or a surf trip. We've got beautiful green pasture, the rolling volcanic hills, great wildlife, good sailing, good fishing, nice food, great people, and pumping surf. What more do you want?
Not much. What sort of wildlife have we got? Oh, here we have live action. Whoa! And that's what Adam Melling is capable of. Did you see that? That was an incredible 2-maneuver combination. He absolutely went to town on that wave so fast and linked the manoeuvres together beautifully. Here's the replay. Deep bottom turn. Just actually didn't quite connect with that one, but connected with the second.
Nice.
Yeah, that was well surfed. He sort of didn't quite get the first manoeuvre as he would have wanted. I think he would have probably liked to square that up a little bit more and get a little bit of a fan off the back of that. Wow, he'd be kicking himself. I feel like that was a little bit of a lost opportunity. He could have got two manoeuvres in that wave.
Okay, well, while I wait for the score... Oh, there it comes in. It's 7-8-3, the highest score of the heat so far. Mainly for that second manoeuvre. A big number thrown at Adam Melling. He's back in the driving seat in this one. Wildlife. Talks about wildlife. Well, obviously, we've got the cetaceans. A lot of whales here. Big whale watching spot. And what really excites me... we'll come back in that minute. Granger Larson, the Hawaiian, goes for the little layback, snappy manoeuvre in the lip. And another big slash there. He's gone the trunks. And I always like the guy in trunks, personally.
Yeah, it's surprising everyone's wearing steamers. The water's quite nice out here. It must be 20 degrees.
What is wrong with the youth of today, Richard?
It's, I wouldn't call it balmy, but it's definitely not cold.
They're pretty soft, aren't they?
I think they just like their rubber.
Yep, so there we go. Melling in the driver's seat now with that 7-8-3. Brent Torrington at the moment. It's Australia 1-2. There is our defending champion, Jesse Mendes, getting ready to go back and get busy. Smashed it here last year, didn't he?
Yeah, had a great event last year. He put together some excellent heats. He pretty much controlled the back end of this event. Look, he's a great talent. He ended up not qualifying for the CT. He was devastated about that. He was looking the goods halfway through last year and just didn't get a good Hawaii finish to capitalise on his mid-year. And here's Melling again, backing up his 7.83, and I think he's just done that. Look, I was a little surprised how high that went, but it was an incredible last manoeuvre. I guess the judges have just shown all the competitors what they're looking for.
Yeah, that was maybe like the first manoeuvre we've seen where rather than kind of coming down with the lip, he kind of imposed himself on the wave a little bit, and they'd like to put a bit of distance between that and the other scores, I guess.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think they let that be known. It was probably the first manoeuvre we've seen that's been incredibly aggressive. Level of difficulty really high. Like I was saying, I thought he kind of could have squared up a little more on the first turn. But look, he'll never turn down a 7.83. And here he is, Adam Melling. This is the replay of his last wave. Gets to the wave, just flattens out on him here, and he just gets a foamy finish, which the judges haven't been liking. I don't know how much that's going to help him.
Larson.
Granger, the man that was sitting in second place. This is a smaller wave, beautiful first turn. I was actually just mentioning that front hand snap sort of wrap he's got, which throws so much spray. It's so crisp, precise. and he just did 2 of them on a wave. Look, that's his money turn. Let's see what the judges think of that wave, but I would be surprised if it doesn't top one of his 2 best roads.
Okay, goes Santos, the Brazilian, on his forehand, the goofy. Ooh, yeah, he got a bit wobbly on the bottom turn, didn't he? Arrived at the lip late, then he goes down.
Yeah, he had to do that. It was a tricky wave. It sort of pinched at the end, so I think the only thing he can do in those situations is attack the lip, and that's what he did. It didn't come off this time, but still, it was worth the effort. Dozza, he's loving this little right hand. It's a little insider that's running right in front of the rocks, just in front of us, and he's been chasing it. He wants to have that single manoeuvre finish, and it's not a bad option. It's just probably an extra half a point, but, you know, that can help in the end. Nice top turn there, swooping, and again. Well, that was a bigger wave too, and then ran it through a little reform. Well, that was a reasonable score, that. I think the first one, he was a little bit long, and it wasn't very critical. It was a little bit out in the face, but the second one was solid. And then he gets this little finish on the inside.
Yeah, he got quite a bit done there, didn't he? I like that 2-turn combination. He even went the little lie down, stand back up again. He got 2 takeoffs in for his money on that wave. Let's wait, see what the judges thought of it. He was looking for a 4-6-7.
Yeah, look, that's going to be an interesting exchange. Dorrington, he doesn't need much. He's sitting in 3rd place right now. He's only got a better 4.5, and I'd be surprised if it's not quite a bit more than that. I think Granger's got another score to drop though, so
yep.
There's still a couple of waves pending with only 1 minute and 10 seconds to go. I think this heat is going to change, and there it is. There it is. He's just dropped a 6.07, Paul.
There he goes into the lead. The Aussie in white, Brent Dorrington. He's got a couple of 6s, goes into 1st place. Melling now in 2nd. He's sitting on that 3.67 backup score. Under a minute for him to improve. Granger Larson, have we had his last score?
I've got a feeling they've still got it to drop.
5.91 he needs to move back up. And Santos back and forth looking for a 5.63. 40 seconds. You know this is the part of the heat I like to call squeaky bum time.
Yeah, look. As an ex-competitor, this can be a really positive part of the heat, or it can be horrible. And you look out to sea, there's nothing coming. You're sitting in 3rd or 4th, and the feeling's awful. It really is.
Why does Huey hate me?
Yeah, it's helplessness. And here is the man from Hawaii, and there is Melling using his priority and holding Granger off that wave. It's a part of surfing that we always... Look, it's a part of surfing. We don't always like to see it, but it is a part of everyone's game, and you have to use it to your advantage. And there you saw Adam Melling.
Just held him off that wave. Didn't want him to get that score. He was vulnerable, wasn't he? Late Granger back in 3rd, Melling in 2nd. He's just like, no, I think I'll have that. Sorry. I believe that's mine.
Yeah, exactly what happened. Yeah, there it was. That was, you know, good surfing from Melling. He held him off right at the end. He didn't have much of a backup score. Like you said, he'd left himself exposed at the back half of that heat. Granger's score must have come through, and it didn't increase his scoreline. He'd be dirty about that, because he sat for a long time with priority, and he didn't really get to capitalise on that priority for the last 10 minutes of the heat.
Yeah, bummer for him. So unofficially, that is your 1-2 going through are the 2 Aussies, and it looks like Granger Larson and Robson Santos are bowing out of competition. We're going to go straight into heat number 2 of this first round, and well, we saw our defending champion warming up on screen. He'll be going up against Hiroto Ahara, Nick Von Rupp, and Marlon Lipka. Great looking heat.
Yeah, that's a solid heat, especially the form that the young Japanese surfer's shown over the last few months. Of course, winning the US Open, amazing event. Look, he's just grown in confidence. I think that's the biggest change with Hiroto. I don't think he's surfing any differently. He's changed his boards. He's on the JSs, and they look probably more secure under his feet. He's got a little bit more drive through his manoeuvres, but it's really just confidence.
There it is, officially Dorrington and Melling advance. So that was first blood drawn here in the Azores. How good was his speech, though? How good was his featured speech? That was amazing. I don't know anyone. I've been a harsh man that didn't give a chuckle to that.
Yeah, no, he's an absolute character, and he's that's him. Look, here's the heat recap. Here's Mellings. I think this will be his 7.8. Oh, you know what? I take that back. That was a nice top turn there. The first one was clean, and it just gave him enough speed to really rip into the next one. And here we have the man from the Gold Coast, Brent Dorrington. Beautiful. Two nice turns. Look, that was a well-surfed wave. The second turn was obviously the money turn, then he gets a clean little finish on the inside.
Yeah, he did well to hold his nerve, didn't he, getting out of this stage? He waited for this wave, and I guess he did the damage with those first two turns. This was nice on the end, but, you know, it's not world-changing kind of manoeuvre, but those first two hits, judges 3 points at him. It's good enough to get him through. We look forward to seeing him surfing in round 2. There is Adam Melling in red, CT surfer. Pretty stoked with his morning's work. Oh, Jesse Mendez, looks like we got a leash break. Looks like we got a broken leash out in the water, and our defending champion is having a little swim, the Brazilian. So, yeah, maybe just on one of those little lightweight comp leashes. Pretty powerful out here, isn't it? The surf.
Yeah, it is.
Pretty strong.
It is actually. It's a really open beach, this Santa Barb, and there is a lot of power in the lineup out here. Nice first turn. Rolls this one through, and wow, that was an awkward fall for Jesse Mendez. I can see why his leash did break. He's not swimming very fast.
He's not, is he? He needs to kick his legs a little bit more.
That's what I'd suggest.
He's kind of going the doggy paddle at the moment. So there is your lineup. Jesse Mendez of Brazil, Hiroto Ohara from Japan, and Nick von Rupp and Marlon Lipke, both from Portugal. So, yeah, what have we got? 3 goofies and a natural footer.
Yes, I like that.
Yeah, good. There's a really good chance of a goofy getting through this heat. An excellent chance, I would say. Good morning. Welcome, Bumjia. Thanks for tuning in, and we will go to live action. And that's Marlon, and that is his trademark maneuver. That backhand snap doesn't quite get the execution he wanted. A bit late on that little pocket for Marlon.
Yeah, I agree with you. Marlon has got an incredibly solid backhand. He has a real knack of getting it extra vertical with a lot of control. Throws a lot of spray. He's a big chunk of a
Your attention, please.
Uma boa viagem.
Roger, Vic, go. Stand by.
Sata, a viajar consigo.
Sábado perdido num casamento também quer dizer dia perfeito para natação sincronizada. O otimismo sabe melhor. Small, sentes?
Welcome back to Praia Santa... Let's start that again. Welcome back to Praia Santa Barbara, and this is live action. The Japanese server Hiroto Arai slicing and dicing on his backhand. He goes down. Marlon dropped to 4-3-3. That was the score came in during that break. We caught him on his finishing manoeuvre. He must have done a little bit of damage earlier on. Jesse Mendez dropped a 3 on that wave where he snapped his leash. Looks like Jesse's made his way back in the lineup. Check out the replay of Hiroto.
Yeah, nice top turn there, but that wave was so foamy, and this is definitely an Achilles heel for the young Japanese surfer. In my opinion, he has a lot of trouble with really powerful waves. He sort of does the similar size manoeuvres as he does in 2 foot as he does in 4 to 5 feet.
Right.
It's definitely something I know him and his coach, Suji Sakuya, would be working on. Look, I think those new boards have made a difference, though. They've broadened out and given him a little bit more sort of, I guess you'd call it rail control. and that's sort of allowing him to sort of do bigger manoeuvres, hold his rail in his carve. But you saw there, he just caught his inside edge, went down. Wasn't a great wave anyway, and I think this is part of what the guys are trying to do, their strategy. Here's the man from Portugal, Nick van Rump. Little two-wave combo there. But I think they're trying to get busy at the start of the heat, and that's why you're seeing a lot of small scores in the first 10 minutes. It's sort of that whole building house scenario. Personally, I don't know if that's the right way to go this morning. I think you're probably better off to sit and wait. The in-between waves are too hard to surf, and we haven't seen a good score on an average wave yet.
Is the ponytail the right way to go? Nick, were you running a ponytail for a while on tour? You were, weren't you?
It was cool back then.
You were running a ponytail for a little while. Yeah, Nick gone the ponytail. 2.5 comes in for him. Building house. We don't like that. We want to see guys burning down the house, don't we?
No. Look, from a spectator point of view, me personally, I want to see guys get through heats. I just think at this particular moment, it's not the right strategy. The average waves are below par, and what they're offering as far as score potential isn't worth their time that they're wasting on it. And don't forget, there's priority these days.
So hold your nerve, wait for a good one, and attack the sections.
Absolutely. Drop anchor or sit where you think. The thing about out here is there's 3 different peaks, and you really have to position yourself where you think the next peak's going to come. And it's a little bit of a lucky dip. I don't think anyone's got these banks worked out at the moment. I mean, who can work out 3 banks? It's quite tricky. But again, I would still be much more selective than these guys are at the start of a heat.
Okay, here goes Jesse Mannes, defending champion. An ambitious manoeuvre on that end section for him. He'll go down. He's already had a bit of equipment trouble. He's broken a leash. He's back in the lineup now. Nick van Rupp dropped to 5.43 for that last wave. 5.43, good enough to put him in first place at the moment.
Yeah, that was, I guess that was a good turn. Didn't see that coming. Jesse Mendez sitting on a couple of low scores, and Marlon Limke with his 4.33. And here we go, the man from Portugal, Nick van Rump. Nice little top turn there, and now he's looking for a finish, and does so, but only just. Got a little bit tall there and just landed that. You could see the guy in red, Jesse Mendez, having a look at that wave. Obviously, he had priority and was thinking about getting involved.
Yeah, let's have a look at the replay here of Van Rupp. Not very convincing, was it? It went a bit flat on him, didn't he? Had to readjust, but this here, very tentative indeed. The section got steep on him. Could have hit that a bit harder, couldn't he?
I think he just mistimed the entire wave. I think the first turn sort of wobbled. He ended up a bit too far on the face. Look, at backside surfing, you don't want to be out on the face. You really want to be coming from behind and finding the pocket. And then he hit the last section a little bit late, got a little bit upright. I don't think it's going to be a great score. But look, I feel like they're all a little bit desperate right now.
Okay, we are up to Heat 2 in round 1. Sata Azores Pro 2015, 21 minutes on the clock, and it is Nick van Rupp and Jesse Mendez at the moment. You won 2. Marlon Lipke and Hiroto Ohara, they need small scores. This is very early days. Marlon's only dropped 1 score. Ohara's got a 0.5. So this is going to change. Let's check out live action. And it is our Japanese server, Ohara. And nice hit in the backhand there. Another little slash in the pocket. He's getting busy. He's building up a head of steam.
Yeah, you see what I was talking about the projection? You know, he just gets that little bit more speed out of the back end of his turns. And it looks great. He's such a compact little surfer. Nice little floater there. Lip line down, and he gets it nice and vert, and then finds another little finishing section there. Definitely going to be his best wave. 3 manoeuvres, and all quite critical coming from behind the section. I think that's how backside surfing has to be done.
Nick van Rupp in yellow, your heat lead. He's gone the forehand option. He's on a left. He's having a little slash off the top. And then he'll go try to fit in that second manoeuvre. He really needed to stick that.
Yeah, look, that was poor surfing in my opinion. It was quite a good wave too. It was open for a nice forehand wrap. He sort of didn't get enough speed off this first turn. He holds a little bit too long and then just misses that. If he would have made that wave, there was probably another turn down the line, or at least a reform, so he'd be kicking himself. I feel like that was the lost opportunity for Nick.
Yeah, so Nicolau, he had a strong last year, he had a strong early season, didn't he? And kind of was kind of looking for a result the rest of the season. He has not nailed anything massive so far this year. Could this be this breakthrough event for 2015?
Well, there's waves all this week, and Nick surfs really good in waves of quality. He's the young Japanese surfer on a very small wave. Look, that wave was super small. There's good 4-foot waves out there, 3-4 foot, and that was it. He was on a 2-footer. Jesse Mendez, the defending champion. Nice little finish there for Jesse. It was a foamy, milky wave.
Broken board. We have got a broken board. Is that O'Hara slapped his board? So far, only 2 heats in. We talked about the power of the ocean. We had a broken leash in this heat, and I saw a tail of a board there, and it didn't have a nose attached to it, or even a midsection. So, yeah, let's see if we can pick that out. But 18.5 on the clock. It is Von Ruppmann O'Hara at the moment. We are waiting for a score to drop for Jesse. Marlon Lipke's been very quiet indeed. What's going through Marlon's mind?
Well, you can see him down over here. He's quite up the point to us. Calling that to north, I guess. He's up north end of the point, and he's just waiting. And I think that's the right thing to do. He's more on the... it's kind of a good ride up there too, and it does have the reform on the inside. I don't think that's a bad option.
Yeah, so, that is him at the top of your picture. Let's check out the replay here of Hiroto Arai. And just getting that little first slash in. Then he goes up on the lip, steep section of the wave, and yeah, that little weird kind of sideways bounce came through that one. Here is Marlon, and there is that backhand snap that he loves so much. Doesn't quite get the execution he was looking for. He'll make his way back out into the lineup. It's been a patient start for Marlon.
Yeah, look, he's gone up there. He's obviously trying to surf his backside, which I think is his strength. But that wave didn't look like it cooperated. We only got the back end of it. Here he is again. Nice high line there. Draws deep off the bottom. Finds the lip. Beautiful manoeuvre. Gets a second turn in and mistimes that one. That was exactly what we were talking about, what Marlon was trying to do. A quality wave, 3 big manoeuvres. Just went down on his second turn. He'd be kicking himself. Yeah, the judges didn't like Hiroto's smaller wave. I think that's what's hurting the Japanese surfers' scores at the moment. Obviously, the judges are letting us know that they want to see the bigger waves ridden and not the insiders.
Oh!
Wow, nice extension there from Nick Van Rump.
Oh, Nicolau. Yeah, good. A bigger wave. Didn't really have a section, did it, early on, but he just was patient, bided his time. And that one manoeuvre really put an exclamation point on that. Let's see if we can bring up a replay. He's lost the ponytail. He has lost his little hair tie.
Yeah, I think the judges are going to like that. There's definitely seems to be a theme of the bigger waves getting quite a lot more score, a lot more attention from the judges. So I can feel Nick Van Rumps might get a reasonable score, and he is sitting in first place right now.
So this was Mendez on his backhands. Took to the air, went for that backhand air reverse. Doesn't quite get the rotation right in the air. Let's have a look at the replay here of Nicolau. A bigger wave. He had to deal with this big meaty whitewater section. He kind of gets caught on that first setup turn. This one here, he gave it some. I think he was angry with himself for missing that first one. He slapped the second one. Yeah, pretty tentative out there. No, there's all kinds of things coming into play. First serve.
Yeah, look, he mistimed that first one. You know, it's a bumpy, milky wave. It was a hard manoeuvre to get right. I agree. He sort of fluffed the first one, and then the second one he loaded up, and he really hit it hard. He had nothing to lose. And I think that's going to be a reasonable score. It was a much bigger wave, and he came from behind the section.
Let's have a look at a replay of Marlon Lipke going left. Big old slashing first turn. Having a look, waiting for something to happen here. I'm looking for an inside section, and he's got a section here. What did he do with it? He'll crack that lip. Just couldn't quite get a clean open face section, could he? It's a bummer, because he had all the speed.
Yeah, I still think that was a reasonable wave. He got quite a good manoeuvre in it. The last turn was quite smooth, and he threw the tail a little bit, but it's on the inside. You know, that sort of manoeuvre out the back gets a lot higher score than as the last manoeuvre right in front of the shore. Look, it'd be interesting to see these next couple of scores drop. And there's Marlon Lipke. He's sitting in second. Hiroto with his couple of smaller waves not getting a lot of attention from the judges. And Jesse sitting in fourth. Jesse just, of course, going for that massive backside air reverse. He just didn't get to land it. It looked like he landed a little bit on the back of the wave. So he's sitting out there trying to reset himself, Jesse Mendez, with 14 minutes to go.
Nick Von Rupp, a couple of fives at the moment. It is good enough for first place. So, yeah, no one's really got a stranglehold on this one. Everything is there to play with. They're all in reach. It's fives for everyone. Will change their situation. So Marlon, he's improved. He's built. He did start off slow. He's getting into this. Is he going to fire up for the back end of this heat? As we see a set come in, and we do have Nick Von Rupp in yellow out of Praia Grande in Lisbon. Decent manoeuvre there for Nicolau, looking for some inside, still close to the whitewater. That one runs into a hole, no inside section for Nick Von Rupp.
Yeah, that was a beautiful first manoeuvre. Unfortunately, the wave just didn't offer him any shoulder after that. But look, he tagged this thing, pumped straight up into a thick lip, little bit of an airdrop, and then there was just nothing left. You know, that was one of those moments. If Nick just got a little bit more of an end section, he could have doubled his scores. Tricky conditions, Paul. Really, it's hard. Obviously, it's hard for the guys to pick the right ones because there's been a lot of average waves ridden, really.
Yeah, but there is always an element of luck, isn't there? But what does it say about making your own luck or preparation? Don't know. Can't remember. Something good.
And there is the two Portuguese surfers sitting in first and second. Hiroto Harai, after his heroics in the US Open, is sitting in third place, and that's not going to help his scoreline at all. Again, he's on the smaller waves. I really feel like he's got to adjust his wave selection and look for the sets.
The sets will look huge if it looked like Sunset if he takes off as well, because he's only a little guy. And he makes the wave look big. We want to see him get a set and attack it. Let's have a look at the replay here, see what he did. He's got a bit of whitewater on the face, doesn't he? Yeah, it was decent. But yeah, waves of whitewater on the face, they cost you a bit, don't they? Never as pretty. And gets caught up on the second manoeuvre. Let's see if that helps his overall situation. Under 12 on the clock, Wunderup. We're still waiting for a score to drop for that one manoeuvre, aren't we, for him? I like that air drop, just made it look a bit more dangerous. Kind of sells the turn a bit. Marlon's up in second. So at the moment, it's Portugal 1-2. And O'Hara and Mendez. Both looking for mid-range fives. Here goes Jesse Mendez in red. A nice first slashing turn off the top. Makes room for himself. He'll crack the lip. And he's still going. Gets another section. Decent little kind of fanging off the lip there for Jesse Mendez. Not bad surfing. 3 good turns. 3 reasonable turns.
Yeah, look, that's the wave he's probably been looking for quite a while. It was more open, offered him a little bit more opportunity. Nice pump here. Facey turn, but Jesse sells that carve really well. Comes from behind here, finds the lip, and holds his projection down the line. Finds the lip again. Look, I think that's probably one of Jesse's strong points, is he's really good at creating space for himself. So, and his timing's quite good. So he used all those things right there. Well surfed wave. Look. Yeah, well, it wasn't a competitor that broke their board.
That's
it was
Ian
a free
Gouveia,
surfer. Yeah.
It's Ian Gouveia out of Brazil, son of Fabio Gouveia. Here goes Hiroto Arai, will take on the lip. And he got a piece of it, and then he'll slice it. But he is going with these smaller waves. Is it going to cost him this tactic? He's still going, though. He'll bank off that little whitewater section. And like you said, there's just kind of solid sets out there, and he's going medium small.
Yeah, look, that was a really well-surfed wave. Again, I just think the size of the wave's going to cost him a bit. Look, back to Jesse Mendez. He orchestrated that. Let's just talk about the young Japanese surfer. That was a beautiful turn, Paul, right up into the lip. Nice little wraparound, and then it offered him another little cutty here. Holds his speed and gets a little finish. Look, it's probably the Japanese surfer's best wave so far. And I feel like both him and Jesse needed to reset it around the 14-minute mark, and now there's just under 10 minutes. They've done that. They've both produced their best scores, I think, so far in this heat, and that's what they need to do if they want to get back into it. But Jesse, he orchestrated, and there it's come through as a 6.17, and that's what I thought it was going to be. Jess is really good at creating space for himself. He's really good at timing his manoeuvres and picking the right manoeuvre for the wave. I mean, that wasn't an exceptional wave, but he surfed it into a 6.17, and now he's in the lead.
Yeah, he's moved up into first place. The surfer in the red jersey, the Brazilian. Nick Warner up in second, needs 5.52 to take first back. O'Hara in third now, needs a 5.3. And Marlon Lipke finds himself back in fourth, looking for 5.13. So it's sort of a tale of fives, isn't it, in these first couple? A 5-point ride will make a big difference to proceedings. So here we go. We go under the 9-minute mark, so into the final third of this heat. And he's a man who knows how to win out here. Jesse Mendes blazed all the way last year. Started off pretty strong and just accelerated, and he'll be feeling pretty confident. How much does it help having a good result previously at this spot? Do you feel like you've got some kind of secret mojo running? Is it more scientific than that?
No, definitely. I mean, I think his surfing suits this sort of wave. Just like I was speaking to before, he's really good at constructing manoeuvres and constructing scores. And this is a tricky wave. You've got a bit of a wobble on it. You have to pick the right waves, and then you have to pick the right manoeuvres on that wave to match it. And that's what he's definitely good at. Oh, look, there's Leo Fioravante, the Italian legend, incredible surfer. Of course, broke his back at Pipeline earlier this season. Huge injury. This is his first event back, his first WSL event back. It's great to see him back in a jersey. Personally, the kid is a massive talent. And I'm so happy for him to be back at 100%.
Oh, he was electric here last year as well. Do you remember some of his heats? I mean, this stage last year just got on a tear, didn't he? Through the end of the European summer into the autumn, he was absolutely blazing out here.
Well, he won Pantin and took all that straight over to here, and I can't remember the result he ended up with, but he was definitely one of the best surfers in the early rounds.
Yeah, I think he finished in the quarters, unless I'm mistaken.
Yeah, that's probably
Frank
right.
Frank has probably got a stat for us on that somewhere.
I'm sure he would.
We'll get hold of him. He's got an encyclopedic knowledge of the sport. Here goes Nick Warner up. Doesn't like the look of that wave. That one shuts down. Here he goes through the back. He is still in second place, but he'll be feeling vulnerable. He'll know O'Hara and Marlon Lipke are both capable of getting those fives they need. So he'll be looking to build on his total. Under 7 minutes now, Richard.
Yeah, at this stage of the heat, what's really important, what you got to look at is their high scores. I mean, right now, Marlon Lipke with his 5.67, that's the second highest score of this heat, which is a real positive for him. He might be sitting in fourth place, but he only needs a 5.13. So, I mean, I'm not too sure if he's got priority, but he can't be far off it. He'd definitely have second priority, if not first. So he's sitting in a reasonable position. Here he is, the man we were just speaking about, on a nice left-hander.
Oh.
Beautiful top turn into a wrap. Is it going to wall up again, Paul? And again, he gets another little short turn. What do you think about that?
Liked it a lot. I like the attack in the lip and then going to the rail. Good speed. He didn't really have to pump, did he? There were just two sections that came out. Let's go to the replay. Here he is, a little steep takeoff section, and the lip presents itself. He smashes it. Plenty of spray there for Marlon. Wasted absolutely no time in getting into the little rail jam. And again, just finishing off there, just giving that section a little kiss with the rail of his surfboard. And like you said, he did have the second highest score. Let's see how this changes things for him. He needed 5.13 previous to that. He had a 4.33 as his backup. 5.67 was his highest. Let's see if he can get himself into an advancing position. Live action. It's white. It's Hiroto Ohara from Japan. And a weird looking wave for him. He kind of got to the bottom. He had a look down the line. He went, nah, I'm out of here. I'm done.
Yeah, look, not a good call, because of course there's priority these days, which has changed the sport for the better. Incredibly important. It's really let the surfers just do a lot more surfing and a lot less hassling.
I love the hassling.
Well,
I loved it.
I just thought it was, it just held back a lot of good surfing. No, look, I think it's been great for the sport, and I appreciate every time I see the last 5 minutes of a heat and someone sitting with priority with the options of increasing their scores. I just feel like it's getting to where we need to be, which is seeing better surfing.
Marlon Lipke, he's decided to get a lot busier in the second part here. We do have news to bring you, though. He has improved on his total. He dropped to 5.83 for that last left-hander. Those 3 turns on that left. He's in first place now in this heat. And it's all changed. Under 5 minutes. Squeaky bum time. And it is Lipke and Mendes. You won 2. Von Rupp looking for a 5.52. O'Hara looking for 5.45.
Yeah, look, I was sort of feeling it. You know, he'd been very patient. He'd been waiting down the beach and he'd been picking the right scores. Oh, here we can see, obviously, Jesse's got priority and he's holding Nick Van Rump off. It's a long time to hold a surfer off, especially of Nick Van Rump's quality. He's done a good job there too. He's pushed Nick a little bit too deep, but with over 3.5 minutes left, I think the Brazilians maybe gone a little bit early with the holding off.
Okay, let's see how that situation pans out. 3.5 on the clock. I like those little interactions though, when you see them getting in each other's faces, so they can see the whites of each other's eyes. And yeah, Nick, at one stage there, I thought he was going to get that right hand. That just ended up too deep. Let's see if he gets a chance to improve his situation here. Let's surely hope he does. Marlon Lipke, the new heat leader, having a look at a right. Pretty smart decision not to go there for Marlon. And yeah, 3 minutes left to go. This one's kind of come alive. A slow start for Marlon, but he's played it well. And he's kind of surfed himself into form in this one. It almost feels like he's speeding up as the heat's getting down to the business end.
Yeah, I like how his heat structure has been quite good. He stuck to his guns. Everyone went a lot of scrappy waves and tried to build a house like we talked about, and he didn't do that. He sat out the back, and now he's got he's got the second and the third highest score of the heat, and that's how you win heats.
All right, we're going to check out a heat recap as Nick Von Rupp just gets a quick in and out. He is still in third place. This is how we got to where we are today. Heat number 2, Sata Azores Pro, Jesse Mendes. He's looked sharp early on, and this was his high score, wasn't it? This was the 6 for these 3 maneuvers.
Yeah, well-constructed wave this. He picked the turns really well. It was a milky, hard wave to surf, and he surfed it really well. Deservedly gets the score. Marlon Lipke, big, powerful turn here. Sweeping top turn. Links very well here. He has to do a little wobbly cutback, but he can see down the line he's going to get a finish, and he does. He tags this last maneuver down in front of the rocks and gets out. Well-surfed wave.
I was pulling into that section, mind surfing that one, were you?
No.
Okay. Here goes Marlon. This was his high score. I love the attack there for Marlon. Beautiful stuff from Marlon Lipke. And that was good enough to put him into first place. The second highest score as we stand over the heat. It's good enough to put him in the lead. And that's where we are at the moment. It is Mendes Lipke. Well, Lipke Mendes, you won 2. And Von Rupp and O'Hara need to get their skates on.
Yeah, the judges have made it clear what they're looking for. They're looking for, attacking pocket surfing. They want to see you attack the lip. They want to see you surf close to the pocket, and that's what they've been giving the scores for. And Marlon's done that on 2 occasions now. Jesse did really well on the 6.17. Look, Nick Van Rump and Hiroto Sun looking shaky right now with under a minute to go.
Yeah, and clean sections too. They don't want these frothy cappuccino kind of insidey sections, do they? They want proper open face with genuine lip.
Well, having said that, Jesse's highest scoring wave was a frothy one.
Okay, so completely opposite of what I just said. Cheers, mate.
No, I just feel like
it's been fun.
Again, Jesse did well to get what he got out of that wave.
I'll remember that. You know I will. Under 30 seconds now to go. Heat 2 is ticking away. Are we going to have last knockings in this heat? Or can Lipke and Mendes, your defending champion here in the Azores, hold on? Not sure if we're going to get a set. We had some little paddling there, but I think more based on hope than any genuine sets coming through. And as the clock ticks down, I'm not sure we're going to get another wave ridden. Could it be heartbreak for Von Rupp and O'Hara?
Yeah, I think that's what's just happened. And there's the Japanese surfer. Look, that has been his Achilles heel, his consistency. And Unfortunately, that has let him down again in this event, and he'll go home early without a lot of lessons learned.
So there it is, unofficially, it is Lipke and Mendes, you 1-2. They'll advance into the second round. Nick Von Ruppman, Hiroto Ohara bow out. And it just goes to show you the level here, unbelievable. Of course, Ohara won the US Open, one of the biggest events on the circuit, and he loses first round, you know, just a couple of events later, a month or so later. It's that cutthroat, isn't it?
Yeah, look, you hear a lot of the surfers talk about, even the CT guys, just how hard the first round of the primes are, or the 10,000s, I should say, and this is what you can see. They're just really hard to get through. Once you get through those first couple of rounds, it seems to open up a bit. You can see the guys that are holding form, but a lot of the times those first couple of rounds are really difficult.
Yep, so there it is, official. Marlon Lipke and Jesse Mendes will advance. There is your 1-2. And, well, yeah, Nick runner-up, disappointment for him. And Hiroto Arai as well. And that's your next heat in the water. Heat 3, Kyle Belli, Nate Yeomans, Leonardo Fuentes, and Luel Felipe will be right back with this heat. We are going to have a change in the commentary team. It's Frank Lecaz going to be joined by Adam Rapogel. Dog, that was fun.
Thank you.
Ainda escolhes os teus amigos pela rede? Mosh Master com chamadas e SMS à pala para todas as redes, 500 megas de net e apps grátis por apenas 1,80€ por semana. Redes diferentes, todos iguais. É cada vez mais ridículo não seres Mosh.
Your attention, please.
Uma boa viagem.
Roger, Vic, go. Stand by.
Sata, a viajar consigo.
Welcome back to the Azores, to a beautiful beach of Santa Barbara. I'm Frank Lecaz, alongside with
Adam Rapogel,
former pro surfer from Santa Cruz, big wave charger, Adam Rapogel. Welcome, Adam.
Thanks a lot, Frank. Great to be here. Just looking out in the surf right now, you can see we got a great heat in the water with Kyle Belli, Nate Yeomans, and the Italian Stallion. It sounds like it's his first time back in a jersey, so that's incredible stuff.
Yeah, it is. Leo Fioraventi, who could possibly be one time the first ever Italian surfer to join the WCT. So yeah, he's back in form, 100%, and yeah, he injured himself pretty badly. That was in Hawaii last winter, and good to see him back here in the jersey, ready to compete. He had some advice from his coach, Jake Patterson, and this is San Clemente boy.
Wow, Nate Yeomans with a couple beautiful turns right there. I really like where he positioned those turns, Frank, right up in the pocket, going really, really fast. It looks like it to be a great heat already. Looks like this third heat of the morning has already been watching those first couple of heats, as you saw on the screen earlier. It was really challenging out there. A lot of times, you say it's usually a lot easier from the beach, but boy, Frank, it's been really challenging for these first couple of heats. You know, looked like a couple of fives were getting you through the heats, and right now we've already seen a couple of great scores.
Yeah, Caio Belli, the Brazilian surfer, is currently standing 6th on the rankings. He's already had 2 semifinals on 10,000 events in South Africa and Saquarema. So he's looking good for a qualification. In the end, he could possibly be one of the new faces on the WCT next year.
That'd be great stuff. And it does seem like it just takes really one big event to really sort of stand out amongst all these really top.
I'm pretty sure Caio, if he belts one more big result, he'll be for sure on the WCT. And that was Luel Felipe, another Brazilian from Pernambuco, from the northeast part of Brazil.
And here, let's walk it through Nate Yeomans' way. You see he gets a lot of speed off the bottom. blasting a really, really nice turn right there. I really enjoyed his bottom turn as well, as he's able to combine a couple of really nice off the tops right there. So Nate Yeoman's off and going with his campaign. And it looks like here's Leonardo's wave as well.
Yep.
Nice little layback right there and gets a lot of board speed. So Leonardo looking really sharp right now, as you were mentioning, Frank, coming off that injury. And here's Caio Abelli, the young Brazilian, who just needs one nice big result. And it looks like this event could be it, as you see right there, a couple great cracks off the top for Caio. So we do have ourselves 3 surfers right now that are really sort of vying for that first and second position. You see a couple of 7s and a 6 on your screen. It looks like Felipe's got the half a point. But right now it's still anyone's game. Still got 24, 25 minutes
time. Great heat in irons, huh?
It certainly is, and that's exactly what you want to go out and do in a, sort of in a lay of the land like it is today. You want to go out and start your campaign really early, so you're not sort of wishing for the best wave to come at you in the last couple of minutes of the heat. You saw the last couple of heats, 5s. You get a 5-5 at the last bit of the heat. Make a heat.
And here's Felipe Luel from Pernambuco. And that's a wobbly wave.
Yeah, really wobbly wave. You see a lot of backwash too, Frank. A lot of these waves have a big gutter in the middle of it too. It'll reform on the inside, but he gets a nice little section on the inside, cracks it off the top for Felipe, but unfortunately not able to pull that maneuver off. I'm sure he wishes he had that section again.
So it comes down to wave selection, find out those pockets and manage to do those big turns just like Caio did.
Yeah, I really enjoyed it right there. He collided with the lip nicely and a great vertical crack off the top and able to release the tail as well. So Caio Abelli right there from Brazil in red with a nice little score. Yeah, you really do want to try to find those good waves out there, Frank. As you see on your screen right now, it's sort of a gray on gray too. The cloud cover out the back is almost the same color as the water in the land. So it's, the water in the ocean. So it's really challenging to see, as you see Felipe right here on his backside. Gets a nice little turn right here, but you talked about the backwash. This wave gets really flat-faced and sort of mushy. But boy, these young Brazilians definitely know how to work with the reform. But he sees something that we don't on the inside, and it's a great little section. Comes up vertically and cracks it off the top, and unfortunately right there falls. Like I said a second ago, I'm sure he wishes he had that section over again.
Yeah, it looks a bit like Hawaii. Could be the European Hawaii. Black sand, rocky beaches, lively volcanoes around. This is the Azores, right in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, midway between Portugal and the USA. Really remote.
And you know what I noticed earlier when I showed up this morning, it's very volcanic all around. You see a lot of black rocks. As you see right now, the replay of Leonardo. And nice couple of turns. I really like the variety in this wave right here. He's able to get 3 different turns off. So that's a great little wave for him as well, backing up that first score. So we'll see what the judges think of that. His first score was a 6.0. So Leonardo Gravante from Italy right there. And right now it looks like Caio Abelli's out in front with an 8.33 and a 7. So everybody really, except unfortunately Felipe right now, has got waves close to the excellent scoring range. Definitely got ourselves a heat right here, and unfortunately 3rd and 4th are going home. It's definitely a it's an elimination round. So these surfers are definitely not going to lay down. As you see right there, it looks like Leonardo's next wave a 5.0, so pushes him up to second position right there. Nate Yeomans now needs an 8.33. No, excuse me, he has 8.3 on this total right there, but he needs a 3.83 to get to that advancing position. I'm sure he's going to want to get something better than that. He's got the second highest scoring wave of the heat so far with the 7.17. So Nate Yeomans from the USA out there searching for something. Still got about 21 minutes remaining in this 3rd heat of the morning. As you see the cloud cover in the back, we were talking about that a second ago. It's really a gray on gray, so challenging to see the surf or the good ones coming in.
So Caio Abelli, former ASP World Junior Champ. That was in 2012.
Yeah, he is a phenomenal surfer. Had the opportunity to watch him in a couple of events around the world. in some ISA events as well. As you can see right there on your screen, sort of the lay of the land that we were talking about there a second ago, Frank. Very volcanic and a vertical looking sort of beach here. It looks like the cliffs literally go to the sand, and probably very little sand. It seems like a relatively new island as far as I can tell. As you see right there on your the screen, black sand beaches, very volcanic, and a nice little wave right here.
Yeah, lots of power. We're in middle of the Atlantic. You can feel the raw power coming from the north. And apparently, I was talking with the local earlier today, and there's plenty of river mouths everywhere. And when they get heavy rains, they get some really good sandbanks drawn everywhere, and you get like long point breaks. But you can't tell it.
As you can see, a little lull in the action right now. What I really enjoy nowadays, Frank, is that they do have a priority system, even in the four-man heat. So it does give people the opportunity to sort of sit there and wait for a good quality wave instead of being forced to, say, roll the dice on something that's mediocre. Years ago when we were competing, that was sort of the case, where you would go out there and you'd sort of take off on anything at a certain point of the heat just to try to get score built up. You're talking about building a house, which is essentially what you're trying to do, but now majority of the surfers will sit out there and wait, gamble on 2 or 3 waves, and get some good scores on those waves.
And here, live Nate Yeomans.
And Nate right now, he needs to get nearly a 4, so a 3.83 to get himself to that advancing position. I'm sure he wants something better than that, as both his competitors now are sitting on a couple of nice scores. So he's going to want to look to get a score up into that excellent scoring range, 7 5s or 8, to really put himself in a position to sort of go for Kyle Abelli. Kyle's sitting on a couple of great scores, an 8.33, highest scoring wave of the heat, and a 7. So he's in a great position right now.
Here's Marlon.
Hello.
Licker. Good morning, Marlon. How are you?
Very good morning. I'm good.
Did pretty well, huh? Can you tell us about the waves this morning? How are the conditions? Pretty tricky, huh?
Yeah, it was tricky. We got here very early. It was still dark, and I had a little freeze surf. And I'm really stoked to make the heat. And it was a hard one. I only changed it in the last couple of minutes with a 5.8. And unlucky that Nico didn't make it past with another Portuguese. But I'm very stoked to make it.
Yeah, it would have been good, huh, to have the two of you, German, Portuguese, going through. But that's the way it is, huh? And
sometimes it goes like that.
Yeah. Plenty of heats today, so you'll be off for the day. What you going to do?
Well, I'm going to see the beautiful island. We already drove around the last days, and it's magical. Most of the times when I travel, I always try to compare it to some place. And this is unique. I can't really compare it, and it gives you so much positive energy when you see this beautiful nature.
Yeah, I guess being from Portugal, I guess you come here quite often, huh?
Yeah, I think I've been here maybe 7 times, and every time I enjoy it so much. I enjoy the food. The people are very nice, and I'm so stoked to make the heat so I can stay a bit longer.
Exactly. So, well, good on you, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Danke, Marlon. Obrigado.
Bye.
Live action. Wow, how was that turn?
Wow, a great little, nearly almost recovered out of that turn right there, Frank. But Kyle Abelli really sort of letting it hang out now.
Yeah, he's
got a couple of great scores already, so he can really sort of, not to say he's going to go out there and free surf, but he can definitely go for some stuff that he wouldn't be doing earlier.
Kyle Abelli once again, such a strong surfer. He was a winner, I think, in China a few years ago, wasn't he?
Yeah, I was there for that event actually. He was it was in the South China Sea, Hainan Island, and the waves weren't good, and he definitely made some sense out of it. And so he definitely, and I've seen him in really good surf and in big surf. He's a full package surfer. He can surf anything. So it's not surprising me right now that he's out in the lead. But what I am surprised and completely and baffled of is Leonardo, coming from relatively small surf scene in Italy, or maybe it's a big surf scene in Italy, but definitely standing out now on the international stage. And he's also a junior champion as well.
Yeah, he is, in fact, yeah. And, well, he doesn't spend that much time in Italy, you know, a bit of surfing in Sardinia, but spends most of his time in Hawaii whenever he can, Europe and France, obviously. And,
I see big problems with him in the future with the ladies being an Italian surf star. So,
I think he already has.
I'm sure he does. As you can see right there on your screen, we are getting quite a bit of wind. So the topical seas right now, there's a lot of chatter on the top of the water. And I was also noticing too, a lot of the rip and the swell is moving from say left to right, and the wind coming from the opposite direction at times. So it is a combination of two different variables, making it really challenging to surf. And as you can also see, that big gutter in the middle of the waves, that inside and an outside, which is creating a lot of backwash. So I'm really impressed by the surfers in this heat right now, able to get those scores in the excellent scoring range. Because as I was watching it the last couple of heats on the beach, it is really, really hard to surf out there. And I think these surfers are doing a phenomenal job. Obviously the world's best qualifying surfers in the world, but also international WSL surfers as well, having a challenging time out there.
Yeah, 9 of them, I think. Made the long trip from Trestles to the Azores. It's quite a mission to get here. And here's Caio Ibelli once again. Full commitment on each turn he does.
Yeah, he stabbed that one. I really enjoyed that crack off the top right there. Unfortunately, it was just one maneuver. As you can see, though, he really commits off the bottom. I think the judges take note of that. And a really nice vertical poke into the lip right there. Also looks like he's riding a Xanadu, another Brazilian shaper living in California. So it doesn't surprise me that a lot of these surfers now, they'll grab a board that works really well in the region from some of the local shapers. And wow.
This is Leo Fioraventi.
Unfortunately, just coming off his board right there on that end section, but had a series of nice maneuvers right there. And we'll see what the judges think about that score.
Yeah, and talking about WCT surfer, we're going to have Dusty Payne in heat number 4, and ex-WCT surfer Pat Gadauskas. So there's plenty of them, huh? We know the story, huh?
Yeah.
When we get into the second half of the season.
Hey, that is a phenomenal heat.
Yeah, it
Dusty
is.
Payne, Patrick Gadauskas, Connor Coffin, and Marco Giorgi from
Uruguay.
That guy is out of control good too. So that's going to be a hooter of a heat right there. I was watching Pat Gadauskas surfing earlier this morning down the beach, and he was shredding. And it really shows how high the level is now on the world tour. If these guys are in the qualifying ranks, you're seeing some guys get into onto the world tour stage just for a year, and having a really challenging time keeping it on there, as you can see right here. Here's the replay of Nate Yeomans. A couple of great turns right there, and I believe that score came in at a 7.17. So this was earlier on in the heat, so Nate Yeomans had started off really, really well. And here's Leonardo. Wow, really like the extension. He's pushing his back foot out really nicely again. So 2 great turns right there. Unfortunately, right here on the third turn, really sort of just mistimed that a little bit.
Yeah, exactly.
And ends up falling off.
In that tricky section on the end of the wave. Not the easiest to surf. And 7 points just in for Nate Yeomans. So he's back in second place.
Oh, so I'm mistaken. That was actually live action right there. That was Nate Yeomans second place. So I've also noticed too, some guys get on a great routine, so it is sort of sometimes challenging to decipher between waves, but they get in a routine in their surfing where they know what the judges are looking for, and it looks like Nate Yeomans has picked his off the bottom and off the top on his backside to be his big score. As Felipe right there. Unfortunately not able to get another turn off, but he has been, as you can see on your screen, he's been sort of plagued. He's only has 2 waves under his belt, so that's his 3rd wave right there. And there's only about 11 minutes remaining, so he's had a really challenging time finding the good scores out there.
Struggling, couldn't find the keys of that lineup.
And with the priority system as well, you're sort of subject to sitting and waiting sometimes next to somebody with priority, or sort of fishing on your own to maybe get away from somebody with priority. So there is some strategy in and with or without priorities. You can see right now, it looks like it's starting to clean up there, Frank.
Yeah, we can see some clouds coming, and the wind's dropping a little bit, But we know as well with the outgoing tide, which is going to be low at 2 local time, 2 p.m. Normally the lineup should be cleaner. Not as much backwash, so well, we're going to check closely with the wind because supposedly we're going to get some onshore winds in the afternoon. So let's just hope that it doesn't get too strong. So yep, Felipe Luel not having the best hit of his career, young surfer, just like Caio Ibelli. Caio Ibelli only 21 years of age, and Luel 23. Nate is kind of how should I say, the father of the three young surfers, huh?
Yeah, he'd be the veteran of the group here, and
34. Nate Millmans.
It's sort of getting a second go at it as well. I was at this event in Santa Cruz where he won the Coldwater Classic Sponsor Me event and got a great sponsorship from O'Neill. So it's great to see him back traveling around on the qualifying series. He did have an unfortunate deal on the World Tour. I think he was plagued by the half-year cutoff rotation, and so Nate only was able to do a half a year on the World Tour. So unfortunately for him, that didn't really go his way. But obviously he's definitely talented enough to be in that.
He's got the talent
group.
for sure, yeah.
Yes, he does. You can see right there on your screen, that's showing the priority system right there versus yellow second and third. So surfers out in the water constantly looking back on that, seeing exactly where they stand in the rotation of things, and trying to position themselves when a good wave does come, that they are in the priority situation.
And you can see that Leo with first priority in the yellow jersey and is sitting on the left-hand side of the screen, waiting for those left-handers. He needs a pretty big score now, 8.17.
Yeah, he certainly does. I mean, that is a huge score right now. There's only been, I think, Caio Ibelli's has the best score that we've seen all day, the 8.33. And so, yeah, that's a massive score. You might want to be able to try to do that in 2 waves. He has 8.5 minutes remaining, so it's still possible that he can do it in 1. But if not, sort of inch his way closer to it and then back it up again. But it really does sort of get dicey, almost like defensive surfing towards the end of the heat. So he might want to start chiseling away at that score now and then sort of roll the dice at the end of the heat, as you see right here.
That's Caio. That's Leo Fioraventi. And yeah, he mistimed that one. Gets stuck in the water and goes down. Unfortunately, not the wave he needed.
Well, he's definitely going for it. He realizes that he needs a nice score of an 8.17, so he's not holding back at all. You know, it seems like there is a couple of times in the heat when you really, or a couple of different scenarios in the heat when you really start to go for it. This is one of them when he needs a massive score right there. So great bottom turn right there, and he picked a nice wave. As you can see, Frank, that's a really glassy looking face. He cracks it up off the top, nice off the lip, and unfortunately not able to recover out of that whitewater right there.
Looks like he went a bit too hard on that last turn, huh?
Yeah, he went pretty hard, and I really appreciate it. I think the judges would have scored that appropriately had he pulled that maneuver off. He definitely has his work cut out for him. As you can see, Dusty Payne now getting ready for the next heat.
Yeah, Dusty, you need 4 points, big time. This is the 5th QS 10,000 of the year. There will be 4 more to come after that, and 2 in Hawaii, which he loves. Oliva and Sunset Oliva, where he won last year. And a victory on home soil will be more than welcome for Dusty. Dusty, I think he's sitting 24th on the CT rankings and 21st in the QS. He's Pat Kadelskas.
Yeah, this is a great heat. Combined with Marco Giorgi and Connor Coffin, this is going to be a really cool heat. Sometimes on paper it looks incredible, and then they go out. It really doesn't materialize. But Frank, I really think this could be a great heat right here.
Let's hope so.
Yeah. So we're down to about 6 minutes now remaining in the heat. It looks like Leonardo definitely needs a nice score of an 8.17, and it looks like Felipe's, I wouldn't say out of it, with 5 minutes remaining, he'd still get the 14 total points needed to get through the heat. But you can see right now it's getting really gray outside, and that becomes really challenging to see the waves coming in. Sort of get a gray on gray.
Yeah, gray on gray and black sand and black rocks.
Yeah. It's sort of a challenge, but right now, Leonardo's going to be searching out there. He needs that 8.17. If I were him, and if I was playing his game, I'd definitely get away from the people who have the first and second priority to try to find some space out there, some breathing room to be able to take off on the waves needed to get that score.
Here's Marco Giorgi from Uruguay.
Man, I'm a huge fan of that surfer right there. He is a phenomenal surfer. And good waves, he is a phenomenal surfer. Barreling big lefts, he's crazy good. But right now in the water, it has been all Kiowa Belly. Nate Yeomans, they sort of have a lockdown right now on this heat. So if I were Nate Yeomans, who's in jeopardy the most, I would definitely be scooting closer to Leonardo. As you can see right here, Felipe up and riding now. He is having a really challenging heat, and go out on the limb right now. I'll say he's not stoked.
Nah. You can tell he's doing mistakes. Like you can see him like digging a rail, and not the best heat so far. Huh?
And you know that'll happen sometimes. That'll happen when you're trying really hard.
Okay, here's the heat recap. So we have a close look at the best waves, and there's been plenty of them.
Yeah,
Kiowa Belly.
Kiowa Belly got off to a really quick start right there, and I really like the releasing of the tail on that last turn right there. He's pretty stoked on that wave. And this wave right here, coming in the 7 range, Nate Yeomans has a couple of great off the bottom and off the top. So really like that second poke right there, able to finish that wave. You can see pretty stoked that he was able to land that one.
And again, Kiowa Belly really dominating that wave.
Yeah,
with a 7.53, I believe.
I really like that off the lip right there to tail release. I'm sure it felt pretty well. And then here's Nate's second wave right here. Oh, really close and similar to his first wave. But he gets this extra little section on the end here. So Nate Yeomans putting together 2 very similar looking waves, and the judges thought the same, 7.17.
3 minutes, and not sure about who's got priority. Must be Caio now, since we've seen Leo, Nate, and Felipe Luel.
Yeah, just looking at Kiowa Bellies on the big screen right here, he's literally caught in about 8 or 9 waves. So he's almost doubled the other competitors out in the water, which leads me to believe he's giving himself a lot more options and a lot more opportunity to get those scores. But it looks like right now Nate Yeomans is really close, like I was thinking he would do, to get to Leonardo. Leonardo's, has all the ability in the world to get that score that he's looking for. Right now, let's see who's going to get it.
And here's Nate Yeomans to get some shelter. He's got to get a big score. That's his first left-hander. That's the first time we see him surfing front side. And let's see if he gets a score here. He needs to put some space in between him and Leo Fioraventi. So
wow.
Another look.
Look at how much action he's getting out of his board. I really like that nice turn up in the pocket as he figures it out off the bottom and gets great little tail release. So 2 great looking turns right there for Nate Yeomans, and a little hack back into the soup as it hits that deep spot. But we'll see what the judges give that wave right there. That was a nice couple of turns right there. But what he really did do right there was defensive surfing. He kept Leonardo off that wave. Leonardo was looking to get an 8, up into the 8 range, and that was a great looking wave right there. And he definitely took the opportunity.
And that's not enough. It's not going to be in his best 2. And here's Kiowa Belly, very active.
Oh, that was beautiful looking right there. Great front side off the lip board slide right there. So Kiowa Belly, that Xanadu looks to be glued under his feet. And boy, if he catches his waves and his heats, he's going to be really hard to beat.
And that's it for Caio. Quick look at his watch. 1 minute to go.
Check this out, folks. Look at this great vertical off the lip and board slide tail huck right there. That was beautiful stuff. That would have been a phenomenal stuff.
Grinding the lip.
Yeah, literally grinding the lip. That was good stuff.
And here's Leo desperately looking for an 8.17.
You could tell he's just throwing everything at it now. He's going to, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if he's able to get, looks like about 20, 25 seconds left in the heat. Just go for one big Hail Mary. You never know. A big air potentially could get him a score. But unfortunate for Leonardo right now. It looks like he's going to be coming in third if it stands the way it is.
Yeah, it's going to take time for him to build some momentum, some confidence as well. That was his first heat since his injury in Hawaii. That was in January or February last year, or this year, I mean. So unofficially, this is Coyote Belly and Nate Yeomans advancing to round 2.
Great stuff right there.
Really love the way Coyote Belly surfed, huh?
Oh yeah, I'm a huge fan of his surfing. He's really good. I always like looking at guys that are sort of my stature and see what they're doing on the waves. He's a small man but surfs big.
So yeah, great total of 15 points, 86 by Coyote Belly and Nate Yeomans with 14.17 advancing to the round 2, and we are straight into heat 4 of that round 1. Great heat in our hands, Adam.
Yeah, we certainly do. Dusty Payne, Pascal Gadauskas, Connor Coffin, and Marco Giorgi from Uruguay. That is a great heat. They're all regular footers. They all surf really, really strong. Each one of these guys is a complete standout, if not in their region, but around the world. And just shows you, like we were talking a second ago, of how challenging it is to get through these WQS heats with people.
Okay, we're
like
going to go into a commercial break, and we'll come back straight into heat 4.
Agora por apenas 219 € por mês, sem entrada inicial e com manutenção, seguro e troca de pneus. Novo Seat Ibiza FR Connect. Ainda melhor.
Seat. Technology to enjoy.
And we are back into live action here in Praia de Santa Barbara in the island of São Miguel in the Azores, and great heat in our hands. Marco Giorgi, you're a huge fan, you were telling us, Adam.
Yeah, I certainly am. I've seen a couple like webisodes or little videos he puts out, and he's a phenomenal surfer. Also, huge fan of this young man right here, Connor Coffin, from the Santa Barbara region. Surfs a lot of Rincon and is quite the shredder. And right there, Pat Gadauskas, hailing from San Clemente, a World Tour veteran as well. He's still battling it out on the QS, trying to get back on the World Tour stage. And right there, this is. He won me over this last year just by his passion and what he was able to do in Hawaii, which is really, really challenging to do. And it seems like he's really changed his attitude around. And let's hope he gets another good look and roll. As you can see right there, that was Dusty Payne and Red looking at that one.
Yes, Dusty is currently 21st on the QS rankings, but is 34th on the CT rankings. So he desperately needs some points to stay on the top 34. And Pat Gadauskas a bit further on the rankings, 52nd, the San Clemente surfer, 29 years of age. And Marco Giorgi from Uruguay. Huh? That's quite unusual. Huh? You can see some surfers from South America now, huh? Like Felipe Tudela from Peru as well, which we're going to see surfing later on today. And that was Marco's first wave, opening ride, nothing great on that first wave for Marco, who lives in Brazil, in Garopaba.
You can see he's got a great little board under his feet right here, nice whipping little snap right there. Unfortunately, the wave not giving him much more after that.
You can see a few options. You got that left-hander on the left-hand side of the beach, and here's that left-hand we were talking about with Connor Coffin electing to go left.
Yeah, unfortunately, right there, you see that wave is really challenging the surf. As Connor's up and riding here, he gets a nice little snap right there, a great little extension out of his back foot. This is a wave with a little backwash right there. He does a great job to throw up a third off the lip right there, but unfortunately not able to get it down. And you're going to see that. I think a lot of the surfers are going to try to cram in an extra maneuver out there.
And you got to be so quick on your feet on that wave with all that backwash and a lot of movement on the water. Once again, it's really tricky.
See right here, this is Dusty Payne wave as well. Great crack right there. Unfortunately, falling off on that one, Frank. But that's what he's going to need to do to get through this heat right now. It looks like they're throwing caution into the wind right now. They're going out there trying to get some big scores right away, trying to take some of the pressure off on the back end of the heat. You always listen to the commentators talk about building a house. But it is something that if you can go out right away and just sort of crack one and get one up into the those 5s and 6s, it really does take a lot of pressure off. As you see Pat Godowskis, wow, great little turn for Pat right there, coming to the inside, throws up a nice little floater re-entry, coming right by Connor Coffin. So starting his heat off nicely. There goes Pat. Really like that bottom turn. He really dug in. Gets it great off the top behind this next section out. So I'm curious to see what the judges sort of throw for that wave right there. It was, I would say, somewhat of an, almost a perfectly average wave. And usually that average wave will sort of dictate what the judges are looking for as far as either to go higher of or to go lower from as far as the mid-scoring range, because we haven't seen one yet this heat so far. Seen a couple of 3s, 2s. Let's see what Dusty Payne's doing right here on this one.
Yeah, it goes for the backhand rotation.
Nearly stuck that. It almost looked like if he hadn't landed in the concussion of the wave right there. But once again, I really like what he's doing. He's
going for it.
He's definitely not looking conservative at all. As you see Marco Giorgi up and riding. Let's see what he's able to do. A couple nice little off the lips as well. So the judges now have had a couple of looks at some relatively average looking waves. I mean, can't say that I could go out there and do that, but they're average looking waves as far as the judges are concerned. And I'm curious to see what now is going to what they're going to have to do to stand out in this heat.
The first one was a bit shy, but the last one, I believe that the last maneuver could be really important to in the eyes of the judges, because that section you can see many surfers going down. And here's Connor Coffin on that whitewashy wave.
Oh, nice little projection off the end floater right there. As you see, the tempo of the wave is a little slower. He was able to set that wave up a little easier. Looks like Pat's wave comes in at a 6.0, so that being just over an average scoring wave. So I'm curious to see now what they throw for this wave right here of Connor Coffin. He gets a nice little off the top right there. Talk about the extension again. He gets a great little first turn. The second turn, not really a critical turn, but this one right here does a nice little release off the tail. They're not going to score big on this little floater, but I really thought that probably felt good. So Connor Coffin, I think going to be better, definitely better than his 3, and he'll be off and going right now. But like I mentioned a second ago, Patrick Godowskis gets a 6.0 on that left. Marco Giorgi's second wave has yet to drop, so we'll look at that wave as well. So judges have to work it up for him a couple scores.
And here it is coming. It's going to be below average, 4.5 for Marco Giorgi.
And that was a nice little wave. So we'll see now where the judges put in Connor Coffin's wave. As you see right here, Dusty Payne up and riding. Wow, great snap right there, looking really fast and crisp. Cracks another one off the top. As you can see right there, challenging little backwash wave, but he's able to pull it off. So the judges are going to like the commitment that he put into that wave right there. And a lot of it's going to come down to confidence. It looks like now that he's completed a wave, he'll be feeling a little better. So Dusty Payne right now is sitting on a couple of small scores of a 2.33 and a 1.07. That's going to help his ante. He's definitely working on building that house, so to speak. Okay, as you can see the replay right here of Dusty Payne, great off the top. Wow, nice little snap off the top right there. And this one a late off the lip. As you can see, nearly gets hung up right there, but pulls that off. So Dusty Payne looking totally committed on that wave. It looks like a 5.17 for that last wave of Connor Coffin. So that now being the ultimate average score right now. So we'll see what he's able to do after that. He's sitting in a nice little position right now in first place with that 5.17. That is the second best wave of the heat. If Pat Gdauskas can just back up the score, we'll get him up into the lead.
And you were predicting on paper a great heat, but for 10 minutes, kind of decepting.
Yeah. And you know, the last heat we definitely, you know, on paper was still a really strong heat. I expected some big scores out of those guys as well. But yeah, that can happen, Frank. It could be a little anticlimactic. But it's still a heat. It's still a dogfight out there. Regardless if they come in with 4s, 3s, and 2s, there's going to be a winner, there's going to be a loser, and there's going to be someone advancing to the next round. I never really like to sort of win with 9 points or 8 points, but usually you got that one out of the way and you move on and you try to improve on what you've done in the first heat and try to get your scores up.
Here's some action. And whoa, what was that? Was it Dusty?
It was Dusty. But if you look at a majority of the heats, Frank, you'll notice that 5s and 6s, if you get a 5 and a 6, you know, 11 or 12 points will get you out of majority of the heats. On an average. There definitely will be some heats where we saw Kyle Abelli up into the 15-point range, and Nate Yeoman's up in the 14, so 11 or 12 points would have got you out of that heat. But in saying that, you'll see some guys lose with 15 and a half points because 2 guys have a full ringer of a heat, so you know, can go either way. But average surfing sometimes gets you through it. It looks like a big paddle right here and a big slopey looking wave. Let's see what's, well, looks like Connor Coffin, well overhead wave. Great little layback right there. That was beautiful looking. I'm sure that felt good for Connor Coffin. Big open face layback.
Here's the replay. Nice right-hander going fast and he's hawking.
I like that turn. But it was just a one-turn wave right there, but he had all the speed, all the power, all the flow. So he checked off a couple of the boxes, the criteria right there. Had he been able to combine it with another maneuver, I think that would have gone definitely up into excellent scoring range. Looks like we do have, this is who I think it is. We could have
Thiago Pires.
Legend right there getting ready for his heat.
Yep. Thiago will be surfing against Ricardo Christie from New Zealand and William Cardoso from Brazil.
You know, now looking at all these heats, Frank, they're all stacked.
All of them.
All of them are just stacked. To even get into these 10,000s, you've had to do some serious work in the last couple of years, and a majority of these guys, given their day, they can beat anybody in any heat.
Yep, that was the best 100 surfers on the QS rankings, and here's Marco Giorgi, who belongs in there, and here's why. A bit late. The wave was, well, almost impossible to do that last turn, and here's Pat Gdauskas and coming in stuck as well. You can see that last section, doesn't allow much space.
You know, Pat did a great job right there of really quick reflexes to get those first couple of snaps, but it definitely put him a little late for that last maneuver. Sometimes less is more, and you can maybe try not to do that turn in the middle to really emphasize that last turn on the wave, so the judges really have a big and have a big impression in their brain. But look at that one maneuver wave right there for Connor Coffin, a 6.23 catapults him right up into the lead.
That is the best call.
Yeah, that was a great maneuver, and I really do think the judges nailed that one. That was a relatively large wave and a completely and totally committed turn right there for Connor Coffin. That's a huge confidence booster as well. I'm sure Connor is pretty satisfied with that score on that wave, realizing now that if he just combines a couple of scores, the judges are really into his surfing.
So we can see once again different options. You got a left-hander, it's a bit fat at times, and you got a right-handers kind of running.
Yeah, it seems like, you know, there are sort of stem to stern total closeout waves that some surfers can look at it and say, yeah, I can make some sense out of that. I can get a score out of that. Some of them just completely back away. So you almost have to nearly be playing the players as much as you're playing the waves in contests, because you got to know what your competitor is capable of doing. So there we are, 15 and a half minutes remaining, Frank. So half the heat has gone by right now. And we have not seen a wave in the excellent scoring range. We've seen a couple above average scores. It looks like right there, you know, 5 and a 5.17 or into 6. So a couple of scores right there have posted in the average scoring range, but it's still anybody's game.
And looks like Dusty Payne on his backhand, floating above the leap. He's going to try to connect to the inside on that whitewashy wave, and that was a great last turn. But once again, that's pity, huh?
Yeah, that was unfortunate right there. He wasn't able to ride out of that turn. Had he had a little more speed, I think he would have been able to get out of that concussion. But you can see right here, almost caught between maneuvers right there. It looks like he was going to crack it, then goes for the projecting floater. Nice little snap right there. Sort of has to hop to get back into the inside section. But you're right, Frank. This was a great looking turn right here.
Would have been the best turn of the heat.
It was a beautiful.
Sure.
And unfortunately, right there, goes down. He actually, right where the lip was landing, he collided with that little area right there and fell off in the concussion. As you can see right there on your screen, all the water on the inside is moving pretty sharply to the right. So you're constantly going down the line with the rip on the lefts. The rights are against that grain. Really tricky to ride. To me, the lefts are the game right now, but some of the biggest scores have been already on the rights.
And here's one. Here's a right for Marco Giorgi, who's currently third. He was needing a 4.98, and well, he did the job.
A great flow.
Medium-sized wave.
Yeah, smaller wave right there, but definitely had some nice flow. Boy, I think if Dusty would have been able to nail that last maneuver on that wave, that would have been one of the better waves of the heat. It definitely with the maneuver that the judges would have been looking at. As you see Marco Giorgi right here, just sort of a projecting floater getting down the line, sort of a little half turn right there. This is where he starts to build up some speed right there. Nice little snap. Great little ending section right there. Threw a lot of spray, but as you mentioned, the wave was relatively small. So unfortunately, I think that's going to be sort of going against him.
Didn't allow him to do many turns, many power turns, and Dusty only got a 3.97 for his last ride.
That's unfortunate. I think that would have gone probably in the high 5s or even a low 6 had he been able to stomp that last turn.
So Pierce getting ready. Back in the jersey, he hasn't surfed many heats this year. Thiago.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how he'll do out here. You know, it's all over the place, and sometimes when it's wonky and weird and sort of gnarly, Thiago will stand out. He'll throw up a couple Hail Marys. He'll go for 8s or get 2s, that guy. So let's see what goes on right here.
It's Connor Coffin.
Great little first turn right there. This wave has a lot of opportunity, and also at that same section, Frank, goes down. So really challenging right now to get that last maneuver in while trying to pack in a couple of scores, a couple of turns. But we've also seen Dusty Payne, Pat Gudauskas also fall in that end section, as we see Pat up and riding right here.
Beautiful layback snap, but he also goes down. Wow, they're having a hard time, huh?
There certainly are, except right here, Connor Coffin. That's a great little hack right here in the pocket. He's able to get some time right here to think about this second maneuver. Little stick right there, but tries to jam in that last section, unfortunately going down. And he actually had sort of a better look at that lip than a couple of his other surfers. So, like I said earlier, I'm sure he wishes he had that section over again to try that again.
Maybe he should have been like you said before, huh? Sometimes less is more. Be more patient and wait for that last section instead of going for a turn in between.
As you see the Panda right there, it looks like here's Marco Giorgi up and riding on sort of a frothy one, but nice little hack right there. Get that board speed going again. And now he finishes off a wave, so that's going to help his confidence out right there. But yeah, you're right, Frank, to your point. Maybe in the transition in the middle of Connor Coffin's wave, he could have bypassed that second turn and really focused on stamping sort of an exclamation mark on that last turn to give the judges something to think about. As you see right here, Connor Coffin again on another looking great wave. So he's sort of, been in the spot right lately. Connor Coffin right there from USA. A couple of foam bounces. Great little release out of that little bounce right there as well. He's sitting in the lead right now. As we talked about earlier, a couple of average scores right now would get you through this heat. Pat Kadauskas definitely needs to improve on that 3.47 if he wants to be safe in this heat. Still got quite a bit of time to do it. As you can see the competitors area right there. Well, there's a lot of armchair critics, huh?
There are. 10 minutes on the clock, and a close heat. That one is no big scores so far, like a 6.23 for Connor Coffin. So far the best score in that heat, and Marco Giorgi. That's the replay of his last wave. He's gonna stay below average.
And here's Connor Coffin's last wave. You can see it almost looks like a different surf spot. As he gets a nice little off the lip, a little dig as he comes up into the soup right there. So Connor Coffin keeping the rhythm going though. He's able to catch a couple of nice waves. He went from a great little right to a great little left. Seems to be in a nice flow out there with the water.
So I believe Marco Giorgi got a 3.93, which goes in his top two. And Connor, did he get it? Yeah, he did. 4.37.
But if you notice, look at Marco Giorgi only needs, a 5, a 4.98 to turn this heat, and so does Dusty Payne. So it still is anybody's game. With 8 minutes remaining, Pat Kadauskas is definitely not safe sitting on that 3.4, or that, 3.47.
Nor is Connor.
Truly, he's not. You see Tiago right there. One of the most popular surfers in Europe, definitely in
Legend.
Portugal. Legend, yeah, a legend. Just watching some of the webcasts and the broadcasts over in Europe, I mean, he has just as much, if not more, fan base than some of the, maybe Kelly Slater. So great to see him competing. As you had mentioned a second ago, it doesn't sound like he's been competing that much.
All his life, pretty much. Yeah, Kadauskas asking for some information, and is not comfortable in that heat. He really needs to get a big score to be safe. And look what happened just now. Marco Giorgi just got the best score of that heat, 7.67.
Just like that.
And goes straight into first.
Wow, look at that. Great little, judges were right on. Looks like there's an 8, 5, an 8, a couple of 7.5s. Comes out of 7.67. So Marco Giorgi right there. He was fourth. He was fourth for quite some time in this heat, but had an average score in his line. Catapults himself into the lead. As we see somebody getting ready for our next heat here.
Yes, Adrien Toyon from Réunion Island.
Boy, they've been hit hard lately with those shark attacks. I'm feeling for the surfers out in Reunion Island.
Yeah.
We're seeing a lot of sharks, a lot more sharks too in Santa Cruz lately. I think it's because we've become a marine sanctuary. But right there on your screen, it looks like Marco Giorgi, was sitting on a couple of small scores, 4-5 being his backup score right now, but gets a 7.67. So he's winning by a small margin of 3/4 of a point over Connor Coffin. Now Connor Coffin is in complete jeopardy right now because it looks like Pat Gadowskis only needs a 5.4, and Dusty Payne needs a 6.87. As you see the Panda right there. This big guy is so nimble and so light on his feet. He's really fun to watch.
He was the winner here in 2009.
Really?
First edition, yep.
Something else. We're getting down to it though. We're gonna start to see some defensive surfing here when we get less than 5 minutes. Definitely. You'd hate to see well, I always like watching surfers too come from behind in the last 5 minutes of the heat where they need to score and they get a score. But being in first and second, you're trying to sort of protect your spot. As you see Thiago Perez right there getting ready for this next heat. Another Portuguese surfer there as well.
That's Ribeiro. Yep.
I'd love to hear what they'd be talking about. I guarantee they're talking about something about going out in the water, what to be looking for, what not to be looking for, maybe where to position yourself in the heat, a lineup maybe.
That's it, into the last 5, and still Marco Giorgi in the lead. But
it could go anyway.
Easily 6.87 is call required by Dusty Payne in 4th. It's anyone's game. Dusty from Maui needs big points if he wants to stay on the CT. All those surfers are going to go to Cascais after that event, so they're going to stay in Portugal before heading to Brazil with 2 more QS 10,000. Well, 1 actually before finishing in Hawaii. That was Dusty.
It seems like the wind now is picking up pretty strong. I wouldn't be surprised at all to see some of these surfers start using this air, this wind to do some airs. Their board would really be sticking to their feet. And one big, huge aerial maneuver right now would score really big. It would stand out amongst all the other scores in this heat. The judges have been looking at just traditional surfing this whole heat. They've been looking at a lot of carves, a lot of snaps, a lot of cutbacks. So I think if one of these surfers were able to catapult themselves up into the air and do something spectacular, it would really stand out in the judges' mind. Usually you have a plan A and a plan B going out in these heats, and right now I'm sure Dusty Payne and Pat Gadowskis are looking at their plan B, as you see Pat up and riding right here. And exactly and what I was thinking about.
Takes it. Well, not quite.
I'd go out on a limb right there and say the judges are going to call that a non-make. I would love to have seen him right out of that a little more, show a little more control.
Can you explain the rule? Like, he has to be standing and going 4th.
Yeah, let's see right here. No, you can tell he fell back on that. Not able to ride out in front of that white water and really show the judges that he was in control of that maneuver. But I like where he was going, and I like what he was thinking right there. He definitely needs a little score. Dusty Payne needs a 6.87. I think that would have chiseled away at that, at that top score, that 4.5. And he still needed another score, but we're down to about 2.5 minutes remaining now.
And Dusty's got to find a wave
amongst all of them.
No priority.
Yep. So I wouldn't be surprised right now if Pat and Dusty try to split up, and one go north, one go south, and try to get away from each other.
And here's Pat looking for 5.41, but not the best wave selection this time.
That was sort of just a little cut down. I'm sort of a bizarre maneuver right there. It looked like he might have been caught in between doing a couple of different things, and I actually saw him look back at that wave. I'll say it again. I'm sure he wishes he had that opportunity over again, because that wave definitely had some potential there. Pat only needs, a score of a 5.41, and so it's an average score. Definitely now with 1 minute 35 seconds remaining, has his work cut out for him. As you're going to see some clustering now, Frank. You're going to see the other surfers right now. It's going to be flies on fly paper. They're going to get right on next to these guys. And
You can bet Marco is going to be standing on him.
Yeah, and rightfully so. I mean, this is the game. This is the chess match right now. And Connor Coffin, if anybody, is going to be in the middle of both of them. It looks like he's going to sit next to Pat.
Here they are. They've never been that close in the heat.
Yeah, here we go.
Dusty. Here he is, and once again.
Not much opportunity there at all, but definitely gambling. And this is where you'll see surfers get interferences. They'll go down flying. You know, if they have to, they'll definitely put themselves in jeopardy. Pat Gadowskis, Dusty Payne. In years past, if you didn't have priority, you were a grenade sitting in third and fourth. You could blow up on anybody. It looks like right now.
Marco Giorgi with priority, I believe, going for the back-end floater, and that's about it. He's going to surf in that 30 seconds. And this is it for the surfer from Uruguay. Was about to advance.
You see that backwash right there. Really tricky wave to ride. And some defensive surfing right there from Marco Giorgi to keep, well, Pat obviously went on the right, it looks like. It looks like here's Connor Coffin up and riding.
Great first turn.
Oh.
Nice cut back. And he's going to connect all the way to the inside. Every point is crucial. And looks like Connor and Marco are going to advance to the round 2.
Let's see what Connor was able to do at the start of this wave right here. Great bottom turn. Nice little off the top and releasing of the tail, but I really enjoyed this cutback right here as he's able to crack it off the soup. A full round arc right there from Connor Coffin. He's got really strong fundamentals, and I think that stands out to the judges.
Great fluidity.
And to everybody else. You can obviously tell he grew up on a point break.
Great transitions in between maneuvers, and that makes a big difference nowadays. I know the judges are really looking for fluidity and like good sectioning in between those maneuvers. And let's have a look at the best waves of that heat and that big arc.
Oh, great little turn right there. That comes at a 6.23, so that was one of Connor Coffin's. That was his top scoring wave right here. Here's Marco Giorgi. Again, great surfing right there. Nice little snap right there, and he's actually able to end this wave nicely. And the judges didn't see much of that in this heat, so I think they really rewarded it.
And that was a wave that allowed Marco Giorgi to advance and to win that heat. So he'll be in round 2 along with Connor Coffin. And here's the unofficial result with Marco Giorgi from Uruguay. First with Connor Coffin, second, and this is it for Pat Gadowskis and Dusty Payne. Once again, though, this first round of the QS 10,000 is a real cutthroat.
Thank you so much.
And coming next, Ricardo Christie, William Cardoso, Thiago Pires, and Adrien Toyon. And this is live action with Adrien Toyon from Réunion Island. And we're gonna leave it to Mr. Rich Marsh and Paul Evans.
Sata Azores Pro,
Welcome back. We're up to Heat 5 of round 1. Sata Azores Pro. I'm Paul Evans, joined by Richard Dogmarsh in the booth. Welcome back, Richard.
Thank you. We've just gone and had coffee. We're feeling much better.
Amazing.
Love a little toasty mister.
Ooh, I've got some
And
news.
a
Adrian,
nice-
Adrian Torres, sorry to interrupt you. He's dropped 667. How about that stuff? Adrien.
That is
going
worth
ham.
interrupting me for, Paul. William Condosa just dropped a 3. Great to have the scores back. We can actually give you a little bit more up-to-date information. Here's the man from Reunion Island living in Brits at the moment. Massive turn, beautiful floater there. Geez, he's got a great style. It's silky smooth, isn't it?
Yes, and that's a man that you and I know quite well. We've done a few trips with him. Good lad. Nice guy.
Great guy. Great guy.
Did he get back in through this mid-year rotation you were talking about earlier then? Because we didn't see him in the 10,000s earlier on.
He's just on the edge. A lot of guys got through on the reserve list for this event.
Okay.
We had quite a few no-shows. He is the man in red, Ricardo Christie, of course, his rookie year on the CT. He's had a mixed year. I mean, it's actually been heartbreak for him. He surfed so well in a couple of heats, but just hasn't managed to beat another. Like, the CT surface just seemed to rise, and he's got great scores, but just hasn't got through the heats. It's been a funny year for him.
Yeah, it's tough, isn't it? It's tough getting on that CT. The rookie, yeah, he did well here last year. One of the big entertainers of the crowd. A high energy guy, good fun guy, Ricardo Christie. Good to be around. So score drops in for Adrien. He drops a 4.33. And here we go, William Cardoso. He's a big unit, isn't he?
He's a chunk of a human. Well, actually, he's staying in the same place as me, and I knocked on the wrong door, and he came to the door, and it dead set gave me a fright. Here's the replay. The man in blue, Reunion Island. Nice swooping top turn there. Straight back into the lip. Airdrop, that was great surfing. Look, that's what you can expect from Adrian Tron. I think you'll see him the back half of this year, I should say, being really aggressive and just attacking every chance he gets. Another beautiful airdrop there. As the tide drops out, you're going to see it get a little bit suckier, I think.
Yeah, I guess he's kind of, whoa, let's go back live action, and it's Ricardo Christie. Almost looked like, it's the replay, excuse me. We're going to replay of that last wave of our Kiwi, the CT surfer in red. Yeah, Adrian is kind of surfing without the pressure, I guess. He's not really trying to put through a qualification run, is he, in all earnest? So he's just having fun. He's got a spot in the event, see if he can do some damage.
Look, I think that's when he's dangerous. You know, I think when Adrian has low expectations of himself, I've noticed in the past he puts a lot of pressure on himself. And I think if he can just go out there and surf his sort of natural game, I'd say, which is to be aggressive. Look, he's a brilliant surfer, Adrian Tron, and let's hope he can get some waves in this heat. Here is the Portuguese prince, Tiago Perez, going down there in a last manoeuvre. He had to force that turn. I think that wasn't going to be a score without a finish, so that was probably what he needed to do.
Yeah, and this year, Tiago, obviously we haven't seen as much of him. He's had a bit of time off, hasn't he? He's been doing a few trips. He's just started a family. Seems like he's in a happy place.
He's doing whatever he wants by the sound of things. It sounds like a pretty good place to be in. Look, and so he should. He's deserved it. He's been an absolute warrior through his entire career, and he is enjoying the glory years, as we call them.
Ricardo Christie, interesting choice of wave selection. And when I say interesting, I mean not very good.
Yeah, look, I'm throwing my hands up there in dismay. Look, this is what lets Ricardo down. I feel like the start of his heat gets very impatient and sort of forces the point. And we've spoken to this point earlier today. You really do need to have sort of a better wave selection in the first 10 minutes. You don't want to be chasing scores in the last 5.
Yeah.
And he hasn't started this heat very well at all, you know, with a 2.6 and a 1.5.
Tiago Sakapirish live action. Here he goes in yellow, the Portuguese tiger, slicing and dicing. And he looks a little bit, he hasn't quite got his feet in the right place on his body. He's been a bit off balance on his opening waves.
Oh, that was very strange fall off and uncharacteristic from Tiago. You know, if one thing Tiago is very consistent, especially in waves like this. This is actually a good conditions for Tiago, and he always does well here.
Except for last year where he lost first heat.
Yeah.
Told you I'd get you back, didn't I?
Yeah, you did.
Told you.
Nice bottom turn here. He takes a nice top turn there, a lot of spray, finds the lip here, and then he's going back up onto the face. Just a nice little wraparound, and yeah, very strange fall off. And I think he had an inside section there. That could have been potentially a score that he's let go. And here is Adrian Turon, the man from Reunion, a quick in and out of a wave. That's not going to help his scoreline at this moment.
He's not gone the pony. It's kind of loose and it's flowing and it's just draining. The water's draining off the back of that fantastic air. Is Carlos Munoz here? I don't think, is he?
Yes,
Carlos
Munoz
is
here.
Adrian's probably got the second best hair in this event. And here he goes. Let's have a look at the replay. Goes for that backhand float on the Ferk session. Gets a bit caught behind. He'll flick off, make his way into the lineup. 22.5 on the clock.
Yeah, looking out the window now, you can see the wind's come up quite a bit. It's switched around. It's a little bit more crossy offshore, but the tide's dropped quite a lot. You can see that. It's just it's got a little bit more volume in the lip out there now, and that's where the scores are going to be. They're going to have to take on that lip, especially in the last manoeuvre.
Bit of an advantage for these guys as well, because they've seen a few heats. You know, you're up in the first couple of heats, you don't get a lot of a chance to get a good read on conditions or what's scoring. Here we go, back to live action. It's Adrien again getting busy, smashes that one vertical, and he'll clip this section again. I don't think he's going to get another section. He'll kick out. He's been pretty busy with his wave catching.
Yeah, look, he's going to work on that 4.5. I'm not too sure about this one. Look, it's a beautiful turn though, isn't it? He sort of pops over that, gets it nice and vertical, 12 o'clock, gets another little tee off there. Nice turn, nothing too dramatic. Look, I think he should be sitting and waiting and building on his high score. Look, it is a 10,000. They're very competitive heats, and you can see by most of the scores, they're 12s plus if you're going to get through a heat. So you need 6 and aboves, and that's what the sort of waves they should be looking for.
All right, so we are up to heat 5 of round 1, straight down to business on the first day of the waiting period, and we're hoping to smash through this round and go all day. I know I'm hoping to go all day.
Yeah,
you up for that?
Oh, gee, that scared me. There's a drone flying into view. Look at this last heat. Massive upset in my mind. I mean, it was stacked heat. Marco Giorgio, Connor Coffin, P. Gudang and Dusty Payne. Who would have thought the current CT surfers going out of that one, Paul?
Yeah, and where's Marco Giorgio been the last couple of years? It seemed like 4 years ago, he was kind of everywhere, and in the later stages of most events, he's gone a bit quiet.
Yeah, he's made an impact this year, though, hasn't he, Marco?
He's back.
I don't know a whole lot about him, but, I've seen him surf quite a few heats, and he's just been really aggressive. I just felt like he's taken that, well, I've got nothing to lose, especially against a quality field like that. That's a stacked heat.
Yeah, absolutely. So he'll be happy with his work there, getting through. Dusty Payne and Patrick Gadauskas, they'll bow out. So these 4-man heats, no respect for reputation whatsoever. It really is roll up your sleeves and get dirty out there. And at the moment, the dirtiest of our 4 surfers is Adrien Toyon. And he strode down that 667. He's just catching a few too many waves. If you had an earpiece, would you just tell him, just calm down a bit?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he's seen him catch another 3 waves, and he hasn't helped his scoreline at all. Well, he did. I lie. It was a 4.53, so he's helped his scoreline by a half a point, or not even under half a point. So, no, I don't think that's the right way to go. And there is some pretty good waves out there. You look out the window, you can see it's a little bit everywhere. It's quite a big playing field. And as you can see now, the competitors aren't sitting next to each other at all, and that's with priority. So they've spread themselves out. Like I did mention before, there seems like there's 3 banks, and you can sort of move between the 3 banks, and I think that's what you'll find. The guy with priority or second priority will be sitting on the more consistent one, and the guys with 3rd and 4th priority, they'd hedge their bet on the other banks.
All right, so that is the beach here at Santa Barbara, Praia Santa Barbara on the north coast of San Miguel Island in the beautiful Azores Islands. What a lovely place to come for a surf event. But at the moment, there's Timmy Ray's there, it's waxing up, getting ready, getting psyched, getting in the zone. He'll be coming up pretty soon. Looking forward to seeing him surf, see what he can do out here. How's his year going?
Yeah, he's had a patchy year. Great surfer, though. Here is William Cardosa. Quick in and out. Yeah, Timmy Ray's is one of those really interesting surfers, though. I'm a huge fan. I don't know a whole lot about him, but I've seen him surf in a lot of events. He's always a wild card. He can either go out first round or just go on a tear and just dominate the event. We've seen him do it a couple of times this year. He surfed really well over in Bolito this year. He's been, he's just I feel like he's a really mature surfer, and just his manoeuvre selection's excellent. Like, he's been around for such a long time. He's just learned a lot of lessons, and he seems to sort of take those lessons into each event.
All right, there you go on your screen, your heat leader, Adrien Toyon. And he's sitting on that 667 and a 463. There's Thiago Sacapires, of course, a national hero in Portugal. They love this man. And he's looking for a 561. He's running the boardies, which I like a lot. He's gone for the board shorts, which is the correct choice.
Yeah, interesting start to this heat. William Cardoso sitting on a 6.53. We unfortunately didn't get to see that wave. Adrian with a couple of reasonable scores. Thiago and Richard Christie are probably looking at a reset at this point. At around the 17 minutes to go, they haven't had any real scores that are going to get them through this heat at the moment. So,
yeah, their work is all left to do, isn't it, at this stage? And, yeah, Ricardo, he's dealing this year with, I guess, obviously being on the CT, stepping down into these. I mean, I say stepping down, it's not really stepping down in level, but how have you got to get your mind different for surfing? Obviously, 4-man heats in itself, that'll be the major difference in these early rounds.
yeah, it's a little bit tricky, but, I mean, he's not the first surfer and he won't be the last to do it. I personally think any rookie going into the CT that doesn't try to do at least quite a few of the 10,000 events is crazy. We can see quite a few CT surfers here. He's the man we're talking about right now in red from New Zealand, Richard Christie. Beautiful style, strong, and I've jinxed him.
Yeah, he looked like he didn't really want that last manoeuvre. He kind of had a wee nibble at it and went, nah.
I just couldn't see him falling off on this. It was a nice bottom turn. He placed the board well, just dropped it there, collected that speed, took it down the line.
Cameraman knew what was coming, just panned away. Yeah. There's nothing to see here, folks.
He's fallen
There's
off.
nothing to see here.
I can't work out how he fell off there. It looked like a pretty straightforward up and down turn, and it was a reasonable wave. The first manoeuvre, he got a little bit wobbly at the end, but he controlled the speed and took it down the line, and he knew that's where the money was in the last turn.
Thiago
fell off.
Thiago Pires just carving, gets a little bit bogged, but he recovers, and he's coming onto a section. He's not got his eye in really so far this morning, is he? He's just not quite hitting his hitting those sweet spots.
Yeah, he just looked like he forced all those manoeuvres. He didn't quite get a clean first turn, and you know that's what happens when your first turn's a bit messy. Here he is. He double pumps off the bottom. He's got to deal with a competitor in his way and a bump. That manoeuvre there just got drawn out a little bit too long, so he got up here a little bit late. Look, that was a reasonable score. It actually looked better on the replay. I just thought the first turn was a little bit long. He sort of needed to cut it a bit shorter.
Yeah, it almost looked like a side wave came while he was on his bottom turn, didn't it? Just knocked him a bit more under the back foot, something like that. Just unseated him a bit, then he had to deal with the paddler. So, yeah, Thiago Pires there. He needs a 5 to move up to second. Just over 14.5 remaining. Score comes in as a 4.5. It does go in this top 2, but he's still in the same position. And it's Toyon and Cardoso. That is your 1-2. Heat number 5 of round 1. And yeah, we are hoping to go all the way through this round here today. Forecast is looking very promising for later on in the week. So we are hoping to get improving conditions. We've got plenty of swell. We've just got a bit of wind at the moment too.
Yeah, the waves are going to be pretty good this week. We've got variable winds, which is pretty normal. Like, we're in the middle of the ocean out here in every meaning of the word. We're a speck in the middle of the ocean. And, you know, the wind comes, it goes. It's so hard to predict the swell out here. I just gave up, actually, and I just talked to Rodrigo because I get it wrong every time. But it does look like there's swell all week.
Have you seen that movie, Life of Pi, where the guy gets shipwrecked and he's in a boat with a tiger?
Correct.
I read the book on the way out here. I haven't seen the movie, but I read the book. I actually almost kind of got a bit seasick myself. Thought about eating like kind of seagull livers and sort of raw claws of albatrosses and things like that. Made me feel a bit queasy.
Brilliant movie. I could see it again.
So I'm slightly off topic, but I just thought I'd ask
very
on
random,
air.
Very random of you.
Yeah. No, good book though, good book. And his name's Pi, Piscine is his name. It's called Swimming Pool.
Right.
Anyway, moving along. Yeah, more new movie news coming up later at the moment. in the surface, 13 on the clock, and it is Toyon and Cardo. So I'm not going to say it's been a nervy start from Tiago, but he's just not quite found his form. And Cardi Christie, the guy on the CT, is on fire here last year. Just not quite had a wave yet, offering up the potential where the uncharacteristic fall off. And is he going to rue those errors as we check out some of our competitors? Oh, I like that. I like to see guys going those. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Going through the motions.
Look at that. A little bit of competitive area warm-up action there. Yeah, interestingly enough, Ricardo Christie is around the hundreds in the QS, so he has a lot to do on that tour, and he's not looking too solid on the CT at the moment either. So he's in that shaky area with a lot of pressure on him in these last few events. Luckily for him, there's quite a few events left in the back half of this year, but still, he'd be desperate for a result. He doesn't want to have to go. Nobody wants to have to go in Hawaii needing a result.
Yeah, so qualification at stake, but also something else comes into play here in the Azores. This is the first of the Portuguese Wave Series. It's a 3-event series. It's this event here, the Sata Azores Pro. It's the Billabong Pro Cascais, and of course the Rip Curl in Peniche. And those 3 events, best 2 results, someone's going to win a whole heap of dough.
It's amazing, isn't it? It's I love those bonuses, and there's sort of like 2 like leaderboards going on at the same time. It makes it really exciting, and it's a great thing for Portuguese surfing.
Here goes Tiago looking for a lip, finds one. He'll smash that. Can't find another section to open up for him. I wonder if does it extend to commentators as well, like the best commentator over the 3 events?
Oh, maybe. Gee, that was a nice turn from the Kiwi. Beautiful little surf. He just got a bit milky at the end there, but the first turn he absolutely tagged it, and that's part of Richard Christie's surfing. He's really aggressive off the top.
Yeah, so let's have another look. We're looking at this angle. He's surfing down the beach a bit. Nice turn there from the Kiwi. And from here it went, didn't offer him much to do. If he hadn't, that first turn was really good. If he had another section, that would have seriously improved the situation. Let's let the score drop in. He needs a 6.66. He needs the sign of the beast to move up. 10:20 on the clock. So this one started off reasonably busy. It's gone a bit quiet in the middle, and I think, like you said, everyone's kind of thinking now they need to get a bit more selective about which ways they want to get, and they're not going unless they're thinking about posting a 6 at least.
Yeah, look, but I sort of feel like they wasted the first 10 minutes of the heat. Obviously, Adrian and William got that 6 that's still sitting in their scoreline. The other guys didn't capitalise on that fast start, so I'm not too sure if that's the right strategy in these kind of conditions.
There we go. So that's a view of our lineup here. And just got this, kind of moderate to brisk onshore coming around the corner. It cleans up a wee bit. We've got a little bit of shelter from this kind of northeast wind in this bay here at Praia Santa Barbara, because we are on the north coast of the island of São Miguel. Yeah, a beautiful place it is to be.
Yeah, no, it really is a wicked island, this, isn't it? It's sort of got a bit of everything. It's got that whole nature. Porto Delgado is a beautiful city with just, it has got such a nice vibe to it. Down there, the council building and a few of the older buildings are just really pretty. They've got a good feel.
I went looking for the Azores bullfinch last year, didn't see one. It's the only endemic species to the island. It's a little finch.
Right. Did you take binoculars?
I did bring my binoculars with me, actually, yeah. I actually did.
A British bird watcher, Paul, you never cease to amaze me.
I was actually bird watching day before yesterday at RSPB Conwy in North Wales. An estuary there, saw a rough. Here goes Adrian Toyon on a right-hander. He gets a little white water foam climb maneuver, and then this one goes into kind of a weird little funky double up. Yeah, that's not really... When he took off on that wave, that wasn't really what I was expecting to happen. That one went weird.
Yeah, it did. It sort of shortened up on him, that one. Look, I think the middle turn was a good one, though. He got the fins in and he drove it around nice and low, threw a lot of spray, stayed in the pocket. The end turn, he just needed it to sort of lengthen out a little bit. Here's the replay. He comes from behind, which the judges like. He finds the little climb there and wraps it around. and then gets a finish. No.
Did he maybe miss that second section? He could have come to that a bit earlier and hit some lip.
Oh, I think he got caught up a little on the foam climb, but it was a hard wave. It had a big, long bump in it. I think he surfed it well. The wave just didn't cooperate. Yeah, tough break for Adrian because it looked really good on the takeoff, didn't it?
Yep, so we are just over 7 minutes, 40 seconds now. It is still France, Brazil, you 1-2. Toyon, Cardoso, and Perez and Christie with it all left to do. But they're not a whole long way back. Perez just looking for that 5.04. Very much capable of that, the veteran. And Ricardo Christie, rookie on the WCT, looking for 4.81. There is Thiago. Well, he's such an experienced competitor. He'll be needing to draw upon this kind of experience here. I'm not sure how serious he is about qualification points, but he's surfing for pride as well. He's representing his country.
Oh, he loves it. He's a warrior, Thiago, and you know, he's got such a lot of respect on the CT and the QS and just the surfing community in general.
Bang! There goes Cardoso. Got a quick hit in backside and the wave shut down. So just one turn for the big Brazilian. And that is
deadly.
Yeah.
Deadly backhand, William Cardoso. Absolutely deadly backhand. He surprised all of us a lot of times in small left-handers. Here's the man from Reunion. Oh, he's got twisted up there. That looked ugly.
Yeah, he saw that ramp, didn't he? As soon as he take off, you could see he was going for that air. He had that high line, all the speed. He's going into the wind, so the wind favourable there for him for that forehand air reverse. Didn't quite get the rotation. The board flips over. He'll make his way back out. I don't think either of those last waves is going to do much to our score. Well, Cardoso actually had a 3, didn't he, as his low score? Let's see if the judges thought he improved on that with that one nice turn backhand.
Yeah, look, it's going to be interesting. You know, he does, but not enough. Look, if you're holding a 3, you can't feel too confident going into the last 5 minutes, and it's just under 6 minutes now, so they're getting close to that stage. It's been a strange heat. It's been quite hard to find the right wave. It's a nice turn as he just didn't get another chance to tee off.
He really is a strapping young man, isn't he? I feel sorry for the wave when he lays into it. Here goes Toyon. It's a replay of him. What went wrong in this air?
Everything.
Okay.
You know, he didn't quite get the right angle off the bottom. He got to the lip a little bit late, and that projected him out instead of up. Yeah, look, it wasn't even close. I'm not too sure if Adrian should have been on that wave. Being the heat leader and sitting on the highest wave of the heat and the third highest wave or fourth highest wave of the heat, he should be really trying to throw out his 4.5, and he's not going to do that in the closeout.
And you done a bit of coaching with him in the past. Is he a good pupil? Is he medium or not so good? Well, you're pulling a bit for the benefit of everyone tuning in. Richard's pulling a little bit of a face.
Yeah.
He can be honest, he won't mind.
He's a little bit hard to coach. He's a great kid, and I really enjoy any time I spend with him.
Hard to coach, he doesn't listen, or?
No, I just feel he's got very much his own style.
Right.
And any slight adjustments to that style are quite hard for him to put into place. And a lot of these things, when you're dealing with a surfer as good as Adrian, they're things like heat execution, strategies you come up with together, and he has to implement that strategy in a pressure situation, which is a heat.
Yeah.
He has trouble with that, and I think we're seeing that right now.
It's mental toughness.
Well, yeah, it's hard to put your finger on. I mean, a sports psychologist would be a better person to speak to about this than me, but pressure does strange things to people, and you're seeing in this heat, Thiago Perez, he can get a 5 standing on his head, and he's having a lot of trouble finding the right wave. And he's dropped his priority there. I think he had second priority at the time.
That's not what you want to see, is it? Someone scratching for a wave who needs a score and then not even managing to catch the wave. So it's not like he decided not to go. He just didn't get on it. Thiago, he needs a 5.64. 3.5 minutes to go. Adrian is still in the lead. Toyon out of Reunion Island. Been living in southwest France for a few years. And he is surfing blue there, the right of your picture, and that's Thiago Perez in the yellow on the left of your picture. He's currently in 3rd position. Ricardo Christie back in 4th place. Oh, we're going to have some drama at the end of this. Here goes Ricardo Christie, looking for 5.41, or better, of course. Couple of backhand maneuvers, but it's all a bit unconvincing, isn't it, from the Kiwi?
I didn't mind that, Paul.
Okay.
I thought he found the lip. It was a smaller wave, but the waves have been pretty inconsistent. There was a flurry at the start. There was 2 good sets. Since then, it's been really scrappy. I look out the front. They're sort of spread out again. Some are sitting more down onto the rocks, onto the right-hand side of us, and a couple guys have gone down. So the right-hand side, there seems to be predominantly a right, and then there's a peak out the front. Look, I thought that was a really well-surfed wave, but it was quite a small wave.
Yeah, 287 was his low score, 473 is high. The score, the number that's important is 5.41. Is it going to be better? We'll find out after we check out William Cardoso on his favoured backhand. And again, he just needed another section, didn't he?
Oh, that was a brilliant bottom turn. You could see the chop coming up the face, and we've seen Thiago catch a couple rails off the bottom, Adrian as well. You just saw William just drive through that bump on the bottom of the wave. It's like he didn't even notice it was there. He found the lip. Unfortunately for him, he didn't get another section to tee off. Yeah, that was a shame.
Scoring 4.47 for Christie. It's not what he needed. Under 2 minutes to go, a 4.47. He's still looking for 5.41.
Yeah, look, the judges have made it clear that they're looking for a bigger size wave. Here he is. He's backing it up. 2 quick manoeuvres. Again, it has a little bit bigger wave, but the first turn he had to cut short so he could fit in the second turn. It was a nice finish, but I think the first turn was a half turn. With no fault of his own, it was a well-surfed wave, but a tricky wave to get the score he'll need. It'll be interesting to see what happens here.
Cardoso just winds off the bottom as we check out that replay. Cannot get another section. It's not really cooperated with the big Brazilian. And just over a minute to go. Is Thiago Pires going to be out in the first round? Can he pull something out the bag? If he is, he needs to do it quickly. He's looking for a 5.64. Christie looking for 4.51. This man Cardoso in second place. And he just seems to be getting a lot of one section waves, does William?
Yeah, he's down on the right-hand side of us, which is, it's got a little bit more volume in the wave, but it's closing out a lot more. He's taken that option. Look, he's trying to find the little right-hand runner along the rocks. He's looking for a reform here. He's desperate to find another manoeuvre, and does. Wow, this is coming down to a very tight finish. It's going to be interesting to see what Ricardo's last wave gets.
Yeah, it's not going to be enough. He's going to come in short. Don't think it will go in this top 2. Just waiting for the last judge to throw down. It's a 4.43. Doesn't change a whole lot. Unchanged situation. 20 on the clock. Christie still looking for 5.41. Pires looking for 5.64. 15 seconds to go now. It looking pretty good for Adrien Toyon and William Cardoso. Here is a replay of the last wave of the Brazilian in white. I don't think this is going to change a whole lot. Decent first manoeuvre. And then he lay down, didn't he? Went looking for this inside. And, I mean, you can't fault his tenacity here. Hung all the way in, bang that inside section. There he is, just waiting for confirmation of his fate. But unofficially, it's Toyon Cardoso 1-2.
Yeah, look, very low scoring heat. We were just talking about the average. It's 12 plus. And that heat, you know, Thiago Pires, the Portuguese prince, has got himself an 8.43. That's a very low score for him. He will be very disappointed in that heat. Here's the recap, and that first set made a big difference to the outcome of this heat, Paul.
Yeah, it really did, didn't it? And some nice variety there from Adrian, using both rails, changing direction. I like the kind of tempo of his surfing here. Some nice spray. He's got that trademark kind of buttery style. And as you said, he pretty much got it done early on, and it was pretty much enough, wasn't it? He got the left-hander too. Cardoso as well came out pretty strong, and a 6 for each of these guys is like the only really decent thing to happen.
That's right, and they hung on to that lead for the rest of the heat. I don't think Adrian did himself any favours by getting busy after that, but in the end, it didn't hurt either. This is Thiago's wave. He'd be kicking himself. He could have surfed this better. There was another manoeuvre in that, and the first turn he got a little bit caught up on. I think if he would have surfed that as Thiago normally would, that potentially was the high score of the heat.
All right, well, there it is. It's Toyon and Cardoso officially going through as Yuan 2. And we will be powering on into Heat 6.
apanhar seca numa fila também quer dizer Bollywood. O otimismo sabe melhor. Small, sentes?
All right, official results on your screen. Adrien Toyon from France advancing in first place. William Cardoso from Brazil, former CT surfer in second. Christie and Perez bow out. So bad news for Portugal. This heat 6 in the water right now. Davy Caffels, the Aussie, got very close last year, didn't he, on this tour? Timmy Reyes from America, Pedro Enrique and Azume Batero from Brazil.
Yeah, Davy Castles, great surfer from North Narrabeen on the northern beaches of Australia. I'm a huge fan. He's super solid natural footer. Got a great snap on him. Beautiful turn here from the Brazilian. Nice. Pedro Enrique, 2 turns. Look, this opening exchange, if it's anything like the last heat, could be very important, Paul.
Yeah, absolutely. 30-minute heats, but you can get your business done in the first few minutes, and if it all goes kind of quiet, then it's definitely, you'd much rather be in front when the ocean goes quiet. So there's Tim Reyes on your screen, the American surfer in white, known as the Charger, but he's got a pretty good game in the beach breaks too. And that is Pedro Enrique of Portugal in yellow. And he just had that opening wave there, and it's a really good score dropping in. He did a couple of great looking maneuvers. Highest score so far of the event, of the morning, 7.33 drops in. That's got to be a good feeling here, and that score read out.
Yeah, look, he's on a tear too. Of course, he just won the Quicksilver Pro down in Casablanca in Morocco a week ago. It's been a really good leg for the Europeans, actually. There was an event up in Lacanau, 3.5 star, or 3.5 thousand points, I should say. And then they ran down into Anglet, and then it was Pantin, and then over to Morocco, and then the guys that had the right ratings after those events got to come here. So you could get yourself in a really good rhythm or a bad rhythm, depending on how your season's gone. He has got himself in a very good rhythm with a win in Morocco a few weeks back. Oh, he's gone for it there. I was never looking good though. Might not have picked the right manoeuvre for that section. It's a tricky wind for an air. Sort of going up the face a little bit. It's not really your traditional air wind for your front side, that's for sure. He hasn't really hit the lip at the right angle there. But if you start with the 7.33, you might as well have a crack.
Timmy Reyes looking to get out in the open face and doesn't. So, yeah, a quick in and out there. And here goes Cathals in red. And he'll fang that first turn off the top, and he'll tag that thing again. And judges do like to see that quick kind of counter-punch rhythm, don't they, on those manoeuvres?
Yeah, look, he's a dangerous surfer, Davy Castles. It was a shame to see season wrap up last year without qualifying. He came into Hawaii looking good. Beautiful 2 turns. I mean, look, he really forced the issue, but he made it look natural. And I think that's the important thing when, that's a one manoeuvre section. But you obviously get a lot more points if you can do 2. And he made them fit and look like they were meant to fit.
Yeah, so there we go. Yeah, Cathals, he did well in Cascais, didn't he? And I remember he wasn't even entered for there was a Brazilian event, wasn't there? Prime Off, he wasn't even entered into it, and he was real close to qualifying. So, yeah, he got real close, and I'd love to see that guy go all the way, because he's definitely he just brings something a little different to the table.
Yeah, look, he's a great... So I feel like he's that very traditional surfer from North Narrabeen. He's super aggressive, in and out of heats, and just through his manoeuvres, he's a very committed surfer, and a great young guy to be around. I'm a massive fan. He's over here with his father at the moment, and I think all the competitors enjoy coming here. It's a real sort of slowdown from your normal big city event. It's got a real country laid-back feel to this. You do a lot of free surfing around the event.
Eat some good cheese.
Yeah, you eat a lot of cheese. A lot
really
of
nice,
cheese.
Really good. Good dairy farming here in the Azores. Of course, the milk famed for its quality throughout Portugal and the world. Here goes Azume Batero out of Brazil in blue, the Goofy on a right hand. A nice looking first section. He'll crack that lip. He almost went a bit too hard on that first turn.
Well, I think we were just mentioning that with Davey. they are trying to force 2 manoeuvres into a sort of a 1 manoeuvre wave. That was probably the case here too. He probably saw something down the line. He was thinking if he could get up, nail this, and then bottom turn around this section, he might get a second opportunity. It was never going to happen, but it was probably worth a shot. It was quite a large wave, and that's what the judges are looking for.
All right, 24 to go. Half an hour heats here. We're up to heat 6. This is round 1. It's a men's QS 10,000, the Sata Azores Pro. They don't come any bigger than this on the qualifying series, and we are starting to get down to that business end of the season where it all gets a bit serious. And as Richard was saying earlier, nobody wants to be going into Hawaii still needing a result or some results. So big, important leg, this European leg, and this event. And the next one, the cash case, of course, making up part of that Portuguese Wave Series trophy. 3 events along with the WCT event. Obviously, it's my personal favourite time of the year, Richard. I love it. Can't get enough Portugal.
Yeah, look, Portugal is great.
I would say that while I'm actually here, of course.
It's a pleasure to come down here.
Yeah.
We always look forward to it. It's always a good mix-up. And we always get reasonable waves. I mean, last year, Carcavelos for the Billabong event, it was huge. I mean, a couple of days at Guincho were absolutely enormous. Who can forget Italo Ferrero's heroics last year?
Oh, my goodness.
And here too, the Azores, we had a couple of days last year that were seriously perfect. The left-hander in the middle of the beach. A couple of the mornings, it was barrels. I saw a guy get at least a 5-second barrel. I think it was Wiggly, actually, get a 5-second stand-up barrel up there. I remember Adam Milling getting a couple of crackers out the front. I mean, we always get good waves in this leg, and I think that's what makes it fun.
Yeah, we are in the middle.
And the cheese.
And the cheese and the milk. All of the dairy produce. We're pretty much in the Middle Atlantic Ocean. We're on the Middle Atlantic Ridge. We're quite a long way from the Portuguese mainland. Something like just over a 2-hour flight. Well worth it. If you're going to fly somewhere 2 hours from Lisbon, make it the Azores, because it's worth coming to. Let's have a look at what's happened in the recent past on this tour. Of course, the Azores Pro, Brazil, very strong. Filipe Toledo taking that out in Trestles, and then back over in Brazil, the Quicksilver Sacarima Pro, Alex Ribeiro. In Balito, it was Alejo Muniz. And then the US Open of surfing, my favorite person in the whole world, Hiroto Ohara, best speech ever.
It's brilliant to see. And here is the current ratings. Wow, isn't that interesting? I mean, Alex Ribeiro, what a tear of a year he's had. He's absolutely 17,850. He's close to qualifying already. I mean, the rumour is, and this of course is a rumour, it's not a certainty, but they say up around the 18,000 points will get you close to that qualification mark in 2015. Again, that's not official. That's just what they're sort of saying around the beach and what we're picking up. And he's close to that already. So he's got to be feeling pretty good about the start of this year.
And I saw Ryan Callanan, one of your young chargers, his name on that list, coming in 6th at the moment. Was he 6th?
Yep. He is
pretty strong.
He's doing really well. Ryan's had a good year so far. It's been consistent rather than stellar, I think.
Right.
But I feel like Ryan's building. Obviously, he's a great surfer, and I feel like he's finding his feet on this tour at the moment.
Yeah. How do you keep him sort of hungry? How do you keep him fired up? Seems like a really relaxed guy. Do you need to fire him up? Do you need to get him to challenge himself? Give us a bit of insight there.
No. Ryan's very self-motivated. He's on this tour because he wants to be on this tour, and he wants to challenge himself, and he wants to step up to the CT and really challenge himself in the which is the pinnacle of our sport. He's very committed to competitive surfing. He's just one of those kids that can kind of do it all. So he steps into obviously incredible roles with Kai Neville, etc. He's done all the movie parts.
That was mental.
He's just, and so people ask me that quite a bit. Ryan, he can free surf. Ryan, he can do that, but I think he's really committed to competitive surfing, and he's got goals that he wants to reach, and the CT's definitely on his list. I think it's just the start of his list too. Watch out, that kid could end up anywhere.
All right, looking forward to seeing him coming up later on. At the moment, out in the water, it's Tim Reyes and Pedro Henrique. That's your 1-2, USA and Portugal. Tim Reyes with a 4.93 and a 3.67, so nothing crazy.
Interesting, and he's sitting on top of the heat. It's been very funny scores, isn't it? And Pedro Enrique, but he's back up to 1.
All right, yeah, that's exactly why he's only in second at the moment. Here goes the Brazilian Botero. And he's done that a few too many times for my liking. He seems to come to these sections a bit late, and he's not stomping anything.
Yeah, that was a strange manoeuvre. He really had to square up the bottom turn. He sort of went sideways into that manoeuvre and did a bit of a windscreen wiper. He really had to get his back foot down, get the board 12 o'clock. He wasn't that late if he would have done the manoeuvre correctly. I just feel like he didn't really tee off in the right way. So a little lost opportunity, still only one manoeuvre. I think the judges are looking for a little more than that, and I think the waves are better than that.
Yeah, he goes a heat leader, Tim Ray, just slashing that first turn, and he seemed to take an eternity on his second bottom turn. That lip was there, just standard. Don't try and be too clever, just hit it, get in, get out. But he just seemed to, well, you tell me what happened on the replay.
Well, it's a smaller wave, and it's been really small through this heat. He just caught his rail there. I mean, he didn't have a lot of options. You can see it quite fat after that. So he's done a deep bottom turn so he could find the lip. But he got there a little bit late, caught a rail. Very tricky conditions right now. You look at the screen and look out the window. It feels like it's dropped about a half a foot or a foot and a half. Here, these little inside runners. He surfed this wave well. That was well done, but geez, it's a small wave.
Yeah, I think he's starting to feel the pressure from not really making any of those hits that he's trying in the lip. So he just got himself busy on a smaller wave, almost even just for his confidence, if not anything else. Here goes Botero. He'll snap up 2 quick hits on the lip. This is not going to be of major significance points-wise. The judges not loving these in-between waves.
No, but I think, he's probably realised there's been such a long lull. Look, here's a set finally coming. We've got a wave. Well, it's... Wow.
He came so close. He almost did the hard part, didn't he?
Wow, he just landed a little bit flat, but he compressed well. He sucked this up. He just didn't ride out of it. Nice setup work here. Finds the lip. Beautiful timing. So close.
He looked like he had it.
So close. And that was on a little bit bigger wave too. So, yeah, look, shame there. Lost opportunity for the Brazilian surfing out of Portugal.
There we go. Under 17 gone in this one. Sorry, under 17 to go in this one. And it's Davey Cathles who's gone up into the lead. His last score drops in. It's 4.77. So we've got a change at the top. Enrique's still in second. Of course, he's got that 7.33, a very strong position, but he's only got a 1.37 as a backup. And here goes Cathles, your new heat leader. And he was just desperately looking for some lip. The wave doesn't cooperate. And he'll kick out, make his way back into the lineup. So a little bit of a change up there at the top.
Yeah, that's interesting, isn't it? Here's Davey. Finds the lip there. Wow, it's really tricky out there right now. The wind's come up a little bit more. It's a bit of a devil wind.
Oh! Whoa. Tube ride for Tim Race.
That was cool.
Super cash there from the Californian. He just took off, saw that section present itself. I've not really seen anyone pull in. I mind surfed that section of Marlon's wave, but Timmy Ray's actually doing the real thing. Here he goes. Let's see. Pulls in here, gets a little pump, and just times it. Doesn't need to pump, just stays behind that little curtain. It's going to help a situation. He had a 3.67 as a backup. Well, let's see if it does. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. See what the judges thought of that. 15.5 on the clock.
Yeah, interesting heat this. You've got Pedro Enrique still sitting in second place with his 7.33, and then he's won. He would have desperate to make that air reverse. It would have obviously put him into first place. Davey Castle's sitting in the lead, but we're talking sub-10s. At a QS 10,000 sub-10s, it just shows how difficult the conditions are, particularly in this heat.
Yeah, he really looked like he had that air reverse kind of done. He'd rotated his board. Look, it almost looked like he dropped his head at the end of the maneuver and let his head go low, and I don't know, who knows. Anyway, here he goes. Your second place surfer, Ian Yellow, going backhand this time. I tell you what, I mean, I love his energy level. I love he's got that springy kind of stance, hasn't he? But he's just not really finding sections to cooperate for him. He just needs a backup score.
Oh, look, I think he's done that. He only needs a 2.6. Oh, that's got to be close. Oh, I mean, the first turn was really nice and sharp. He did a little foam climb. The most underrated manoeuvre in the surfing, in surfing. Such a hard turn to do. Look, I think that's going to move him up into first. I'd be surprised if it didn't. But Davy Castles, he's only got to go to work on a 4.77. Having said that, Timmy Ray's is sitting on a 4.93. It's very close because the scores are so low, Paul. I mean, hard heat to surf in this one, and the nerves will start to come into play in this last sort of under 15 minutes anyway.
Yeah, score just coming in for Pedro. He's looking for 2.67. He's looking for a 2.61 for first. He is in second place, of course. 1 and 2 advancing, and 3 and 4 come home. There is no double elimination, no round 2 like we see on the CT. You come half the way around the world to a WQS 10,000 event, you lose first heat, you're done. You are gone. Let's have a look at the replay of Enrique. A nice first maneuver, doesn't really get a second one off. And we are going to have a look at replay hit of Petero in blue, the Brazilian. And whoa, he goes for that little fin chuck. Never really looked like he believed in that maneuver much, did he? A little bit undercooked.
Yeah, he's been sitting last in this heat, and now 13 minutes to go. He's just having a crack at anything he can. He probably not the best plan. Really, he should probably get out the back, try to wait, get back into circulation at priority, and sit and wait and try to get a better wave. It's hard to rebuild a heat without priority and without reasonable waves.
All right, so Pedro Enrique's score comes in. It's 4.33, and he goes up into first place. He won't be done there. I love the energy of this guy, but let's check out Izuma Petero. Better from him on that first maneuver. Cannot make room for that second turn. It just doesn't seem to be his morning so far.
Yeah, look, I feel like the guys, they're forcing turns and really trying to do 2 where there's maybe 1. And I think it's not a bad option is just to do 1 really big clean turn. Look, he didn't have a lot of options with that wave, I must say. The first turn was nice and clean. He pulled it nice and tight, the arc, but he just didn't leave himself enough space to finish. Look, tough break for the Brazilian, but he's still in this. He doesn't need much. It's such a low-scoring heat. I mean, the heat leader at the moment is only on 11.66. Davy Castles needing a 6.5 in second, and here he is up and riding from North Narrabeen. Beautiful 2 turns. Got a little bit caught up on the second one there.
Yeah, looking for 6.5 for first. Looking to improve on that 4.67 just to consolidate his position. And Reyes now needs 5.02. I dare say we are going to get changes here. This one has been kind of fluid since the start. Pedro Enrique nailed his colours to the mask with that 7. But other than that, we've had different people chop, well, mainly Cathals and Reyes actually, chop and change around for an advancing position. Petero does want to get his skates on. But even though he's had something of a shocker, he only needs 6.27. That's not a crazy score by any stretch of the imagination. He's got 11 minutes.
Yeah, it was interesting to see Timmy Reyes' little barrel there score a 4.63. Got to love a little barrel. Here's the Brazilian up again. He's definitely been busy. Again, forcing a turn. He's got to be getting frustrated now. He checks his boards to see if he's missing a fin and why he's falling off. Would be asking himself that question. I can tell him why he's falling off. He's just pushing it.
There we go, 10.5, under 10.5 on the clock. It is Enrique Cathals 1-2. This is Heat 6 of round 1. Sata Azores Pro Men's WQS 10,000. First wave of the Portuguese Wave Series, and we're here from beautiful Praia Santa Barbara on the north coast of San Miguel Island. We're out on the Mid-Atlantic Ridge, and it's a beautiful place for surf events.
Wow, Davy Castle's last wave there, he got himself a 4.37. Didn't go into his top 2, and it was a pretty good wave. He just got caught up on the second turn and didn't load it up. The first turn was nice, but the second turn he just got stuck on a bump. It's a shame because I think that wave could have been in his top 2 and he undersurfed it.
Live action, here he goes. The Aussie, backside, trying to get busy. You see that wobble. Those smaller waves that just start a bit further inside, go into that deep section that bit quicker. They're not quite as fast down the line, but you will run out of room. You can just see there on your screen, you can see where that kind of wobble is, where that rip, that channel. When you get to that, you're not going to have any wave left.
Yeah, you're dead right, Paul. See that rip running out? That's in front of the rocks, and so it goes from just where you jump in to right over in front of us, and it's a huge rip, and it's dug out a huge hole there, and if you're running that left into that, it's going to fatten up every time. Even the wave looks like it's got quite a bit of wall, it just disappears. That's why you're seeing a lot of the guys sitting further down the beach and looking at the right-hander.
Here we go, live action, and this is Pedro Henrique, kind of a little head dip, thought about, and then he just pulled through the back, and an instant reply from Brazilian Patero. Takes to the air, throws in the tail blow, and he cannot quite execute on that. It's kind of been the story of his heat. He's been busy, he's tried different things, he's gone through his repertoire, but he's just not sticking anything.
Yeah, he'd be feeling the frustration. I mean, I'm feeling it for him. And he's actually, looks like he's surfing very sharp. The board looks good under his feet. He's just sort of got himself a lot of waves that haven't offered a lot of natural opportunity. He's had to make something happen, force manoeuvres, which has led to him falling off a lot.
There we go, 8 minutes to go on the clock, and it's Pedro Henrique representing Portugal, who's looking good in first place at the moment. He does have that 7.33. That's the biggest number we've seen thrown this morning at our surfers. And Davey Cathell's in second. Well, Cathell's will definitely not be getting complacent right now. He's relatively vulnerable with Timmy Ray's breathing down his neck. A 5.17 and 4.77 he's got. And he can improve on both of those scores with 7.5 to go. Tim Ray's needs to draw on all of his experiences. He's got a couple of reasonable fours. Those aren't great scores in the context of things. And here he goes, the American in white. He's gone on the right hand. He's got some section here. That was weird, that first turn. Caught in two minds, gets a little float, bangs a snap. Missed opportunity on that first section, Dog.
Definitely, that's so uncharacteristic. He just hit it and didn't sort of hold his speed. His board went flat rather than projecting him down the line. Look, he had a good finish though. So there's a bit of a flurry of waves for the men surfing in third and fourth. Really interesting for Timmy Race because he only needs a 5.02. And that's kind of around the scoreline that you would consider a 3-manoeuvre wave out here would be. Wow, this is definitely hotting up, and of course the Brazilian in fourth place only needs a 6.27. We didn't see the start of that wave, but he finished up with a nice manoeuvre, so anything's possible at this back end of the heat.
Yeah, 6.5 to go now, and we're going to wait for those scores drop in. Ray's just looking for a 5.02. Cathell's is looking to consolidate as well. Enrique's looking pretty good value. He'll also be going to work on that 4.33 though. I love his high energy approach. I like the way he's been having a go at those taking on the air section. Let's check out a replay of Tim Ray's. Dog, talk us through it.
This is the first turn. He just got a little stuck there. It was a nice section too. Gets a float here, holds his speed and finds a little finish. Oh geez, that was a pretty good wave. If he could have got a first big turn on that section, and floaters are never good scoring manoeuvres, and the finish was okay. So I think Timmy would be kicking himself there. For what's out there, that looked like a reasonable wave.
Check out the replay of Enrique, and he'll go. Ooh. Just ends up being an elaborate kick out. It's not enough for Ray's for his last wave. It comes in as a 4.8. So not enough. He did a 5.02. I think he had the opportunity on that wave to get 5.02.
I
just wanted to get a good clean hit on first turn, a clean hit. He would be there.
Yeah, look, he just missed it, and it was hard for him to join the dots after that. Look, we're coming to the 5-minute mark, and you know, Timmy failed to make an impact on that wave. He would be regretting that right now. He'd be kicking himself on the paddle out. Interesting next heat. Charlie Martin from Guadeloupe, Connor O'Leary, Matea Hickley from Tahiti, and Jose Ferreira over from Portugal. Oh, look, we've got a barrel here. I didn't see this at the start. Little replay here. A little head dip. Nice little wrap around there.
Yeah, Botero pulling into the tube and working it onto the inside section. He'll tag that little inside run it. Cooperated with him, didn't it, that little inside? We caught the end of that when we watched it live. That was the replay. We didn't see the head dip. Doesn't come clean out the front. He gets a little doggy door, but the judges enjoyed it. It's a 6.6, and he's back in this. Where has he come from? Here he is on your screen, live action. He's in second place now, and he's looking to threaten the lead of Enrique.
Look, he's got himself a nice wave here too. He's already done 2 clean manoeuvres, and he's going to get the inside. The right-hander coming back at him. Beautiful snap. Wow. He's just got his best 2 waves under the 5-minute mark, and I think he's going to turn this heat on its head.
Oh, he's come alive. I love the way he never gave up, and he did well to deal with that section. It was tricky, wasn't it? And he bring it around. He'll tag in again, and this one he brought it round on the inside. He faded back, set up for a manoeuvre here, and the section got quite heavy on him. And he didn't try to do too much, did he?
No, I think he picked his manoeuvres quite well, though. I mean, he's in that 3-minute mark. He can't afford to fall off a wave like that. He knows he doesn't need much. He's got up into second, and he only needs a 5 to go into first, and I think he's got that.
So that tube ride, and then those hits at connection onto the inside. We haven't seen many good connections. He got 2 little snaps on the end, didn't he? That was a 6.6, and like you said, he's gone from last place to right back in this. And it's Cathos now back in third. He's got his work cut out. 5.11 he needs. Timmy Reyes needs 5.33. 3 minutes on the clock. There's Matea, the young Tahitian, the goofy.
Great young surfer, Matea. Of course, third in the World Juniors last year. Absolutely ripping down there. He was unlucky not to make the final and challenge Vasco Ribeiro in that. But it's going to be an interesting heat. Good waves for Matea. He loves an air. And this wind has straightened up a little bit. It's got a little bit more onshore now, a little bit more into the waves. So I think that's going to favour Matea's forehand. Interesting, the Brazilian. He's just been in that rotation where he was forcing manoeuvres, couldn't find a clean wave, and he's just found 2 clean waves in a row, sort of out of nowhere, without priority, which has to be mentioned. He's done this all under priority.
5.47 drops for the last wave of blue as we go to live action. In and out there for Timmy Reyes in white. 2 minutes on the clock, and it's our Brazilian. He spent most of the heat in last place falling off. He's got barreled. He's done some good turns. He's now in first. He gets a 5.47, and he's in the lead, Dog.
Yeah, that just goes to show persistence and a little bit of opportunity. You know, he got the wave he'd been looking for the entire heat, and he capitalised on that wave. Good surfing from the young Brazilian. Pushes down Pedro Enrico into second place.
Yeah, let's check out the heat recap. Pedro Enrique in yellow started off strong, and it looks good value on this right-hander. Couple of good hits there.
Beautiful surfing. I love the first turn. Just about under the lip, through a nice little rooster tail. And here is the Californian. Gets a little shack there. Funky waves. You can't believe guys are getting barrels out here. If you look out the front there, you can't see a barrel for the life of you, but they're finding them. They're such quality surfers. There's Enrique's backup score. It's not a huge score, but that's all he needs to keep himself into second place. The Brazilian, again, another tube, which is crazy, and he wraps this one around. He really milked this. He made this a score. It wasn't a good wave.
Judges loved it, didn't they?
Well, he just made it the score. He manufactured a score. Surfed really well and showed a lot of desperation. This one here, he places this one here. He doesn't do a whole lot, but then he links it well. He wraps it around. He finds this right-hander coming at him, goes nice and deep off the bottom and tags it there. Again, manufactured a good score, and when you're talking such a low-scoring heat, that's sort of what you need to do.
Under 30 seconds now. Cathos and Reyes in all sorts of trouble, looking for 6.5 and 6.74 respectively. 20 on the clock. I don't think we've got sets on the horizon. It looks like Uzunume Botero of Brazil and Pedro Enrique of Portugal will be advancing. Here goes your heat leader. A little victory lap there for the Brazilian. And I just love his comeback, his tenacity, his persistence, never say die attitude.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive what he's done in the last 5 minutes of this heat. He's turned this heat upside down in the last 5 minutes. Very hard thing to do for any surfer. Great heat from the Brazilian, deserved to win that heat. And Pedro Enrico, the Brazilian and the Portuguese Brazilian, passing through that heat, leaving the Australian and the Californian out in the cold.
There we go. That is your official result. So, it's there we go, David Caffels. It's disappointment for him out here. And yes, he'll bow out in third place. He didn't do a whole lot wrong, but he just never really got away with a proper section to really unload on. He kind of had in-betweeny ones, and he did well with what he had, but he never really got a decent wave.
Yeah, look, I just feel like it was really tricky conditions out there, and Patero just kept kind of batting away, and he ended up getting a couple of scores, but geez, it was down to the last 5. Like, you can't really plan a heat around that. Davey, I thought, had a pretty good heat. He sat out there with priority and did all right.
All right, we're going to go to a commercial break. We'll be right back with heat number 7. Don't go anywhere.
Ainda escolhes os teus amigos pela rede? Mosh Master com chamadas e SMS à pala para todas as redes, 500 megas de net e apps grátis por apenas 1,80€ por semana. Redes diferentes, todos iguais. É cada vez mais ridículo não seres Mosh.
Your attention, please.
Uma boa viagem.
Roger, Vic, go. That's fine.
Sata, a viajar consigo.
Back on live with results of heat number 6. Izunome Betero and Pedro Enrique advancing to the round 2. And well, as usual, the Brazilians really strong here in Azores. Rich, and we are straight into heat 7.
Yeah, interesting heat, this one, Frank. Looking forward to this one. Charlie Martin, of course, from Guadeloupe, always competitive. I mean, the kid never takes a backward step. And this man up and riding, live action, Connor O'Leary from my hometown, Cronulla. So obviously I'm a massive fan. Great surfer. He's his first year in the primes or in the 10,000s, and he's done very well to get there. He's been really consistent this year, and watch out for him. I think he's got a lot more in him too.
And a great story, huh? He's well, another great goofy footer from Cronulla.
Yeah,
you
correct.
Can tell the story, huh?
Correct. You know, Connor's mum is Akami. She's a multiple Japanese champion in women's surfing, and his father is a great surfer in his own right. So, look, Finbar and Akami, I'm sure they're out there watching. Massive hello. And don't get too nervous. They're terrible watching their son's heats. They get so nervous. I'm sure more nervous than Connor does himself. And then, of course, the Tahitian. We've got Mateo Hickley, great young goofy footer, amazing surfer. Watch out for him in this heat. And then the local Jose Ferreira from Portugal. He got the wild card or just snuck onto this event. I'm not too sure. I think he got the WSL wild card for this event. Or he might have just got in off the reserve list. But either way, I think he'll try to take full advantage of his entry in this event.
Action with Charles Martin from Guadeloupe, from the French West Indies. He had a great run last year, in 2014.
Yeah, he was unlucky not to qualify last year. He came into Hawaii sitting in one of the qualifying places. Unfortunately, didn't get a good result to capitalise on his hard work throughout the year. Devastating for him. Here's the Portuguese surfer. Beautiful grab rail bottom turn into a wraparound and gets stuck into that dead section. That is the section of death there, Frank. Once you get wide on that left, unless it runs through it, it's so hard to surf.
But still, plenty of laps to be surfed. And here you got Mateja Ekili from Tapuna.
Yeah, great young surfer, Mateja. Here he is up and riding. He's going to work this one through to the inside, tries to find that. Gee, the board looks sharp under his feet too. He's looking good, Mateja. He's had a couple of good results already through this European leg. He's managed a couple of,
in
semi-final in Anglet. He had a quarter-final again down in Casablanca. He's been very consistent, which normally means there's a big result around the corner.
Should be, and hopefully on the QS 10,000 will be a great thing for the young Tahitian. Here is Mattia Ikili. Great tube rider, obviously, coming from Tahiti.
Yeah, he charges. Mateo, of course, charging Chopu at sub 15 years of age. Impressive. I've had the pleasure to coach him over a few years back, and he's a super talented surfer. You know, he's like
young, 19.
Yeah, he's 19 years of age, 18 years of age, 19 this year. So really young surfer, and seems to be getting better all the time. He had a good last year, and this is his full year in the 10,000s. Let's see how it goes.
So far we get a 4.67 for Conor O'Leary, the lone Aussie surfer in that heat, followed by Charles Martin, as we say in French. Very French name, by the way. And that was Jose Ferreira, the local boy, well, from the continent, from Portugal, from mainland. But I'm sure he's used to surf here in
Interesting to see. They've broken up down the beach again. You know, there's quite a large playing field out here, and you've seen a couple of guys coming up the point, and then a couple have elected to stay down where it's predominantly the right-hander. But no surprise that Mateo's surfing the left in the middle. And here's Charlie Martin in red. Bumpy, wobbly wave to surf. That was a tricky wave.
You can tell. He wasn't happy with that wave, and that was beyond vertical.
Wow. Conor O'Leary's backside is just getting better and better. Beautiful two manoeuvres there. He'll be happy with that, and I think the judges will like how vertically he got that first turn.
I must say the conditions look a bit like Cronulla.
It could be. It could be. Cronulla's not well known for its beach breaks, or it is, but not the quality of them. That was a good way for Conor. Here is the Portuguese surfer up and riding, Jose. Two manoeuvres there. A lot of foam to deal with. It's going to be an interesting score, that one. It was a milky wave, but he did connect a couple of times. And look, a high at the moment of a 4.67 for Conor, and he's waiting for his second wave to drop. I'm sure that's going to see him take the lead.
Jose is currently 99th on the ranking, so he's allowed to surf on the 10,000 QS now, since he's in the top 100.
That's right. He would have snuck in there probably on the reserve list, but as people pulled out or through injury, etc., the list it shuffles along, and surfers come into that top 96 places. I'm sure he's managed to do that, and you know, he's been given that opportunity, and he will do his best to take advantage of that. Here's the replay. Charlie Martin. That wave was so bumpy. He managed to foam climb there. It looked like a pretty reasonable wave at takeoff too, Frank, and it just crumbled in front of him. It was so tricky. And here is Conor. Oh, that was beyond vertical. Huge spray, little wraparound there. Just keeps his speed and finds another section. Look, I think that's going to be the highest score of the heat so far.
And the score is about to drop for Conor, and looks like we're going to be over 5.5, I guess, somewhere in between.
Just waiting for one of the judges to drop a score, and Mateo Hickley still has another score to drop. We might have just missed that wave on the replays, but Mateo's second wave was a 5.33, which was a good score for the wave he had. He surfed it very well. Didn't have a lot of wall, but he managed to get up into the pocket and connect with a nice wraparound carve, and then a small finish on the inside. So, look, the judges are obviously liking Mateo's speed and precision so far.
He's part of a new breed of Tahitian surfers, Mateo. Because traditionally you don't see that many surfers from Tahiti on the QS. Like here, one or two here and there. And now we kind of see more surfers coming from Tahiti. Tahitians used to be like really homesick.
I think they still are.
Yeah, they are.
I think the advantage is to get out and get onto this WSL tour, and all it provides is such a temptation for them. And you know, of course, there's Mini Mana Bray who's coming through with Matea, and there's a host of other guys behind them that are pushing them along. And I think that's the best thing for any surfing nation, is to have a bunch of young guys pushing each other, and it's just a natural sort of evolution, I guess.
The old, trailing behind Michel Bourez and Stephen Pearson as well, former winner of a contest in Pontin 2 years ago, I think. And here's Matea talking about the Tahitian surfer.
Look at him flying down the line. That board looks great under his feet. Nice little air reverse, not too high, but still nice and flowy. And here's the man from Guadeloupe. Wow, he's taken on that last section. Can he ride? No, he hasn't managed to ride out. That's a shame. That was a solid last manoeuvre. Here's Matea, Frank. Look at this. He's picked his turn beautifully around this section. Little poppy air reverse, swings it around, no trouble at all. The kid can do them in his sleep, gets out of there. That's going to be a good wave for the man in yellow. He's already sitting on a 5.33. That's obviously going to be his second score, and that'll change this heat around again.
Yeah, he'll be in first pretty soon. A couple of scores to be dialed in. One for Charles Martin and one for Matea. And this guy is in danger. Well, plenty of time still, 20 minutes.
Yeah, look, the last few heats have been so close because it's been such low-scoring affairs. I mean, I think the last heat, young Brazilian got himself just around 12 points. Prior to that, the heat win was 11. I mean, you're talking averages of 6s. Wow, nice little manoeuvre there again from Matea. I thought he was going to do this too. It's a pretty good air wind right now. It's turned a little bit more onshore and into the wave. It didn't take a brain surgeon to know Matea was going to throw it above the lip.
Here is the replay.
Whoa,
that looks so easy. Huh?
Wow, that was pretty tail high too there, Matea. He took a lot of speed into that bottom turn and projected himself. It's going to be interesting to see how the judges score that. There hasn't been a lot of clean airs today. That's probably been the best one I've seen, that's for sure. So, normally that first day you can sort of get a read on where the judges are. You always hear about the rail surfing V above the lip. This will be that moment where maybe we can get a bit of an early read.
And there was Charles Martin briefly not having the best time so far. He's struggling to find the good waves.
Yeah, it looked like a good wave right behind that one too. He might have gone the first one and the second wave was a better option. Hard to tell from here, but Charlie Martin's that guy that you never count out of a heat. He's a natural fighter. Everywhere he's gone, he's been pro surfing since he's been about 14 years of age. And it shows. His heat strategies are really good. He knows he's in the heat to the very end. So, look, and I'm sure Matea knows that and all the other guys in the heat. So, yeah, watch out for Charlie Martin when he's sitting in fourth place.
A few scores to come in.
Wow, so the score for Matea has dropped and it's a 3.97. Wow, the judges didn't like the air. Obviously not enough projection, not high enough above the lip. It was a little bit flat if I had to be critical. Personally, I thought it was going to be a little more than that. But interesting score. Oh,
yep.
Wow, that didn't look pretty.
That was a serious punishment for the surfer from Cascais, Jose Ferreira.
Yeah, that was a awkward fall there. Floaters. There's been many a leg broken in a skew if floater. His lip line there and just didn't get to drop.
Did hesitate in between going like on the lip, above the lip, or projecting.
Yeah.
And in between.
I agree. It's just watching the last 2 days, it seems really difficult to time the lips out here. It's quite shallow, the bank, so it sort of comes out of deep water, hits the bank and gets a little bit elongated, as in it sort of throws out. And you've seen a lot of guys miss time. This particular last heat is a perfect example. There was a few waves that were undersurfed from really quality surfers. They don't normally miss time basic off the tops. So I think that just goes to show how hard it is to judge that lip.
Would it be a good idea to just focus on big maneuvers, like 1 or 2 instead of like 3 or 4?
Yeah, I agree with you, Frank. Here's Matea racing off down the line. Look, this has been, he's missed time the last hit. Be interesting to see what happened there. He's the man from Cronulla.
And going down as well.
Yeah, short wall there. He didn't have many options. That was probably the right one to go to, but forced the fact and didn't ride out of that one. Yeah, I agree, Frank. I've been thinking that too. Like, it's probably... It's a classic conversation, that, isn't it? To do 2 or to do 1 really big manoeuvre. You could probably have that over, 3 glasses of cups of coffee, not still have the right answer.
But this wave is really hard to read, you can tell, and with the tide outgoing, it's going to be low around 2 o'clock, which is in 3 hours time. And I'm sure the lineup will change quite a bit. And should be like hollower, but cleaner, if the wind doesn't pick up too much.
Yeah, I agree. It gets quite good on the lower tide. I actually prefer it out here on the low tide. It breaks a little bit further off the bank, and so you get this odd sort of roll in, chip in. So you get this sort of foamy start to the wave. It normally produces a better first turn. Gives the guys a little bit more space. We won't see so many short sections, I don't think. Having said that, the wind's been picking up and then dropping off a bit. But right now, if I look outside and see the Sata flags, it's howling. There's Matteo. He tags this one. He gets a little caught up there. It's a little bit flat, this one. Gets a nice one there and then loses his traction out the back. Look, that could have been a better score than it was. He'd be kicking himself there.
Here's Conor O'Leary going for the air, but not quite reversing. So once again, it's a really close, really tight hit in our hands. Even Charles Martin in 4th only needs like a 6-pointer, 5.94. And here's Conor O'Leary once again. He's in the 1st place, but by the thinnest of margins. So for now, into the second half, we have Conor O'Leary in 1st, followed by Jose Ferreira. And Matteo Ikuili only requires a 4.95. And Charles Martin just below 6 points. And here's Jose Ferreira.
Yeah, here's the rest play of Jose. That was a nice top turn there. He kicked the tail out. He had quite a bit of time to work on that manoeuvre, so he sort of accentuated the last part of it. Unfortunately, he didn't get another section to keep going. It's still going to be one of his better waves, I think. Here's the man originally from South Australia, Dion Atkinson, talented surfer, of course, made the CT, did a good job of it as well. Chopu last year was a huge standout. He's a great surfer, this kid. He's so strong, so solid, and he seems to keep improving.
29. Well, everyone's a kid to us.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
Yeah, he'll be stepping up against Sidas and David Del Carmo and Tomas Fernandez. And live action here, and once again, surfer going down. I believe that was Jose Ferreira in blue. And Conor O'Leary. Wow. Casually surfing, that was quite conservative.
Yeah, it was a scrappy wave. I'm sure he wanted to connect to that last section. He just got there a little bit late, had to keep his board quite lateral to ride through the last bit of that lip. Yeah, look, it's tricky out there. You can see by how many missed manoeuvres there are. Here's the man from Guadeloupe up and riding right now. 2 manoeuvres. He had to force the second one. It's probably not the open wave he needed to mount a comeback.
Yeah, you can tell Charles Martin is clearly focusing on the right-handers. But struggling to find a decent score. So far, 4.33 and a 4.07 from the men from the French West Indies. Former winner in Cornwall in Newquay a few years ago, Charles Martin.
Yeah, Charlie Martin's had a couple of wins over his long career. It seems like a long career. He's quite a young guy, but like I said, he started so early.
25.
25 years of age, can you believe it? It feels like he's been around forever, and he sort of has. Of course, he's just been such a force in European and particularly French surfing. He's always been there and nearly qualified last year. He was so close. I mean, again, it's that Hawaii thing, isn't it? You got to be careful, and this has been around from my day and before my day. You come into Hawaii, there's so much pressure on you that it's really challenging, and the Hawaiians are so good in their home turf. They're so hard to beat. You can get guys that you barely know their names, but they rip. At Sunset, Haleiwa, challenging conditions, and that's what got him last year.
So that's why you want a belt.
Yeah.
Good results, especially in that Euro leg or Brazil.
European leg is so important to the Europeans, and you see them do well here. That was Thomas Fernandez on the screen. I just rushed out and had a quick word to Thomas. He's one of the guys that I coach in the Billabong team. Great kid, super talented surfer, just hit 20 years of age. Of course, he got third in the World Junior titles last year, got a wild card into that event and took it all the way. He was brilliant. Yeah, look, it's going to be an interesting heat, this one. It's going to be a really interesting heat.
Some serious punishment going down in that heat.
Again, he didn't judge the lip. We were just talking about that. Yeah. He knew what he had to do. The wave sort of ran off. He gets a high. He knows he's going for an air, and it was just a straight air, but yeah, he mistimed the lip and was never going to make that. An interesting moment. He's still sitting in first.
And here's Jose Ferreira. Not the best wave.
Interesting, this heat. I mean, Matea's 4.7 is what he's trying to better. I mean, Connor with his 7.33, a huge score, and then a 5.67. It's giving him a 13-point total. You've got Jose, who's only trying to better a 4.4. You saw him on that wave. Wow. Wow.
That was Charles Martin.
Wow, he'd be pretty upset with that. You can see the body language on the Guadeloupean surfer. He comes off the bottom, finds the lip, and then again forcing 2 manoeuvres, but he had to there, didn't he? He really had to. There was a nice little foamy coming at him. If he could have squared up, got his rail in, which normally is one of Charlie's real positives in surfing. He's really fast and sharp. That time he lost the rail.
And he only needs 5.94, which is nothing.
Nothing. And that is him sitting in fourth. And of course, Matteo Hickley, he only needs a 4.95. And that is because Jose Ferreira, his backup score is a 4.40. You'd want to be, like, Conor O'Leary right now is kind of smiling. He's got, you know, obviously the highest score of the heat and the second highest score of the heat. The third highest score of the heat, I should say, which is where you want to be sitting. So he's probably the only guy without a lot of pressure on him, and it's been the highest heat total we've seen out of the last 4 heats. That's another great fact for him, but everyone else is right in this. This is an open heat.
And here's Charles Martin. This is live action. And no.
Wow.
having a tough time.
Yeah.
The Frenchman.
Again, he'd be just dirtying himself. You can see how far they're spread out. You've got Connor, he's come over here. Again, that would depend on who's got priority at the time. I'd be advising my surfers, if they don't have priority first or second, they're better off to go on one side of the beach or the other, not sit with the other guys with first and second priority to mix it up. And in that way, it's quite a good bank because there's multiple banks. So you can give yourself a bit of space and maybe get another option.
Here we are into the last 6 minutes, and still Conor O'Leary in the lead with quite a nice 7.33. Huh? It's been a while since we had a decent score.
Yeah, that's a high score. It's a very high score for the last few heats. Pedro Enrique nailed himself a 7 as well, with a beautiful combination of backside manoeuvres. But there hasn't been, and I think that's a direct consequence of tricky waves. It really is hard out there. I know I keep saying that, but when you're seeing these low scores, you don't see this very often in 10,000s. The quality of surfing's so high.
Exactly.
They're obviously having a lot of trouble picking the right ones.
And here's Charles Martin once again. Doesn't have much choice. He's got to go for it now.
Wow, that was tough. He kind of went for a straight backside air, missed the grab, which didn't secure the board underneath him. I'm not too sure that was the right manoeuvre for that wave. It was a pretty bumpy, messy section. Wow, yeah.
But then again, the wave was flattening.
Yeah, it's hard to tell what was going to happen down the line, you know. Still, that was a hard section for a backside air. But I feel like Charlie's feeling the pressure on him right now.
Yeah.
But he shouldn't be, because there's, you know, just under 4.5 minutes left, and he only needs a 5.94. And we know there's some waves out there because there's been that score a couple other times, you know. So I think he's just got to believe in himself, drop anchor, post up out the back, and wait for a better wave. Of course, he's under priority, so he's just trying to stay busy under priority again. Not too sure it's the right thing to do.
Brilliant surfing.
Wow. How about that, Frank?
Yeah, that was really good. 2 vertical turns on his backhand, which are, I believe, going to reach the highest score of the heat. Should be.
Wow, that was really sharp surfing. This is when Connor, you know, he's taken this wave with priority. He's just got that thing up. Full vertical, one line bottom
got that
turn.
Extra vertical twist.
He's a big kid, you know, he must be 6'0", 6'1", and I think he uses that height to get extra leverage. What I loved about that was the bottom turns to link those manoeuvres. No jump, nothing in between. And I think you're going to see this as a high score come through and cement his position in first place.
Yeah, I think so. We're going to have a close look at the scores. But looks like Conor O'Leary will be in the second round. Seems like only Jose Ferreira and possibly Mattia Ikili and Charles Martin can still get the second spot. But Jose Ferreira, that was live action with priority.
Wow, he just surfed that wave really well. Here's the replay. Comes around this section. Nice little float there, holds his speed, finds the lip, and then finds the lip again, throws the tail. Look, not phenomenal surfing. It was all smaller kind of manoeuvres, but we haven't seen many waves that have offered up yet 3 turns.
Yep.
And I think that's going to be, he linked them quite well too. I would have liked to see him put a little bit more effort into the last one. And the first one I thought he placed a little bit, but still, it's going to be a mid-range score, and he's only trying to better a 4.4, and I'm sure he's done that.
And here's the score for Conor O'Leary, 8.10, which is the best score of the heat and possibly one of the best of the day.
Yeah, I think that's the highest score of the day so far, Frank, that I've seen anyway.
There was a second highest score behind 8.33 by Kaioi Bailey. And right now,
Martin's just thrown a really cool backside air reverse. it's on a smaller wave, and it was only the one turn, but it was a neat turn. He whipped it around super fast. Watch this, Frank. He comes off the bottom nice and late, hits the lip. Wow, that was really cool. He's absolutely nailed that. He knows it too. He's giving himself a little high five, little double pump.
And I don't know, because he needs a 6 point pretty much, 5.94. And we've seen that the judges don't give much points if there isn't enough, I should say, air.
Oh, but it was a deep bottom turn. It was into the lip, and he actually pushed it right through the lip. I think the level of difficulty in that and the criticalness of the turn, it wouldn't surprise me if it's up around that mark. I mean, it was a well-served manoeuvre and a lot of commitment, and that commitment's a big thing for the judges. 40 seconds to go. Oh, he's got another one on the... Oh, he didn't get it up. It's going to be interesting. This is an absolute nail-biter now for Jose Ferreira sitting in second place. Conor O'Leary.
And Matteo Aquili. He's going to link. He does. Wow.
Oh, he hasn't completed it. He's just fallen off. This has been a classic last minute. And it's come down to the last minute and a half. There's now been 2 scores. And Jose has left himself exposed with 10 seconds to go.
And here's once again the replay of Matteo Aquili. I don't know. What do you think?
He was only trying to better a 4.7. So he didn't need to do much on that wave. I think this is when you spoke about maybe one big manoeuvre might have been a better option. Let's see what
just so many scores
Charlie's
to be typed
gonna
in.
drop. We haven't seen it come through yet. Wow. This
Well, we're
is
going
going
to
to
have
be
a
a hard heat recap to do, Frank.
Yeah. Well, we've seen a lot of white. Conor O'Leary's been firing. A 7.33 to start with, followed by an 8.10. And Jose Ferreira was quite conservative, serious, looking for the best ways. But
yeah, he did well though, didn't he? He put himself into second place around the 10-minute mark and never lost it. He just did enough. That's what happens in these low-scoring affairs. There's always someone behind you that only needs a mid-range 5. Here's the 8-point ride. No, that was the 7, I think, actually. That was the 7.
Yep.
Surfed this wave really well, finished well. I mean, with no speed, managed to get it up for another turn. Good competitive surfing there. Manufacturing a reasonable score. Still waiting for the last wave. These results aren't official, I don't think, are they?
No. Plenty of scores to be typed in. There's been so many waves reading in the last minutes.
We're on pause for the next heat because we're still waiting to hear what's going to happen. And the last scores, has it dropped in as yet?
Oh, there's one before for Charles Martin, which is a 1.5. Not that one we are looking for.
He's got a 5.93, is that right? He's got himself a 5.93, but Jose, it's not enough. It's not enough, I don't think. Well, Frank's saying there's another score to come. Wow.
Should be one more for red. I think this is the last of yellow, a 3.03 for Matteo. So pretty much Matteo is going to bail out. But we are still looking closely for Charles Martin last score, which could make a difference.
Okay, last of blues come in. They're just tidying this up. I've got a feeling that Charlie Martin's score, it was 2. It was the 5.93 that wasn't quite enough. It left him a little bit wanting. Okay, well, interesting heat, that one.
So here's the unofficial result with Conor O'Leary and Jose Ferreira advancing to round 2. And Charles Martin, Matteo Aquili are out of the event. Okay, we're going to go into a commercial break. See you right after. And we're back on live for heat number 8. Sebastian Zitz, Dean Atkinson, David Docarmo, and Thomas Fernandez. And to take you through that heat, back on the mic with me, Adam Plogel. Welcome back, Adam.
Thanks a lot, Frank. Great to be back.
So once again, great surfers in that heat with Sebas, City Surfer.
Sure is, and yeah, obviously, and Dion as well. So we have, a couple of past or actually present World Tour surfers and surfers from the past. Just take note, Dion Atkinson, I believe, was the Rookie of the Year who didn't even qualify again. So
yeah, last year along with Mitch Cruz.
Yeah, unfortunately for those two cats, they weren't able to continue on. But right now, we do have a live heat in the water, as you can see right now. Conditions have definitely changed. The wind has picked up tremendously, and it's just really challenging just to be able to pull off the last couple of maneuvers in these heats. Seems to be the big difference between making it or breaking it.
You can tell all the surfers getting scores, distance scores, are the ones who can link at least 2 maneuvers, just like Conor O'Leary just did. David Docarmo from Brazil is one of the 22 Brazilians in that event. They are the highest number.
And that's
so it's no surprise in some way that this contest is being won by so many Brazilians.
I think it's a testament to how passionate they are about surfing, and we can learn a lot from them. As you can see right here, here's Seabass up and riding. See what he's able to do on this frothy little one. As you see, he gets that board speed up. Board's looking really nice. As he gets a great release and crack off the top right there. So great off the lip to end that wave. And I think that's what the judges are really going to want to see. He ended his wave nicely with a great exclamation mark right there. And notice that Seabass was riding a different board this morning, so it looks like he saved his best board for his heat.
And here's David Docarmo.
Oh, unfortunately slipping off right there. Maybe mistimed that off the lip. Docarmo. As you had mentioned, one of how many Brazilians did you say?
22.
22 surfers in the event. I mean, that's huge. And I really think, like I was saying a second ago, that's a testament to how passionate they are. But we really could learn a lot. I was on the way over here. I noticed that there was a pack of them in the airport, probably 7 or 8 deep. It looks like they're all traveling together and all making sure they're getting here together. Maybe the root word, and no disrespect, communism. Some guys got the money, some guys got the bread, some guys got the butter, and they all make sure that they all get here. And, I think it's really paying off for them in the long run.
And here's Sebas' score, 5.83.
That's a great
which could be a backup.
Yeah, I thought it was actually going to go higher, but then I looked at the judges' scores right there. There's a couple of 6.5s, which I thought that was going to be in the 6.5 range. I thought that was an above average wave. It did equal out to be a 5.83, so it's above average wave. But just the last maneuver alone, I thought really was a progressive maneuver. Had a lot of speed, a lot of power. He flowed right through
release.
And a lot of release.
And you can tell it's really hard to keep that speed on the wave to connect properly all those turns with speed all along the wave.
I noticed too, he didn't do a turn in the middle of that wave. He focused on the end of the wave, as you can see. Dion, excuse me, I believe that was Dion.
That was Dion.
Yeah. Going for a little barrel out there. And I was sitting over here to the left watching the contest site. There is a couple of barrels out there, really hard to find. As you see Thomas Fernandez right here up and riding.
Yeah, surfer from Portugal, from Ericeira.
Really?
Just like, he grew up watching Thiago Pires.
For sure, and great waves there. But the swells are colliding with the wind. The swells looks like they're marching in from the left. The wind swell's coming in from the right. So it's making these really, against the grain looking waves. And I think just being able to finish your waves off out here right now and sort of build on your scores will really help you out, gain your confidence out here in this condition, because it is a condition right now where it's hard to get your rhythm. You're noticing a lot of surfers catching upwards to 7, 8, 9, 10 waves before they get a score. So there really is, it's challenging out there.
Yeah, and even though all the surfers went to the water earlier today for a warm-up practice, I mean, the conditions are so different now to what they used to be earlier today. Like, okay, we're gonna catch up with Jose Ferreira. And I think the first question will be for the Portuguese commentators.
Zé, parabéns pela vitória, não, pelo apuramento para a próxima ronda. As condições estão extremamente difíceis neste primeiro dia de competição.
Sim, o mar não está fácil, realmente há que analisar bem as condições cá de fora e ter aquele cuidado na preparação antes do hit. Eu aqui nos Açores já cá venho há bastante tempo e sinto-me confortável de certa forma aqui, o que poderá acabar por ser uma vantagem. E pronto, consegui soltar-me, consegui sentir-me a surfar bem, senti-me seguro, confiante e pronto, apurei-me realmente em segundo lugar para a próxima fase agora.
What are your goals for the competition?
In English?
In English, please.
My goals are to go, as far as possible. Last year I also went through one round, so at the moment I just equaled that result, so now I want to do better than last year. That's my main goal, but yeah, definitely it would be awesome to get a good result here, like quarters or I don't know, just at the moment I'm going heat by heat, wave by wave, and that's my
But you're thinking about the rankings also, of course.
Yeah, there's also the points, but at this stage it's really hard to qualify. So it's between being 80 or 50 in the end of the year is the same thing. So I rather work on my confidence and go through rounds and surf well in the heats, gain more experience. So next year I can really make a difference.
Okay, thank you, Zé. Congratulations. Back to you guys.
Thank you, obrigado. Zé Ferreira, surfer from Cascais.
I really liked what he had to say there. Not really, obviously, the ultimate goal is to win the event. No doubt about it. But he sounded like his 1 foot in front of the other. Just what he's dealing with is right in front of himself, one wave at a time, and that's a really good mindset to have.
Yeah, Zé Ferreira currently standing 99th on the ranking, so he's got time. And that was Dylan Atkinson's wave during the interview. And I think right after that closeout tube, he found that little right-hander on which he scored a 4.73.
Yeah, that was a nice little wave right there for Dion. And, like he was looking at right here, let's see what Seabass did. Wow. Great little turn right there. That was like 3 turns in one. I really enjoyed that turn right there from Seabass. He really gave it his all, did a nice layback, threw a bunch of body English to it as well, and got some release out of the tail. I'm curious to see what the judges give that. Because that was a really interesting turn. And it was just a 1 maneuver wave as well.
But you can tell that Seabass is focusing on that big maneuver. He's not really looking to link many small or medium maneuvers.
I think you see that more too from the CT surfers, the World Tour surfers, that they focus on their primary turns. They don't worry about too much in the middle. They just focus on big maneuvers, and they seem to end their waves really well. And I think that has a lot to do with watching the world's best surfers. As you see Dion up and riding right here, great bottom turn. It's a nice off the top. As this wave comes to the inside, let's see if he's able to finish it, and he does as well. So we're starting to see some world-class surfing, and right now it's really hard to surf out there, so these guys are doing a good job.
And David do Carmo, the lone Brazilian surfer in that heat. Still, that last section is really tricky. They're all having a hard time to connect and find a good rhythm, good speed.
You see that wave, how challenging it is to ride, Frank. It's got a lot of white water on it. There's a nice little vertical off the lip towards the end of that wave, but the judges really do like to see you end the maneuver at the end of the wave. And, that was sort of a tricky section. It's, it's almost a gamble. Do you want to throw up the last turn and potentially make it, or do you want to leave that impression on the judges that you made the last maneuver of the wave, even though it wasn't directly at the end of the wave? But he did a good job right there. David from Brazil right now. is sitting on a 6 and a .87, so he's in second place, needing a little score to get up into the lead because Seabass is only sitting on a 1.3 as his backup.
And here's the last score for yellow, a 3.43 for the surfer from Praia Grande, Sao Paulo, Brazil. So that puts him into first. And, well, once again, it's a close heat, really tight, with Dion Atkinson sitting in second. And Sebas only needs a 2.60 to move back to second place.
And we'll see these heats that are, the average score with 4s and 5s and 6s be a seesaw battle up until the last heat, last wave of the heat. Just watching that last heat, I mean, unfortunately, a guy just needed to pull off a last little maneuver, and he would have been in and out of that heat. You hate to have it come down to that, but when you have very sort of marginal scores coming in, it's almost like you get your opportunity and you have to make it work for you. You have to make it count. And when you go back and psychoanalyze your heats after you've lost, you'll look at a turning point, 1 or 2 opportunities or options that you had that you might have failed. And hopefully you get a lot more opportunity. But with conditions and waves like this, you're rolling the dice a lot. Like Dion's already ridden upwards of 6 waves. 13 minutes has elapsed, but you figure, he's had a wave every 2 minutes. So there's a lot of surfing that has to go on for you to get a good average score. And look at Dion's best wave right there is a 4.73. So it is really hard right now to find a good wave out there. But when it does come, you need to capitalize on it and make it count.
And it seems the surfers are surfing a little bit further down the beach right now, huh?
Yeah, they sure are. As you see right there, they're sort of the lay of the land. I love the way it looks here. It's just beautiful, big cliffs. And look at all those black volcanic rocks all over the beach. Are really cool as well. As you see Dion Atkinson right here on his backside, getting over that flat spot and a great off the lip right there. But I don't know what happened there. It looked like he might have slipped or something, but that was unfortunate for him to fall right there. That was a great little ending of a wave.
How important is that last maneuver?
Well, I think it's really important. I think it really does give the judges something to think about. And right there, he just sort of...
Just lacking speed, maybe?
Yeah, that was a bummer right there for Dion. But I really think that impression that you leave on the judges at the end of your wave almost makes them think about what you did on that wave a little more. They say it leaves an exclamation mark on the wave. That's true. It really does. It's a big wow factor at the end of the wave.
And coming up next from France, Vincent Devignac. He's going to be surfing against Johan Duru, another Frenchman, Bewick de Vries from Durban, South Africa, and David Silva from Brazil. And this is Sebastian Zitz. And this shows how tricky that wave is.
It really did. That wave was undulating. It was sort of fluctuating. And he obviously mistimed the off the lip right there. Maybe got caught between 2 maneuvers, maybe an off the lip or a float, or Seabass right there. He'll fight back. You see the boys getting ready for the next heat right there. Studying the lineup, they realize how tricky it is. Everybody's in the same boat. It's definitely not an easy day out there for anybody, except from what I can tell. Kiowa Belly sort of went to work out there.
And here's Dion Atkinson on one of his many waves.
And unfortunately, again, falling at the end of that wave. So we talked about it a couple of heats earlier, Frank, about getting a couple of average 5s or high 6s going to win a majority of these heats right now because it is such a challenging condition. As you see Thomas Fernandez right here up and riding a small little wave, but you see he's got a lot of little opportunity, unfortunately falling as well. So looks like there's some voodoo in the water right now.
This is David do Carmo from Brazil. Surfer from Praia Grande. Short surfer, but great talent. He's been there for ages, David. 31 years of age.
Yeah, the Brazilian group, they got depth. I mean, they are passionate. They're going to continue to surf well into their late 30s and give it their all. As you see right here, a really tricky section on the inside.
He's doing really good connecting.
He certainly is. He's sitting on a 6 and a 3.43, so he's in the lead at the moment. We still got about 13 minutes remaining, as you see Fernandez up and riding and kicking out. But I think this would, you know, benefit sort of the Brazilians. They're really used to surfing windy, choppy waves. Having, you know, 22 of them in the event, I mean, odds are they're going to have a couple of guys come the end of this event. And we had heard of a great forecast, though, that supposedly on Friday and Saturday the conditions are going to improve. Usually there's plenty of surf, but the wind will turn a little better offshore, and hopefully we'll see some, you know, world-class surf.
And David Do Carmo in the lead. If you have a look at the past winners here, out of 6 completed events, 5 were Brazilians.
Really?
5 winners out of 6 winners. The only non-Brazilian winner was CJ Hopgood back in 2012, I believe, or 2011. Last year was Jesse Mendes.
Yeah.
And the first one was the Panda, William Cardoso in 2009. Messias Felix, Thomas Hermes, and Jesse Mendes were the other winners. So yeah, well, they feel at home here. They speak Portuguese.
Right. You know, I was just going to say that. Right? I'm sure that has something to do with how comfortable they do feel out here. They seem to do really well when the waves are tricky and funky little waves.
They really adapt well.
Yeah, they were able to figure out conditions really well. And I noticed early this morning even there was a majority of the Brazilians who were out surfing, free surfing. So I saw Jadson Andre paddling out in the dark. When we showed up this morning, Jadson was already in his wetsuit. He was already doing his homework. And so I really think that they are doing whatever it takes to make sure it's 7 victories out of the event. So, see Dubignac here getting ready. A lot of surfers now doing a lot of cross training with, say, yoga and CrossFit, and really just incorporating a lot of cross training. And you can see it a lot in their physiques. Very few of these guys are out of shape. I mean, I think a majority of them are in perfect shape. And you see Sebastian Seeds right there. He needs a 2.60, so I'm sure he wants to get rid of that 1.3 and get more up into the mid-range score so he can give himself an opportunity to come the end of the heat. It's about 11 minutes remaining. Still plenty of time, as you see Gian Atkinson right there and coming through your frame. That was Thomas Fernandez. So it is somewhat of a lackluster heat right there, but everyone is sitting on a sort of a mid-range score. So I think any one of these guys gets a good score, it's going to change the results.
Here's Sebas, only looking for 2.60, which is nothing, and I believe he's pretty close to getting him. Yep. Just now, he's probably going to jump into second and possibly first.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what the judges give for that. They do have an average score right now, pretty average, a couple average scores. But you see, nice entry right there. He gets back into that tail block of his board. Great little extension and release out of the tail, combining it with a nice off the lip towards the end of that section. So 2 nice maneuvers linked really nicely together. Not too much of a bobble, a little bobble towards the end of that maneuver right there. But Seabass making sense out of that tricky lineup.
Seabass has been traveling all the way from Trestles not long ago.
Yeah, he had some bad luck there.
Oh.
I mean, debatable, but really bad luck, you know. And
heat against Michel Bourez.
I'm sure he really wants to, you know, get that out of his memory banks and sort of work on this result. That's what I really like too about the guys that are double dipping, doing the CT and the QS. I mean, they're giving themselves a lot of opportunity to sort of shake off a bad result, get back in the saddle, and try to get another result. But it does stick with you for a little bit. There is sort of that sour taste in your mouth, and you hate to think it's going to get you on a bad roll, because usually when you're on a good roll, you're on a good one. As we saw Dusty Payne last year get on a really good roll. But believe me, it's a lot easier to get on a bad roll.
Yeah, and Sebas this season on the CT, he's currently standing at the 22nd spot, which is right on the bubble. And he knows he needs at least a big or 2 big results on the CT. But so far this season, on the CT, he's only managed to get past the round 3 in Margaret River. He got a 9th there. Otherwise, it's only 25th and 13th.
Yeah, that's a tough tour that they're on. I mean, you really got to be on your game. And for a surfer like Seabass right now, this means everything to him right now. And I was just looking at the QS ratings too. I was noticing that Felipe Toledo and Jeremy Flores are two guys that are double qualifying at the moment. So it does go down to about 12th place. So there is some wiggle room right now for some guys to sort of squeak in on the QS to get, say 11th and 12th place. But if you win this event, just like what say Dusty Payne did or Michelle Perez did years ago, you can go from 30th to 10th. You can go from
really
20th to 5th. So
and Seabass knows it really well. Like he won the Triple Crown in Hawaii.
He did the same thing
3 years ago.
Yeah,
just like Dusty last year.
Yeah, he did the exact same thing. So there's a lot of points at stake, and there's no guarantees in Hawaii. Hawaii is one of the most challenging environments to surf competitively. He obviously has the confidence. He's done it before, but he'd hate to have to rely on that. I mean, that's a lot of pressure. We'll watch Adam Melling do that for a couple of years, like we mentioned, Michelle Perez and also Seabass years before. But you want to take advantage of these events right now and not leave it up to the last event of the year.
Exactly. And all these surfers are really aware of that. And here's Seabass. And well, that wave didn't allow him to do much.
And that was just a really weird wave. Really challenging wave right there. It is, I mean, I'm going to go out on a limb right now. It's just really almost bad out there. And you can see in the scores that are laid down right here. I mean, Dion Atkinson has got maybe eight waves or 9 waves. He doesn't have a wave over a 4.7, and he's a world-class surfer. So the conditions out there are really, really challenging, if not poor, if not bad. And so, usually like I said earlier in the Tim Heats, it's easy to sit on the beach and sort of armchair surf. Well, it's really even hard now to look at these waves and think you're going to do something out there special. So my hat's off to these guys for the way they're surfing at the moment. Because if you were to watch this in real life and then go out there and surf, some of these scores that they're getting at 4s and 5s, you'd feel like they should be 7s or 8s.
And just as you said, I mean, Dean Atkinson is a former city surfer.
Yeah.
And he just dug a rail.
He certainly did. And just looking at his scores, he doesn't have a wave over a 7.
And here he is again.
Here he is again.
That was a good turn, though.
That was a beautiful turn right there. But like I mentioned about the conditions, it's just the waves are moving from left to right, the wind's moving from right to left. It is just, a recipe for a challenge.
And did you see? He was standing on his feet.
Well, he's like 7
pretty
foot
shallow
tall.
now.
He's a pretty tall cat, but yeah, he was standing up right there.
Tide's going to be low in about 2 hours and a half.
You see that last score of Seabass right there. It catapults him up into the lead. This is him on your screen right here. Getting loose on that second snap right there. But Seabass sitting on a 5.83 and a 4.9. A couple of 5s are going to get guys through these heats right now with 5 minutes remaining. 5 minutes, 15 seconds remaining. You can see sort of the lay of the land right there. Really what they're working with. It is average at best right now. Even though there is still some opportunity out there, there's still quite a few good waves that come through. To be in the right spot, to have your timing, positioning, entry be at the exact spot to maximize those good waves is really, really tough.
And that's a replay of Seabass on a tiny wave. But still manages to link some turns.
He's got a really good board. I see he had great control of that board. He was doing exactly what his mind wanted to do. And I'm sure a lot of guys are whipping out their best equipment right now because the surf is that challenging that they need to be able to almost sort of mind surf the waves that they're going to get. Let's see what Thomas is able to do on this wave.
Yeah,
great little bottom turn.
Nice off the lead to start with. And he...
How old is Thomas? Do you know by chance?
Yeah. Thomas is 19. 19. Yep.
He's a young man. He's got a great style, great technique.
He's the future of Portuguese surfing for sure. Coached by Richard Marsh.
Oh, right on.
Which is always good advice. And Dean Atkinson still standing in third, only needs a 4.71. But I believe Thomas Fernandez last wave, which we are seeing right now, could help him go back into first or second. He was only requiring a 5.11.
Yeah, we'll see what the judges give him on that. You take him from, you know, you're right, needs a 5.11 to get up into advancing position. And here we do. Here's the replay of Dion. Great bottom turn right there. Wow, threw a lot of spray off that snap. Another great bottom turn. It's sort of a softer poke off the top. This wave sort of dies out right here, as you can see, colliding with another wave. He just tries to get a little tink off the soup right there to keep going, but unfortunately that wave completely spins off for him, almost colliding into a little wedge. Dion Atkinson looking for a 4.71 to get up into that advancing position, and there it goes.
And here's the last of blue as well, Thomas Fernandez. Not enough. He was requiring a 5.11. He only got a 4.30. So he's in third, but we are waiting the last of Dion Atkinson.
You know, sometimes waves like Thomas just had can actually help, even though it doesn't get him into that advancing position. It helps. There it goes. Wow, looks like a 5.20 for Dion. Puts Dion up into second place. Now needs a 5.54 to get into the first position. But just mentioning Thomas, that wave that he just had, the 4.30, was a great little confidence booster. And it could help him get on a nice little roll. Hopefully his next wave he improves on that and gets that 5.11 that he's looking for to get into that position.
But we haven't seen David Do Carmo for a while, and this is live action. Thomas Fernandez bit this time on the last section, and Dion Atkinson. But where is David Do Carmo? We haven't seen him in a while. So he only needs a 4 point, pretty much, like a 3.93, which is nothing. He's been patient. But only 90 seconds left in that heat.
I know, I'm sort of surprised though, because David Do Carmo was actually on a roll at the start of the heat. He had all the waves. He was sitting in first for quite some time with that just over a mid-range 6. As he looks like he's going to paddle into this wave. And let's see what he's able to do on this one there, Frank.
3.93, that's what he needs. And here he is on his backhand. First rebound off. Yeah, I'm not sure about that last wave. What do you think?
Well, that's why I'm not a judge. I'm going to sit here and critique it. But, you know, watch. He'll probably make some sense out of a reform or something and really put her foot in her mouth. But right there was a really tricky wave. And we'll see it on the replay, folks. You guys can play judge yourself. He gets a little poke off the lip right there on the soup. And then a tag off the top. He finished the wave.
That's only for 4 points.
Well,
but
that still might not be enough. I don't think it's going to be enough from what I just saw Thomas Fernandez do, and he got a 4.3. Wow, a 3.37. So was not enough. He needs a 3.93 to get into that advancing position. So he's very, very close to getting it right there. It's like 0.2 of a point, but unfortunately wasn't able to get it.
So this is it. This is it for heat number 8, with unofficially city surfer Sebastian Zitz and former city surfer Dion Atkinson advancing to the round 2. And I think we're gonna go straight into heat number 9. But before getting into that heat number 9, here's the heat recap with Sebastian Zitz taking the win over Dion Atkinson. One of the best waves of the heat by Sebas.
Nice. I really enjoyed watching that last turn right there. And this is the man that came in second place. Great little vertical off the lip for Dion. As you can see, that wave just really giving him a challenging time, but he was able to make a nice little score out of that. As you can see the recap. If this is the recap, folks, this is really tough surf right here. And here's Seabass's second score right here. And again, a nice little off the top, combining it with a great little re-entry at the end of that wave. So Seabass, the WTC surfer, making some sense out of it. And here's Dion. I really enjoyed that first turn. I thought this turn right here didn't show really too well, but still he was able to get another little cutty off right there. And you know, I think when the boys go back and sort of analyze their heat or psychoanalyze their heat, they'll realize that they might not have maximized the waves that they caught. As you can see on your screen right there, a very low scoring affair right there. You know, a couple of sixes would have won that heat right there, so I'm sure they're going to go back and look at that and try to improve their game for the next heat.
And here it is, the next heat in that round one, with Vincent Duvignac from France up against Beric de Vries from South Africa. Johan Duru will be in red and David Silva from Brazil in yellow. Okay, we're going to go into a break and we'll be back.
Your attention, please.
Uma boa viagem.
Roger, Vic, go.
Sata, a viajar consigo.
Sábado perdido num casamento também quer dizer dia perfeito para natação sincronizada. O otimismo sabe melhor. Small, sentes?
Welcome back to Sata Azores Pro 2015. I'm Paul Evans, joining Adam and Plogel in the booth. Adam, how you doing?
Doing great. Doing pretty good.
So we're up to heat 9 now. We're powering through this first round, day 1 of the waiting period in the water. We have Vincent Duvignac of France, Beric de Vries of South Africa, Johan Duru of France, and David Silva from Brazil. Just another stacked heat. Who do you like in this draw? Any standouts for you out of these guys?
I'm going to put my money on David Silva. I've seen him surf some really bad surf before, and he can make some sense out of a no-hander. But in saying that, you know, sometimes it doesn't matter right now. It looks like the guys who are able to catch the waves, get the opportunity to take advantage of that opportunity, are going to do well. We're seeing some really good surfers being really challenged out there at the moment, and so it's anybody's game, really.
There is Silva on your screen in the yellow singlet. Yeah, the drop of score. We've got a couple of scores come in already. Duvignac dropped to 4.5 and a 3.5. Beric's got a 3.4 and a 2.93. Johan Duru, a couple of throwaways for Johan there in red. Of course, he's been knocking on the door for the last few seasons. Johan just needs to put a real consistent run together. Consistency has kind of been his downfall. And yeah, there is Beric de Vries of South Africa, another great surfer. He shone here in the early rounds last year, and he'll be looking to hopefully get past these tricky conditions and be there when conditions get better later in the week. Here is live action. It's Johan Duru out of France, and a good backhand hit. Can't quite nail that second maneuver. Trying to fit those 2 turns in. How'd you like that? Oh, have we got a broken leash?
Got a broken leggy there. Let's see if he's able to recover. I really enjoyed that first turn. Combined with that bottom turn, it was a great combination to me. Unfortunately, when going up for that last maneuver, Duru wasn't able to pull that maneuver off. But I don't think that's going to hurt his confidence. He looks really solid on that board. I'm sure he'll get back out there and get another one, as we see Duvignac right here.
Duvy with a meaty looking left-hander, such a fierce competitor. And there we go, a quick in and out for him. Let's have a look at the replay here.
Yeah, look at this beautiful bottom turn. Look at how much spray he hucks up right there. Tries to jam that last little lip off the lip in. And unfortunately, Bergeron, he was not able to pull that one down. I think had he done that, though, he would have got a really nice score. I still think the score should be pretty nice.
Okay. we'll wait for those scores to lock in, and we are going to throw down. We got an interview with the winner of our last heat. Well, we'll stand by for that interview, and we'll just check out a replay of Duvy, a little right-hander for him. So we are standing by for that interview. We'll bring it to you as soon as we're in position. 23:45 on the clock, and it is Duvignac with a couple of minor scores. We've got a number we're waiting to lock in for Duru for that one backhand turn. It's going to be mid-range. We'll just wait for the last judge. He's having a little think. It's probably... well, it's definitely going to help his cause. There you go. 4.93 drops in for Joanne. He's in third. Duvignac still in the lead. That 4.5 and a 3. And here is Berg de Vries, the South African.
Yeah, let's see what goes right here for the young South African. Great little release of the tail right there, flying down the line. And again, unfortunately, pushing it a little hard, blowing his tail out the back, and not able to come down off that second re-entry. But Giroux right there, I really like that the judges gave him that 4.93 for that one really nice maneuver. Had he pulled that second re-entry, I think that wave would have gone up into, above the 6 range. But that seems sort of be the sort of the lay of the land right now. You got to pull your last maneuvers.
All right, well, we are going to throw down now to that interview with the winner of the last heat.
Yeah, thanks, boys. Well, Sebas, well done. Really hard heat, really hard conditions. Came down to medium scores. Can you tell through that heat?
Yeah, it's super sketchy when everyone has like 4s and 5s because anyone can just get a 7 and go to the lead even if they have a 3. So, yeah, it's just really tough. I was looking at the rights. Winds kind of come up really strong, and it's just all over the place. So, yeah, it's just if you get that wave that allows you 2 turns, it's kind of the keeper scores out there.
And even Dion, like you guys, city surfer or former city surfers, had the hardest time. So you got to adjust. Huh? You coming from Trestles or being on the city events all year, it's pretty different to be back in such conditions.
Yeah, it's tricky. I had a bunch of boards, and I got them at Trestles, and I rode them all at Trestles. I'm like, all these boards are sick, and I came here, and I was like, oh no, like I don't know what to ride because every board's gonna feel magic at Trestles. But no, I found a good board. It's kind of an oldie but a goodie, and yeah, just beach break. It's all over the place, and probably your benefits the Brazilians and kind of the guys that come from the beach breaks. But yeah, stoked to make it through.
Thank you. Good luck. Take it away, boys.
All right, thanks, Frank. So, Sebas, they're interested insight there, Adam. Tell us about his choice of boards. Doesn't really know what board he uses. Does that surprise you much at this sort of stage in the season that he's not really got his equipment dialed in?
Well, just listening to where he came from and what he was riding, it doesn't surprise me one bit. He was riding somewhat of a point breaker, a nice consistent peak there. You can get consistency and you actually get a really sort of good feel for your equipment. Out here, it's hard to get a rhythm. It's hard to get any type of confidence out of your board unless you completely know it. And it does sound like he went back to an old trusty, at least an older board. I could tell by what he was surfing on this morning was a brand new pearl white Fred Rebel, and it looked like he went back to an older brown looking Merrick. So he definitely is on something he trusts.
Back to Old Faithful. Here is a replay of Duvignac on the backhand, and he looked like he was building to something down the line. He was looking at that next section, took his eye for what he was doing. Ooh. And Joanne there. Be interesting to see what happens. David Silva, was he interfering? Obviously, Joanne didn't have the priority. As soon as he saw the Brazilian, he got out of there. Did he impede the line of the Brazilian?
Well, he definitely made David Silva think twice right there, and I think that might have hindered his wave. I'm not a judge, so I won't go out on a limb, but usually if the young man pauses for a second and looks and takes a hesitation, you've hindered his right away. But I'm curious to see what the judges do right there because, a lot of times when it's really windy and weird like this, it's hard to even hear what the judges are, or even the priority man is saying out there. I wouldn't be surprised if these guys can't hear much.
All right, there is Silva. We're just finishing off that wave. Gets that little turn in that final section. And as we said, yeah, it's tricky conditions down here this morning. The tide has dropped out. It's just made it a bit shallower on that sandbar, but we're dealing with kind of a lumpy swell, a bit crossed up. Quite a lot of closeouts out there. We are anticipating the conditions getting better, and we're fingers crossed for looking really good in the latter part of this week. So we'll just throw these guys out there now, get through these rounds, pick down, narrow the field down, and hopefully just pick the eye out conditions, hopefully get some good barrels. This place can get really good when it's offshore and the swell's nice and clean. Beric de Vries on his screen asking for a situation, and we're just over 19 to go. He is in second place at the moment, Duvignac in the lead, but at the moment, no one's really thrown down anything of consequence, nothing above a 5 so far.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for Juan. I believe he just got an interference. As you see Duvignac up and riding again, he's had a great sort of look at some waves right there. Unfortunately, that wave dying out. The wave prior for Vincent, he did have some opportunity and fell on a pretty dang good wave, so I'm sure he wishes he had that wave over again. But wow, if he's able to combine just another maneuver with that first maneuver that he's getting off, he's going to get himself some great scores. Even as it's sitting right now, he's still out in the lead with a couple of, looks like a 4.5 and a 3.63. But just listening to what Seabass was saying about the Brazilians, I think he hit the nail on the head. This is going to definitely benefit the Brazilians. And just listening to what Frank was saying about, 6 out of the last, say, 8 years has all been Brazilian winners. So
yeah, they love it here.
They love it here. They speak Portuguese. And they also look really comfortable out in this tricky lineup. They seem to be able to adapt really quickly to changing conditions and, just really funky, windy, bizarre beach breaks. Now, as the waves progress and get better closer to the weekend, we could see some changes in who we think are favorites.
So there we go, it's live action, and this is blue. Your heat leader, Vincent Duvignac, gets a good piece of that lip and tries to come around. That wave goes fat, goes into a deep spot. He won't get another chance to hit that thing. So his tactics so far mainly going for those lefts, goes into that deep bottom turn, tries to come from behind the section. Yeah, he got a good piece of that. Let's check out the replay.
Yeah, let's see what he's... I really like that nice little hack right there into the lip. But this has happened 3 times now for Vincent. He's caught in waves where he's able to get one really nice maneuver off, and then it goes into the same sort of the fat zone. I wouldn't be surprised right now if he makes sort of an adjustment to find himself a little deeper in the lineup to allow himself to get a second maneuver. Just like what Seabass was saying, you're looking for 2 maneuver waves right now, and those are going to be the scores. With 4s and 5s being a majority of the scores going down right now, to step out of that box, you're going to need to find waves to give you multiple opportunities, multiple turn opportunities. And it looks like all the surfers now are relatively clustered up in one spot. Vincent's off to the right, as you can see, up and riding again, so he's definitely found himself a little zone.
Oh, good projection on that floater. It looked like he was going to hang on, and it just bit off a little bit more than he can chew. Like you said, he went a bit deeper on the peak, gave himself a bit more wall to run at.
You see that front foot, unfortunately, just came unstuck on his board and wasn't able to pull that.
All right, well, yeah, we can confirm. So we've got an interference against Duru. He only scores on one wave. That means his job gets more difficult. He needs 7.8. However, in the context of this heat, the way things are going, guys have not been throwing massive combinations of scores. It is possible to do it in one wave. He needs a 7.8. And we do have a big number coming in our screen. This must have been something that we missed, something off camera.
And it certainly was. Wow.
The score comes in for Duru, 8.17. He's in the lead, scoring on only one wave. So he's had an interference. He impeded our Brazilian surfer, David Silva. At the moment, it's not costing him in terms of he's good enough for first place of one wave.
Yeah, that's incredible right there. It goes to show you how tough it is out there right now. And Vincent Duvignac again right there, getting another one crack left without much on the end of it. But, like when you're in a heat and there's 3s and 4s going down, it is possible for you to get through, a heat with an 8-point ride. I'm sure he's going to want to try to improve on that. If he can get upwards to the 9, a mid-range 9 is no saying that he can't. But I think Vincent and David Silva would be kicking themselves if they got beat with somebody who had interference.
Yeah, in a way, almost his task is kind of, he doesn't need to take off mediocre waves either. He just needs to go absolutely mental on anything he gets. It's kind of narrowed his focus. There's no point in doing half turns for Joanne. He's going to go big I guess that's exactly what he did in that last wave. We didn't actually catch it on camera. We can't tell you what happened, but he's impressed the judges. Highest score of the day so far. If you're Vincent Duvignac right now, I mean, he's about to drop a reasonable score for that last left. He needed a 3.68 to take the lead from Joanne to get his lead back. It looks like it's going to be good enough as we wait for the last judge to drop in. 4.87, he goes back in the lead. Joanne goes down into second. Silva now just 3.08 to move up. Beric de Vries needs a 4, so those two dangerous. Joanne will need to go bigger yet again. Duvignac's caught a lot of waves, hasn't he?
He certainly has. He's got 2-1 actually.
Wow.
2 waves to everyone else's 1 basically, and yeah, he's up to it.
So yeah, clear tactic from him so far is just to get busy and catch a lot of waves. He's catching those lefts the moment it's working for him, but basically a couple of 4s. Nothing particularly respectable there. So these leads will be vulnerable. Let's check out a replay of Silva. Goes for the alley-oop, and he just over-rotated a little bit there.
Yeah, I think had he pushed that out a little more into the flats, he would have been able to pull that one off. But David Silva is surprising me right now. I really did have my my hat hung on him, thinking that he would just make complete sense out of this really tricky lineup, and he sort of let me down. But there's still plenty of time left on the clock here. 13 minutes remaining, so 17 minutes has gone by, and Vincent Duvignac's caught upwards to almost 10 waves. So he's been pretty busy out there, really busy actually. And Joanne Daru, I mean, what an unfortunate thing for him to get that interference. Obviously was not intentional. He was completely taken by surprise seeing David Silva come into that underneath him. But he would be well into the lead right now had he not done that with that 4.93 combined with that 8.17.
Yeah, it's interesting the way it works, isn't it, with the interference? So he'll get penalised. Let's check out a replay here. This is what happened. Yeah, and he just was that a lack of concentration? I mean, he obviously knew he didn't have priority because as soon as he saw Silva, he kicked out. So he knew it wasn't his way, but he must have just missed out the Brazilian paddling on his inside.
Yeah, you know, I chalk that up as a brain fart. You know, just a simple mistake. You always try to look over your right shoulder. You know, majority of the time you have a sense or sort of a hyper awareness of who's on your inside. Right there, he just obviously dropped the ball. That's unfortunate because he's surfing exceptionally well, and is sort of probably kicking himself in the butt right now for that mistake.
Yeah, he's got the high score of the event so far, but he'll need to get through because he's only going to score on 1 wave. And yeah, it's interesting the way that works. So he gets penalised by only scoring on 1. So the person that he infringed doesn't really get any more advantage than anyone else. As we just go back to live action, and that is Duvignac going for a right-hander now. So mixing it up, going the forehand, and he took a lot of lefts, like 10 waves. Here we go. Here is Beric de Vries, South African, and yeah. So it's almost like Beric and Vincent also kind of gained from that interference in that it becomes slightly easier for them, even though they weren't involved in the incident. And Silva, who was technically impeded, doesn't really get recompensated relative to them. Do you see what I'm?
Yeah, it's not like he's going to get. Well, and unfortunately, on the wave, he wasn't able to capitalize on that wave either. He fell on the same wave that he was. He would have doubled up right there. He would have taken out his competitor and gotten a score had he not fallen after Giroux kicked out of that wave. But you're right. It's not like he gets any perk for having the interference done with him. The other competitors in the heat now benefit because they've taken the one surfer out. It becomes a 3-man heat, basically. And unfortunately, the man right there, Giroux, would be well in the lead, as you see right here. Looks like one of the other surfers getting ready for the next heat.
Yeah, so there we go. 10.5 on the clock. We are through to heat 9 of this round 1. Sata Azores Pro 2015. And we just want to thank Sata Airlines, Tourism of Azores, Zumo, Seat Cars, Billabong, and Mosh. So those are the people helping making this event possible. And this is, of course, the first leg of the Portuguese Wave Series. That's a 3-event series, including this event, the Billabong Pro and Cascais. Let's go to live action. It's Joanne Daru in red. Second place in this heat. He has copped interference. And that was a decent looking meaty wave. He got busy on it. Not sure if he's going to improve on his 817 though.
I don't think he will, but we'll leave that up to there. As you see David Silva up and right. So here Joanne Deroux right here, great off the top right there, projecting down the line. I really liked how he was cocked and loaded off the bottom again, able just to go back up into the lip of the wave. But he's surfing really strong right now. That was a great 2-maneuver wave right there. In this context of this heat, that would have been a keeper for him. I bet you that's over a mid-range score. Wave was pretty good size. But he'll only be able to use one of his waves in his tally. And you see now, looks like Vincent Duvignac's last score, a 6.33. So now he's sitting on a 6.3 and a 4.87. He's into the lead and by a pretty nice little margin. He's sitting at 11.2 points.
Yeah, he's looking pretty healthy, isn't he? And yeah, so Duvignac keeping busy, and he's done that classic commentator's cliche, the old building house, but that's kind of what he's done eventually, starting to throw things on the board. Duroux's still in that second place though with 8.5 to go, so at the moment he's still looking okay. Silva and De Vries really want to get their skates on there, but respectively they need a 3.08 and a 4.01. They should be more than capable of that. Are they going to get the opportunity? Let's check out a replay of Silva.
Yeah, let's see what David Silva, unfortunately, pushing a little hard right there. Can't bounce himself back into that wave. And I'll tell you what, folks, if it's hard for David Silva right now, it's really hard out there. And my hat's still feeling for Deroux right there, who just comes in that last score, that 2 belts on that right-hander, comes in at 5.70. Let's see what happened here for De Vries. Little half snap right there, decides to kick out of that wave. Really challenging. It looks like this is, wow, Duvignac. That is a great lip lining floater re-entry right there. I really enjoyed. That probably felt really nice.
Yeah, he's a physically strong guy too, and he kind of used that physical strength there, just sort of out-muscle that lip. And he'll set up with that first little snap, and he'll see this section.
Nice.
It's heavier than you think as well, isn't it? That's hard to appreciate. A difficult maneuver to execute. Duvignac's done well, but Deroux won't mind seeing that. He won't mind if it's Duvignac just catching waves for the rest of the heat and ripping, because, well, those two could advance. If we stay as we are now with under 7.5 on the clock, it will be a France 1-2. But yeah, like you said, it's a real shame for Deroux, because his top two, if they both counted, he'd be way out in front of this thing. But as it is, he's in second. It's 5.7. Doesn't count. He just scores on one wave. Some preheat preparations there. A little bit of talking to the big guy. Or the big girl.
I always like to watch the preheat prep, as you see right here. De Vries, nice little release off the tail. And he finishes his wave as well. Obviously poking out really quick, want to get right back out there. Derek De Vries from South Africa. You see him getting pounded right there. That the off the lip that Duvignac did on that last floater re-entry was spectacular, actually, folks. I mean, he was able to fly out in front of that wave, get away from the concussion. We've seen probably 80% of the end maneuvers, people falling, as you can see right here. Look at the little release he gets out of his tail. Nice little controlled slide, and a great little off the lip as well. So I'm curious to see what the judges throw that. It looks like Derek's sitting on a 4.17 and a 3.40. He needs a 4.01, so it could go his way.
So 5:50 on the clock, and we are waiting for a score to drop in for De Vries. If it's better than a 4, Deroux is out. He is out. So let's see how that score comes in. Judges having a good think. Silva just needs 3.08. So he just needs to work on his backup. That's what's hurting him at the moment. 5.5 on the clock. That's your heat leader on the picture. And he surfed a pretty smart heat. He is just consolidating and getting stronger and stronger. 6.9 for Duvignac for that last wave. And most of those points coming on that turn you were talking about, Adam. The judges love the degree of risk that he took. Here goes live action. It's David Silva backside. He's got a really flat, funky section. Cannot find anything to work with at all. That's frustrating. Judges still thinking about this score for De Vries. Was that? Here we go with Duvignac, heat leader again. Just staying busy, feeling confident. And he'll just tag that thing. I'm not sure that's going to go into his top two and make a lot of difference. Judges having a really good think about that last wave from De Vries. Pretty vital at this stage. If it's more than a 4, Deroux will be out of this clash. I think it might. Ooh, it's going to be really close.
Looks like Vincent got himself another nice little 2-maneuver left right there. But the wave before, the right-hander that he was able to get that nice snap in that floater reentry is 6.90.
Oh, he needed a 4.01. He gets a 4.00 to freeze. So close. So for the moment, here we go. It's live action. We'll come to scores in a minute. For the moment, this is a Brazilian. That's a great little slashing turn there. So a little combo that floats up. Then he throws in the big arc. He only needed a 3.08, Adam.
Yeah, I'm curious to see the start of this wave. Here it is from the start there, Paul. Let's see what he's doing. He's flying down the line. A nice projecting floater. Not much risk there, but right here throws a lot of spray. Great rail work right there for David Silva. Only needing a 3.08. It's safe to say I think he's going to get that score. But we'll see. As you see on your screen right there, it is challenging out there, folks. David Silva got himself 2 sections right there. A nice projecting floater and a great wrap. Through a lot of spray, so we'll see what the judges give David Silva from Brazil on that last wave.
There we go. Under 3.5 remaining in this seat. We're waiting for some scores to come in. It looks like Duvi is looking pretty good for first place. It's a classic battle for second. Can Joan Duru hold on?
You know, I wouldn't be surprised right now if Joan goes and starts doing some defensive surfing and really starts to stick to let's see who needs the smallest score. David Silva. If David Silva doesn't get the score on this next wave, I wouldn't be surprised if we see Drew really sort of sit close to him and make sure that he doesn't get another opportunity.
Yeah, so he has got the highest scores so far, but it's all that's going to count for Joan in this heat. I think there is a score coming in on our screens, but I don't think it's for the last wave. I think it's for the one previous. I think we are owed a couple of scores, unless I'm mistaken. 2:40 on the clock. This is a great battle for second, though. And
it'd be a Cinderella story right now if Drew was able to win. I mean, at least make the heat with an interference. But
Silva score is coming in, and it's not looking good for the Frenchman. It's looking good for the Brazilian. He needs a 3.08 to move up, and he is going to get that score. He is going to go into second place. It's all over for Duru. 2:15 on the clock. Just wait for the final judge to throw down. Still waiting for that last judge. Having a good think. Under 2 minutes to go in this now. Heat 9, round 1. It comes into 4.83, moves up into second. Duru needs a 9.93 now. That's a tall order. He basically needs a perfect ride with a minute and a half on the clock. And Beric de Vries looking for 5.67. So Duvignac looking good value for that first place. And at the moment, it's Silva looking strong for second. Well, we've had a bit of incident in this heat.
We certainly have. And if you look at this spread right there, just at least look at the screen on how many waves have been scored. I mean, the judges have had their work cut out for them. But mind you, there's probably half of them are 1s and 2s. But there's been like 10, 20, 30. Like, there's probably been over 40 waves. Really.
Yeah, and it looks like at this stage, Joan is putting together a great heat, but it's just that momentary lapse of concentration. Here he goes, Duru basically needs a 10, needs 9.97. That isn't it. He'll be feeling the disappointment.
Don't do that, buddy.
He's given himself a couple of shots, and he's upset. He's frustrated. Poor Joan. We do feel for him. He just, definitely no malice in that maneuver. He just didn't see the Brazilian on his inside. As soon as he saw him, he kicked out. He did, for fair, he did impede him. He does cop an interference, and his event is over. So 30 to go. Beric de Vries looking for 5.67. Joan's making his way in. Under 30 now. Can a South African rally and pull a 5.76 out the bag? There was Silva looking to consolidate. He'll kick out. We just caught the end of that ride. Beric de Vries will be scratching around. 5.67 is not a massive score, but in the context of this heat, if you take out Duru, it's a pretty tall order.
It really is. I mean, a 5-point ride right now might as well be a 7. A really sort of a challenging score to get. If you haven't posted over, a 4.
It is a replay of Vincent Duvignac. Looking very good value for the win there. Throws up a little slashing turn under the lip. It's not done yet. He'll find a little pocket on the inside. He doesn't even need to hit that. He will make his way in. Pretty happy young man, stoked with this morning's work here at Santa Barbara. Praia Santa Barbara on San Miguel in the Azores, the Sata Azores Pro 2015. We're straight down to business. First day of the waiting period. That was Heat 9. It is official. Duvignac and Silva. France and Brazil 1-2. Joan Duru of France knocked out via an interference. Break the reason South Africa. He bows out as well. So Duvignac will be pretty happy with his work there. And we are going to go to a quick commercial break. And we'll be right back with Heat 10 right after this.
Ainda escolhes os teus amigos pela rede? Mosh Master com chamadas e SMS à pala para todas as redes, 500 megas de net e apps grátis por apenas 1,80€ por semana. Redes diferentes, todos iguais. É cada vez mais ridículo não seres Mosh.
Welcome back to Praia Santa Barbara here at the Sata Azores Pro 2015. I'm Paul Evans and joined, very happy to say, joined in the booth by Richard Dog Marsh. Dog, there's the results of that last heat. Duvignac Silva, heartbreak for Duru.
Yeah, look, he's got that 8.17, huge score, one of the highest of the day, and didn't get through the whole interference thing. What went down there, Paul? I didn't get to see it.
Basically, he took off on the left, and he must have just taken his eye off, and just a little bit deeper than him, sitting on his inside, the Brazilian. Duru saw him. He didn't really get to the bottom of the wave. He kind of kicked out mid-face, but it was enough, in fairness, to upset the line of Silva, and he copped an interference. That's a real bummer. But we move on. We'll put that behind us. It is Heat 10. Alex Ribeiro of Brazil, Wade Carmichael from Australia, Lucas Silveira from Brazil, and Miguel Tudela of Peru.
Wow, interesting heat, this one. Miguel Tudela, I've only seen him this year through Europe, and the kid is all class.
All right, well, we are looking forward to seeing him take it on. And yeah, so that interference, always hard when a guy goes out in interference. Of course, this was the last heat, so this is a recap. This is Heat 9 that you just saw, and that was Duvignac, and he was super busy, just didn't stop catching waves, and it paid off for him, actually. He built his house, as the commentators like to say, and he built a pretty nice looking house, got a garage on the side, a little garden and a pond, a shed for the tools. It was a pretty nice looking house.
Oh, and there it was. Oh, now the recap. Thank you for that. I think he milked that younger Silva too.
Wouldn't he? In his place? Yeah. Absolutely, he would have done.
I think he milked it, yeah.
You've got to show the judges, haven't you?
Well, he did.
Help them make their minds up.
Yeah, he forced their hand, I guess you'd say, but they've been very clear about that this year. The young Brazilian, he's a great young surfer. I see he's just signed up with Reef, which is good news for him. He had a clean board for a couple of years there, which is always the same to see when you're looking at such a quality surfer.
Yeah, I was just talking about it a bit with Adam. It's interesting. You shed some light on this for me. So you get an interference. You only score one wave. It's kind of weird how the guy that you impeded doesn't really get an advantage, but the other guys all get an equal advantage that weren't even involved in the incident. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, you actually do. You get an extra wave.
Right.
But that's not that relevant because it's 15 waves these days, not 10 like it used to be a few years back. So, yeah, no, that's a fair point. And they've been very clear on that. There was a notice went out a short time ago concerning interferences and how they were going to be a lot stricter on the interference rules, especially when it came to inhibiting the scoring potential of the wave. And with the priority system now in play, there's sort of no excuse for it. There was a little bit more of a grey area, and the judges gave you a little bit more leeway with that, but they've been quite strict. There's been a couple that have gone down this year, Mitch Parkinson and Lacanau and a couple others that come to mind, that do seem a little harsh at the time, but like I said, they've made it pretty clear and they've been quite consistent.
All right, so we'll keep you up to date on scores on this one. Let's bring you up to speed. Tudela threw down a 5. That replay that we just saw a yellow. Lucas Silveira, he has dropped a 3.67. That is our situation. Wade Carmichael has a 2.85. Alex Ribeiro yet to catch a wave. 26:20 on the clock, and we are just past midday here in the Azores. We're two hours behind mainland Europe.
Is that right?
Yep.
There you go.
So
Is that
lunchtime.
why I'm waking up so early?
Yes. And just because you love the journey and you just embrace the day.
It's dark here till 7 o'clock. I don't like getting up at 5, I can tell you that for sure. Anyway, look, the young Peruvian surfer, I was just touching on it. Only got to see him this year, and he came here with a lot of hype. But you can see he is backing up that hype. Great heat, this one. Really solid. And, of course, Wade Carmichael. This guy is so underrated. But every year he stays in the top 100, he gets more rated because people just are starting to get scared of him. He's coming with quite a recognition now, but he didn't have that at the start. Again, he doesn't have any real major sponsor, but he is building himself quite a career. Yeah, he's building himself into a big career, the guy. He's had some good results this year, and he's sitting pretty good at the moment, actually.
All right, well, in the lull in the action, we are going to go now to an interview with the winner of the last heat, Vincent Duvignac.
Yeah, here with Vincent Duvignac. Vincent was telling me off the mic that he came here without any pressure, and it fell.
Yeah, exactly. I'm here as a wildcard, so I don't have any pressure. I'm not part of the QS right now, so I'm just coming here and have fun, and I know this place well right now. And I get some good result with the Eurosurf 2 years ago, and yeah, I just enjoy it. I'm happy.
Can you tell me a little bit about the conditions, about that wind coming sideways? How did it affect your surf?
Yeah, it's pretty hard because you can do fake maneuvers, so you really have to push as hard as possible. So this is what I was trying to, especially on the left with the wind on your face, and yeah, it paid for me. So I get my option, and I'm happy. I was kind of surfing alone on my option, so it's way less pressure.
And at least there's a happy Frenchman. Did you see what happened to Johan?
No, I didn't saw the action, but it seems like he had a paddle interference. So, but I don't know. I can't say anything, but yeah, I'm sad for him because I know he needed some good points for the qualification, and it's a good mate. I really hope he will finish the year as good as possible and get the qualification.
Okay, thank you, Vincent. At least we got a happy Frenchman here. Merci, Vincent. Take it away, boys.
Yeah, cheers, Frankie. So Vincent Duvignac there. He's just saying he's here as a wild card, surfing without the pressure. It's amazing how much difference that can make.
It's an oxymoron, isn't it? A happy Frenchman.
Steady on. It's not something you see every day.
Yeah, look. Oh, this is the Peruvian. Great turn. I'm really interested to see how the judges will score this. Or is that his replay? That was his 5, I think it was.
Yeah,
Paul.
it was.
So that was his 5. Look, because I feel like guys are trying to fit too much in. And I'm glad to see that the judges scoring that as a reasonable score, because it was a great single manoeuvre.
Yeah, it was.
And I don't want to see 2 half turns. I want to see one big one if it comes down to that choice. Here's Lucas Silveira here. This guy's a quality surfer. He's a big lad, and he does big turns.
He looks up for the fight too, doesn't he? He's rolled his sleeves up early on in this one, and he's come out swinging, so to speak. At the moment, he's in the lead. He's got a 5 and a 4.33. Alex Ribeiro's thrown down a 5.1. So
that's what I was actually just speaking about until we went over to that interview. And so Alex Ribeiro is number 2 in the ratings. That's, for me, that is such a surprise. But all credit to him. He's come out and he's been blazing this year. And we've got Wade Carmichael in number 30. So like I was saying, he might have crept onto the top sort of 90 or 100, but now he's made a massive statement and he's 30 on the tour, which is huge. I just want to thank Frank Lecaz for these brilliant stats. They're great to have.
yeah, well, he's a professional, isn't he?
Well, someone has to be.
Yeah, someone has to be around here.
I was whispering that.
We certainly aren't. Here goes Alex Ribeiro, second place in this seat. 4.23 needs for the lead. He'll crack that one a couple of times. Backhands. Goes the right-hand option. We're seeing a little bit of a mix. Joanne's big score came on the right. Doobie was mainly going the left, and then he changed up his tactics, scored on a right as well in the last heat. Tell us about the replay here, Doug. Nice slashing first turn.
Beautiful surfing there. He overextended on that turn, and that's kind of what he's been doing. He's been turning, and he has a knack of turning average waves into quite good scores, and I think that was the case on that one. Here's Wade Carmichael. Oh, poor wave choice there. He's going to have to clean that up. It's very tricky conditions. I went down in my break and I sat right in front of it, and it's hard to pick, but there is some good sections out there. There's some really good sections, actually, and I'm a little bit surprised how low a lot of the scores have been. I guess it just shows how hard it is to find those quality waves, but they're definitely out there, and that's maybe why guys are electing to catch so many waves and just sort of, I guess, chancing their hand in some way.
Yeah, so Lucas Silveira there on your screen. He is your heat leader at the moment, and so far it's largely been a game of fives with the occasional six if we're lucky. 2020 on the clock. This is heat 10 of round 1, Sata Azores Pro 2015. This is our first day of our waiting period. We can go all the way through till the 27th, which is Sunday. And we've decided to pull the trigger this morning. We've got plenty of surf out there. We're hoping and we're expecting that the surf is going to get better later this week. And we actually, some of our local savants are pretty confident it's actually going to get pretty freaking good down here, Richard.
Yeah, look, Thursday looks amazing, doesn't it? Thursday, Friday, and even Saturday to a certain extent. Here is number 2 in the ratings at the moment. Beautiful face carve there. Controls it in between, finds the lip again, and then another foam bounce, throwing the fins. That was pretty good.
Yeah, it's going to be a good score, isn't it? I like that. As soon as he stood up on this wave, you could just see he had that wall on it, and you knew there was point scoring potential there, and he went to town on it, attacked that thing, packing in those maneuvers. Let's go to the replay and have another look.
Yeah, this is nice. He double pumps off the bottom. He picks this very well, uses his rail, wraps it all the way around, steadies himself, finds the lip here, just a little tag and run, so he gets the third one in. Really good contest surfing there, and I think you're going to find that to be a solid score. Potentially the best wave of the heat, in my opinion.
Yeah, under 19 minutes now, Ribeiro. We are waiting for that last score to drop in. Needed 4, 2, 3 to go into first. He's in second, of course. 1 and 2 advance. 3 and 4 sadly pack their bags, get on their Sata flight back home, or back into Portugal, in fact, because we've got another event next week. Here goes Carmichael on the replay. The Aussie, it's not really happening for him out there so far. He's got 18.5 minutes to improve.
Yeah, scrappy start to the heat for young Wade Carmichael. Oh, look, the score's starting to drop. Oh, I see some big numbers, Paul. Look at that.
7.33 comes in for Alex Ribeiro in red. 7.33, number 2 on the QS, and well, he showed some great surfing there. He drops in a really solid score, improves his position. He's in first. And yeah, that's how you get number 2 on the QS, is just reading conditions and reading the waves.
Yeah, look, he manufactured a score out of that wave. It was really well read. The way he delayed that bottom turn, opened up with a nice face turn, transferred the manoeuvre around just in time to connect 2 more times. It was a pretty well surfed wave, you know. I think that was well and truly the 7.33. Could have been a little higher, but it just shows that conditions have got quite a bit better out there now. At least it's sucky. It was running into that dead section, and now they seem to be standing up, so minimum you get 1 big turn out the back, if not a little bit more.
All right, there is Wade Carmichael on your screen from Australia. He's back in 4th place, but he only needs 5.13. The door very much still ajar with just over 17.20 on the clock remaining. Yeah, so we've seen, well, so far this morning, no one's really gone mad, but we have seen these scores improve gradually as we get into this middle part of the draw, as the tide's gone out. And as you said, yeah, we've lost that kind of hole, that rip that was chewing this thing up, and these guys are getting more of a genuine shore break kind of, well, not shore, but an end section.
Yeah, they're getting that finishing move no matter what. And I was sort of mentioning it before, it was a bit frustrating to have guys trying to fit too much into the wave. They were drawing deep bottom turns and just kind of missing the connections a lot. I'd rather see guys really challenge like 1 big turn than 2 smaller ones. I can't say that enough. I find it's just a bit too predictable.
And in terms of, well, let's just go live action here before I pose my next fascinating question for you. Here goes Tudela, the Peruvian. Oh, goes the full rotation, and he'll stomp it. He'll just stand up nice and tall and pretty, just show the judges that he landed it clean. Beautiful frontside air reverse there for the Peruvian.
Yeah, the kid's got those on lock. He does a lot of these. Look, into the wind. Watch out for more, too, from the goofy footers. Look at that. It was a flat spin, but he got it all the way around.
Flat.
And it wasn't real high, but you're going to see it's going to be a reasonable score. What do you think?
Yeah, it is. Like you said, it was a little bit flat, but still, he got a nice rotation all the way around. It wasn't a recover going backwards on the white water. He did that rotation in the air, and it's super tricky. We're just starting to see that come into play more. As you said earlier, Doug, that wind just a little bit more favorable now on the goofies, on those left-hand ramps. So we'll wait and see how impressed the judges were with that. But the Peruvian, he's got that excitement. He surfs with that X factor.
Yeah, that was pretty solid. We haven't seen a whole lot of airs considering how the wind is, but it has been getting better as we go along. We started off a little bit sort of offy cross shore. It was kind of hard for guys to get above the lip, but I think it's going more and more onshore at this moment, and definitely sort of offy cross, I'd say, wouldn't you?
Offy crossy?
Offy cross.
Crossy onny?
It feels like it's waving around. This flag outside here kind of goes a little bit across, so which is pretty normal, I guess. Variable winds. We are in an island in the middle of the ocean. It does seem to change pretty quickly.
Okay, 14:45 on the clock. Ribeiro of Brazil, Tudela of Peru. That score comes in. That's 7.33 for the air for the Peruvian surfer. So those two pretty close. Only 0.1 of a point between their combined totals. And they have put a bit of distance now between them. Here goes your heat leader, Ribeiro. It's a quick slash. He'll kick out Silveira, his compatriot, and Carmichael, the Aussie. Well, they have got their work cut out now. We talked for most of these heats this morning. Guys would only be needing 5s or even 4s going to the back end. But these two at the moment need something much bigger than that. Let's check out our heat leader.
Yeah, this is a nice little snap there, but he doesn't feel it. And this is how you build a lead. He's now just nudging around, seeing if he can't find, and he'll be looking for airs too. He's really consistent, Ribeiro, in the air, and he'll be actually hearing that score being read out, be thinking about the same thing.
Yeah, he'll be getting his froth on, looking to boost, and yeah, the crowd filling in down here, enjoying this. In a few of the local grums filling down on the beach, are getting their stoke on, seeing some of their heroes surf this wave here at Praia Santa Barbara. And that is Silveira. He is in the hunt for 7.33 at the moment. So that's what we kind of like to see when these guys need to do a big number to move up. When they just need 4s and 3s, there's a tendency they get conservative, doesn't make for the best entertainment. But when their back's against the wall, that's when they need to go all out. That's what we love. I mean, I love it. I'm guessing you do, mate.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, look, I think Wade's found himself in a little bit of a problem here with two of the lowest scores. Lucas de Silva, here we go. The man from Peru, up and riding. He gets a nice little foam climb there. He's working his way through this dead section, gets another tag, and another one after that he won't ride out of. The first turn was quite good.
Yeah, the wave didn't really, I'm not sure, it didn't really cooperate with him, did it though? It looked at this stage, he got a good piece of this, and then it kind of got some wobble, didn't it, here? He had that white water to deal with. He just climbs that foam and looked to really bang something off the top. Not a whole lot of lip there. He did pretty good. Nothing crazy. First turn was nice, though.
First turn was nice, and he held his speed, but I agree. He really thought that was going to connect, but it just sort of lined away from him and didn't give him another opportunity to find the lip. He worked with what he had at the end, but no, see it as a mid-range score at best.
Ribeiro, quick in and out for him. Doesn't like the look of that one. Decides to stay in the line. At Silveira and Carmichael, been a bit quiet. Where are they? They need to get going. 7.33 is the size of Silveira's immediate task to move up into one of those advancing positions, and an 8.13 is what Wade Carmichael needs. 11.45 remaining. This is Heat 10.
Yeah, well, you can see them how far spread out they are in the picture right now, Paul. You've got Wade in white right up the other end here, and he's waiting for that predominantly right-hander that comes through there. It's got the little rip bowl at the end, and then you've got the Brazilian guys down the beach looking for that.
Oh, I love it.
Wow, that was a solid air reverse.
Made
Good
it look
projection.
easy. Made it look easy too, didn't he? He wasn't really like grabbing or scratching for it. Just got that nice little pump down the line. You could always see from his stance, he's looking for a little ramp. You see him looking, he spots the ramp, and he just gets that pop, and it just looks nice and easy. The tail goes high. The judges like it when the tail goes high. Beautiful there from Alex Ribeiro, and he's surfing with the confidence now. He's in the lead.
Yeah, I like it, as you'd expect from number 2 on the QS ratings. And he's come down on that left, and you knew that was what he was going to do. I mean, Wade stayed up the other end. He'd probably want to think about that now after hearing these last few scores. You'd probably be thinking with 10 minutes and 20 minutes, 30 seconds to go, you'd probably be thinking about readjusting your strategy.
Yeah, you actually called that, didn't you? I mean, I'm loath to give you any kind of credit at all, Richard, but actually you said Ribeiro would be looking at one, and that's exactly what happened. So, yeah, you nailed that there, unfortunately.
Yeah, well, it's, you know.
It happens every now and again. If you do enough events, every now and again you get something right, aren't you? It's law of averages, mate.
It's true.
10 to go. Ribeiro, we are waiting for a score of him. His 5-1. 5.1 was his backup previous to that last left-hander. 7.33 was his high score. Let's wait and see. The judges, they throw in 6.13 for him. It improves his situation a bit, but it's still Ribeiro to Dela 1-2. And Silveira needs 7.33 still. Carmichael needs 8.13 to get into that second place and advance.
Yeah, look, the judges are really tight with the airs at the moment. He didn't get that really high. It was a good air, but it wasn't that high above the lip. Even no grab, and he controlled it so well, but it was a smaller wave. Still a reasonable score, but it just goes to show how clean and how high you've got to get an air to get a huge or an excellent score.
All right, we have live action. It's Ribeiro, a heat leader, paddling, and he has a look and decides not to go. Do you think, yeah, they've become slightly meaner in terms of points in this last season or two in what they were a couple of seasons back with the airs?
Absolutely. I think they've adjusted it, and I think it's the right thing to do. Wow, we just caught the end of that. Did you see that? I think this is a tuberade.
Someone got barreled.
Wow, I heard a hoot from the Brazilian camp. Double pumps on what?
No, he just pretended to.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I totally missed that. I don't know what happened there. Well, we'll get to see what the score is, I guess. That'll answer that question for us.
Yeah, no, I think you were just having a little look with him. It didn't quite happen. Heel, kick out, goes back.
I heard a hoot. I heard the crowd hoot. I mean, that normally means a barrel.
Yeah, it could have meant lunch as well. So
Plate of Toasty Misters turned up.
There we go. 8:20 on the clock. Here goes our Peruvian to Daly. He's having a look at this left. He likes to look at this left. The sunshine glistening on the face. And he'll tag that lip. He does well to stomp that. He does well. He had a bit to deal with there. Some water going up the face, some bit of side chop. And he does well to land that maneuver. I think when he took off, he was maybe anticipating getting a bit more. But just gets those two quick turns. And it's under 8 minutes now.
Yeah, look, this heat is hotting up. Unfortunately for Lucas Silva and for Wade Carmichael, they now need quite solid scores to get back into it. Here's the Peruvian. Nice surfing. Geez, he threw that up late. I don't know how he made that.
He's rubbery, isn't he? He's a bendy little guy.
So lateral. I don't know how good the score will be because it was kind of a bit too late for my liking. It was a well-surfed wave, but a mistimed manoeuvre.
Heat getting ready. It's amazing how many guys don't have sponsors these days, isn't it?
Yeah.
Isn't it? A lot of clean boards. Good for the soul men, not so good for the bank manager.
Yeah, I think they don't mean to be soul men. I think it's more the way it is rather than the way they would like it to be.
But it makes prize money all that more important? The prize money has gone up, and it just gives you that extra hunger.
Yeah, no, that's true. The prize money's gone up a lot over the last few years. The WSL has done a good job with increasing that, and it has really become the lifeline for a lot of young guys surfing on the QS Tour.
There we go, 6.5 to go, and yep, it's a Brazilian surfer Ribeiro and a Peruvian Tadela. It's at the moment in this one looking pretty strong, and we've not really seen the other two really attack, have they? They've not really had a go at any kind of fight back whatsoever. Has Wade Carmichael got something? He's going to come in these last 6 minutes, but he needs to go pretty big, as does Lucas Silveira. Those two, a 7.33 for Silveira and a 8.13 for Carmichael. That's what they're looking for. They need to just kind of start going ham.
Well, 6 minutes to go, and Wade is still sticking up on this northern peak. He's committed to that peak, and I mean, it's probably too late for him to change now. He's only had reasonable scores. He's up there on his own. I'm assuming he'd have priority because he hasn't caught a wave for quite a long time. So he's banked on that peak. Let's see if it comes through for him in the end of this heat.
Is he doing the right thing?
No, if you look at what the scores the other guys are getting, you'd have to say no. I mean, if you had a crystal ball at the start of the heat, would it be in the same answer? I'm not too sure. There was some waves up there. That's where Vincent Divignac got his couple of good scores. So I understand why he's gone up there. I probably wouldn't advise my surfers to do the same.
Here he goes.
Wow, he's gone a left here, and he was on the right-hand side of it. So he's found himself a little bit out of position and a little bit out of sorts too, because that is not the wave he needed to mount a comeback.
So there we go, Carmichael. That won't go into his top two as the clock is ticking down, and we come into that 5-minute warning in this heat number 10. And well, let's check out a recap and see how we got to where we are in this one. It's the story of this man, Ribeiro, the Brazilian in red, the goofy. And this was great. Look at where we love this slash, and he just made room for these two maneuvers on the end. The judges rewarding that. They like the variety. And Tadela of Peru, he was just pumping down the line. He hopped this thing. Nice, it just made it look easy to me.
Yeah, that was really well timed. The way he rode out of that impact zone was super cool. Look at that. Nice grab. He never looked like falling, did he? And I think that's when you know it's a good air. He picked the section perfectly. And here the Brazilian is doing the same thing. No grab. Nice and clean. A 6 for that one, so a reasonable score. But it's been enough to keep those two surfers in the lead at this point in time.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And 3:50 now on the clock. And of course, we are honoured to be back here in the beautiful Azores. And we do have a few people. Well, I mean, I got invited here. I suppose you just kind of showed up, mate, to be honest. You were just sort of here. Were you?
They couldn't keep me away.
But we do have a few people to thank for being here. This is the Sata Azores Pro presented by Zumo, and we would like to thank Tourism of Azores, Sata Airlines, Sumo, Seat Cars, Billabong, and Mosh. Here goes Wade Carmichael. He needs a rally. He needs something. He is looking. He's improved his situation. He needs 6. No, he hasn't. He still needs the 8.3. Excuse me. I was looking at his total there. He still needs the 8.13, and that, I dare say, Richard, will not be it.
No, but you don't think about an 8 when he's got such low scores. Look, his highest score is a 4.2. He's going to better that or come close to. That first term was quite solid. He'd be thinking about 2 ways. That's what he'd be thinking about. He's been really committed to that bank. Here's Lucas Silva off the bottom. Nice delayed bottom turn there. Up into the pocket, throws a massive huck of spray. Nice wrap around there, staying nice and low to his board, looking for another section. Another wrap around. Oh, it didn't offer him a second chance, but the first turn was excellent.
Could he have gone a bit harder on that first turn? Do you think he could have maybe taken a bit? It looked a little bit safe.
He probably could have taken on the lip.
I'm being harsh.
No, I agree.
But he needed a 7.
I think he could have taken on the lip. I think he thought that the second section was going to offer a bit more than it did.
Don't count your chickens on the second section.
So he's probably kicking himself thinking he probably should have went a bit harder on the first one because the second one was soft. So I do have a tendency to agree with you, Paul. He could have pushed that a bit harder, and especially considering he needs a 7.34, which is a huge score. I mean, it's the highest score of the heat. So, yes.
I agree.
Just a bit safe. I thought maybe that section was maybe offering something around that, but you had to really attack it, and he just played it a little bit safe. Let's see if it does end up costing him. We're waiting for a score to drop in. It's 1:40 on the clock. As that ticks down, these half-an-hour heats go quick with 4 guys in the water.
Yeah, look, the judges were a little bit everywhere on that one, but it's come out at a 5.73. And here's the Brazilian.
Oh.
Wow.
Went for the flip.
That was a huge alley-oop. Or I don't know where he was going to go with that one. That was a bit of a Hail Mary, that one. Here is the man in blue from Peru, working it through. Nice little finish there on a smaller wave. You know, he's only trying to better a 5, so it's probably not a bad tactic with only a minute to go.
Carmichael in white up and riding, and that's been the story of his heat. He couldn't even get down the wave cleanly. Just got caught up, hung up in that lip. Had to try and pump down. It's too late. It's amazing as we look at we've got scores. You know, every wave scored here. You guys viewing at home, you're just watching their best waves and their total, but we've got every wave. And the 2 guys have been streets ahead. They've caught twice as many waves.
Yeah, it's been very interesting, that, and I don't like that sort of heat strategy, but it has been a theme of a lot of the guys progressing into the second round.
That's what Duvignac did in the last one.
Yeah.
Busyness.
Yeah, I mean, well, it's no building a house, is it? It's just like a little bit of a panic stations. Not too sure about it, but it is progressing. Guys are progressing with that strategy, so there's something to it for sure.
All right, seconds are ticking away. Here goes your heat leader on a victory lap, surely on his backhand, Alex Ribeiro. He'll just come in with this one. Doesn't need to do anything. If he likes that board, he doesn't need to risk damaging it, so he will make his way in pretty happy. Surfed a strong heat there. He's entertained this. He's thrown down a 7.33 and a 6.13, and Miguel Tudela as well with a 7.33 of his own. He backed that up with a 5. That's your 1-2. Those boys will be happy with their early afternoon's work.
Yeah, that was a very competitive heat. Unfortunately, Lucas Silveira and Wade Carmichael never really got into it. You know, the 2 guys, they never really looked back from their first couple of waves, did they? And just took it home. Wow, what's this here? Lucas Silveira, he's dropped a wave that maybe that was a replay that we didn't get to see in the last minute.
Wow, so he threw in a little pump, didn't he? Is he just trying to sell it to the judges? He's just trying to make the judges think that he got something. Are we due a score? Is that...
I'm not too sure.
6-6-1 is what he needed.
I'm not too sure.
We will be right back with when the judges drop in that score after this commercial break.
Agora por apenas 219 € por mês, sem entrada inicial e com manutenção, seguro e troca de pneus. Novo Seat Ibiza FR Connect. Ainda melhor.
Seat. Technology to enjoy.
Back on live for heat number 11 in that first round of the Sata Azores Pro. And back on the microphone, Frank Lacaze alongside Adam Ruplogel, former professional surfer, big wave charger, and well, you need commitment here in Azores, huh, Adam?
Yeah, a different type of commitment, but you definitely have to be going for it. Right now, the judges are pretty tough on these guys. The guys are shredding some waves, getting in 5s and 6s, so the judges really want to see some good surfing.
And we are still waiting for the last score of yellow in that previous heat. So waiting for scores to be typed in, and here it is. That was for Brazilian Lucas Silveira. He was standing in 3rd, and well, he's going to stay in 3rd because his last score was a 6.63.
Oh.
Not enough. So advancing to round 2 are Miguel Tudela from Peru, alongside world ranking number 2 Alex Ribeiro. Here you go with the unofficial result. And unfortunately, Lucas Silveira and Wade Carmichael are out of the contest.
Wow, that's tight right there. Just a point, 2/10. That's a really close margin right there. I'm sure he's going to be wishing he did a little something more on that wave. So we have a great heat now. Let's check this one out.
Yeah, Michael Rodriguez and Christian Kimmerson from Brazil up against Michael Dunphy, the surfer from Virginia Beach, I believe.
So, yeah.
From the east coast of the USA, and Thomas Woods from the Gold Coast of Australia. Great hit in our hands once again, and hopefully we're going to see some great surfing. Michael Rodriguez, the red jersey, who was a winner last year on the Prime event at home in Brazil, in Joaquina Beach.
Well, that guy is a shredder. As you see right here, looks like Michael Dunphy up and riding.
Yep. Dunphy, young surfer from the east coast of the USA.
I've been pretty fortunate to watch him surf a couple of times in my hometown of Santa Cruz. He hangs out with Nat Young, and he's a phenomenal surfer. Hopefully he's able to put some stuff together here. Unfortunately, a little late off the lip on that second turn, opposite flick out of that one there, abort ship. As we have now Thomas Woods up and riding, great little backhand. He's got some nice little snap. Let's see if he's able to end it off. Wow, I blasted a lot of spray right there, and unfortunately falling off in the end section. It's been sort of what's been happening here, Frank. A lot of guys aren't able to finish their rides today, and I think it's reflecting in the scores.
And this is KK, Christian Kimmerson from Brazil.
Yeah, Kimmerson.
And once again, going down.
Purling up to his neck right there. I'm noticing too a lot of young surfers now, at least even at this top level, are coming here sponsorless. Not a lot of logos on their boards. I'm sure doing part-time jobs or doing whatever it takes to get here, and
especially the Brazilians.
Yeah, for sure. It's Michael Dunphy up and riding.
Yep, Dunphy, who's in the lead with a 3.0. And only youngsters in that heat. If you have a look at the birth dates, Michael Rodriguez 20, Dunphy 25, Christian Kimmerson 22, Thomas Woods 22 as well.
All young, as you can see, Dunphy up and riding. Nice snap and projection. Unfortunately, not able to get up into the vertical face of that second off the top right there and falls.
The last section on the left is really, really hard to handle because it goes fat, really quick, and if you go too hard on your last turn, you either get unstuck or stuck in the leap.
Yeah, I'm noticing if you go to too far to the bottom of the wave, you lose a lot of your speed. Wow, here's Rodriguez right there, unfortunately falling on a pretty dang good looking wave right there. So he definitely picked a good one. So hopefully he's able to put one together and show us what he's got. As you see on your screen right there, there's a big lay of the land. So here's Rodriguez up and riding. Look at this nice blasting off the top right there, and then unfortunately poking his nose right there and purling. So Michael Rodriguez probably wishes he had that opportunity again.
KK in the yellow jersey.
You know, I watch Michael Rodriguez surf a lot in the ISAs, and this guy has a bag of tricks. He can do every trick in the book, so I wouldn't be surprised if he posts a couple scores and then really starts taking to the air and using this wind to his advantage. Definitely can huck big backside rotators and frontside rotators, but right now that wind whipping from right to left, I'm sure he's going to be looking at the lefts to do some big airs. As Thomas Wood also on your screen right there. You know, I always think when you see the Australians, you know, if you got a Woods, you got to be a Woodsy. You know, these guys have great nicknames, as you see on your screen right here. Looks like KK's up and riding.
Yeah, he's from Vila Veia. And trying to make the most of it.
That was a really tricky wave to surf right there. He definitely tried his hardest, as you see bobbling around with the surfboard. But with the waves being all fractioned up, all divided up by this wind, it's like you do it off the lip and then you go over the river, through the woods, try to find another section. So I think board speed is crucial. As speaking of Michael Rodriguez's aerial attack right there.
Yeah, great execution. Not in the better part of the wave, but he went for it.
Yeah,
really
so
smooth.
Certainly smooth. But I think the speed throughout the maneuvers is going to be a huge component today with the wind the way it is. You see Rodriguez, nice loft. He's able to get great projection up out of the lip on this. Nearly coming back into that. But we were talking about the end of the section on these lefts goes really flat. So it looks to me like some of the surfers might want to adjust a little bit and go into the peak a little more to allow themselves a little steeper face coming to the end of that wave. And staying high on the wave, too. I'm noticing that people that have had success today have been staying pretty high on the wave, almost staying away from the bottom of the wave. As you see Woodsy up and riding right here. Nice couple of turns. And I really like the end section maneuver.
Yeah, good linking. In between turns, he kept his speed.
He definitely kept his speed. We talk about being in transition. It's usually the time in between your maneuvers. And the surfers who are able to keep that speed and flow through that transition and make it look really easy, to me, stand out when the waves are really bad. You see Michael Woods has a beautiful bottom turn right there, poking it off the top. Never went to the bottom right there. Unfortunately, we lost it on your screen, but did a nice ending re-entry on that wave. That looks like to me like the current's now shifting back the other direction there, Frank, as you say, wow, Rodriguez again. Let's see if he's able to get another maneuver. Unfortunately, one maneuver wave, but we've been noticing surfers now catching up with 12 and 15 waves in a heat, so it wouldn't surprise me if a lot of guys are gambling on waves, trying to make something out of nothing, or at least give themselves the opportunity of rolling the dice on a lot of waves.
Yeah, catching about anything that comes by them. Trying to make the most of every opportunity. And I think we're going to go for an interview.
Yeah, cheers, Frankie. Miguel, wow, that heat kind of really heated up at the end.
Yeah, it was kind of hard at the end. I caught my last wave, I didn't hear, and then I was looking at the back and I saw Lucas claiming a wave. I saw Alex on the last section too, and Wade on the wave too. So I was like, I don't know what these guys did. So just hoping I can get the score, get to the lead, and hopefully the other guys don't get the scores. But yeah, it was a tough heat. It was really hard at the beginning. It was hard to read, hard to position good, and stoked to make the heat.
It seems like the scores have been creeping up a bit in the last couple of heats. Is conditions improving a little bit with this lower tide?
I think the lefts are looking a little bit better. Just a little bit more open phase and give you some opportunities. And the wind is really good for airs too. So I guess everyone's trying to do big airs and try to manage good sections. So yeah, I think it's getting a little bit better. The sun came out and the weather is better.
Yeah, you seemed like, I was commentating that heat, you seemed like you're having fun, enjoying yourself. Just tell us about like your vibe in general. You're stoked to be here in the Azores?
Yeah, for sure. It's my real first prime ever, so I did the US Open, but I made a trial, so I was just having fun. It was a good try to be with the best guys in the world, or the QS. And yeah, just having fun, trying to do my best and trying to improve on my surfing more than anything else. And I think I did good. I read really good the ocean, and I feel good with my board. It's a really good board, and just trying to make it the best.
All right, congratulations, Miguel. Miguel Tadela there of Peru. We look forward to seeing him surfing in round 2. Take it away, boys.
Thank you, Paul. Yeah, Miguel Tudela, one of the new faces in South America. Up and coming, only 20 years of age, and really young, and he's ranked 76. So, well, he's gaining ground on the QS rankings.
Certainly is, and he's good from 2 feet to 20, 25
yeah,
feet.
Exactly, he's a charger.
He is a complete charger, and he's got a huge future for him.
But I believe when you grow up on the west coast of South America, you have to be a charger, whether you live in Chile or Peru. Huh?
Yeah, well, they definitely get good waves there, and I've seen him surf for quite some time. He's a phenomenal surfer. It doesn't surprise me at all that he's good in waves that are like this, and also good waves when they're really big. As you saw right there, it looked like KK got a nice little wave right there, so I'm sure that's going to help his standing right there. He's sitting in 4th right now. Needs only a 2.71 to get himself into an advancing position. Looks like Thomas Woodsy with the highest score of the heat right now is 6.50. So still early days in this heat, but once again, a little low scoring affair. As you see KK up here, nice projecting floater flying down the line, and unfortunately getting a little caught up right there, but recovers well and falls on that last maneuver. So just trying all he is. Now here's the wave I believe that stands out in my mind. This could be the better wave right here, KK. A nice arcing turn back into the pocket, nice full turn, great little bottom turn, great little extension on that second turn as well, and pops it off nicely. As you see that wave's colliding right there, almost going into a wedge-like state. He wasn't riding out of it, but he definitely pulled that maneuver off. As you see Michael Woods struggling to stay with that wave as well. So you did hear Miguel Tadella talk about the conditions being a little better on the lefts, and with the wind being good for air. So I wouldn't be surprised, if a majority of the guys now are going to try to go for those big aerial maneuvers. Miguel Tadella got upwards to a 7-point ride on one maneuver on his backhand. So see Michael Dunphy up and out of that wave.
Yep, Dunphy slapped into 3rd now, but only needs 3.74, which is nothing. I'm surprised how close and tight are all those heats.
Yeah, just a
really
one wave heats. It seems like, except there's been a couple heats where a couple guys got 2 really good rides, but it's been just sort of a one wave factor. It's been sort of the best of the backups, and when it's like that, that's why I think a lot of these guys are gambling. It looks like KK's already up to 6 or 7 waves. Only 12 minutes has elapsed out of this heat, but he's also almost ridden a wave a minute. So guys are sitting out there being busy. What you can't really tell, folks, on your screen either is that it's pounding out there.
Yeah, it is.
There's some dumping shore break waves out there, and then it goes into these fat, deep spots with rips and wind that whip from either direction. So it could be, one of the most challenging contest conditions I've seen in a long time, because it's got backwash, it's got thump and dump, and it's got wind.
And this is KK once again, really active. The Brazilian surfer. That was a nice turn.
That was a great turn right there. And you saw a little adjustment in between his transition right there, trying to find his footing. And he definitely found, as you see Michael Rodriguez up here and riding on his backside. Little projecting float, takes the high road here. Mayhem looking nice for him as well. So let's see what Rodriguez finds on the inside. Brazilians are known for finding reforms where no one else can find them, but unfortunately right there, that wave completely dying off. Michael Rodriguez needs a 4.87 to get up into advancing position.
And here's Dunphy now. And, well, pretty good exchange right now between Michael Dunphy and Michael, the two Michael Dunphy and Michael Rodriguez.
Yeah, I like that. I like to start seeing guys get waves back to back. And also I think they might be gaining their confidence. Hopefully the waves or the scores get better towards the end of the heat. As you see on your screen, we got some 3s and 2s, and actually a 1 scoring for Michael Rodriguez at the moment. Boy, look at these waves coming in. You can see lines approaching the competition zone right now. And the wind chapping, the topwater seas right now just tearing off the tops of the waves. So really, really tough out there. I think the guys are doing an exceptional job of making some sense out of it. But in saying that, we haven't seen a wave yet up into the excellent scoring range.
And that was Rodriguez, quick in and out for the Brazilian. Well, one of the 2 Brazilians.
I think you said earlier there's 22 Brazilians. Yep. There's only 24 heats in the first round. So there's nearly a Brazilian a heat, most likely. So that's great representation for the low pressure.
Overall, you get
storm from Brazil there.
22 Brazilians. Yeah, we are talking about the Brazilian storm more than ever, and it's really true as well on the QS rankings, where you see, up front, guys like Alex Ribeiro or Alejo Moniz, who is the only surfer sure to be qualified next year.
Yeah.
He already had the points enough points to make it to the World Tour, to be back on tour in 2016. And Alex Ribeiro only needs a big result as well. And if you look a bit further down, you got Caio Ibelli. So yeah, looks like we're gonna have a few more Brazilians next year on the WCT.
Yeah, you know, I really like to see is that Kanela Igarashi, the young Japanese surfer living in California, from California. Wow.
KK
with a nice rotation, using that wind to his advantage right there. That was great surfing right there. Maximized all the scoring potential out of that wave. But Igarashi is just a young man. You know, I think he's still a teenager.
17.
Did you see KK? Wow.
Yeah, inverted almost.
Wow, that was great work right there. I'm sure that felt good, and I'm sure the judges will reward that. As you see, there's the current rankings right there, what we were talking about. Alex Ribeiro, he's up there as well. He's got some huge points. So, love to see, you know, Kalohe Andino get another result, put himself back into the mix. He's had a challenging time on the tour this year, but he had a great year last year. I know he has it in him. And these results right here are a lot. As you see, here's the last of the scheduling too, as well.
Yeah, with two contests in Portugal, here in the Azores, and then in Cascais, north of Lisboa. And right after that, all the QS surfers and some city surfers will be in Brazil for two big events, and then Hawaii.
Italy for years, nothing's really used to changing in Hawaii, but boy, we've seen a lot of big results and upsets. Wow, Michael Dunphy, I really enjoyed the last turn right there, unfortunately coming off his board. But we've seen some huge, huge moves, you know, from Sebastian to Dusty Payne and years ago, Michelle Perez make the tour in Hawaii, which is a really hard thing to do to get a result in Hawaii. The pressure's on usually. The local guys surf some of the best over there. You could, you know, get some wild card guys in your heats that could just trump you. So you try to get your results prior to getting into Hawaii. Try to be a sure thing. But nowadays, it seems like the rankings are so tight, even coming into Hawaii, that, you know, one or two big results for a guy in the you know, late teens, early teens could catapult himself, taking somebody out. I thought somebody like you know, Charlie Martin last year, even Jesse Mendez, were sort of a shoe-in to make the World Tour. And, you know, towards the end of the year, they slipped a little, lost some opportunities, and then, you know, people like Seabass and, like, say, Dusty Payne were sort of spoilers, took those spots.
I don't think Dusty really believed in his chances before heading into the Triple Crown, huh?
You know, I became a huge fan of his after that, after just his humility and just where his mind was about what he was doing and how he was doing it. He earned big points with me, but it seems like he's been struggling on the tour this year. He might have lost a lot of that luck, or a lot of that luck went last year, but hopefully he's given another opportunity and does well in some of these events.
And talking about the cut on the QS rankings, last year Ricardo Christie was the last surfer to qualify, and he had 11,000 points.
Yeah, is that Taylor Clark right there?
Yeah, that's him. Yep, next hit, and with the new point system on the QS contest, this year Christie would need 18,000 points to qualify. Because last year a win on the prime events was 6,500 points, and this year it's 10,000. So if you put this into 2015 points, the cut would be at 18,000 points pretty much.
Wow, so it goes to show you how much weight is put into these 10,000s. I mean,
Exactly.
It really is a massive result.
And if you look at the rankings right now, only Alejo Moniz got the points needed. Alex Ribeiro is not far. He's on 17,800 points. So I think one big result should be enough. Not even such a big result. Not even a win, maybe.
Well, yeah, I just look at his lowest score. If you look at what Alex Ribeiro has, he's throwing away a 600. So if he's able to even, say, get up into a 1,500 or a 2,000, as you see Michael Rodriguez right here, a couple nice little turns right there, getting some board speed up, see what he's able to do. Unfortunately, mistimed that last section right there, Frank. sure. Like I say all the time, I've been saying it quite a few times, but he wishes he had that section over again, for sure.
He's needing a 6.8. Michael Rodriguez, the red jersey. Michael is in the hunt as well. Huh? He's sitting on the 12th spot right now. And I got some official information concerning today's contest. We're going to go all the way to the heat number 22.
Oh, wow, we got a full day.
Yep. And tomorrow's call will be at 8 o'clock local time. And we might bet on conclusion on Saturday midday, because apparently the forecast doesn't bring much waves on Sunday. I think the contest director, Travis Loggy, the QS commissioner, and Rodrigo Heredia want to finish the contest by Saturday, which is good news for most of the guys, because right after that they head up to the mainland in Portugal, Cascais, which is going to be the next big prime event. So KK in the lead, and we are into the last 9 minutes. And here's Thomas Woods.
And once again, Frank, we're into a relatively low-scoring affair, getting down into the latter part of this heat. Still got 8 minutes 30 seconds remaining. But just looking at both Michael Rodriguez and Michael Dunphy, needing roughly about the same score, a high 6 to turn this heat. Still is anybody's game. You could watch first go to fourth really quick here with 2 waves, so or 3 waves, even with Thomas Woods needing a 4.9. 4.83. Wow, great little turn there from Michael.
Yep, nice wrap. And again, well, no potential on that end section, as we know. So he's going to work. He's going to try to connect to the inside, and yeah, pretty good job by Michael Rodriguez.
He did a great job of picking an excellent wave right there, as you can see right here. Look at that wave; looks really nice. Great little extension. Backside off the top, goes straight to the bottom, and sort of just a basic toe edge down carve as he comes into this inside section. He sees something through the rip, which is a really sort of a challenging little spot to surf. He gets a nice little vertical off the lip and wipes it off right there. So that's going to be a great little wave. He needed a 6.8 to get himself into that advancing position, because both KK and Thomas Woods are sitting on mid 6s. So he needs to get himself in that conversation of 6s. And now that the judges have already had a couple 6s, I'm sure they're looking at those scores as comparison to what Michael Rodriguez just did on that wave. And you can see KK wants some standing situation or time. And sees exactly what the other surfers need to get his spot. He obviously wants to know what he needs to improve on as well. He's sitting on a 5. And a 5 right now is a pretty solid little score. You can tell too that the tide is dropping. The tide is dropping pretty quick, as you see. Looks like that is Wiggly Dantes getting ready for the next heat.
Yeah, Wiggly just arrived last night on the last flight of the day from Lisboa to Ponta Delgada here in Azores, and he flew previously from LA to Lisboa. That's quite a long flight.
I was just reminiscing as I was sleeping, a majority of the day yesterday, coming in really early, jet lagged. It is 7 hours ahead from California, but it's, almost my sleeping pattern. That's about 7 hours is what I sleep. So it is really challenging to try to click yourself back into European time, get a full rest, and then also be wide awake, ready to go in the morning time. And, it's really challenging to do. And when I watch these surfers just get, their JOJ, they're just off the jet, putting on a jersey and going out there and surfing some of the best surf. I mean, they know how to turn it on when they need to turn it on. And it doesn't matter what time zone or if they're sick or whatever. It's guys are ready to play.
It's pretty full on the whole year. I'm quite surprised that Wiggly is here because he doesn't really need to be in the QS.
He's a QS spoiler.
Yep.
You know, I think a lot of these guys just really love surfing.
That's it.
And just trying to get in another event. And here's Michael Rodriguez. Wow, great turn right there in the pocket.
Crisp.
Really crisp. And really late. You see that lip already throwing over, and unfortunately sticking his board to it. But Michael Rodriguez now needs a 5.61. That last wave of Michael Rodriguez comes in at 5.27, so not enough. As you see, Thomas Woods a little hung up on that, really late on that one, but able to pull it off. So too late off the lips right there for Thomas Woods.
These guys are really dog fighting.
They really are.
And here's Christian Kimmerson reversing.
Wow.
Lots of speed. That's a really good wave by KK, who was in the lead, and he's going to probably improve on a 5 or even a 6.33. Full commitment on that first turn, as you can see.
And I like that he didn't go to a reverse right there, and then he goes straight back into a little poke. Great board control right there, and he kept his speed going to get that last little hit off. So I think the judges are going to really appreciate that ride. He had good variety and flow through that wave. And he also didn't go into a rotation. To me, that was, you know, mixing it up and actually surprising me. Michael Rodriguez right there, desperately trying to find something. He needed only a 5.61 to get into that advancing position.
Seems to be very, very little, but again, a lot.
A lot, exactly. And I wouldn't say in a normal heat, because a lot of heats have been playing out like this, but we would see surfers, the majority of the surfers with 6, 7s, and 8s, and needing a 7.5 or an 8. A lot of the heats today, we've seen them needing a 5.5, a 6.5 to turn the heat all the way to the end of the heat. So never say die, I think, in a situation like this. A lot of surfers are catching up where it's like Michael Rodriguez has gotten already probably over 12 waves, and Thomas Woods 10, KK 10, Michael Dunphy's probably sitting at about 8. So a lot of gambling going on out there. Surfers are trying to catch a lot of waves, give themselves the opportunity. As we are down now to 2 minutes, 30 seconds remaining, it is a nail biter, really. Michael Rodriguez, Michael Dunphy definitely do not want to go home only needing a 5 and a mid-range 6. I always love to see guys at the end of the heat sort of wrap up something and really get the waves that gets them through the heat. But in saying that, you're going to see some defensive surfing right here from KK and Thomas Woods. They're going to be all over Rodriguez and Michael Dunphy. I wouldn't be surprised if you sort of start seeing them grouping up together. The surfer with priority trying to sit next to somebody who's got second, third priority but only needs a 5. So there still is quite a bit of strategy coming into the end of this heat, even with the priority situation.
And I think Dunphy's got the first priority, and Thomas Woods second priority. So Dunphy has to pull something out of his hat now. 6.67. And here's the heat recap. Plenty of waves surfed. And we're gonna have a look at the best of them. And Michael Rodriguez, very, very active throughout the 30 minutes. But in the end, it is the other Brazilian, KK. Christian Kimmerson, who's in the lead, followed by Michael Dunphy. Thomas Woods, sorry, Michael Dunphy is in 4th. Nice rotation by KK. That helped him.
This is a wave I really enjoy this one right here. Great little bottom turn. There's a nice frontside nose pick whip. And it comes in, let's see, is that really what the score is? It looks like it comes in at a 4.73.
Yeah.
That was a pretty good 4. Well, that just goes to show you. I mean, really, the standard and the level is so high that you really have to impress the judges. Do some stuff. I don't know if they missed that or what, but that was an insane series of maneuvers right there for KK.
Well, I think you have to do something really big whenever you go for the air if you want to impress the judges now.
Well, you must, if that was the case. It was on a smaller wave.
Yeah.
That might have been sort of a factor into that determining of the score. But just looking at the spread, all the judges were relatively close, 5-2-5, 5-5.
So this is it. We're going to go into a break and we'll come back for heat number 12. So, official results of heat number 11. Christian Kimmerson taking the heat ahead of Thomas Woods, and third Michael Rodriguez and Michael Dunphy in fourth. And now heat number 12. I'm going to be halfway through the first round with Wiggly Dantas, City Surfer, along with Marc Lacomar from France, Zeke Lau from Hawaii, and Taylor Clark from the USA.
It's like Wiggly's drawing first blood right here. Let's see what he's able to do.
Let's see if he's well awake.
Oh,
he seems to be. He spent the whole day in planes yesterday, traveling from Los Angeles to Ponta Delgada here in the Azores.
that's amazing. Just right off the jet into a great score right there. Wiggly Dantas in a nice bright colored suit. And was hoping to see the conditions improve with the tide getting lower, but it seems like the wind potentially is backing down just a bit. It's still whipping out there. As you can see, the tops of every wave just blowing off. As you see, looks like Dunphy from the last heat just trying to get in. There's sort of the lay of the land right there. A nice volcanic rocky shore glides into a nice black sand beach. And the majority of the surfers out there are wearing spring suits, short sleeve full spring suit. I actually seen a couple of guys wearing trunks. So the water must be, in the high, for me, the high 60s or low 70s. You see Taylor Clark, unfortunately, right there.
Which translates into 22, 23 degrees Celsius.
Oh, wow, look at Wiggly's score. First wave right there. Great, 6.67. So Wiggly Dantas off and running, keeping his roll alive. As you see right here, up and riding. Nice bottom turn for Ezekiel Lau from Hawaii. Nice little layback as well. Great combination of maneuvers right there in a third. So finishes that wave off nicely. He crammed a lot of nice maneuvers in a short little zone. And one of the bigger waves we've seen so far. So let's see how this wave turned out from the start there, Frank. It looks like he got a great off the bottom. Nice little hack off the top.
Great turn on his rail. Layback snap all the way, and he manages to put all the turns he wanted. Good timing for the winner of the World Cup of Surfing at Sunset Beach last year. Zeki Lau standing 32nd on the rankings. So we're going to have a close look at the score of the Hawaiian surfer. Still waiting for Taylor Clark's first wave. Here he is, coming from Encinitas, San Diego, California.
he's a great competitor. He's had the opportunity of watching him surf up in San Francisco during the World Tour event up there. He was a wild card, and he was poised. He surfed really, really well. So I don't see him crumbling with these big names in this heat. So hopefully Taylor Clark's able to put some waves together here and represent his country well. As right now it looks like the young Brazilian and Hawaiian. The Hawaiian getting the score right here, the nod of a 7.33. So the judges really liking the variety of maneuvers that Ezekiel Lau did, his speed through his turns. I think just all in all his wave judgment, the way he was able to choose the maneuvers for the wave, I really think that is reflective in that score right there, 7.33.
Yeah, well, great scoring to start with.
That's the way you want to start your heat.
Exactly.
It really takes a lot of the pressure off on the back end of the heat. Now he can sit there and really focus in on a one-wave heat with a 25-minute heat, which is ample amount of time. But we have seen some surfers catch their first wave and then literally chew through 10 or 15 waves before they get their second score. So I'm sure he's still going to be really selective and try to pick the eyes out of it out there and find a good score.
Ezekiel Lau and Marc Lacomar together in that heat. They were fighting a few years ago in the junior rankings. Both of them. Whoa, what was that?
Oh.
That was Marc Lacomar going for the big rotation. Really going for it in that heat. He knows he's got to give 100% if he wants to get through that heat.
And he knows what it's going to take to get a big score from a one maneuver wave. And I really like how he just punched right into it, went straight off the bottom, right off the top, without a hiccup, on a pretty meaty section as well. That was a pretty powerful looking section as Taylor Clark up and riding. Let's see what he's able to do on this little wave.
Yeah, quick speed turn. But unfortunately that wave closes out really quick. And well, lots of action with Ezekiel Lau.
Wow, so he did a great job of backing up that nice 7.33 really quickly. Now he's going to have two scores. As you see Mark up and riding on his backside right here.
Yeah, the French surfer. That was a good wave for Marc Lacomar as well. He's going to be back in the game. We've seen short waves, but with good linking in between the turns, getting some decent scores in the previous heats. So let's hope for Marc Lacomar that.
I think the judges are going to appreciate that wave.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah,
I really do. That wave gave him a nice amount of time. The tempo of that wave was really nice. He had great off the bottoms and off the top, and he timed his re-entries really well. And as soon as the judges see that you're able to poise, cock, set, and go up off the bottom, off the top repetitively, even though it is repetitive, just to find that out there and to have the opportunity out there has been really challenging. I think that stands out, at least in my eyes. Hope it does with the judges as well, as someone who's able to link together multiple maneuvers. Ezekiel Lau showed us the same thing on his first wave with a little more variety. He got a 7.33. So
yeah, being on his forehand. Few scores to be dialed in. Last of blue, Taylor Clark is at 2.4. We're going to have a close look at Ezekiel Lau and Marc Lacomar's score.
I'd be curious to know what Doug Marsh was the type of information he was giving Taylor Clark after watching and analyzing so many heats, because you do get sort of a good look at what surfers are doing that are making it. You see Wiggly Dantas up here.
Wow. Total commitment.
Yeah, we saw the same thing right there, Frank. He was definitely going to push himself up into that lip and fly up into the vortex of it. Is a nice projecting little float right to the bottom. As you see right here, he comes up late, but still, had he stayed over his board right there, he sort of leaned back a little, but Wiggly Dantas would have been up for a big score.
There's so much speed and fluidity and flow in Wiggly's surfing, whether it's front side or back side. And here's Taylor Clark.
Wow, I like that last maneuver right there, up and under the lip right there, almost a roof ride. So Taylor Clark getting a couple of maneuvers right there. But it looks like might might have had a board malfunction with Wiggly potentially, or Ezekiel Lau. Somebody's paddling in on the inside right here.
Yep, yeah. That is Ezekiel Lau.
No, it might be. It's Wiggly Dantas. Yeah, he might have had a board malfunction right there. Potentially could have broken his board on that wave. Yep, it is Wiggly in red here, coming to the inside. But hopefully he has a board caddy ready for him. Leash off, leash on.
Yeah, we found out pretty quick what's happening. But yeah, I think as well, he probably might have creased or broke his board maybe.
Still sitting in a nice position right now with that 6.67. Got plenty of time, but almost looks like a bigger board. You know, relatively pulled in pintail. Let's see how it looks under his feet in comparison, because it's going to be night and day with that mayhem. Wow, there it is. Mark?
Yeah, Mark Lacomar just got a 5.43, and Ezekiel Lau backed up his initial 7.33 with a 5.83, which puts him not well ahead, but both Wiggly and Mark Lacomar and even Taylor Clark are far behind. And this is Mark Lacomar, which I believe is the first completed tube ride of the morning.
Wow, nice skirky little tube. Yeah, I did see Tim Reyes get a nice little head dip earlier, but yeah, that's the first little tube I've been in the booth for. But Ezekiel Lau structured himself a nice little heat. He's got a lot of time left, as you see. Nice little, yeah, it was sort of, I'd call that a tube.
Yeah, I think so.
I think so. He disappeared
Not the
there
best
for a
exit,
second.
but doggy dolls it.
Yeah.
I don't know.
You know, I try not to put my foot in my mouth.
No.
But I honestly thought that that Mark's last wave, where he got 3 or 4 nice backside belts, was going to be higher than a 5.43. But now, in hindsight, in relation to what Ezekiel Lau's last wave, I think the judges have it pretty much spot on. I usually try to look at the spread of the judges to see if there's any discrepancy in scoring. If there's more than a 1.5 difference in the judges, I usually will sort of wonder sometimes, because they do seem to keep them in a sort of a tight little box in scoring. But all the judges are on the same page on all these scores right now, so it looks like Lacommar's last score, 3.67, and Ezekiel Lau on a big looking wave and a great roof lining.
Gee, that was
off
close.
the lip right there. Unfortunately not sticking that, falling off at the end of that turn right there. But Ezekiel Lau definitely throwing caution to the wind and going up for huge maneuvers. He knows he needs to improve on a 5.83, and to do it on one maneuver, he realized it needed to be a big turn.
So Mark Lacomar's tube ride was a 3.67. So, well, I think the judges didn't really like it, or didn't really consider it as a tube ride, I think. And here is the Frenchman.
In my opinion, had he combined it with some really crisp off the top and off the lips after the fact, that would have left a bigger impression with that tube ride.
Yeah.
But because the tube ride was what was standing out the most in that wave, and he did come out the doggy door and did get a little soapy on the bottom, it didn't leave the biggest impression. But still, on an average day, with the average guys, that would have been a great ride. As you see right now, it looks like Taylor Clark needs a 4.15, and looks like Lacomar needs a 3.82. So similar to that last heat where, 4s and 5s right now are money scores. They sure are scores you want to start your heat with and then build on them. As you see right here, Taylor Clark up and riding on a nice looking little wave.
Nice turn.
Great little turn right there. Another hack up off of the top. So you can see that wave just dividing up really fast, but he made the most of those sections right there, and did it with speed and power. He had great flow through him. Really like the release too he was getting. And let's see what the judges give Taylor Clark's last wave. He needs, a 4.15. I won't even go out on a limb, but it might be close.
Yeah, Taylor Clark, who was the under 18 USA champ in 2013, and you can see why. Only 18 years of age now.
Just a young man in these 10,000s. That's great stuff. And really, that's what it takes now. You have to be, you know, aging and maturing with your talent and getting yourself in a position to really make a bid at it when you do fully develop. As you see Mark up and riding on his backside. Here's
And
up and
here's
riding.
pretty good combination of maneuvers by Mark Lacomar. I really enjoyed the first turn. The way he lifted himself on top of that leap.
He needs a 3.94 to get himself into that advancing position.
Looks like he's going to get them, I think. And in the meantime, Taylor Clark just got a 4.27. And here's Wiggly on another board. And still that same flowy surf by the surfer from Ubatuba, São Paulo, Brazil, who's currently sitting on the 12th spot on the CT rankings. Still in the hunt for the Rookie of the Year title, along with Italo Ferreira.
Nice turn right there in the pocket.
Good control.
Here he sort of misses that turn, but still kept his flow going. He reads the wave really well. He saw something down the line. He knew he couldn't totally commit to that second turn. He kept his flow going, but he reads the wave really well. I mean, I hear the people on the CT talking about his timing and his pop off the lip, but I really do think it comes down to his wave knowledge and what he sees in the wave and his maneuver choice and what he decides to do. He also throws an incredible amount of spray. He must be really, really strong.
I think we got a few scores coming in. Looks like Mark Lacomar is gonna move up to second. Here it is, a 5.83 for the surfer from Cabreton, France. He is now in second, just ahead of Taylor Clark and Wiggly Dantas, waiting to be scored for his last wave. And Wiggly was only requiring a 5 point, well, not even 4.60 pretty much. So Ziki Lau looking comfortable in that heat. It seems like only the second place will be fought for.
At this stage of the game, if I noticed that Mark Lacomar has the same, his highest score equals Ezekiel Lau's lowest score, and also Wiggly Dantas. His largest score exceeds Ezekiel Lau's lowest score. So if either one of those surfers get a wave up into the 7-point range, we could see a complete total flip-flop of these standings right here. Taylor Clark.
And just now, Wiggly Dantas moves back into second with a 4.97, just enough.
Yeah, with 12 minutes remaining, I think we're going to see a seesaw battle here for maybe even first, the way that some of these surfers are surfing, especially Wiggly Dantas. It is another one of those heats where everyone has a pretty nice score. Taylor Clark could use a better top-end score. He's got a great backup score at the moment. His backup score exceeds Wiggly Dantas'. His highest score exceeds Wiggly Dantas' backup score. So you figure he gets a mid-range 6, a high 6. He's right back in the game. As you see, wow, Lacomar looking for those lefts.
Yeah, looks like it. Sticking to the left, looking for a tube ride maybe, or a ramp, I don't know. And here's Wiggly. Nice turn. Great snap by Wiggly Dantas. And this is Mark Lacomar going for it.
Unfortunately, falling right off into the trough right there. Realizing that he needs a relatively good score of a 5.82. Taylor Clark, throwing up a nice late off the lip right there. Scorpion out of it. Look at that little nice right-hander right there. Unfortunately, not one of the surfers on it. As you see, Wiggly Dantes. Here's what we were talking about his timing. Great pop off the lip. Connects perfectly off the bottom, and there's a nice hack in the pocket, little layback.
So much power.
This wave goes sort of
turn.
fat right there. Not able to bring that board around into the power of the wave. But still, it was a nice wave.
Well, so far, still the lone regular footer in the lead.
And those were his first 2 waves. So he's had the lead since literally the first maybe 5 minutes of the heat, and has been sitting patiently waiting. He did throw up one huge Hail Mary on that left-hander. Wasn't able to pull the maneuver off, but he's been patiently waiting. He realizes that he needs to find a good wave to get better than his 5.83. Looks like he's teleporting in air here.
And here he goes.
Wow.
Landing in the flats.
He's got the right idea, though, in my mind, right now. You see him just seeing something way down the line. He realizes the wind's coming right at him.
And it's a small wave, so not much potential.
Oh.
So he just gambles on that last flight.
Wow, Wiggly Dantes' last wave. There it goes, 727. Now he's...
For one turn.
Yeah. That goes to show you folks that they're looking for the quality of the turn, not the quantity of the turns. And Wiggly Dantes. Now you do see a 7, you got the 6.8, 7.3, 7.5, 7.7, 7.0, averaging out to a 7.27. So now, this is, it looks like a 2-man show. There still is, Mark Lackamore has the potential with 8 minutes remaining, 8.5 minutes remaining to get the score needed to get into this heat.
And here's Ziki Lau. Nice off the top to start with. Snaps. But the wave fails to offer what he was looking for. No end section for the Hawaiian.
Now Taylor Clark needs an 8. And Mark Lackamore needs a 7.33, as you see right here. That was at 12 o'clock. That was a great vertical off the top. A little stuck on that turn, but I still liked it. And able to tick another hit off the top right there. So Ezekiel Lau just staying in rhythm out there, keeping his board moving. And he's able to potentially improve on that 5.83. We'll leave that up to the judges, but he did 1, 2, 3 turns on that wave. And I really enjoyed the first vertical off the lip that was done right in the pocket. It was combined with a beautiful bottom turn.
Exactly, yeah. That's what I was pointing. Quality of that bottom turn that helped him go beyond vertical with lots of speed. Seven minutes on the clock, and still Wiggly Dantes and Ziki Lau in the lead, well ahead in the lead right now. And here's Taylor Clark. Yeah, nice rotation by the young Californian surfer.
That was a really fast whip right there. Taylor Clark in blue. Let's see what the judges are going to give a 1 maneuver rotation here. See what they decide to do.
Here it is, that's only a 2.67. Well, the judges don't seem to appreciate air maneuvers, if they're not like really high above the wave. Or
I think sometimes too, Frank, if it's the wave's bigger and done in a really critical part of the wave, the judges will appreciate it. It's Wiggly Dantes. Wow, that was smooth. And unfortunately, the second off the lip right there. Gets caught up, but that was great projection on that floater right there. It looks like he has gone to a little larger board, or at least a little more solid board. And
you can see as well that Wiggly goes for the bigger waves.
Yep. Look at that.
That's the
Perfect.
speed.
And really late on that second re-entry right there. Unfortunately falling off. He's sitting pretty firmly in the lead right now. Ezekiel Lau needs a 6.61 to get into first position. But it looks like it's the fight for second. Taylor Clark needs an 8. Mark Lackamara needs a 7.33. Oh, there it is. Okay, so Taylor Clark's last wave comes at a 5.83 for that rotating squirrel. Now he needs a 7.34. So the judges did appreciate that. That's, I'm glad that that wasn't a 2, because that was a nice rotation.
And here's Mark Lacomar looking for 7.33, in and out.
Realizing that wasn't the score.
Yeah.
Wow, Mark's caught upwards to 10 waves already too, and he's been gambling on a lot of them. You know, just looking at his low scores, obviously his high scores are a couple of 5s, but he's got, you know, 1s and half a point. So he's definitely taken a look at a lot of waves. Just unfortunately, they don't look to be what he's looking for. Right now, to me, it's all about your positioning in the lineup and trying to find out exactly how to maximize the most out of these waves. You see a nice split the peak right here. Ezekiel Lau up and riding.
Eesh.
Oh, he's pissed about that, I'm sure. That was a nice little section. I think he was caught up in what type of maneuver to throw right there.
He could have been more conservative.
Or he could have, instead of going below the lip for a layback, maybe go above the lip with all that speed. You see a couple of nice waves marching through right here. Big set. Wiggly Dantas again on one of the larger waves of the set. And yeah, maybe that's why he decided to ride that little bigger board, because he was going to catch some larger waves.
So plenty of waves surfed in that heat. Number 12, but we're going to have a look at the best waves of that heat with Wiggly Dantas opening up with a 6.67.
And that's off the lip that we both really enjoyed right there, Frank. That was a great projecting
lip
line turn. And this wave right here, once again, Ezekiel Lau with a beautiful bottom turn, combining it with a nice little off the top. There's some variety right there with a nice little layback. Really like the linkage in his maneuvers right there. It was non-stop flow for Ezekiel Lau. You see right here, nice little hack off the top. Here's where he starts to get in his rhythm. 1, 2, and then right off the bottom, off the top into a late off the lip jam. So the judges really liking that score as well.
And for that one turn, well, actually, this one. Oh.
I believe this was his Wiggly's 5.33.
Yeah, it's not the 7.27 that we saw earlier.
Yeah, that might have been the 4.97 actually. But Wiggly has done a great job of sort of picking the eyes out of the best waves out there, and hence the World Tour surfer, able to make some sense out of some pretty marginal conditions.
Here we are into the last 2 minutes, and Zeki Lau also looking for the tubes.
Nice. So even though it wasn't a really, really deep tube, I really liked his position, his timing, his entry into that wave. I really like how he ended that wave. That was a well-surfed wave right there. And to find that quality of a wave out there right now is like a needle in a haystack.
Looks like Wiggly, who was the 4th on the QS rankings last year, will advance with a nice total of almost 14 points, which is a decent total for
great total.
for what we've seen so far in that competition.
He's in the top 5% for sure. Kyle Belli's heat sort of rings out in my mind as a really, really high scoring at an 8.33 and I believe a 7. But right now we still have 45 seconds remaining. Anything can still happen. If you realize both Mark Lackamore needs a 7.33 and Taylor Clark needs a 7.34. Unfortunately for Taylor right there, only that one section of opportunity. In comparison to his competitors, he needs to find ways right now to give multiple turns and then add that rotation.
And here's Ziki Lau back in first after his last call, which came up as 6.83 for that combination. Tube right, nice re-entry. And this is it, with Ziki Lau and Wiggly Dantas advancing to round 2 of the Sata Azores Pro. So no surprise really in that heat, with the number 12 in the world, Wiggly Dantas, second behind Ziki Lau. And we're gonna go into a commercial break and come back with heat number 13. Don't go anywhere.
Ainda escolhes os teus amigos pela rede? Mosh Master com chamadas e SMS à pala para todas as redes, 500 megas de net e apps grátis por apenas 1,80€ por semana. Redes diferentes, todos iguais. É cada vez mais ridículo não seres Mosh.
Your attention, please.
Uma boa viagem.
Roger, Vic, go.
Sata, a viajar consigo.
Welcome back. We are up to heat 13, and that is the lineup of this round 1. Jadson Andre, Tom Whitaker, Frederico Moraes, and Jacome Correia. So an interesting lineup there. We got Frederico Moraes, the Portuguese hero, winner of the Junior Triple Crown. We've got Jadson Andre, CT veteran, one of the standouts, of course, a winner in Portugal here last year in Cascais. Tom Whitaker, another former CT guy. Don't know a whole lot about Jacome Correia, Frank. You know much about him?
He's the youngest surfer in the event. He's only 16 years of age.
Yep.
And he'll face the oldest surfer in the event, who is Tommy Whitaker.
Nice.
Born in 79. So being born in 79 nowadays makes you the oldest surfer of the field.
Yeah, right on. Wow. So there we go. 30-minute heats, and we've powered through this round. We kicked off this morning around about 7:30. We're going to go all day, make use of this swell on tap. As we've been saying, kind of tricky conditions, but very contestable. Let's go live action. This is Tommy Witz.
Yep.
And he'll float that backhand, try and get around. How'd that last heat go down? I didn't catch much of it. Fill me in. What a miss.
And, well, in the end was the CT surfer Wiggly Dantas.
Okay.
Advancing along with Ziki Lau. And so Jacome Correia is the wild card. I think he's the local wild card.
Right, sure. Okay, good. Well, let's hope he pleases this crowd here for the Portuguese and does some damage. A couple of minor scores dropping in. Tommy Witz, 2.83. Jadson Andre, 1.5. So Marco, still he's just having that kind of inconsistent year this year.
No, doesn't click properly yet. So it's a shame, because we all know that Mark Lacomar has the potential to make some big results.
Ooh, there's a little section there. Jadson Andre had a little look at that, and that thing was bottoming out. You saw it on that nice tight shot. quite how thick that lip went, so I guess it's slow tide round about now. High was at 8, lows in round 2, unless I'm making that up. So what we are seeing is we're seeing proper heavy end sections for the guys to hit, but at the same time there's a lot of water moving, there's wind coming up the face. It's not perfect conditions by any means, but there are good scoring potential on some of these waves.
Some of them, the key is to find them. That's it. So we still see some pretty good scores, at points, but we see those surfers, even being the best in the world, are struggling to find those waves. It's a real field, like a really large field. And, there's some games here and there, but gee.
Yeah, it's such a leveler, isn't it? These 4-man round 1 heats. And we were saying earlier on the commentary, it's so hard just to get out of this round. You could be in the form of your life. You could have just come off winning the last event, and you find in these 4-man heats, you maybe get one wave, can't get a second, or maybe can't even really get a proper score on the board. So, especially when it's speech breaks, and even with the priority, you never really know what you're going to get. So that's what kind of keeps it exciting for us. It doesn't mean the guy in the red singlet necessarily getting through. Let's check out a replay of Tommy Whitaker. He had a lot of bump on the face to deal with there. Just that one basic maneuver.
Yeah, back in floater for the Sydney surfer. And Jadson Andre, one of the 10 city surfers who made the trip to Azores in need for points. Jadson Andre, who's standing 20th on the city rankings. So he's right below the cut.
He's not having a great year then, Justin. So you've been doing a lot of commentary for the CT. Tell me about how you think his year's shaping up. What's happened to him? Because he's a guy that we would expect to maybe be a bit higher up than that.
Yeah, true. Especially being a former winner. He was a winner on his prime year on the CT in 2010 when he won the contest in Florianopolis ahead of Kelly Slater. He had a pretty good year last year thanks to his final run in France, but this year it's not clicking properly for Jadson. He's had a pretty good run in Rio, I think that was, but since then, now only 13th and 25th. So having a hard time, Jadson.
Trying to surf himself back into form via the Prime Series and collect those valuable points. He was ripping here last year. Actually, also in the Portuguese leg the year before. So in general, these Prime, as they used to be known, the 10,000 QS leg in Portugal, he does very well, and I think he's made finals at least the last 2 years in a row. He'd be one of the favourites. We did see a little bit of action then on his screen. We cut away. We had a split peak. I saw Jadson take off and pump down the line. Let's go to the replay. We're going to stay with Jadson. Here he goes, and he just, board got away from him there. He aborted midair. Plenty of pop from the Brazilian. Tommy Witz, this was his wave on the right hand of the same wave.
Yeah, nice up the top to start with, but once again, that wave doesn't cooperate.
So just the one maneuver section there for Tommy Whitaker. 23 minutes on the clock. These are half an hour heats, so just trying to give everyone enough time. 4 servers in the water, trying to get everyone a fair bite of the cherry. Tommy Witz pulls in backhand. He almost squeezed out that doggy door.
We see that on the low tide right now, 2 o'clock. We see those barrel sections, starting to show up. We've seen Mark Lacoma or Ziki Lau finding some tube time in the previous heat, and here's Tommy Whitaker.
It just pinched, didn't it, that one? It was quite a thick barrel. He wasn't super deep behind it, or at least didn't look that way from where we were, from our angle, but it looked like he was nearly coming out of that, but there was a lot going on. I think he just caught a wobble, and he'll go down. A quick score drop in, it'll be a throwaway. He is in the lead at the moment, but we're talking 2s at the moment, so nothing of major significance. And there is Jadson Andre. And here we go. We're checking out Frederico Kikash Moraes, of course, one of the rising stars of European surfing. And he's being coached by, our commentator buddy, Richard Marsh.
Yeah, he's got plenty of work. Whether it's on the mic or on the beach, coaching these young surfers for the Billabong team. And here's Federico. Nice re-entry to start with. Cuts back and into the end section.
Yeah, 3 nice turns there from Federico. It wasn't a great looking wave. I think he surfed it pretty well. He just kind of wanted to get score on the board, didn't he? You know, you're getting down to that stage, it's time's ticking away, 8.5 minutes gone. Just nail something and make sure you stick your turns right out. Just put a score on the board to go to build from there. That's exactly what he did. I think Dog will be fairly pleased with that. We'll wait for the judges to throw down. He had just a 0.5 previous to that. He wanted to get something on the board.
That'll be a good score.
And we are going to, as we wait for that score to drop in, we're going to throw down to an interview with the winner of the last heat, Ezekiel Lau.
Ezeki, what a great display of power surfing during that last heat.
Yeah, I know, and the waves are a little difficult today just with the wind, but a couple fun ones out there. I'm just happy to move through.
Okay, how do you find the setup here in the Azores? Is it similar to the Hawaii?
Yeah, kind of a lot of sun and rain and kind of like island vibes, so it's good.
Best of luck for the next round then. Back to you guys.
All right, thanks Zeke Lau there, looking pretty stoked to make it through, and just pressure when you come to these 10,000 QS events, just making it through that first round. You can see how stoked these guys are to be through that next round, hoping to get on a roll. Let's go to a replay of the action we missed.
Yeah, Jadson Andre hooking that first turn, waiting for that section to close out, and that was a lot of commitment in that last turn, and that would be worth some points, I believe.
Yeah, good wave there for Jadson. Tag 2 turns, so probably the best 2 waves we've seen in this heat. The last 2 waves we've seen ridden. Federico score locks in. It's a 5.5, so 5.5 points for Federico. That was the 3 turns on his forehand. And then Jadson just threw down a couple on his backhand. Let's check live action. It is Correira, 16 years old. He'll tag that section. He got a wobble when he took off then. He always looked a little bit tentative as he went into those maneuvers. But a great experience for him. Coming in, of course, no real pressure in terms of in terms of points for the season, but just gaining amazing experience surfing against what must be some of his heroes.
Yeah.
Like this much talent, it's just a great learning curve for the young guy.
I'm sure he was on the webcast, in front of his screen when Jadson or Tommy Whitaker was surfing the CT events, and still is.
So there we go. We get a score come in for Jadson. It's the highest score of the heat so far, 6.5 for Jadson Andre. He's in first place. Backup's a 1.5. Federico's got a 5.5 and a 0.5. So at the moment, those two just getting the best of this opening 11, 12 minutes of the heat. There is Jadson on your screen. And as we were saying, the Brazilians so comfortable here in the Azores. They've done well historically at this event, but in general in the Portuguese leg, they seem to do well in the CT, in the primes. They're at home. They're at home with their language, the culture, the food. It's like a second home for them.
It is, yeah. As I said earlier, there are 22 Brazilian surfers in that competition. And if you look at the past winners, out of 6 events, 5 of them were Brazilians.
Yep, there you go. So that just says how much they like being here on São Miguel. We got a paddler, and it's our junior surfer Correira, and he'll just fade into this bowl. And he'll hit that lip, doesn't take it on really super hard, doesn't quite execute the maneuver as he would have liked, and he'll just get his way back into the lineup. We've got another paddler here, no ride, just letting that one go. Might have been Federico just having a little look on the inside there. And that's the view of our lineup, so pretty much dead low tide. And, well, it's a solid 4 foot, occasional bigger ones, and there's a bit of power out here. We are in the middle of the ocean, so this is real raw open ocean swell. It's kind of quite hard to appreciate on your screen, but when they're hitting some of these closeout sections, there's a lot of ocean coming at them.
Yeah, and you can tell. But after each impact, that was a nice little wave by Federico Moraes.
Yeah, so Kikash fired up with his 5.5, trying to get busy on the left-hander. A little bit of a smaller wave. Let's see if we got a replay of that, what he did right at the very beginning. But yeah, he had a 0.5 as backup. He will be improving, I dare say, on just a 0.5. But just starting to hit his straps now, trying to get into his rhythm. I'm sure Dog would have given him a talk at some length about strategy in the heat and whether he wants to go for the mad wave catching scramble, whether to be patient. I know Dog generally favors the patient approach. Let's see if Federico can translate that in. Let's check out a replay of Jadson. This was his right-hander.
Yeah, the 6-pointer. No.
Ooh, that's another wave.
That's another one, same approach. And here's Federico, medium-sized wave. I think Federico just wants to stay active. Doesn't have the priority now, so just catches about anything that comes past him.
So 16 on the clock in this one. Not a whole host of ways ridden. Score's going to come in 4-1-7 for Federico. It's going to put him back in first place for the moment. He is in the lead. Jadson Andre's sitting on a 1-5 and is back up. He'll definitely be trying to go to work on that, take the lead back. But at the moment, it's Moraes and Andre out in front. Tommy Witt's been pretty quiet. Just caught 3 waves. A couple of 2s are his high score. And Correa's had a little go. He's looked a little bit out of sorts. I just wonder if he's maybe... We talked about you surfing with no pressure, but when you're that young and you're surfing at this level, you can't help but feeling a bit of nerves. You'd forgive him for that.
You know, you can be in the heat looking up at the other surfers, you know, and being a witness of his heat instead of being an actor.
Yeah, exactly. So what do we got? Live action here, up and riding.
That's him.
Here he goes, Correa.
Well,
this is better. He foam climbed that section. He takes on. That's a beautiful turn there. I'm not sure the judges are going to count that as complete.
Not the last one, but Jerome was an actor of that wave.
Yeah, better from him. A positive approach. And that was a meaty section. And he took it to it. And that's exactly what we want to see. We want to see him attacking. Talk us through the replay here, Frank.
Yep, good bottom turn. Lots of speed. That helps him reach the top of the wave. And he goes for it on that last section. But maybe he should have... I don't know, squat on his legs.
Yeah, he stayed a bit upright, didn't he? Almost looked like he thought he'd made it, and he just could have got in that safety stance, got a bit low. I think you're exactly right there. Here goes Kierkesh, and he goes for that trademark rail turn and another big fanging spray for the Portuguese from Cascais, and he'll bang that last section. Good surfing there from Federico Moraes.
That's the difference in between Jerome, the youngster, the 16-year-old Portuguese, and Federico, who's almost 10 years older, 25, and who's one of the leading Portuguese surfers. He's got the experience. He spent many years on the junior circuits. He surfed against the best. He's beaten Kelly Slater 2 years ago.
Yeah, absolutely.
On the CT in Portugal. So he's kind of a national hero, and you can see he puts everything he's got in his turns, and he stays focused.
Yeah, I think Dog would have called that good maneuver selection on the last maneuver. You just saw as he made that second big carving snap, he just saw him adjust just to make sure he didn't try and take too much of that closeout section, just do enough to tag it, but make sure you ride out of it. That's exactly what he did. We're waiting for a score to drop for him, but it's smart surfing there. And as you said, 25 years old, but highly experienced.
Federico building a score, and now maybe he's going to release his turns more. Maybe. And here's Tommy Witz. Bit late on that first turn, but didn't commit too much, so he could go into the last turn in time. Otherwise, I don't think he would have made it.
Yeah, so Tommy Whittaker there, a tough looking wave for him. He never really got heaps of projection into the turn, but he tagged it a couple of times. He put his board up there, asked a question of the judges, and we are waiting. And that score drops in for Federico. Well, we liked it as we watched it live. The judges liked it even more. 8.6 for Federico, and he is in the driving seat. Throws down an excellent score.
Yep. That's one of the best scores we've seen in the last heats. And that puts his opponents way behind now, with Jadson Andre looking for a 7.61, and Tommy Witz needing a 5.18 to move up to second, and Jarob still there, only looking for 5.81 to go up to second.
Yeah, here it goes. Jadson Andre in second place, and he'll carve off the top. And he'll get that backhand hit, surfing in the board shorts. It is pretty warm out here. You've seen some of the guys wearing steamers earlier on this morning. But Jadson just opting to go for that tropical vibe. He's rocking the trunks. He is in second. We are owed a couple of scores from him. Let's go to the replay frame.
Yep, nice bottom turn, nice arcing of the top, and pretty cool vertical backside re-entry to finish with. Not the biggest wave, but he had a bit of face to work on, and he just did that.
Yeah, the judges, there's a classic, that kind of 1-2 punch there. The kind of carving turn off the top, and then the more lip on the second turn. That's just experience. When you get to a certain level, these guys know exactly what maneuvers they need to pull out there. Look at a section where your average surfer might sort of struggle just to make it, and they're putting 2 turns up there. So there's some smart surfing there. It's not going to be a crazy score, but it's going to be decent. Let's have another look at Federico Moraes, and we'll check him out just carving this wave. This was the 8-6. This turn here, just plenty of commitment, and he does well. Just adjust that. That section by no means easy to hit, and he did so well. He'll just tag that, and he showed variety. That's his dad watching on, and he'll be pretty happy with his son's work so far. An 8.6 and a 5.5, and he's very much in the driving seat in this heat.
Yeah, and you can see on the last re-entry, he really timed it. He waited for the section to throw and to project towards the beach, because we know that last section is really tricky. It's a real trap, and Jadson punches through. Yep, he's a fighter, Jadson. You can't never ever count him out.
So dangerous in these kind of conditions. He's just got that kind of bendy approach. He makes sections that you think aren't makeable. He tries things where you don't think they're really on. He's just got that kind of self-belief, and he looks like he's growing into this heat. And he had a little tube early on in the beginning of that one. It looked like it's maybe going to get caught behind. He did well to kind of just squeeze himself out of that little doggy door as it pinched. Got in a couple of good hits, and Jadson Andre is just surfing himself into form. 9:30 on the clock as we wait for that score to come in for Jadson. You 1-2, it's Moraes, and it is Jadson Andre. Let's check out Federico Kikush going the backside option, and he goes up into the lip, gets a great backhand hit. If he can get another turn in here, and he can't quite. That first one was great. If he had another hit, that would have been another really good score. Tell us about the replay of Jadson.
Yep, straight into the tube underneath the leap. You can see the wave closes out, but he punches through that leap to get the points for the tube. I don't know what the judges are going to award the Brazilian for that tube. We haven't seen any big scores yet, but on the other end, we haven't seen any real tubes today.
Score comes in 7-6-7 for Jadson. That's enough to put him back in first place. This thing's hotting up. That's what we like. These guys just building into it, feeding off each other's energy. And he goes into the top two, goes into the top spot. Jadson Andre, Kikush, Federico Moraes back there is Doug Marsh and Ryan Callanan watching on. Thomas Fernandes next to them. So that's the little Billabong crew right there. And Doug just watching and filming. And, well, they know their guy is up against a serious surfer in Jadson Andre. But it is, of course, 2 advancing. And Tommy Witz and Jacome Carrera at the moment are just way out of this one.
Yeah, it's only a battle for first. I don't see Tommy Witz or Jacome Carrera coming back now. Jacome is comboed in the need of 2 scores to come back, and Tommy Witz pretty much needs a perfect 10. That's 9.60, but today no one scored a 9.
Yeah, I mean, well, he's got 7:45, so he's got enough time for a couple of waves, but sometimes it's not just about time, is it? We've seen this morning a lot of these heats, it's quite often been kind of 2 guys finding the rhythm and 2 guys kind of getting scraps, 2 guys taking off on waves that look similar, that just turn out to be closeouts or fatten out. So it is so important, that rhythm, that thing that you can't really put a finger on why you might have it, but sometimes the surf gods are just cooperating for you.
Especially today, it's a really tricky lineup to read. You got to be on the right spot. You got to, take every opportunity you get. But so far, we've seen the best scores on the bigger waves.
Yeah,
that's
yeah, absolutely.
What comes out.
Absolutely, and that combination of turns in the lip and rail turns, of course, that little tube there for Jadson. We've seen a couple of airs go down, so we talked about how tough it is out there for these guys. Nevertheless, we've seen some pretty good maneuvers going down. These scores have been building throughout the day. We are up to heat 13. So unless I'm mistaken, we're actually in the second half now with a draw, and we're going to try and power on through all day and get this round out of the way. Of course, if we can have a couple of big days early on, we can narrow the field right down. We do have really favourable conditions. I was talking to one of the locals just before, and he was saying that he thinks it's going to be really good for the end of the week. Like those guys kind of frothing on how good it's going to get. It'd be great just to see kind of a tube fest go down here at Praia Santa Barbara as we get down to the serious end of this competition. Some fans on the beach loving it, soaking it all up. We do have a few people to thank, of course. This is the Sata Azores Pro presented by Zumel. Thanks to Tourism of Azores, Sata Airlines, Sumo, Set Cars, Billabong, and Mosh. So thanks to all those guys, and thanks to you all for tuning in. Hope you're enjoying the webcast. Our view of the lineup there: Jetson Andre in first place in the red singlet. CT Surf, as Frank was saying earlier, not having an amazing year on the CT, but what we do so often see is sometimes then guys step onto the Prime or the QS tour and they start making heats, and they get winning is such a good habit to have. That can then spill over and then help them in the CT events. Of course, 2 events coming up in Europe, so he's getting his just surfing himself into that form, getting his eye into these European conditions.
Exactly, because after Azores, Jadson will be going to Cascais and then to Horsegor for the next CT leg, the first of the Euro leg, and then back to Portugal for the Mosh Recurve Pro, starting around the 20th of October. That'll be in 1 month's time, so try to get some momentum here. And we remember last year that Jadson was really on fire here on the QS events, and that led him to reach the final in Horsegor.
Yeah, it's exactly
for the
what
Quickie
happened.
Pro.
Yeah, it's exactly what happened. That winning is such a good habit to have, to be making heats. The confidence, so important. So much of this surfing, when you get to this top level, all the guys are good. They can all do it. It just comes down to that mental aspect, and if you're feeling good about yourself, about your boards, even if you're feeling good about the way the judges are interpreting your surfing, that counts for so much. We're 4 minutes 10 out, so we've gone a little bit quiet here. This one's kind of settled. This heat's kind of crystallized down, and it's our early front runners that came out strong, and they are still on top. Jadson Andre and Federico Moraes, of course. 1 and 2 will advance. 3 and 4, there's no losers round. There's no double elimination at this stage. You lose in round 1, it doesn't matter where you've flown in from, what part of the world, it's all over. There goes Correia. He just looking to get out of that combo at the moment. He just wants, he's just surfing for experience, just enjoying himself. He won't be too worried about being in a combo. That doesn't really matter at this stage. It's all just a great learning experience for him. But we do have live action out the back, and we're watching Federico. Here he goes, trying to get his first place back from Jadson Andre. He'll tag this thing a couple of times, a smaller inside wave. 5.5 was his low score. Judges will let us know shortly if they think that was enough to improve. I'm not sure that it would be. I don't compare that to his 5.5 for me. I thought his 5.5 was better surf. We'll wait and see though. But
I do agree.
3 minutes on the clock as he'll make his way into the lineup. Here he goes.
That was a nice bottom turn. Straight into the pocket. And that's what the judges want to see. Commitment. You want to put your board vertical right underneath the leap.
Yeah, I didn't see actually that first maneuver when I watched that live. So first maneuver was pretty good actually. It looked better on the replay. So
it was a nice pre as well.
Yeah. So let's see if that is enough to go back into first. Of course, it doesn't really matter in terms of 1 and 2 advancing, but it's always nice to win your heat and come through as the winner. Get to do your interview for Portuguese TV. Billy Stammen there. He's one of those guys. He's got that high energy approach. Always stoked. He likes going backhand. I think we might see him attack these lefts. He's got a really strong backhand, so that might be a tactic. We might just surf whatever waves come to him. But Billy Stammen, of course, was surfing really well in the European leg last year in what was then called the Prime Series. These events are now called QS 10,000. And here goes our junior, the wildcard, just 16 years old. What a story it is for him. And he's just taking on that right, trying to get out of a combo. He's just got a couple of small scores so far, 2-2. Really good score coming in from Federico. The judges did like that first maneuver. Well, they liked all three of them. It's a 7-4-3, and he will go back into first place. Yeah. And how about that for a heat total? 16.03. Highest so far of the day as a total?
I think so, yeah.
Great surfing there from Federico Moraes.
I think the best total until now was Caio Ibelli's 15 points, 86.
There we go. So just pipping the Brazilian there, and Jadson Andre now drops into second. And let's check out the replay here, Frank. Oh, that first time was great.
Yeah, it was a nice spray, a lot of power, and then manages to hook up 2 more turns, and this is live action again with Federico Moraes.
Coming in. His job's done. It's 45 on the clock. He's heard his score ring out. He's pretty confident that he's done enough, and he'll be heading in. A quick debrief with Richard Marsh. He'll get some high fives from his Billabong teammates, and well deserved indeed. Let's just check out the replay of that last wave.
Yeah, speed check. That's a medium-sized wave, even a small wave. But, you know, job's done. He's going to relax now. He's not going to surf until tomorrow.
A little victory lap from Federico, and it's just, at this stage, it gets so important to what they do. How do they kind of bottle that form that they have from the first round and kind of keep it back for the next heat? You know, they don't want to get too ahead of themselves. I'm on fire. It's more just like
you're first round.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean,
so early in this competition.
It is so hard, you know, to beat all these guys, but it's only a first round, so this is it.
There we go. Officially, that's it. Federico Moraes, the Portuguese surfer, the toast of Portugal right now. He's just won his first round heat. That was heat 13. Jadson Andre, CT surfer, will advance with him. And this is the heat recap. This is how he did it. So early on, he tagged this right-hander, didn't he? And he threw up some decent carving maneuvers.
That was an 8.60 for the Portuguese surfer. And Jadson Andre did pretty good too, right? Managed to find some waves with potential. And this is a Jadson we know. Really, really vertical. And then Federico Moraes get great work on the rails. And good timing. I really like the way he timed that last free entry. And Jadson managed to find the real first tube of the day, and the judges liked it, especially with the maneuvers he proposed right after that. So Jadson Andre along with Kikash, Federico Moraes are into round 2 of the Sata Azores Pro.
This was victory lap time, wasn't it, for Federico? The damage was done then. He'd already consolidated second. That put him back in first. And that was enough. And we will be right back with more thrilling action from Praia Santa Barbara right after this break.
Agora por apenas 219 € por mês, sem entrada inicial e com manutenção, seguro e troca de pneus. Novo Seat Ibiza FR Connect. Ainda melhor.
Seat. Technology to enjoy.
And a very warm welcome back. We are live with Heat 14 of this first round. Sata Azores Pro in red, Carlos Munoz. In white, Billy Stammen. In yellow, Solly Bailey. Blue, Bino Lopes from Brazil. 30-minute heats, and while we were on that break there, just a little bit of action to keep you up to date on. Bring up speed. Carlos Munoz dropped to 267. The man from Costa Rica got the best hair at the event, and there's Federico. Be well pleased with his performance. There he is with his dad. Just getting his congratulations, having a little debrief, and he can go and get some lunch now. Pretty happy young man.
Served really well.
Nicolas Leroy from the WSL, excuse me, here in Europe, just getting his quote for his press release there. So Federico will be pretty stoked. And he's just got to. How hard is it to sort of carry that? Whoa, let's just go back to live action. Stearman, the little Kiwi, he is an entertainer, and he went for that backhand air reverse and cannot quite stick the rotation. I love his approach though, straight out the bat, just attacking.
I think when the waves are a little smaller like that too, to leave that type of impression on the judge, you got to go right out for something huge. Billy Stearman, the Kiwi, as you had mentioned, it's quite the entertainer. Really started to become a fan of his and watch him surf. As all four of these guys, I've heard all of these young men in this heat right here. This is another great stacked heat.
Yeah, I wonder if he will favour those lefts. He does like his backhand, does Billy. So let's see if he sticks to those left-handers, and that is his preferred direction of travel. The left-hander surfing with his back to the wave. But yeah, he's going to take a decent performance, get out of this one. Bino Lopez, of course, is pretty experienced on this level. Solly Bailey as well, one of the up-and-coming big names out of Australia. Surfed in the juniors here in Portugal last year and surfed really well. And of course, Carlos Munoz, who, well, he just kind of burst onto the scene, didn't he, last year? Kind of came out of nowhere, and all of a sudden he was surfing at trestles, and we were like, wow, who's this guy with the big hair?
Certainly. You know, I was watching him as a young amateur. A good friend of mine, Jim Hogan, was coaching him for a while. He's like, Adam, you got to watch this cat surf. And sure enough, really impressive. And for a young man, as you see right here, Stearman up and going. Let's see what he's able to do. Finishes it off nicely. He's really color coordinated today.
Yeah, he is. So he got a little tube on that one, didn't he, before we got tight? Here goes Munoz, and he's going backhand on a left, and he'll take on that section. Super heavy. He did really well there.
To combine both those maneuvers in that really tight distance right there, he did a great job. Really opened up on that second little floater as well to even be able to get his board above the lip line.
Yeah, there we go. And we do have a score in for Carlos Munoz of Costa Rica. It's a 7.5 for his second wave. He'll drop a 7.5. Was that previous to what we just watched? I think it was, wasn't it? He's got another score to drop now. So a wave that I think we might not have caught was 7.5. He just caught another left-hander. And let's have a look at this replay here of that last left.
Wow, there's a jam up.
Ooh, so
that was that's a 7.5 right there, I believe. Those two vertical backside off the lips right there. Threw a lot of water, had a lot of power. Let's see it again. Nice. And just seamless transitions, just right off the bottom, off the top. And Carlos Munoz, as you said, had come out of basically nowhere but Costa Rica, Pura Vida, and he's putting sort of a name for Costa Rica and himself on the map lately.
Yeah, absolutely. He's loving it, isn't he? So 7.5 and a 2.67. Those are his top two. Stearman's dropped to 6.5. So a Kiwi also with a healthy score. Bino Lopez yet to really catch a wave. Solly Bailey's just got a 3.63. And is that Bailey's got some board damage?
He does.
He's snapped his nose. So he's
snapped the tail off.
Right, okay, yeah. So there we go. He's coming in and he's looking for a board change. I don't know if he's got it back up on the beach or his caddy's running down with it, but he's got half an hour, but it's 23 actually, 23 minutes and 20 seconds left, so he doesn't want to waste too much time. He's going to lose a couple of minutes. He should still have plenty of time to get back in the lineup, catch two waves, but not ideal. You break a board in a heat, you haven't really put a score on the board. How hard is it to think, this is not going to be my day, and just kind of stay focused, Adam? Tell us about the psychology of a board change mid-heat.
Well, to me, if that were to happen to me, I'd obviously be riding the board that I'm most familiar with. So I might lose a little confidence in my equipment right there. Also, you're going to lose 4 or 5 minutes off your time. They're giving you a 2-minute paddle out right now prior to your heat. So let's see what happened to Solly Bailey right here. Oh, just poked actually, unfortunately, just purling in on his takeoff there. And right away it comes up in 2 pieces. That's unfortunate. He's pretty far out the back as well, so he's probably paddled for quite some time, so he could be a little buggered, a little tired after that as well.
There you go. So, yeah, he will make his way. He does have his backup board. Yeah, just got stuck, didn't he? Went down, the thing just folded his board in half, 2 pieces for him, so he'll make his way into the lineup. 22 on the clock. There is your heat lead, the Costa Rican in red. Carlos Muniz, he's backed up his 7.5 with a 5.1, and Stearman throws down 6.17, and that actually puts him in the lead now. Wow, this is kind of getting excited out of those two, isn't it? They're kind of vying for that top spot there.
It sure is, and we have yet to see a wave from Bino. The young Brazilian is already in needs 12 points, so he needs 2 waves right now. He needs a combo of 2 waves. Still, relatively early days, 9 minutes has elapsed out of this heat, but unfortunately for Bailey, he's already taken a trip to the beach. He does not have a massive score yet. So.
All right, well, as we are waiting for some more scores to drop in, we are going to throw down to an interview with the winner of the last heat, a very happy Frederico Kikas Moraes.
Kikas, parabéns por passar à próxima ronda. Melhor score combinado, melhor onda do campeonato. Qual é que é o teu objetivo nesta prova?
Eu já tinha dito há uns dias, o objetivo nesta prova é hit a hit. Não me quero focar num objetivo, uma pessoa tem de passar todos os hits, por isso o meu foco é hit a hit. Obviamente a lutar pelo melhor resultado possível e por uma final, é o objetivo de todos os atletas aqui, principalmente o meu. Mas pronto, estou contente com o meu primeiro hit, encontrei-me bem com o mar, fiz boas ondas, fiz um bom score. Era um hit difícil, um hit renhido. Agora é esperar pelo melhor amanhã e continuar a lutar e continuar com o momento.
Now in English. Tough conditions up there, but you could fight some good waves. Could you tell us how is the conditions in your heat?
It's really hard. It's tough. It's hard to find a good wave, a high-scoring wave. But I found 2, so I'm stoked. I'm stoked I made it through. It was a hard hit. 3 really good surfers, but yeah, I'm into the next round. So let's keep the momentum.
Congratulations and thank you so much.
Yeah. All right, thanks, lads. A very happy Frederico Moraes, and so should be a good afternoon's work for him there. So he will be looking forward to coming up again in round 2 whenever that happens. But at the moment, we are still in round 1 action. This is heat 14, under the 20-minute mark. Let's check out Billy Stearman pulling into a tube. So this low tide, throwing up a couple of little pits for the boys, and he'll snap into that lip. That was a 6.27, so that's why he is in the lead at the moment in this one. And Carlos Munoz, he's got a 7.5 and a 5.1. It's those two very much out in front. Bino Lopez has dropped to 4.9, so he has improved his situation. He's been quiet so far in these first 10 minutes. That and his 3.07. I put him in 3rd at the moment as we go live back, and it's Billy Stearman, the heat leader, and he loves these left-handed. He's getting he's saying, came so close to stomping that at him.
He certainly did. He had a lot of speed through that as well, Paul. I really liked how he projected off that first turn. But Billy Stearman's backside, I'm sure, has a lot to do with riding really nice lefts in New Zealand. But boy, he had some fluid speed going through that rotation. That would have been an excellent score had he pulled that maneuver off.
Here goes Munoz looking. He wants his lead back from Billy, and he doesn't like the look of that way. That's just a quick in and out for him. Stearman. Score's going to drop in for him. It's going to be low. It's not going to change the situation. He's got a pair of 6s at the moment. That is enough for first place. 18.5 to go. Yeah, Solly Bailey, well, we saw he had to come in and change that broken board. He is back in the lineup now, but yeah, it's cost him some energy and a bit of time, and we'll see how this board goes. Obviously, as you were saying, he would have favoured the board that he paddled out on. At the moment, he needs 8.93, but he's counting a 0.37, so he'll get to work on that by just catching a couple of waves.
Yeah, I'm sure he's going to want to throw both those waves away and start from scratch, but he definitely has his work cut out for him, as both surfers now are up in the 12 range, so he's looking at a couple of 6s, at least, to get himself back in this heat. And like you had mentioned, we've still got 17, almost 18 minutes remaining in this heat, so yeah, it did chew up quite a bit of time for Bailey. Wow. All right, I can't wait for this entertainer to get out in the water.
Yeah, so that's Mason Ho there. And, He had a really good first round heat last year, if I recall. He got barreled really early in the morning down here. And then, unfortunately, his run kind of came to an end in a wave start heat. But like you said, he's the kind of guy you just never know what he's going to do.
Yeah, and I think not only is it nice to be a spectator and watch that, but I think the judges as well get sort of taken back by how spontaneous he is. Oh.
Okay, that was Bino Lopez live action. We just caught the end of that left-hander for him, and he went down on that maneuver. He kind of looked like he had it, but so tricky time in this section. Here goes Carlos Munoz, and he'll tag that thing a couple of times. He's just got that balance where even when he's going upside down, he's putting his board up vertical. You always kind of back him to make it on those maneuvers.
Certainly do. I was taking notice of his stance. He's got a really solid stance, and he obviously surfs beach breaks like this at home in his home country quite a bit, and he definitely looks really sort of comfortable out there doing just two big maneuvers. And you know, right now it's been him and Billy Stearman all the way. Looking at even Billy's throwing away a 6.17, so he's throwing away a really high, high score for today's standards. But still, we're waiting for Bino and Soli to start to get their campaign started. As you can see right here, up and riding. Here's Bailey up on that other board, able to get a couple of turns as well. So his heat has just now started, basically. He's got 16 minutes to go, and his heat's just now started.
Yeah, we're feeling a bit better after that wave as well, Bernie. That was his best wave so far, and he nailed a couple of turns. What he didn't want to do was fall off and sort of lose any more times. I'd be stoked to have ridden out of that. Let's check out Bino Lopez in the tube, and he comes out. He was pretty deep behind that section, and he did so well. He got low down. He just popped out through the lip. Not a super clean exit, but pretty decent.
That was a proper little barrel right there. That was great surfing by Bino Lopez, the young Brazilian, and was going really fast. I almost, you could have written him off in that barrel right there. He did come out pretty low in the barrel, but he was able to get another tag off the lip as well. So it wasn't just a one sort of maneuver wave. You see, it's going pretty sort of a unique angle going up into the barrel as well. Sort of a lumbering center of the wave, but he's able to finish it off. So, this is really going to show us what the judges think about that type of wave. We have seen a couple of sort of head dip tubes throughout the day today, but nothing really as substantial as that.
Yeah, that was great. We've got some good scores coming in actually on the board here. This is getting exciting now. This one is just gone past the halfway mark. A really good tube. He'll be feeling good about himself. It's going to give him a lot of confidence. We're going to wait for a score of Solly Bailey to come in that will help his overall position. He'll definitely throw away a 0.37. Carlos Munoz also looks like he's dropping a good number too. Is he going to be enough to take the lead back from Stearman? I think it might be. Looking at the first two scores on our board, it is. So this one really hotting up, and that's exactly what we want. It just shows the quality of this venue. It's onshore, it's kind of choppy, and there's still guys getting nice looking tubes.
Yeah, it is. It's going to be really nice once the conditions that they're forecasting for Saturday, or Friday and Saturday, once the winds turn around and the swell does its thing. But look at the scores right there. You're going to see some. We're going to see some flip flopping right now, I believe. It could potentially put Billy Stearman down into third position, but we'll wait and see what these final scores coming in are.
Yeah, some really good scores come in. So Munoz's drops first. It's 7.67. Currently, that's him in the lead. Stearman in second, Lopez in third, Bailey fourth. But we are due a score for Bino Lopez as we check out live action to our heat leader, Carlos Munoz in red. And he just took off a bit more than he could chew there on that last section. He just came a bit late to that last lip. There's a really good score in the excellent range coming in for Bino Lopez. 2 9s on the board and 8 on the board. We've got 2 more scores to come in. Previous to that score, first of all, just let's look at this replay here of Carlos, and that's not going to change all that much in terms of the scoreboard. But previous to this score drop in, he's in 4th position, needing a 7.87 to go into 2nd place. One of those all-important top 2 spots. Another judge drops a 9, just the last score waiting to come in. It's going to be something at least high 8. As last judge just has a real good think about it. So really enjoying that tube ride, and he was kind of swinging, wasn't he, as he pumped behind that section, came out, and like you said, Adam, still managed to make room to get another hit in, and it might just flip this heat on its head. The last judge still having a good think, locking in the score, 12.5 on the clock.
And just looking at Billy Stearman's scores right now, he's sitting on a 6.5 and a 6.27, but he's also throwing away a 6.17. Those two scores right there probably got through about 80% of the heats today. And it's unfortunate when this happens, but usually it will happen a couple of times through a round where really there'll be a really high numbered loser. And unfortunately, one of these guys has to lose right here. And we're still waiting on one of the final judges for Bino Lopez's wave. But just looking at the 4 scores that are on the board right now, it's definitely probably the highest wave that we've seen.
Whoa!
Oh, Carlos Munoz. I hear cheers from the back right there. You can see the big smiling Costa Rican, stoked. And as you mentioned, his pelo, his hair, he's got a full head of hair. I think it has become sort of his trademark. Wow, look at that little side slit, little hula pump, and then just a full rotation right there. So great work for Carlos Munoz. As you see the pearly whites right here, you can really see his teeth. As you can see, he's pretty stoked on that.
Yeah, he's enjoying himself, and that's what we like to see. Still waiting for that last judge to throw in a score. And we can update this situation, but it is about to change. Stearman, I don't think we can count him out yet. He's got 11 minutes, and he's still going to have something to say about this one. 11 on the clock, and yeah, that score needs to drop just to kind of settle down that last exchange. But we are due a score as well for Carlos, aren't we, for that backhand air reverse? So
yeah,
a couple of numbers still to come in. We'll bring you those scores as soon as we got them, but this one definitely coming alive. We're into the second half of this first day, and definitely more potential on the low tide out here.
Certainly. And it looks like, too, the day is heated up as it's been progressing. Earlier heats in the morning, it was relatively slow, low-scoring affairs and low-scoring heats. I think a lot of surfers have gotten either used to the condition, have done a little more free surfing, but also seeing exactly what they need to do. As you see Mason Ho right there, getting prepared for his next heat. Really excited to watch him surf this.
Scores in for Lopez. It is a 9-point rise. So that is our highest score so far of the day.
Wow.
So Bino Lopez, hang on, that's just actually been updated, excuse me, that's been updated in front of us on our screens. It's an 8.93, so 8.93 for Lopez. Situation still the same though. He is in second place now with that score. And yeah, Stearman now needing a 7.34 with under 10 minutes to go. So this is definitely, as you were saying, one of those heats where if you're going to get through, you need to have something in the excellent range or very close to it, because those 6s and 5s that we saw a few hours ago, they are not going to cut it.
No. Looks like up and right. It looks like Bailey up and right. He's teleporting an air, it looks like, as well.
Oh.
Wow. Hopefully he doesn't splinter that tool as well.
Oh, that was big.
That was huge. And
that
he's
was
a big
massive.
boy. Yeah, he's a big boy. You can really sort of tell when they're teleporting or when they're eyeing out a huge section in front of them. They sort of get their stance down. They start looking well beyond. There he goes right there. Starts cutting that stance pretty nice and full. And a huge rotation. And
that would have been a massive score.
That would have been a massive score. And it's what he needs to do. He needs a 9.26. Basically, he would love to throw away both those scores, but with only about 9 minutes remaining, going for one single score right now, really wouldn't be in my game plan. I'd be out there trying to get 2 more scores and sort of start fresh. As here he is up again and going again for another backside aerial reverse, but unfortunately falling off as well. So could be a fresh board, could be a new piece of equipment he's not completely confident with.
Yeah, chain maneuver. He went for a bit less of a rotation there, didn't he? A slow rotation. He kind of landed on top of the wave. Tricky. But he'll go down, make his way into the lineup. Let's check out Carlos. This thing's exciting. It looks like these guys are just going to town out there. So Munoz, he's on a couple of 7s, and he'll tag that thing a couple of times. 8-minute mark. Score comes in for his last wave. Carlos Munoz is a 6.83. It doesn't change anything. Won't go into his top 2. So yeah, the standard's just really gone up in this one. We've got some really good throwaways that would have got guys through most heats. Here goes Bino Lopez. His backup is a 4.9. He'll desperately want to just go to work on that to put that bit of daylight between him and Stearman, because all the while he's got that, Stearman's kind of there within reach, isn't he? Well, so is Bailey even, actually, if Bailey gets a couple waves.
Certainly. I mean, just seeing how quick Bailey caught those waves back-to-back a second ago, as you see Bino Lopez right here up and riding, needing to improve on a relatively small score. So he's trying to back this 9 up, or 8.93 up, and trying to ditch that 4.9. So he needs a wave in a 5 range. And like you said, give him some space in between him and Billy Stearman. Because basically only about a point and a tenth of a point, so a point between the two is Billy Stearman up and riding. Oh. Hope he just keeps his head in the game, because this man was leading the heat for a majority of the time.
He came out strong, didn't he? And it's just at the moment, it's kind of getting away from him a little bit. Just needs to focus, wash off, and just refresh. He's been a bit quiet, and then he caught that wave, and that isn't the way that he wanted. He needs the situation. He needs 7-3-4 to move into second. 1 or 2, of course, advancing from these 4-man heats. He's got enough time, but he just wants to be a bit selective, and he wants to choose something either with some sections for some big power turns, something with a ramp for an air, maybe even take to the tube if it presents himself. He'll pull in again. We saw him pulling early in the heat. This is the replay of that wave by Bino Lopez at 8.93. Judges really enjoying the way he surfed that tube. It wasn't an easy one, was it? And he did real well to negotiate that lip, and he just had a little look in, didn't he, just to make sure.
That's a no-claim claim, I think. As you see up and riding right here. Wow, Carlos Munoz and Bino Lopez up and going. But I'm still hoping that Billy Stearman realizes that Carlos Munoz has gotten a 7.5 on just 2 big backside hits, or 1 big backside hit and a big power floater. So it's well within his ability and what he's been doing in this heat. He just has to find the wave to be able to do it. Billy Stearman looking really comfortable on his backside, and has all the tricks in the bag to get that score. Sort of the clock's sort of eating away at him right now. He's down to 5 minutes, 20 seconds remaining, but there still is plenty of time. He just needs to be out there, be selective, wait for the wave that gives him the opportunity, and then capitalize on that opportunity.
Here we go. We are going to come down to the 5-minute morning. We've got a replay of splitting the peak. That was that last exchange. And a little float there, backhand from Lopez. He'll set up. Didn't really get that second turn away. 4.9 was his low score, and he doesn't better it. It's a 4.3 that comes in for him. So situation still remains unchanged. It's still enough for him in second place. 6.24 he's looking for to go into first, but 1 and 2 advancing, so really important for Stearman and Bailey if they want to stay alive. And there is a decent score coming in for Solly Bailey. It's not what he needs to send him into second, but it's definitely going to help his overall position as we check out a replay there of Munoz. He honestly just looks like he's having a free surf or having fun. He's like he's going through his whole repertoire of maneuvers and just toying with it. Here he goes, backhand. He'll crack that first section. He'll get another little meaty lip. He'll go for that kind of float, project over it. Doesn't find another section to hit. He'll kick out. Score is in for for Solly Bailey. It's a 5.7. 5.7, it helps him, but he's still got a pretty tall order. He's looking for 8.51. Let's check out the replay of Munoz.
Yeah, Munoz seems to be on a great rhythm right now of the ocean. He's catching a ton of waves. His waves are giving him lots of opportunity on them. And, well, no, it takes a board to a chin right there, but it looks like he's, like you had mentioned, it looks like he's having a good time out there. He's going through all his maneuvers. I think that has something to do with how confident he's feeling out in the lineup.
Here goes Bailey, the young Aussie. He's looking for 8.51 to go in the second. He'll fang that first turn and he'll stab another one.
Whoa.
And again.
Hey, folks, this heat's lighting up. Like, he could throw away his 5.7 right there. I mean, 5.7 could be his backup, and now he's looking for a score. With 3 minutes, 20 seconds remaining, he's got plenty of time, folks. You can see how fast he was going. Look how much spray he's throwing. He's a big man, got lots of leverage. Great little timing right there with those last 2 maneuvers to fit 2 in. Usually you try to just focus in on 1, but he did a great job right there. So Solly Bailey from Australia is, in my eyes, back in this heat. And he's going to need, a pretty nice score to get back into it, because both Bino Lopez and Carlos Munoz have scores nearly in the excellent range. Obviously 8.93 for Bino and a 7.67 for Carlos Munoz. Soli Bela, though, I'm really liking his motivation in this heat. He's had a lot of hurdles to get through, and to me, I'd love to see him get the score. It looks like he's been working really hard at it, and I'd love to see people come from behind.
Yeah, the late charge, we love that. So he is building up ahead of steam. Has he left it a little bit too late? Billy Stearman, what's happened to his heat? It's all just kind of gone wrong. He hasn't made too many mistakes, but he's just been overtaken by the guys around him. He has 2 minutes to have his own say about that. So we'll check out a heat recap and see how we got to where we are. This is heat number 14. Yeah, this was the story of the heat. Munoz right from the beginning, just playing with this thing, toying with these sections. And he slaps that one. And he's just looking loose and electric. Just like he's having so much fun out there.
Certainly does. Look at that nice late re-entry right there. I really like how he's able to pop off the lip on that second turn. And look at that little side slip right there. He's teleporting a huge, big backside rotation right here. And Carlos Munoz is having a great time, as you said. It looks like he's having a lot of fun.
And this was Dino Lopez off Brazil. I love the way he pulled in and got his board up and then pointing down again. Made sure he came out. There's only a little one way he could have come out of that tube, and that's exactly what he executed. And he just tags that lip, gives the judges a little look and says, yep, score that please. And it was the high score we've seen, 8.93. Some excellent surfing from the Brazilian, and that's why he is in second place. His backup's a 5.27, and it's been a really good heat. Are we going to see some last minute heroics from either Solly Bailey or Billy Stearman, or are they going to bow out? We go under the minute mark now, so it's getting really serious. It's probably going to come down, almost certainly going to answer. They're going to have one more shot at this, aren't they? There's one wave. Is a set going to come? And if it does, is it going to be the kind of wave offering the score they need? They both need something good. They both effectively need something in the excellent range. Or Billy just short. He needs 7.71, so they'll need something really, really special. 30 seconds to go.
Yeah, time is winding down. I'm sure pretty defensive surfing out there right now, where both Carlos Munoz and Bino Lopes are sitting by those guys to ensure that they don't get the wave they need. I'd be curious. I can't really tell right now who has priority. Can you? Priority.
No, but you can be fairly confident. Yeah, they'll be. Oh, here we go. Let's check out this live action. It is Stearman on the left. He's going to need. Oh, he was just looking for a ramp, wasn't he? Desperately needed one, and it doesn't quite come off. You got to feel from him. He came so close to sticking those two big backside airs, and it just doesn't happen for him. Now, Billy Stearman, you do have to feel for the guy. He is in good form. His heat just kind of unraveled unofficially. It's Munoz and Lopez, the 1-2. That is our view of Santa Barbara Beach here. We are on the north side of San Miguel Island. We're in the Azores for the Sata Azores Pro 2015. There is the official result. Carlos Munoz and Bino Lopez, your 1-2. Stearman and Bailey bow out. We'll be right back with Heat 15, more live action from the Sata Azores Pro right after this break.
Your attention, please.
Uma boa viagem.
Roger. Vic, go.
Sata, a viajar consigo.
Sábado perdido num casamento também quer dizer dia perfeito para natação sincronizada. O otimismo sabe melhor. Small, sentes?
Welcome back to the Sata Azores Pro. Bino Lopez there.
Okay, I've got to ask, who was in that barrel I saw down the beach?
This man here, Bino Lopez.
Wow. That was a real barrel. He was so deep. I was right down the beach doing a little bit of work with Josh Manise, and he was up on the foam ball deep.
Yeah, he got an 8.97, Richard. I can see you're out of breath there. And
quite a run back, that was.
Just partly from the general excitement. And that is the heat in the water at the moment. Jack Freestone in red, Jonathan Gonzalez in white, Mason Ho in yellow, Hiroto Arai in blue. Wow, what a heat this is.
Yeah, that's another stacked heat. Of course, Jack Freestone, he's been on a bit of a tear this year. He's had some good results, and Jack's been in the mix now for the last couple of years. He's been a little bit unlucky here and there at the end of the season. I'm sure he's trying to rectify that in 2015.
What about Kickus? He was on fire, wasn't he?
Yeah, had a
must
good
have been
heat.
pretty happy with that.
Yeah, I was. I was a little bit frustrated he sat out of position for a fair bit of that heat. You know, when you get a high-scoring 8 and then don't go back to where you got that 8, you actually get sucked down the beach. I think that showed a little bit of poor positioning on his behalf. So now there's things to work on, but it's always good to, you know, get through your first heat, I guess.
Yeah, he stomped it, didn't he? There goes Mason Ho in yellow, and he opens his account. That was 3.83 for Mason. So let's have a look at the replay of his backhand wave here.
Yeah, nice high foam climb there. Of course, Mason just signing with Rip Curl, which seems to be a great fit for him. You know, I always hear, and I don't get to see Mason surf a whole lot. He loses a lot in the early rounds for what a talent he is, but I hear constantly just how innovative he is and how good he is. Obviously, I've seen him in Rocky Point and a few places at home just light it up, but I'd really like to see him bring that form from the Rock over here to Europe and the rest of the QS.
Yeah, absolutely. So that was actually second wave, the one we just saw, and that was a 4.1. So he has 2 scores on the board, that 3.83 and a 4.1, and other than that, I've had no waves ridden. So far, these are 30-minute heats, and we are up to heat 15. We are smashing through this round. And here in the Azores, we had someone having a look. It was Gonzalez. Juanito decides not to go. So 26 on the clock, and wow, that last heat was one of those where guys were losing. I mean, you got to feel for Billy Stamond throwing away 6s, and just he started off really strong, and the rest of the pack just kind of surged past him.
Yeah, it's bizarre because that was quite a high-scoring heat, and yet the waves were pretty hard in that heat. Like I said, I was a bit further down the beach looking back up, and it's really bumpy. It's right on the low tide, and it's just started to surge back in. So there's this unnatural bump. You can see in the picture there now, it's incredibly bumpy. The first section's not too bad, but after that, right on the inside, it's super sucky, but got a bump in it as well. So really tricky conditions, but everyone seems to be dealing with it a lot better. And I sort of makes sense. I mean, when it's sucky, you've got no choice. You just throw it up there. It's a matter of just committing to your last turn and sort of hoping you make it. Where I think this morning a lot of people were placing and try to drive out, and now it's just like hit it and hope.
Yeah, well, you just got to love Carlos Munoz's approaches as well, don't he? He just looks so balanced on his board, and it just looks kind of, even halfway through a maneuver, he looks like he's kind of having a giggle.
Oh, he's a freak.
I love his energy.
Oh, he's a freak. Like, to get to know Carlos Munoz, you have to just watch him in his warm-up. Like, everyone's got this routine, and I'm all about it too. You have this preheat routine, you know, maybe a chat with your coach, you know, then you put on your favourite music, go into your own headspace, think about what you're going to do. Carlos, he's rapping, singing, dancing out loud, playing a bit of air guitar. He is on fire, the kid. And then his warm-up, he's doing full beach judo on his own and making the noises and hand jive. It's pretty cool.
Classic.
It's pretty cool. And he takes that approach. He takes that approach into his heats, and it really works for him.
Yeah, absolutely. Here is Jonathan Gonzalez out of Tenerife in the Canary Islands. So here he goes, the European, a veteran now of this scene, and it's kind of a frothy way for him. He never really got a chance to unleash, but he at least does open his account here.
Yeah, neat combination though, very smooth wraparound carve/cut back. He probably took that one a little bit too far out in the face for my liking, but he finds the lip here. Again, I agree, he probably should have tagged it a little harder. I mean, this is a very competitive heat. I mean, Hiroto Arai coming off a huge win, Jack Freestone, dual world champion. and always competitive, heat in, heat out. I think Jonathan needs to do a little better than that if he's going to progress through this heat.
Mason Ho there. I think this might be the other Hiroto Harai.
Oh, yeah, it is
There are
too.
two, aren't there? There's two of them.
This one's Arai.
Arai.
And the other one's Harai.
D'accord. So there he goes, the Japanese surfer on his backhand in blue. And he's a small wave technician, isn't he, as well? I mean, I'm not seeing him in big waves, but I've seen him in the beach breaks, and he's got all kinds of moves, and he looks like he can kind of almost pull out any maneuver from any position. I really like the way he attacks.
Yeah, he's a really good young surfer, and I do apologise to getting them mixed up. And he spent a lot of time around the Lennox area, and that's really helped him. Here we go, the man in red, Jack Freestone, and he has the red jersey for good reason. Some solid manoeuvres right there.
Yeah, Jack Freestone opened his account with a left-hander, and 22 and a half on the clock of these half-an-hour heats. 4-man heats, of course, and we've talked about the conditions being tricky, but we saw in that last heat, you throw 4 of the best guys out on the water, and they will churn out some number. There goes Mason Ho, just going for the innovation with that little backhand snap into the pocket for a little tube ride. He won't come out of that barrel, and he'll just drop a small score. He is your early heat leader with a couple of relatively low scores, but at the moment they're enough for the lead. Gonzalez 483. 483 for him, for Jonathan, for his first wave.
Yeah, look, I think that wave was probably a little better than that. I think he could have gone a little bit harder. He probably a lost opportunity on that wave. Having said that, there's plenty of waves out there. It's very consistent. Here's Hiroto. Beautiful backside turn. This kid has got a lot of flair. And like you said, he's really good in small beach breaks, but this last year he seemed to have matured, and he's brought that smaller beach breaks, those tight arcs, and he's been able to mix it up with some really big turns. Nice top turn there. Held his nose up a bit. I feel like he got this one a little cleaner, and then he found a little finish before he got destroyed by a backwash. But he's a really talented surfer. Like I was saying, he spent a lot of time around the Lennox area. He really trains hard, and he's on the Emery boards, and they seem to suit him.
All right, Juanito Gonzalez there with a left-hander, a couple of quick hits for Johnny, and he'll go down and make his way back into the lineup. So kind of maybe a few smaller waves being ridden in this heat. I don't know if that's tactical or that's just the waves that are coming through, but no one's really had a meaty one yet. I'm sure when they do, they're going to unload on it. Jack Freestone has had the better of the opening exchanges, I can tell you, because the judges have thrown 7 points at his left-hander, and he's in second place.
Yeah, the griller is here. You know, Jack has really improved. I mean, he just keeps getting better. Here's Jonathan Gonzalez, the man from the Canary Islands. Nice 2 turns. He had to stretch for the second turn, though, which meant he didn't really connect. I dare say it's going to be a low to mid-range score. But that's sort of the surfing he's going to bring. I think he's just going to keep going until he finds one where he's going to get a good connection on. But Jack, you know, Jack's been so consistent over the last couple of years, and what a way to start a heat.
Yep, 7 point for Freestone, surfer in red. He's in second at the moment. Mason Ho in yellow of Hawaii, of course, in the lead. And here is Mace having a look at a right-hander. It's live action. He'll square off the bottom and fang off the top. Plenty of spray for Mason. Goes to the floater maneuver, and he'll jam around. That one went flat very quickly. Realised there wasn't much doing there.
Beautiful first turn.
It was nice, wasn't it?
Really good first turn. I love this fade. Drags his hand, finds the lip, just tags it through. He probably needed to hit this. I wasn't loving the floater because he ran out of wall after that. Would have liked to seen him tag it again. It probably would have pushed his score up by a point. Still, reasonable wave, and it'll probably extend his lead by a little bit.
There we go, Mason Ho. He does have that exciting, just that fizz, that showmanship in his surfing. You never really know what he's going to bring. Decent first turn for him. If he strings a couple of those together, he will go big on the point on the scoring scale. But at the moment, it's Freestone who's gone the furthest with a single wave at 7, but it is only good enough for third at the moment. He doesn't have a backup quite yet, so Gonzalez, he'll drop 3.93. He's in first place at the moment, 18.45 to go.
Yeah, we see this a lot today, haven't we? The low numbers at the start of the heat. Like I've said it before, I'm not enjoying how they're just getting so busy. Their wave selection's been pretty average. it's definitely something I wouldn't be telling my guys is just to go out there and catch everything you can. I don't mind a busy start, but you still have to try to find something that's got a little bit of quality to it.
You're not advocating the scattergun approach.
No, I'm not. I'm not at all. I just, maybe if you set a time limit on it, start the first 10 like that, try to get some mid-range scores, but, you're not getting through the heat with 4s. And we're not seeing guys get much higher than a 4. At the moment, the highest wave of all the scraps other than Jack's 7 has been a 4.83. If that ends up in your scoreline at the end of the 30 minutes, I'm not too sure you're going to be in the top 2.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're saying there. And also, even just from the point of view of catching a lot of 3s and 4s, it isn't really giving you that kind of self-confidence and that momentum. As you pan out and hear your score read out and it's another, what you would hope would be a throwaway, that isn't necessarily the thing you want to hear. You want to hear a cheer from the crowd. You want to hear, something upwards of a 7 being read out and kind of getting that real positive energy coming from the scoreboard.
Yeah, well, you're dreaming right here. There hasn't been so many 7s in the last few heats. But look, there has been a few, and I just don't... I mean, the fact of the matter is if you're paddling out, you're not out the back waiting for a better wave, are you? So, the young Japanese surfer just lost his rail through that first turn, but finishes well. That was a reasonably well-ridden wave there, Paul.
Ooh, Johnny Gonzalez fanging off the top himself on a right hand, and he'll tag that nice and vertical, and then he will check out and paddle as we watch him duck dive make his way into the lineup. We've gone under the 17-minute mark. And no one apart from Freestone really going big, and Jack is demonstrating your ideal game plan of wait for the good waves. He's not messing around with these little insiders and scrapping it out. He's got a 7 and he's confident enough to sit back and try to pick something good. Let's go to the replay of Hiroto.
Oh, nice top turn there, Hiroto, and finishes well. He linked those 2 manoeuvres together beautifully. Jonathan Garzel, he's so smooth, but look how much spray he throws. He's one of those surfers that's deceptive. He looks like he's going a little bit slow, but you actually watch his board, and his board's flying. It's just his body movements are very controlled. He's a quality surfer, Jonathan Gonzalez. A lot of people credit him as one of the best surfers in Europe for quite a long time.
So there we go. That is our lineup situation, and it's still, it's Johnny in the lead with those 2 waves. We are due a score from him. Can he extend his lead? Let's go to a replay. Check out Mason Ho parking it in the tube. So he'll slot into the barrel and he'll come out and he'll go up. He tried to get that carving 3. It doesn't quite come off for him. But a nice little tube right there for the Hawaiian.
Yeah, he was actually quite deep then for a second. Not too sure how the judges will score that. It's wasn't a really deep barrel, but it was definitely a barrel. Not too sure.
All right, so there we go. That is our situation. And we've got a couple of paddlers here. Is Jack Freestone going to decide it's time? Here he goes. It's time for his second wave. He's pulled the trigger on another left hand. He'll snap off the top. Then he'll go for that projection floater. Dog, happy with that?
Yeah. Yeah.
You liked it, didn't you?
Yeah, I dare say Stace would be up the top there waving his arms with, not joy, but he'd be quite happy with Jack being able to execute, I'm sure, the plan they had prior to this heat. Nice little wrap around there, nothing crazy. Beautiful lip line floater, rock and rolled it at the end, let the board go. It's going to be a mid-range score, but I'm sure it'll bring him to the lead, which it has. It's been a 3.16, which is just what he needed at this point.
Pedal to our eye backhand. The Japanese surfer slashes off the top. He did well to come around there. He almost had to airdrop out of it a bit, and he does take to the air, and he'll just ditch the fins, goes for that little reverse Rio. Not quite completing that maneuver, but I just love the I love the way he's not overawed, and he's just going to, he's going to try and win this, not by being conservative, but by attacking.
No, he's had some good heats over the last couple of years and beat some quality contestants. So, no, he's not overawed at all. He's been around for quite a while. There's Mason Ho. Wow, that was neat. He didn't ride out of that, which is a shame. That was quite a good-looking wave.
A lot happened there, didn't it, actually? He got that first big hit in, then he well, let's go to the replay and you can talk us through it.
Yeah, look, beautiful deep bottom turn. Drags his hand, finds a lip. That was a great turn. And then I wish he would have pumped through this a little bit more aggressively. And then he's gone for an air reverse and didn't ride out. I feel he probably should have hit the last section because the first turn was really good. And just that will get him a reasonable score. if he completed the ride with just a nice Rio, it would have been a pretty good score, I think. But instead, it's going to be another mid-range 4 or a low 4, which isn't really going to go into his top 2, I don't think.
All right, here goes white. Jonathan Gonzalez from the Canary Islands on his backhand is to weave his way around a competitor there. So Jack dropping a 6 for that last wave.
Yeah,
you
that was a
Judges
6. I thought it was a 3, and I nearly did sort of bite my tongue, but no, it's come through as a 6, which I think it should be. Here's Jonathan. Oh, wow. That was close.
Nearly took Mason Ho's head off.
Wow.
He did really well. He kind of made it look casual, but yeah, he just steered the ship around Mason there, Jonathan. So Freestone, 3 ways ridden. 2 of them are a 7 and a 6. Here he goes again. A quick in and out for him. And he is in the lead in this one and very much in control. Not a whole lot of wasted energy. He's just concentrating on taking good ways. Hiroto Arai, as we wait for scores, is in second place currently. He's on a 4.9 to 4.5. Johnny's dropping a score. Mason, I think we're due a score. Here goes Johnny again. And he's on the attack on his forehand. A couple of quick hits for Jonathan. Was that a little claim on the end? He liked it.
Yeah, look, that was a really well-surfed wave. I know it gets hard to sort of pick the difference with some of these waves, but Jonathan absolutely tagged that first turn. The second manoeuvre, he got up there really late, but he managed to get his board super vertical, hold it there for a period of time, whip it down. I mean, like I said before, he's very deceptive. He looks quite slow, but if you watch, we'll probably get a replay of this. You'll watch his board and just how fast it moves. He's got a really cool, relaxed style, Jonathan. I like to watch him surf.
Yep, that is our situation here. That is the office. It's Santa Barbara Beach. Here is that replay of Johnny.
Casual bottom turn here, finds the lip. Beautiful turn there, throws a nice spray. Comes up really late, but gets his board above the lip. I think the claim might be a bit rich, but it was a really well-surfed wave, but it was a very small wave.
Yeah, I would like to see him get one of these more meatier sets with a meatier section and do what he just did to that smaller inside runner. His previous to that dropped in as a 2.93. It doesn't change anything, but we are due, I think, another score for him. 11 minutes and 10 seconds on the clock. It is Freestone and Arai at the moment, the 1-2. Let's check out Jack Freestone. It's a replay of a last wave of Jack, and that's a throwaway, just a 1.6 for the Aussie.
Yeah, this is where you will see Jack start to throw it up above the lip. As you can see, he's picking lefts because obviously the wind's a good air wind for left. He just went a smaller sort of wave. Here he is again, high drive. You know what he's thinking about, Paul, and there it is. Yeah, that one won't go on the highlights reel for tonight.
The old backside air to body surf, chin first.
But you see what Jack's thinking, and the kid is so consistent with his backside air. He must have a completion rate up in the 80 plus. He's just going to try to find the right wave, and he's going to take as much speed as he can, and he's going to boost.
There we go. He is your heat leader at the moment as we approach this 10-minute mark. So 2/3 of this half-an-hour heat gone, and the sun is out here at Praia Santa Barbara. This is the Sata Azores Pro 2015, and we are powering through this first round. We're looking at a decent forecast. We've got tough conditions but highly contestable this morning, and we have live action. Jonathan Gonzalez from the Canary Islands, second place at the moment in this heat, and he's looking to improve his overall position. He's got a frothy wave here, and it's going to prove tricky for him. He'll bring it through to the inside. Yeah, and that was weird. What was he doing?
That was a weird wave. Poor Johnny there. He gave him very little options. The backwash was as big as the section he was trying to find. Interestingly enough, that last wave that he did the little semi-claim was a 5.67. Quite a high score considering for this heat. It's actually the second or the third highest score of the heat. So he was right to give the claim. It brings him up into second place, needing a 7.33 to tackle Jack Freestone.
Yeah, so Johnny, he in the second place, and yeah, that last wave, wow. So that first manoeuvre, basically, the judges really enjoyed, and Johnny enjoyed it too. He can sell. He wasn't trying to sell it. He was genuinely pretty pumped up on himself.
Yeah, it was a hard wave to surf. I think that's why he was so pumped. It was quite fast, and he managed to fit 2 quality manoeuvres into a very tight, short, sort of compact wave. So yeah, it's hard to do that. People underestimate just how hard that is. So I think he was pretty pleased with himself rather than the actual what the score he was going to get.
And in general, with Johnny, would it be fair to say sometimes wave selection is kind of questionable in heats?
Yeah, I think he has some trouble with heat execution. I've seen him take some pretty under average waves when he's sitting on reasonable scores. I've often felt like when he gets on a roll, he's incredibly hard to beat, and you've seen that with some of his results over the last few years. But all too often, he'll start in the first or second rounds, and he just won't manage to really get started. And I think that's why he's taking this heat so seriously. Obviously, he's taking it seriously, but it's so important to him because if he does get through a few rounds, he's hard to stop.
Yeah, absolutely. Under 8 minutes to go now. It is Freestone and Gonzalez who won 2. Hiroto Arai from Japan and Mason O from Hawaii. And they need a 5.61 and a 6.17 respectively to get into second place. And it is 1 and 2 advancing. 3 and 4 will be out. So, yeah, it is straight away. That is the jeopardy of our situation. We will lose half the field if we go all the way through. Today, half the surfers that entered this competition will have been eliminating, and like you touched on earlier, that's what we like to see, isn't it? No second chance, no kind of backdoor back into the action. You lose, you're done.
Yeah, I like that about the 10,000 series. Wow.
Oh, Johnny!
Nose pick, spin, and he hasn't completed it. Incomplete manoeuvre there from, he'd be kicking himself. Gee, that was beautiful.
Yeah, wasn't it? He looked like he didn't have much else on, and he kind of came late to the section. We'll try and get a replay and show it to you. But Johnny, yeah, just going for that reverse grab out of the lip. And he's got the rotation around. It was just the recovery. Let's go to the replay here, Dog.
Yeah, this is nice. He just taps it there, finds some speed, drives in, fins out. That JS looks good too. So fast. I dare say it'd be a Monster 3 model, and it looks fast under his feet. He picked that manoeuvre so well. He was just a little unlucky not to ride out of that.
It looked great from this angle, didn't it? Looking into it from down the beach there, and it was just the bucking bronco on the white water that he kind of seemed like he'd done the hard part. Just couldn't quite get his board completely underneath his feet to show the judges that he'd stomped it, and we are looking at a really good score coming in for our heat leader, the Aussie, the surfer in red, Jack Freestone, an 8.27 for Jack. It's something that we've missed on our screen, but obviously the judges didn't miss it, and they loved it, an 8.27. So his job just gets that bit easier, consolidates on his first place. Now that goes in with his 7, and that is the high score of this heat. Johnny in second and 9.6. He's looking forward to take first. Doesn't change the requirement for Arai or for Ho. So 5.5 on the clock now, and those guys back in third and fourth, they do need to start thinking about stepping their game up in these remaining 5 minutes.
Yeah, that's a huge score for Jack. I mean, that's one of the highest scores of today, of the contest so far, number 3 actually at the moment. So this is what happens when a surfer like Jack Freestone gets a reasonable start, backs it up with another score. There's no pressure on them. Watch out. Here's the young Japanese surfer. Beautiful combination on his backside there. Comes around this section looking to finish off with a foam climb and doesn't get there. Still, the first manoeuvre was excellent. The second one wasn't half bad either. This is going to be a reasonable score. He doesn't need much either. He's sitting in third place, only needing a 5.61.
So Hiroto there, yeah, absolutely. 5.61 was all he needed, and he loved the speed that he maintained through those turns. Johnny is having a look, and he doesn't like what he sees, so he'll just push through the back of that wave he's paddling. And let's go to the replay of Hiroto Arai. Makes room for himself at the bottom. He'll tag that up in the lip, gets his board nice and vert. Again, nice spray there from the Japanese surfer, and he does a little recovery, just enough to get this. It's an incomplete maneuver, so just those first 2 hits. The second one was really nice.
I preferred the first one.
First one was really nice.
I thought the first one was good. I thought the second one, he got a little bit wheel standy, a little bit too back foot, and got hung up a little bit.
Okay.
I think if his transfer of weight was a little bit faster, he might have made that last section.
Right.
And I felt he was sort of 2 minds, didn't hit it clean enough, but should be his highest score.
I'm going to defer to your vastly superior expertise there, Richard. I like the first turn too, and he was looking for a 5.61. It's never too late to change your mind in this game. 3.5 minutes remaining on the clock, and has the Japanese surfer done enough to unseat the Canarian Gonzalez as we go, well, very much into the final few minutes of this heat? We've got a paddler, and it is Gonzalez. He's up. It is Mason Ho, the Hawaiian. And what's he got, Mace? No.
Oh, it's a case of doing too much on that one for Mason. He took some speed, and he wasn't too sure what he was going to do with it. This is the problem with these low-scoring heats, and that's my issue with this sort of scattergun, as you said, of starting a heat, fours, low fives, etc. I just feel like at the back end, the last, what are we in? We're in under 3 minutes now, and the guys coming in third and fourth are leading really small scores, and it leaves yourself exposed, and I think that's what's going to happen here. I'd be surprised if Hiroto-san's score isn't going to be what he needed.
He's done it. There he is. It's a 6 point. He's into second, and Jonathan Gonzalez gets back into third, so he gets pipped out. Let's have a look at what we've got on our screen. We've got two servers coming towards each other, and that was it Jack and who was on the left? Mason was on the left. So yeah, wow, that is a situation change. It's a very significant one for our Japanese and our Canarian surfers. Johnny now 5.24 he's looking for, and he's got 2 minutes. Richard, is he going to do it?
Well, let's hope he gets another chance anyway. I don't like to take sides, and it's not our job in the commentary booth, but who doesn't want to see Jonathan surf another quality
You've
wave?
been very professional today, can I say? Do you mind? You've been very professional, aren't you? Aren't you? Who are you trying to impress?
Got nothing to say, really.
Well, you're doing really well. I'm enjoying it.
It's the coffee, mate. It just brings out the better in me.
Good. So there we go. Hiroto Arai is in second place. Jonathan Gonzalez needing 5.24. Mason 6.57. A minute and a half remaining. Very much down to the business end of this heat. Are we going to see some drama at the death? We've got paddlers and we've got live action. And here we go. It's Johnny Gonzalez. He is looking for 5.24. And he did a nice rail turn in the pocket. Throws up plenty of spray. Tag it. Make it, Johnny. And he's not going to ride out of that last maneuver. Did he do enough for 5.24 on those first two? It's going to be close.
My goodness. I hope he understood the gravity. I wish I would have seen him grab a rail in that foam. Because, and here's the Japanese surfer answering back. Beautiful turn there, and it's a bigger wave. He didn't complete either. Wow, that is... I'm a little surprised. I mean, they've both fallen off on their last exchange of the heat. I can't see them getting another wave now with 40-odd seconds to go. Jonathan Gonzalez, first two manoeuvres. Let's look at this. Beautiful bottom turn here, wraps it around. Nice manoeuvre, straight back into another one. Little drop the wallet with heaps of spray. Goes for a finish and just doesn't ride out of this. Oh, that's really going to hurt his score. The judges are super critical of an incomplete manoeuvre.
If he'd made that, he was looking good.
Oh, if he made that, I'm saying he only needs a 5.24. I even think without the last manoeuvre, he's right in the running. I mean, it's going to be around that score.
Judges are going to give this some serious thought. The clock ticks down. That will be our last business of this heat number 15. There is the horn, but we will be just on hold while the judges have a good think about that last exchange there. First question they need to answer is, did Jonathan Gonzalez get the 5.24 that he needed, and then did Hiroto Arai improve on his situation? His low score was a 4.9. With his reply, they both fell, and
that was good wave. Hiroto's wave was a bigger wave. Johnny's was quite small but compact. Very different waves. Really hard to judge, I'd imagine. This will probably take a little while for them to decipher this. It's going to be an interesting result one way or the other.
Yes, it absolutely is. So, well, you can kind of put yourself in our surfer situation now as they are waiting for this score. They'll be kind of on tenterhooks on a nice edge. Just please give me the score. Let's see.
It's the worst to be on the beach. To be on the beach and waiting for your score to drop is a horrible feeling. horrible
Everyone's
feeling.
watching you.
Now, no one wants to talk to you, or there's normally one guy that's really annoying that will be telling you that he thinks you got
Ooh,
it.
I've got scoreboard news. We've got some scores coming in. We are just going to have a look at this heat recap as we wait. Here goes Jack Freestone. Let's concentrate with what you're watching on our screens. This was Freestone, and he came out strong. He was very selective early on, and it paid off for him. Hiroto and Rai, well, he was always there or thereabouts in this heat. It will come down to that final exchange for him. Jack Freestone
Took control of this heat, didn't he, early on, and he never released a firm grip on this heat. He surfed very well through the whole. The Japanese surfer mounted a great comeback, and him and Jonathan Gonzalez, they've had a fight to the last 30 seconds of this heat. It's coming down to the wire, and I'm not too sure how it's going to end up.
Oh my goodness, so Johnny's score's dropped in, and it is a 6.4. Now the requirement changes for Hiroto, needs 6.08. We are due a score from him. He needs a 6.08 to go back in second place. Has Johnny done enough with those two big sprays? Did Hiroto? His wave was nice as well.
Well, Johnny did enough, really well surfed wave, and he's just squeaked what he needed, but now Hiroto's answered back, and we're just waiting for the next score to drop. It's going to be interesting. Imagine the guys waiting. Now they've gone off the beach. Now they're in the car park. It's been such a long pause. They're in the car park. The guys in the next heat are out there waiting for the hooter to start. Interesting. On the edge of nerve-wracking for the surfers, though.
So there we go, it's a 3-3 and it's not enough, and it's Jonathan Gonzalez who advances, and there is the official result. Freestone and Gonzalez. Wow, it came down just to that final exchange. Heartbreak for Japan, jubilation for Tenerife, and we'll be right back with more fantastic live action right after this break.
Back live for hit number 16 with Alejo Muniz, current number 1 on the qualifying rankings from Brazil, from the south state of Santa Catarina. And well, that's a South American heat we have in our hands, dog, with Noé McGonigal and Jan Gouveia, also from Brazil. And Jan Gouveia, son of Fabio Gouveia, which you know really well, I believe.
Oh, he beat me about 100 times back in the late 80s and 90s. Incredible surfer, probably one of the most gifted small wave surfers that's ever existed. It's a big shadow to live under for young Ian Gouveia, but he's done it well. He's an incredible surfer, an absolute star in his own right. Great kid. You know what? He's been a little bit underperforming. If I had to say anything about Ian, he came on the tour, instantly made the top 100. He seemed to do it with no problems at all, but hasn't gone on and really made a huge impact like I expected him to do, and like he probably expected from himself. So I think he sort of had a long learning curve, but you've got to watch out for that name. He's a really talented surfer.
Maybe, as you say, the shadow, bit of weight.
Maybe. Look, and the young South African I will mention, Michael February, incredible surfer. He's based, I'm pretty sure he's from, actually I'm not too sure.
From Cape Town.
Is he Cape Town boy?
Yeah.
There you go, he's a Cape Town boy. Wow. Every time, I can't help it, I think of Cape Town, I think of sharks. I know that's not fair, especially coming from Australia. But I do. I
Yeah.
think of sharks. Yeah,
And-
it's good not to have sharks around here. Be enjoying this. It's the last thing on his mind today. He's got a huge heat. Ian Gouveia, good way to start a heat. He's dropped to 6. He'll be feeling good about that.
Yeah, well, from what we've seen lately, 6 point is backup.
Yeah,
Backup
6
score.
points a good way to start a heat,
Yeah.
isn't it? I mean, we've seen some scrappy starts, and here is Malejo is been incredible this year. I mean, he's obviously already re-qualified. Look at him racing down the line, throws and this is what he's brought this year. I don't want to say it and be disrespectful to the QS surfers, but he's a CT surfer, obviously, that's dropped down.
Yeah.
He's had a bad year on the CT, but look at this. Deep bottom turn, finds the lip, adjusts his rail in the lip, pumps through this section, comes out with speed, and again finds another lip, loses his tail. It just looks too easy. And I mean, this is what he did at Bolito. This is what he did at Manly this year. He's been so solid. CT surfer in the QS level.
And he's been back on the CD this year at JBay, and he did some damage again.
He did.
He's on the roll.
Yeah, I agree. Maybe this has been the wake-up call.
Yeah.
I don't want to say he's needed. He'll hate me for saying that. But, maybe he dropped down a peg and he's had to rebuild himself, probably go back with his coach or the people he trusts and, reinvent himself in some ways. And I feel like he's done that, and he's going to be a better surfer for it.
Because he already won 2 events. One in Bolito, one in Brazil.
Manly, I think it was.
Oh, was
wasn't
it Manly?
I think it was Manly. I'm not too sure, though. Was it... well, maybe it was... Oh, geez, I'm not too sure. I better check my facts there.
But
Google search.
Did win 2 events. One QS 10,000 for sure. And he's already requalified. He's the only one.
Yeah, he's been amazing this year.
Because apparently the mark this year for the qualification should be around 18,000 points.
Yeah, correct. That's been the car park talk at this moment, around the 18,000. Al Hunt has been known to be wrong once or twice. So I won't live and die by that number. But I'll tell you, it's going to be close to that, and he's already surpassed that well and truly. But it's just the ease he's done it. He looks so comfortable, and I'm really glad he's still competing. He's not just backed off. He's here. I'm sure he's here for the money, but I still feel like he's building and he's got something to prove. This year's not over for the kid, that's for sure.
Yeah, no matter what, he's going to try to gain some more points on his campaign and try to get a better seeding as well for next year.
Yeah, I don't know if you can get a better seeding than first.
Yeah, well, for now, but he still can be overtaken by guys, heading to Hawaii and.
Yeah, correct. There's a lot of points still up for grabs at the back end of this year. And here is Alejo Meneses' first wave coming in at a 7.33. Huge score. Huge score.
So we got the 2 Brazilians well ahead, still waiting for the first wave of the Costa Rican, Noe McGonigal.
Yeah,
coming
Noe
from
Mar.
Pavones.
He's a great surfer, isn't he, Frank? I'm a huge fan of Noe Mars. I hadn't seen a lot of him until the World Juniors last year down in Irasira. He turned up there and absolutely took Ribeira's abilities apart. He was so solid, huge combinations, didn't catch a rail the entire event. Look, he's a pleasure to watch and some solid juice.
And here's Jan Gouveia once again electing to serve the left-handers. And that was a really good wave, crisp turn on the last section.
Wow, that was a really well-surfed wave. He took off, there was so much speed. That first bottom turn, he accelerated. Look at this one, Frank. He's halfway down the face, foot at the back, tags it, and then double pumps.
And
Nice
goes
and
for the
vertical.
money turn.
Wow, that was a good turn. That's going to be another good score, I think, for Ian. He's had a great start. He's already sitting on a 6 and a 5.27. That's only going to increase his points. Here's Noe Mar. 2 quick manoeuvres. I think he feels good about that one, but he doesn't realise what he's up against right now. The Brazilians have had a screaming start, and he's going to need some big scores to come past him.
I think we got Jack Freestone on the mic, winner of the last heat. And
That's right.
Here he is.
We're right here with Jack Freestone. Jack, it's looking like this is the year to qualify.
No pressure. Yeah, no. Yeah, I'm sitting comfortably. Hoping for a few more big results and, yeah, see where it takes me.
Okay, how are the conditions today? I heard you just a while ago, saying to your friend that it's pretty hard.
Yeah, it is pretty hard. Like, we've been watching it, and it feels like it's changed about 10 times since this morning. So, right then, for our heat, it kind of glassed off and got a lot easier than what it has been. But it's still pretty challenging.
Best of luck for the next round then.
Thank you.
That's it, guys.
Thank you. Obrigado. Yep. Jack Freestone dominating his heat.
He's such a talent, Jack Freestone. Absolute superstar of the sport, and rightly so. Comes in with so many raps, and every one of them is due. He really is, and he's a great young kid too. Good guy to be around. Yeah, look, massive fan of Jack Freestone. Let's hope it is his year.
Bit too early to tell, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. He knows it. He knows it too well.
Yeah.
Last year could have been his year as well.
Yeah, last year probably should have been Jack's year. Look, Hawaii, we've said it a few times already, and it's so early to be even talking about Hawaii. We've got the Brazilian leg, the rest of Europe, but we all know, you know, Hawaii is so important. It's make or break. Here's Michael February, the man from South Africa. Nice bottom turn there, Frank. Finds the lip, loses a little bit of control, but absolutely tags that second section and doesn't complete.
How many surfers fell on that section?
Oh, it's tricky, isn't it, though? And you get so much speed, I think, from the first section, so powerful.
And you get too greedy, I believe.
Yeah, maybe. It's nice turn. He just loses his edge, finds it there, drives again, and it's a foam climb, the hardest manoeuvre in surfing, the most underrated turn, and goes down. The judges dislike strongly an incomplete manoeuvre, and I feel like he didn't nail the first one, so the last one was quite important. Yeah, there's the Saffers watching on. I wonder if they've recovered from the thrashing they got from the Japanese rugby team last week. Sorry to bring that up, but to Dale and all the other boys,
We
we're a
haven't seen the
huge
Wallabies
fan.
play yet.
Well, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. We haven't played. But anyway, I'm sure they'll bounce back. Michael February will.
Don't bring up the rugby, mate.
Look, Noe Del Mar, he doesn't even know about rugby. He doesn't care.
We got a Aussie. Well, at least the Brazilians don't care about rugby.
There is part of the Brazilian storm watching.
Here's one.
Here
in
he
the
is.
yellow jersey, Jan Gouveia, still in the lead, right in front of Alejo Moniz. And this is Noemar, surfers from the southern hemisphere in that heat. Well, not Costa Rica.
He is a good surfer, isn't he? That was beautiful to watch. He's got a kind of, I would say, not a traditional style, Noemar, but he really works well. Look at that. He touches his rail to steady it, tags the top, deep off the bottom, throws his fins. He's a really powerful kid, and he's got a unique style, but it works for him. I like the way it looks.
He reminds me of Aritz Arambo
Yeah,
a little bit.
Yeah, I can
like
see what you
short,
mean.
stocky guy, strong legs.
And he throws so much spray, and he does not go around a lip. I'm yet to see Noemar back off from a lip. There's, he takes on every section he gets the opportunity to, and that's a perfect example of that. He found the lip 4 times on that wave, and all of them were critical manoeuvres with a lot of spray. Here's Gouveia. This was another good wave. He dropped a 6.43 for the last one that gave him the lead. Unfortunately, he doesn't finish the air reverse, but this is the dangerous thing. Now he's got a couple of 6s. He's going to surf the lefts into the wind, and his completion rate on his air reverse is huge. He barely falls. So he's going to try to get some speed and absolutely boost. That time it didn't work, but I think that's going to be his MO. Yeah, look, we're just seeing the first number drop for Noemar. He might have he might have actually dropped a bomb here. This could be a huge score.
It is going to be. And it's going to put him straight into the lead, possibly. And here it is. That's an 8.0 for the Costa Rican surfer. And he's into the lead right now, ahead of the two Brazilians. And Alejo is now in third, and Michael February.
Poor wave selection there from
Yep.
the young South African. That was a TP of a wave with no wall. He shouldn't have been part of that. Here's Alejo. He's up against it now. Let's see what the Brazilian superstar's got. And that's it. Not a bad answer back. I can't see it being a huge score, but it's going to be a reasonable score. And, of course, holding a 7.33 is going to put him back into this heat.
Yeah, he's only looking for 5.10. Alejo. Even Michael is still in range to get a 6.11.
Yeah, this is where you can actually look at the higher scores and forget about the backups. You know, and you've got Nodema 8. Obviously, he's in the box seat. His 4.83 shouldn't matter in the end of the day. And then on it goes. You've got Alejo with his 7.33. That's holding him in third, but I think things will change. This was a well-surfed wave. A nice carve into a top turn. The only problem was it just petered out quite fast. So it was a very short wave. I'm not too sure the judges are going to give him a huge score for that. It was quite a bit of spray, but probably not what he needed. I don't think he'll be rattled at all. He'll see that as just a minor setback in his heat plan. With 15 and 20 to go in this very competitive heat.
Yeah, and it's quite interesting. I was looking at the placement, the positioning of the surfers, and here's Alejo. Alejo's chosen to surf a bit further down the beach, where the three other surfers are really stuck together on the northern part of the beach. And talking about Harriet, here he is, the Basque powerhouse. Will be surfing in a bit of time. He'll be, no, next seat up against Kolohe Andino and Garrett Parks, along with Dale Staples.
Wow, another good heat coming up. There's no soft heats in these 10,000s. It's one solid heat after another. Exciting stuff here.
And here's our heat leader, Noemar. We've seen Carlos Munoz win earlier today. Well, I think the guys will be on fire.
That
in
bottom
Costa Rica
turn was incredible. I mean, watch this. Look, holds his rail, just touches it. That was
He's got so much drive.
It's textbook though, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's just deep off the bottom, high off the top, holds his speed throughout the entire turn, massive impact in the lip, spray going everywhere, and goes into the next turn just as fast. I mean, it really is beautiful to watch, and it starts with a solid bottom turn. I'm a massive fan. I think that's going to be another good score for the young Costa Rican.
Yep, should be. You can tell the guy has been growing up surfing pavones, which is one of the best point break in Central America.
Never surfed it, unfortunately, Frank.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, looks like it is. It is just massive once again, as you predicted. It's an 8.67 for Noemar, so pretty much on his own in the lead with Jan Gouveia comboed for the first place, and so are his opponents. Maybe not. No, Alejo is not comboed. He's the only one who can still pretend on the first spot with a single score.
Wow, I'm glad this has happened in some ways, because I think this is, well, it's obviously what the judges want to see. They want to see big committed turns. Here's the young Brazilian sitting in second place at the moment. Beautiful first turn, nice straight air. Wow, that was silky.
Really smooth, indeed. It's quite interesting to see Ian racing on the left, getting a lot of speed, and smoothly hitting the lip not forcing his turns really, and then he races.
Wow.
And gets some serious hair.
I think that was a double grab. I'm not too sure. I think it's the same run double grab. But the interesting thing here was the carve he did, and that'll make a big difference in his score because it was a nice full rail carve. He adjusted it, and then he pumped off into a nice straight air. I think that's going to be a reasonable score. Here's Noimar again. Probably doesn't need this wave sitting on 2.8s, and it's a frothy sort of one, but he's gone it anyway.
Yeah, well, I don't think he's worried now about the issue. Never know, still.
Yeah, that's so true. In this sort of heat, you never do know. I mean, it's a very competitive heat. He's a young South African. Nice wraparound carve, not a whole lot of spray. Finds the lip there, taking a lot of speed down the line, and nails that last section, but doesn't hold on. Disaster for the young South African there, because that was a really well-surfed wave. Down the line, speed, flow, but then didn't make the last manoeuvre. Shame.
Yep, shame for one of the 3 South Africans in that contest. Because, well, David Staples will be up next. We've already lost Beric de Vries earlier today. So, not to mention the rugby once again, but things are not looking too good right now for the Safas.
The bowling alley will be on tonight. There's a nice bowling alley in Porto Degada, and then the ritual is, as the event goes on, the bowling alley normally gets fuller and fuller. Some great bowls go on. A few years back when CJ won down, we all were down there and we had some competitive matches, let me tell you. Here's the oh, that was huge. Wow.
That is.
Wow.
Variety, power, commitment.
And flow. And you can throw the commitment, but I think you're right. I think commitment's probably the word that matches that wave, Frank. I mean, that was really well surfed wave. Look at this. Beautiful wave.
Just buries the rail.
Oh.
And then goes for it with that late snap. Beautiful.
What a heat. And Ian Gavea has just nailed with his straight air carve into straight air, a 7.23. He cemented himself into second, but for how long? Alejo Muniz is going to drop another bomb, I think. That was an incredibly well-surfed wave.
Yep, looks like we're going to have a pretty tight match between the 2 Brazilians.
And you were just saying, Noimar's got to be a bit careful here.
Yeah.
In this sort of heat, a couple of 8s might not be enough.
Well, look at the score for Alejo. It's 8.4, and he's back in second place. And yeah, well, even the first place is not safe now.
Wow, this is sort of the heat you would expect from the lineup. 16.67, a 15 and a 13. Now you've got Ian Gavea with a 7.23 that has been a huge score for any other heat, and a medium 6, and he's only needing an 8.5. Well, only needing an 8.5. It would be the second highest score of the heat. So it's quite a good score, but it's well attainable, especially how well he's surfing out there right now.
And right now, 7.23 for Jan Gouveia as well. Gee, great totals. I think by far the best heat of the contest.
Yeah, I think there's no doubt about that if you added up this. Michael February's let down the team a little bit. He had a really solid start. I mean, a 6.33 was a good way to start his heat, but the fall on that last wave really hurt him. And I think that's a little bit of inexperience on his behalf. He looked like he'd ridden out of that, and I think he should have. I mean, he had a lot of time to set that turn up, and that was the money turn on that wave. You fall on waves like that, you can't expect to get through heat.
Yeah, well, once again, I got to mention the ages of these guys. Alejo, 25, he's the oldest. Like 22 for Michael February and 22 for Jan Gouveia. And Noimar is only 19.
Wow, he's a talent, Noimar.
Yeah.
But to be sitting in first place up against this sort of talent, obviously he is. A couple of 8s, he's holding in there. You can't hear the scores. He shouldn't be frustrated. He should be slowing it right down, and he should be looking for the best possible wave he can find, because he's looking for a 9 now.
Yeah, exactly. So there's no rush. He's got to be selective.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, the 5.27 was probably one of his only mistakes this heat. He started quite fast and chanced his hand. Then he's got his 2.8s, and this is where he drops anchor. You pick as best you can, I mean, without a crystal ball, where you think the next quality wave's going to come. You get over there, you wait for your priority to come around, and you don't move.
And we're going to have a look at the best waves of that heat with the heat recap. And here they are. And there's been plenty of great waves in that heat.
I love this wave, Frank. And I just like the way he really pumped through the section. It was by no means an easy wave to surf, and he really milked the most out of it he could, but this was phenomenal. Boom, finds the lip, draws deep again, finds the lip again, and one more for good measure.
That's it. I love the drive of each turn.
Very much backhand. Once you get the first one right and you find yourself a rhythm, it's quite easy to keep it going. This was a bit of a different story. He got up the second one really late, which made it was sort of better because he had to commit to the first one, but still made the second in time. And this is the, wow, it was amazing, wasn't it? Second best wave of the heat. I was going to say the best wave, and for my mind it was.
Yeah.
Big, clean, committed manoeuvres. And like you said, he mixed it up. I think he could have done a different turn at the end, but his manoeuvre selection for each section is excellent. And he proved that once again, and the judges bought it.
And we've seen on these waves, it's really hard to do 3 different maneuvers, especially on the forehand. Well, backhand, you don't have that much choice of maneuvers. But, front side, we see just Hill doing snap of the leap, going vertical, and that projection re-entry in a minimum space, so yeah, well done.
Yeah, and it all starts with a really committed bottom turn. He gives himself a lot of space with that bottom turn, which lets him have a lot of time to decide his top turn. Here's Noimar, 2 turns. Wow, that was a great last manoeuvre. First turn was solid. He just increases his speed with every turn. The last manoeuvre I loved. He was so vertical, got a little bit of tail drift at the end. Textbook stuff from Noimar.
And we are into the last 5 minutes. So we don't see Michael February coming back now. The South Africans need a huge score, 9.4, to be back into second. And Noimar still in the lead, looking strong. But the Brazilians are still in the hunt.
Very much so, Frank. I mean, Ian Gouveia, we haven't seen him on another wave, and that's a good sign, I think, because he knows what he needs. So he's going to sit and wait and look for his 8.5. Noimar's last wave, well, it's starting to drop, and look at that. It's a 9.17, and I think rightfully so. I was going to say it could be the highest score of the heat, but I didn't want to go that far out on a limb. But it was an incredible last manoeuvre. He got upside down on that turn. It was so fast, so committed. Excellent surfing from Noimar. He's extended his lead 17.84, and that is the highest score of the event so far, pushing Frederico Moraes down into second place, and I think rightfully so. Fred would have no problem with that.
And here's why.
Beautiful. And that last turn, he just got it so vertical. He got a bit of air, but controlled it. Never looked like he was going to fall the entire time. Yeah, look, what a display of backside surfing from Noimar.
Such good surfers on that first round. It is just stacked with talent.
Yeah, it's good to watch, isn't it, Frank? It really is. I mean, I hear it quite often off the guys. To get through the first couple of rounds of the 10,000s is as hard as any event in the world. And once you do, they seem to open up.
Yeah.
You know, you do seem to get, there's a bit of a flow, but the first couple of rounds are just really hard.
And we're going to lose half of the field tonight, pretty
Yeah,
much.
yeah, that's exactly right.
Like half of the guys will be going home. And here's Neymar on his forehand now.
Little victory lap there for
Yep.
him. It's under 2 minutes to go, 1 minute 50 to be precise. Here's the young South African finding a lot of speed. Beautiful
Oh.
carve. That was beautiful.
To the stringer.
Wow, that was great surfing. Unfortunately for him, only the one manoeuvre. It's still going to be a good score, I think.
That reminds me of what Connor Coffin did earlier today. Like one big turn with the rail like buried, deeply buried into the wave.
Yeah, Connor Coffin definitely has that on lock, doesn't he? He's
Yeah.
such a great rail surfer. Well, actually, he's just a great surfer. He's got it all on lock. Look at this. He takes so much speed. He sees it down the line, commits to the manoeuvre, full arm coming through late. That was
Beautiful.
beautiful stuff. We love that as surfers, don't we, Frank?
Oh,
and it
yeah.
feels so good to do those sort of manoeuvres. They really do make you have a happy, glowy moment.
Well, looks like this is it for that hit number 16.
Ian Gavea, he's left wanting here. Here we have that huge score, the 8.4. Or is that the, I think that might be the 9 actually, Frank. Was that a different angle? I'm not too sure.
The 9.17.
It's a cool angle.
Yep.
And here he is, Ian Gavea.
20 seconds. Desperately looking for a wave.
Well, he's taken an insider that we've missed on the replay, and that'll be it for him. And that's all she wrote, just about.
That's Michael February. That was a nice wrapping turn on his backhand. And that's it. That's it for Michael February. Was looking for a 9.40.
That's not going to be it. But look, he can take a lot of confidence out of this heat. I mean, obviously not as much as Neymar just did, because he just set this contest on fire. Neymar, obviously the best performance of the day. What a talent. That was a great heat to watch. I'm glad I got the booth.
Okay, this is it. So we're going to go into a nut break, and we'll be back into hit number 17 with Kolohe Andino, Garrett Parks, Aritz Aramburu, and Dale Staples. Don't go anywhere.
Your attention, please.
Uma boa viagem.
Roger. Vic, go. Point. Bye-bye.
Sata, a viajar consigo.
Sábado perdido num casamento também quer dizer dia perfeito para natação sincronizada. O otimismo sabe melhor. Small, sentes?
Back live on Ribeira Grande. That's Praia de Santa Barbara for the heat number 17 and unofficial results of heat number 16 with Neymar McGonigal taking the heat with a great total of 17.84, which is the best so far in the contest and by far. And back on the mic with me, Adam Uplogel, for a great heat coming up with
Yeah, great heat coming. It's going to be a challenge though to have an encore after that. That heat was quite spectacular. Neymar McGonigal putting on a serious clinic. And for a while there, I thought Ian Gavea was in that heat pretty strongly. And looked like Michael February did some work and kind of...
Yeah, in the end.
Really got a nice night.
And well, that's not the heat we are going to go through, but hit number 17, waiting for the right names on the screen. And here we go, 30 minutes. And here it is. So, City Surfer from San Clemente, Kolohe Andino, and from Byron Bay, Australia, Garrett Parks, Aritz Aramburu, the Basque surfer from Saraos, and Del Staples from KwaZulu-Natal. So, an international heat in our hands. It should be really interesting, especially with Kolohe Andino in the hunt for points. He's desperately looking to requalify on the CT, currently sitting 29th. But he's looking good on the QS rankings. He's 10th right now with a victory, I think, really early this season. That was on the East Coast, I think.
Yeah, I'm sure he really wishes he was qualifying on the World Tour. But obviously this being the backup plan, as you see the man right there, there's Staples looking for a result as well. As you know, you win this event, or at least you place really high in this event, you could jump up, 15, 20 slots. And Kolohe Andino wants to just do that. He's sitting 10th in the ratings right now. A big win here would definitely catapult him into qualifying, in a qualifying position. It sort of takes some relief out of the World Tour.
Yeah.
As you see, Aritz Aramburu, who's been just a giant killer over the last couple of years, and he's phenomenal in these sort of tricky beach breaks.
Well, he's, in my eyes, one of the favorites in that heat because he's got the surfing, he's got the like really, he's got that capacity, ability to do some big hacks and big turns on in the pocket, just like Noemar McGonigal just before.
Yeah,
a similar approach to surfing. And here is Kolohe Andino. Nice opening turn.
All right.
Okay, here we go.
Game is on. Right
exactly.
Now. Game is on, folks. Kolohe Andino comes out firing right there with 3 vertical, 1 beautiful snap, and then 2 vertical backside off the lip. So Kolohe Andino looking really sharp. The board looks pretty dang good right there as he gets great extension on this, straight to the bottom. Not even a lip there, and he's able to poke vertical, and again, right up into the lip. So right away, the judges had their work cut out for him to try to determine what type of score that will be, as we talked about him right here. Here's Aritz Aramburu. He's got the, obviously the maneuvers, but what I really like about his surfing is his positioning, timing, and entry into waves. If there's a barrel and there's a barreling wave, he's going to find it. And there are some chunky tubes out there right now. They're sort of spotty, they're everywhere. But if anyone's going to find one, it's going to be Aritz.
Yeah, should be interesting. And well, the other surfer was Garrett Parks from Byron Bay. He was really close to qualify last year, but failed to do so.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. And he's just a little guy too, just a small man who surfs pretty big. I always got a kick out of that when I finally met Martin Potter and even the Hose, Tom Carroll. They're all relatively small guys, but they surf really big. So here's Parks right here. What a great re-entry right there, right up in the hook.
Beautiful.
So even though it goes heat for heat as far as the judging scale is concerned, the judges definitely saw some excellent surfing in that last heat with Noemar McGonigal, Alejo Moniz, Michael February, and Gouveia. So the standard of surfing, I think, after that last heat is the bar has been raised.
Oh yeah.
Like I said, though, even though it goes heat for heat, they'll judge relatively to the average score that's pumped out in this heat. Sometimes the average can get pumped pretty high. You'll see a wave that you'll think goes into the upper, high, mid-range scores, and then it gets put like at a 5. So the bar can be set pretty high for even a mid-range scores, and sometimes the judges keep that scale relatively low. As you see Kolohe right here looking for a wave right next to Aritz. And like minds think alike too. I wouldn't be surprised if both these guys sat down there, studied the lineup, saw exactly where the majority of the good waves were coming, and they were coming where Noemar was sitting, and Noemar had his game plan. He did catch a couple of rights, but if I was his coach or if I was somebody speaking in his corner, I'd say stick to the lefts. You got a great vertical backhand surfing, and the judges are really rewarding you. And it looks like all the boys are sort of taking note of that.
So yeah, it will be interesting to see. And we got a first call for Kolohe Andino. It's in mid-scale range, 5.67. And here he is again. Ew. First one was a bit sticky, I should say, and yeah, you could tell he was a bit late from
Yeah.
start.
Looked like he really didn't get that front shoulder around. His timing maybe have been a little off on that first section, and it sort of carried on through the second turn, as you see right there. A little stick on the nose, and sometimes it just screws up your timing a little. But unfortunately, right there, Kolohe going down. I really like though that he doesn't stop his momentum going down the line, regardless of what has happened on the wave. He's still going to follow through with that wave. It's early on in the heat. He just wants to get his, they say get his feet in the wax, get his rhythm going, get his timing going, and start building on some scores. Right there, he's got the mid-range score, the 5.67, so that's the bar for the average score of the heat, folks. And majority of the scores will be judged off that wave.
And here's Dale Staples, the surfer from Amanzimtoti, which is pretty close to Durban, KwaZulu-Natal. And Dale Staples will try to well, keep some hope for the South Africans. Three of them in that contest. Is the lone South African left, and here's Aritz live, trying to combine on his forehand, and Aritz got a 5.5 point on his first left-hander.
Challenging wave right there for Staples. But Aritz Aramburu right there did a great job of picking off a really good wave. He's sitting on a 5.5, so I'm curious to see what the judges throw the second one. Aritz is known for picking really good waves and actually finding the tube, so we'll see what the judges give him. As you look at right here, here's Parks up and riding, nice little crack off the top right there, flying down the line, great release out of the tail as well, so really like that, nice crisp off the top right there on the last re-entry. And he is, like I said, just a little guy, but surfs pretty big, and those are a couple of nice turns right there on that wave. So only 7 minutes has elapsed, and we have ourselves a heat here, folks. Garrett Parks, first wave sitting on a 4, Aritz Aramburu on a 5.5, 5.67 for Kolohe, and Staples, Dale Staples from South Africa, sitting on a couple small scores. So while we have a little break in the action, why don't we talk to the winner of that last heat?
Noemar McGonigal is next to me. Great surfing. That remind you of Pavones a little bit, that left-hander? Powerful surfing on your backhand?
Well, it definitely doesn't remind me of Pavones, but yeah, there's a couple lefts out there. They're really hard to find, and I just was really lucky to, find a couple and get a couple good scores enough to advance out of that heat.
Can you tell me about that backhand attack you got? You get your rail, and you got so much drive, What did you work that backhand?
Well, I've lived in Pavones my whole life, and it's a really good long left, so I've practiced a lot on my backhand. And I've been working really close with my shaper, Matt Bioholis, on my boards. This is actually a brand new board. I've only ridden it twice. This is my second session on it. And I really love it. It's a V2 shortboard high performance. It's a copy of another Magic board I had, and I'm really loving it. And yeah, it feels really good. So I hope to just keep it going and keep getting good waves in each heat.
Costa Rican pride, huh? With Carlos going through and you now through to the second round as well.
Of course, all the way. And our goal is, to do the best we can for our country and leave our flag as high as we can.
Thank you. Muchas gracias. Suerte.
Spanish?
Yeah, of course.
Bueno, quiero mandarle un gran saludo a todos. Aquí estamos con todo, avanzamos hoy y con todo para mañana la segunda ronda. Pura vida, gracias por el apoyo.
Muchas gracias. Take it away.
Thanks a lot, Frank. Good stuff right there from Noemar McGonigal. Obviously, not the long left point break that he's used to, but definitely accustomed to really good, strong, powerful backside surfing right there. As you could see on your screen, Dale Staples up on a beautiful wave. What a great little snap. A little late on that floater re-entry right there, but still a couple of nice maneuvers. Frank, good to have you back doing a little double duty there.
Yeah, well, it's not far, so quite easy. Feels good to speak a bit of Spanish.
Yeah. I've had the opportunity to hang out with his sister and Leilani and the father, and they're really a great family. And it doesn't surprise me how humble Noemar comes off. He's just a a class act guy. And with that type of attitude, I'm sure he'll go a long way.
And you can tell Pavones helped being such a great backhand surfer, just as Aritz Aramburu, who frequently goes to Mundaka whenever it's on. And Kolohe Andino answering back.
Wow, found like a point break like wave right there. Kolohe Andino. He'll dig that one nose up right there. There's a great surfing from Kolohe. 4 or 5 nice maneuvers on that wave. I'd love to see that wave from the head on, from straight on. But he's really flying down the line, that Mayhem board that he's riding as well. A lot of people ride those Mayhems. As we see the replay of a Ritz, nice positioning and poke on that first turn, and a projecting sort of off the lip floater for the second turn. So Ritz Aramburu is finding some of the better waves out there right now, and it's not surprising me one bit. As you see your scores right there, a 6.07 and a 5.5. We'll see what the judges give that last score. I believe that's his third wave, so it looks like a Ritz is out in front at the moment. Kolohe Andino still waiting on a score as well. So we have ourselves a heat. We'll see what goes on here.
And between the two, between the city surfers, Aritz Aramburu, who's been surfing a few city events this year, especially in Tahiti, where I think he beat Mick Fanning.
Yep, nice, great bottom turn to top turn release right there, projecting right down the line, straight into a beautiful bottom turn, cracking off the top. So Kolohe Andino combined a lot of nice maneuvers there, great flow, great speed through all those turns, and you know, the most highly overlooked maneuver in the boat right there is the bottom turn. I think Kolohe did a couple of beautiful bottom turns right there, and they do reward him. Looks like a Ritz Aramburu gets a 7.67.
Yep, and here's Garrett Parks.
Oh, great surfing right there from Garrett Parks.
Great commitment on that last turn.
Yep, even though the tide's obviously sucked out, the wind still seems pretty strong, but it's almost looked like somewhat like Hawaii out there. It's really beautiful colors. The second waves of the set are relatively clean, and you know, some of the opportunity out there right now is huge, and it looks like the guys are capitalizing. We've seen a couple great heats now back to back, so I think that's a testament to the conditions getting better.
Yeah, it seems like there are more options now.
Yeah, there's a score right there, a 6.77 for Kolohe Andino. A couple of 7s, a couple 6.5, 6.8, 6.3. Now needs a nice little score of a 6.9 to get into first.
And we're still waiting for the last of White, Garrett Parks, whose last wave could be interesting as well. So he should be in the game as well, along with Aritz and Kolohe. And still waiting for some reaction from Dale Staples.
You talk about building a house or building on your scores. Ritz Aramburu right there, sitting on a 5.5 on his first score. It was a great score to start off with. Then a 6.07, then a 7.67. So he is off and running right now. I'm curious to see what this fourth score, whenever he gets it, what it turns out to be. But it looks like Garrett Parks is going to put in relatively a mid-range score. He needs an 8.11, so 8.11 right now to get into that advancing position. As both Kolohe and Ritz Aramburu are sitting on a couple of nice scores. But that does chew away at the deficit right there. Now only needing a 6.55. So Garrett Parks' last wave coming in at a 5.87. So Frank, we got ourselves another heat right here.
Yeah, exactly. 3 surfers pretty close together, pretty tight. And Dale Staples a bit behind, but still only requiring one score, one single wave. Almost 9, but manageable.
Well, you
There's
know,
plenty of time on the clock.
And they're out there too. Just seeing that Noimar in the last heat was throwing away a mid-range 8. You can just, that the waves are out there. So here's Garrett Parks up and riding right now.
He's flying this time. Watch out.
Just
didn't see the step.
Yeah, just came unglued right there and fallen off his board. Garrett Parks needs a 6.58 to get into that advancing position. Still got over 15 minutes remaining, so still plenty of time. But I'm seeing a similarity. Everyone's sort of sitting in the same group. I mean, just in the single screen right there, you can see a Ritz wanting to know situation and time. But everyone's sitting relatively in the same zone. So majority of the spot is taken up by the competitors.
I'd say the takeoff zone is about 20 meters wide, whereas earlier today you could see surfers like 100 meters away from each other. Not anymore. Seems like, as I said earlier, the options are really close together. It seems like we get one main peak now.
Yeah.
Probably has to do with the swell dropping a little bit.
And here goes Colahandino. Let's see what he's able to do. Projecting floater down the line. Is he able to get up into the lip? Nice little speed float. And unfortunately, that wave just peters out. But Colahandino was maybe just a little off timing on that wave. I say this a lot, but sometimes, you know, they wish they had these waves over again. You know, their opportunity comes. They want to capitalize on it. He needs almost nearly a 7 to get himself up to the first position. Because right now Garrett Parks is matching his highest wave with his lowest wave, so there's plenty of opportunity for Jorge to slip down. As you see Moniz right there getting ready for the next heat.
Josh Moniz will be up against Stu Kennedy from Australia, Tanner Hendrickson from Hawaii, and Mehdi Veminardi from Reunion Island. So 2 Hawaiians coming up next. As we see the replay of Chloe Andino's last wave.
Really like that second little speed float right there, who was able to project really nicely down the line, keep his shoulder squared off to the wave, but unfortunately that wave dished off into that fat zone right there, Frank. We're seeing a lot of that. We're seeing a lot of
all
guys.
of them. And it seems like the surfers, you know, even though they look really closely at the spot, you know, and they know you got that flat section in the end, well, they kind of get greedy. They want to keep going, and some of them get surprised, you know, don't really anticipate that flat section in the end. Garrett Parks is far on the rankings right now, so he'll have to climb up the ladder. Currently sitting at the 108th spot on the QS rankings. We see the Safas, Eric DeVries, along with
there's Garrett Parks up and riding. Knew he was going to be going for that aerial, but unfortunately right there not able to stay on his board. But I believe that was Travis Logie there.
Yeah,
as well.
Travis, who spent more time than ever on the contest now.
Yeah.
He's busy, the new QS commissioner.
Yeah. Great career, as you see this right here, the replay for Garrett Parks. Really light on his feet as he gets his board speed going up. He's teleporting a little air right here, gets that stance nicely, and unfortunately not able to stay on his board. Garrett Parks flying out there. I was watching him free surf earlier down the corner of the beach, and he was doing a couple beautiful aerials, poking it into the wind. So hopefully he's able to find some of these lefts and get that board up into that wind and do some rotations. Seems to me though, a lot of the surfers right now are sticking to fundamental surfing, off the bottom, off the top, carving arcs in the pocket, and as soon as they get a couple scores built up, then they sort of free up and start going for more high-risk maneuvers.
Well, from what we've seen today, all the big scores have been on big turns, big hacks, under the leap, and not that many on tricks really. Except maybe for Miguel Tudela.
Yeah, I saw Carlos Munoz. Get a nice score as well, Tudela. But it seems like you could either come out starting to do that, firing from the start, going for a couple big errors and see if you stick one and give yourself some opportunity to get a big score on a single maneuver. If it doesn't work out, then you have still plenty of time. 30-minute heats. It's a lot of time out there. The amount of waves that are coming through and the amount of opportunities that surfers are having out there. You know, we're seeing guys catch waves up into 12, even 14. There's no more limit to waves. Years ago, it was a 10-wave limit. Probably in a 30-minute heat, it would be a 15-wave limit. But they just are able to catch as many waves as they want now, and so they're able to try.
Which it didn't make sense, really, huh?
No. Well, I think it was more just that maybe for the judges. I mean, shoot, after about 15 scores, and half of them are 3s and 4s. Let's see what Brother's tracking down right here. Jorge Andino right now, sitting 10th in the QS ratings. And I believe you're saying he's 29th on the World Tour.
Yep.
So there's a lot at stake, obviously, for him in this event.
Yeah, we can talk about it because he's had such a great season last year on the CT, finishing up at the 11th spot with a final in Rio, semi-final in Tahiti, quarterfinal in Tahiti in France, and this year he hasn't made it once through round 3. So
just goes to show you how tough that tour is. I mean, really have to. And I've seen a lot of his heats. He's actually lost a lot of really close heats, and you know, you have to have obviously really good waves, surf really good, but also have a little luck as well. Wow, full digging arc right there. Unfortunately, it looked like he almost completely overpowered his board, sunk that thing up to the nose. Even though I liked that turn, it didn't really look like he was able to project and get out of it as quick as he wanted to maintain the wave. To me, Chloe is surfing as good or if not better than anybody. He just needs the right opportunity and the right wave. He looks amped up. His board looks incredibly well. And I'm seeing a lot of mayhems out there today. I've seen, I mean, a majority of the guys obviously coming out of Trussell's right now and surfing down at Trussell's are riding that local board. It seems to be working really well for everybody.
And here's...
That's Poxy.
Yeah, Garrett Parks. Not going for the best waves. I think he should be more selective because he's in the hunt for 6.5.
And wow, last year he was so close to qualifying. I mean, there's quite a few guys that were, you know, right on the bubble, maybe the odd man out last year. And just watching him surf now, you probably can't really tell, but he was half a result away from qualifying for the World Tour, coming down to Hawaii. I think Dusty Payne was quite the spoiler on a couple guys' opportunities last year in Hawaii.
He did. Especially Thomas Hermes as well.
Yeah. That's right there. That was Dale Staples. Now he needs a relatively large score, almost nearly an excellent score of 8.94 to get himself into an advancing position. He's sitting on a relatively small total right there. As you see the man in red, that's Jorge Andino. Probably wants to know the standing. What's he need? What's his other competitors needs? Most likely needs sort of a lay of the land. And you know, that's not to say it's new, but over the last maybe 10 years, giving the heat scores, giving the totals, keeping people informed of exactly what they need has completely changed the game of how you compete and how competitive surfers look at their heats. Years ago, you sort of did it by feel and had to look around and be completely hyper aware of what was going on in the heat, not nowadays.
Here's Garrett Parks again, and that's a much better wave than what we've seen earlier.
That was great surfing right there from Garrett Parks. And he's throwing away a relatively small score of a 4.33, needing a 6.58 to get to that advancing position. And I really enjoyed that wave. Let's see what the judges think about that one, because he surfed it really well. Sometimes it's all later in the heat, scores that you would get maybe a 5 or a 6 can get a little better score at the end of the heat just because it gets pretty tight. And the judges are actually have looked at a lot of waves and have adjusted their scale a tad bit. Right there, Garrett Parks surfed really, really well. Some nice. Wow. Oh. Unfortunately, if he was able to combine another, say, late off the lip with that, combining with that huge, big first turn, that would have been a massive score. As you see right here, brother taking off on a nice angle, great positioning and timing off the bottom. Great tail chuck right there. And you see how fast that wave was coming down on him. He just went up for it. Instead of just throwing up one maneuver, they're not going to, say, deduct him for a fall, but he'll definitely wish he had that section over with.
Yeah.
Get another hit on.
That wave didn't leave him much chance.
No, but we watched Noemar McGonigal throw up a couple late turns as well in that same section and be completely rewarded for a nice late hit.
And Pogsy might, from what we see in the first course, be really close.
Yeah, it's going to be really close for Parks to be. Needs a 6.5. Now only needing a 5.95. So he got a 6.5 on that last wave. Throws away his low score, that 4.33. So Parks, that was a really close bid right there. As you can see, there's a 7 and a 5.8 as far as the spread of points right there, and then a 6.7, a 6.5, and a 6.3. You know, had that
6.2, huh?
Yeah, had that 5.8 been brought up a little bit. They throw out the high and low and average the top 3 scores. So 5.8 on that scale right there is sort of hurting him. I thought that wave was definitely going to get it to him. I didn't want to say anything, but I thought that wave was going to do it.
So let's have a look at the heat recap and see what went down in that heat number 17 with Kolohe and Dino starting with a 5.67, building his house, as you said, Adam.
I like that score. Now looking at that, I think that could have been a little even higher. As you see a Ritz right here, great little vertical crack off the top, and great little positioning again to maximize the scoring potential of that wave. And that wave early on comes in at a 5.5. That was his first wave.
And soon after that, on that right-hander, Aritz got a 6.07.
Just a nice placement floater right there. Nice carve. Still, I thought that wave could have been more in the average range. You see right here, nothing really too spectacular. Still, it was a great carve, great rail transition right off the bottom and to off the top, but relatively a low and risk right there. Turn. As Kolohe and Dino, I really like this second little turn right here, Frank, as he was able to project off the top. Had that wave been a little steeper there for him to maintain his flow and speed through that, maybe even get an inside section, he was well on his way to a great little score. And right now, that wave came in, I believe it was a 5.67. Oh, actually, excuse me, that was a 6.77. So, you know, a couple nice scores right there for Kolohe, but I'm sure he's going to want to try to improve on that 5.67 as we're getting down to less than 3 minutes now in this heat.
Yeah, he's not safe.
He's definitely not safe.
Still second, but Garrett Parks only needs a 5.995, and we saw on the last exchange that Garrett came really close to getting it. I think he was needing a 6.63, I think, and in the end got a 6.5. Even Dale Staples could get it
completely. He needs
I think Dell
great
must
score.
have the first priority, I think.
That's why I mean, I'm not going to talk poorly about the way they judge, but there's sometimes to me a technical demerit and an artistical demerit, you know, almost like gymnastics, where to have good speed, power, and flow, to me that's the style aspect of the criteria. And sometimes some surfing is more eye-pleasing than others.
Yep.
But it's really hard to judge. It is subjective judging, so it's really hard to judge the nuances and the little subtle things that go on in the surfing that would, to me, make it or break it for a heat. And I already see, you know, unfortunately, I think Kolohe should be a little further out than Garrett Parks, but I might be biased because I'm a Seppo. But I do think Kolohe's big right-hander, nice right-hander where he got 4 or 5 cracks on, beautiful off the bottom, off the top combinations, could have received a better score. But that's just my own opinion. That's why I always think if they had a technical and artistical demerit as far as scoring, they would.
Yeah, but being French, so being neutral, I agree with you. I do agree. I think Kolohe a bit further up.
And I like Garrett Parks' style. I just think that if you're looking at the difference between, say, brother Kolohe Andino and Ritz Aaron Brewer right now in the heat, the overall impression I would think is that he would have sort of the nod on him. That's just my own take on it.
So we're into the last 60 seconds, and Kolohe trying to stay active, busy.
And now I wouldn't be surprised if Kolohe is going to start doing some defensive surfing. He's going to sit in the middle of these guys and really try to stir it up and ensure that he keeps that position. As it looks like right here, here's the heat leader, Ritz Aaron Brewer. Great turn. Now here's the commitment I was hoping to see out of him. Nice crack off the top his first turn, flying down the line. Another vertical off the lip with a little floater in there as well. So Ritz Aramburu throwing away a 6.07. So he caught very few waves in that heat, but a majority of them were good. He did not waste time at all.
And that wasn't an easy wave to surf either. You can see the wave sectioning.
Yeah.
And this is it. This is it. So it looks like Aritz Aramburu and Kolohe Andino will be in the next round. And this is it. This is over for Garrett Parks and Dale Staples. Tough day for the South Africans.
Yeah, it's a long haul for a majority of these guys. You know what's really cool is I look at the points. Obviously, are pretty minuscule. 600 points for third, 49th. For a fourth, 73rd, you get 550 points, but you still walk away with $750. So you're still paying for your airfare, which is pretty cool. Years ago, you'd just be sucking on, some exhaust on the way home, trying to nurse a ride from a friend. But there it is. There's the standing right there. Ritz Aramburu coming out on top. Kolohe Andino in second. Garrett Parks in third, and Dale Staples from South Africa in fourth. Pretty nice little heat right there.
So this is it, and here's our heat winner. Aritz Aramburu. And we're going to go into a commercial break, and we'll be back for heat number 18.
Ainda escolhes os teus amigos pela rede? Mosh Master com chamadas e SMS à pala para todas as redes, 500 megas de net e apps grátis por apenas 1,80€ por semana. Redes diferentes, todos iguais. É cada vez mais ridículo não seres Mosh.
Your attention, please.
Uma boa viagem.
Roger. Vic, go.
Sata, a viajar consigo.
And welcome back. We are live, Heat 18, round 1 of the men's 1000 QS. And we just keep these heats coming thick and fast. I'm Paul Evans, joining Adam Plogel in the booth. Adam, how you doing? Enjoy it last heat?
Yeah, I certainly did enjoy that. I'm stoked that a fellow American made it through the heat. I'm pretty patriotic.
Right on.
As we see right there, sort of the lay of the land right there. We got a great heat coming up to you as well.
Yeah, we got in the water Mehdi Veminardi from Reunion Island in yellow, and he's taking on Stewie Kennedy of Australia, Tanner Hendrickson, and Joshua Moniz from Hawaii. What do you know about Tanner Hendrickson?
I know that he made sense during the U.S. Down at Huntington Beach, but I've watched him surf as an amateur as well. He's a phenomenal frontside surfer, regular footer, and has got a huge bag of tricks. Watched Stu Kennedy as well for a while. He's a phenomenal surfer. He was shredding on these tomos for a while there that were sort of unorthodox looking. But Josh Moniz, the second generation Moniz family, who all of them completely rip, and I really like the Moniz family, so hopefully Josh is able to pay tribute to his family and get a couple nice waves.
Right on, here we go, and this is Stu Kennedy. Just smashed that little oncoming section there, that afternoon light, lighting up the wave face, and this is Josh Moniz. There goes with that floater maneuver, so we're just catching up on a couple of waves that were ridden while we were transitioning from that last heat, and this is Mehdi, the Goofy from Reunion Island. That was just a quick 0.77 for Mehdi. But he does have that 667 in the locker. And at the moment, he's out in front. So we're going to run all the way through, hopefully, and nail this round today. That is the plan. We've had serve. It's been pretty consistent all day. And we've seen some pretty decent scoring, some pretty decent standard. Early on, it was kind of tricky, but there's still guys that will throw down eights.
Sure will. If it was small out there, I'd say this is terrible, but there's plenty of waves, and it's obviously, you know, head high, overhead on some of the sets as Josh Moniz gets a great two-turn combination right there. Sort of shaking off that first wave. That first wave he came in at a 1 point score. So Moniz off and running now. And, you know, he's been surfing contests for quite some time. And I'm sure he did his due diligence down there today, watching the competition zone, seeing where the best waves are coming, and what type of waves are scoring, and what type of surfing he needs to do to score well. So Josh Moniz right now is sitting pretty good, but it looks like the young reunion surfer, I don't believe I saw that wave, but a 6.67, and a great score to start his heat off with.
Yeah, Mehdi Veminardi there, the goofy footer. We saw another reunion goofy footer, Adrian Toyon, do well earlier this morning. Here is Josh Moniz on that replay, and he just gets that slashing snap off the top. He'll bash that white watery section. 2 quick hits. We have seen the judges enjoy 2 big turns. You don't need to fit in as many turns as you possibly can. Much better to make a big impact with the 2 maneuvers.
Certainly, and I really like that frontside little layback snap. He dropped that turn pretty short, so he was able to cram in the second turn. But he had maintained all his speed and flow through that. His transitional surfing right there was perfect. And it comes in at a, whoa, Josh, a 5.83. You know, to me, this is just another chunky day at, you know, say Ayukai Beach Park or something. So on a bad day, believe it, folks. But it is sort of maybe something that he's used to. And so it wouldn't surprise me to see Josh right now sort of stand out in this type of condition. As you see right there, there's Stu Kennedy. He's sitting on a mid-range small score of a 4.33. And he is a phenomenal surfer. Love to see him get his rhythm and sort of get on a roll here. I could see him on the tour one day.
Yeah, he came pretty close last year, didn't he? I actually got a bit confused this one. I got him mixed up with Davey Cathles. It was Stewie Kennedy last year that in the Portuguese leg. He did really well in Cascais, and but we are going to come back with more live action from this heat number 18 right after interview with the winner of the last heat, Aritz Aramburu.
Yeah, right, boys. Aritz is next to me, and well, Aritz, back on the QS, not always pretty, but you did the job.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, the conditions are not so nice today, but you know, you have to find them, and once you find them, you can get some good scores. So that was my strategy. I started pretty quick, catching a couple waves, and then I wait to improve my second best. The plan worked pretty well.
You told me that you haven't been competing that much this season, so you went on trips and did a bit of free surfing. And does it come from here, just a simple pleasure of surfing?
Well, yeah, beginning of this year, I've been competing, but taking it a little bit easy. Last year I won this in the city, and I was doing the city and the QS both tours. This year, for the first half, I wanted to take it a bit easier, doing some trips and filming and doing some documentaries. So it's been a lot of fun. And now for the second half of the year, I've been invited to surf some WCT events as well, and I'm hungry. So there's still 5 prime events. So never know. I'm gonna do the best I can, and let's see if I go in the top.
Hunger and pleasure, that's the thing.
Yes, that's the way.
That's the way. Eskeri Kashko, felicidades.
All right, cheers, Frank.
Take it away.
Cheers, Frank. I'm very happy. Aritz Aramburu there made it through that first heat. That was a pretty stacked heat he had, but he did well, used the experience. Stu Kennedy goes for the big old front side punt and just loses that one. So fly away there for Stu Kennedy. It's not going to change much on our scoreboard situation. He's still holding on to that 0.6. That's his backup. No one's really nailed down 2 big scores, but it's Josh and Mehdi who've both got reasonable scores. Let's have a look at Mehdi here. This is the surfer from Reunion Island. And he goes into that floater just kind of caught up, didn't he? And goes down. This is Josh Moniz. This one got really heavy on him, Adam.
Yeah, you can see all the sand sucking up from that wave right there. And Mehdi up again right here on your screen. He's looking to throw away a 3.43 to back up that 6.67. So he's definitely trying to find a wave that gives him multiple maneuvers. Well, it looks like he's sticking to his backside right now, trying to get those jams off the top. Let's see what Mehdi was able to do on this one. Nice vertical off the lip right there, and a great second releasing turn as well. So that's going to be a nice little score for him.
Yeah, he liked it, didn't he? You can just kind of tell when they kind of stand up a little bit and kind of
Yeah.
Yeah, just style it out of the maneuver that they liked it. It's just another form of let the judges know that they're pretty happy, if you want to read into that body language. So not a packed beach down here, of course, this being a weekday, but we are expecting much more in the way of crowds as we get up towards the weekend. And plenty of sunshine down here.
What's up? As you see some of the spectators down there on the beach. That's good stuff. But just looking on my screen right now, it is another relatively low-scoring affair at the moment. Still, 10 minutes or 9 minutes has elapsed out of this heat right now. This is round 1, heat number 18. I did hear we're going to try to finish the round, but at least get through heat 22 today. So we still have quite a few more heats to go, folks. These, days seem relatively long here as well, at least on the West Coast in California, at least where I am up north. The days are starting to shrink. The days are getting shorter. The seasons have definitely changed. It seems like the days are still relatively long here, as you can see up and riding right here. I believe this is Stu again. Sort of crammed for space right there, even though he was still able to jam in a couple maneuvers. It's all about trying to find the wave that gives you the opportunity. Wow.
Josh Moniz there, the server in blue. A couple of quick hits for him in quick succession. So, a little minor flurry of activity, a nice exchange. It does seem like this right-hander is favoured by most of these surfers for these last few waves. So just that tide, it's not a big tide, but it makes such a big difference to this wave. It's only a couple feet, but just because of the shape of the beach is relatively steep, that does actually make a real big difference to this sandbar. And at the moment, it is that right-hander that's being favoured.
Yeah, I do notice, Paul, as well, is that some of the surfers know exactly how they're going to get their score. If you just watched, say, Noimar McGonigal, he knew basically his scoring potential was going to be on his backside. And so I think when surfers go out there, they have a game plan, just like listening to what Aritz Brewer was saying. He went out there with a plan. Maybe not so much a plan of what direction he was going to be going, but a plan to get to a quick start, build on his scores. And he only caught 4 waves in that heat. So his patience definitely paid off. He seemed calm, cool, collective about what he needed to do. He wasn't panicking at all. And sometimes you talk about the body English and the body language, you can see sometimes some of these surfers are rushing it. And they're cramming maneuvers in, not only just because of the wave they're surfing, but you can see by their body language that they're really sort of antsy, maybe.
Just a bit of a lack of experience, maybe. What does that come down to? Just different strokes for different folks, the way people handle pressure.
Yeah, and I think if you don't have a score under your belt, sometimes you're trying to manufacture something or put something together really quick, and you might get a little ahead of yourself instead of just letting things sort of happen and unfold naturally. It obviously takes a lot of the pressure off if you're able to go out in your heat in your first wave. You get a good score. Then you're actually sort of relaxed. You should put your shoulders down a little, and you can sort of have sort of a different tempo to your heat. But if you go out in your first couple waves and fall, you're definitely going to be trying really hard. Sometimes you can start lumbering on your front foot or start mistiming waves. As you see Mehdi again up and riding. But yeah, he's sticking to his backside. He's sticking to these rights right out in front. And fortunately, it looks like our scores have gone down for a second here, but we'll keep you guys updated exactly on the standings.
Yeah, this was the replay of Mehdi, and he got a lot of board out the lip on that first turn, didn't he? He's taking risks here. Seems like he's definitely favouring the backhand, and I guess he feels like he's in form at the moment. He's looking really sharp with his backhand manoeuvres.
He certainly is. And coming from Reunion Island, I'm feeling for a lot of those guys out there. I've been there a couple of times, and it sounds like they're having a challenging time with the Sharks, or a really challenging time with the Sharks. And hopefully they're able to sort of figure out how they can sort of remedy that. We're seeing a lot of sharks, too, in Santa Cruz, California. Some of us are thinking it's because they've turned our area into a sanctuary and cut down the restricted fishing, and the sharks have come back, tenfolds.
So does that mean people are surfing like less dawn patrol, less evening sessions? What are you doing?
Well, not so much. We just have a lot of helicopters now flying over reporting. They're seeing 5, 6, 7, 8 great white sharks within a mile. So it's putting the fear of God into people. They are closing beaches at times, as you see right here. Let's see what Tanner's able to do. Haven't heard too much of Tanner in this heat.
Nice. Unfortunately, right there, not able to pull that maneuver off. So Tanner Hendrickson from Hawaii. Sort of a slow start to this heat. He's sitting on a half a point, a point. Looks like another point and a half. So he's sitting in fourth place right now, but he only needs a 6.83. Just goes to show you how sort of a low-scoring affair it is right now. No one's really run away with this heat. Mehdi's already sitting on a couple of nice sixes, so at the moment he's pretty safe with 13.5 points. But in saying that, 1-2 waves can definitely change everything in this heat.
Yeah, so Mehdi a 6.93 for his penultimate ride. We have another score coming in for Mehdi, but it's not going in his top two at the moment. He's looking pretty good value with those sixes for that backhand attack. As we tick down, we're 15:45 on the clock, so just coming into the halfway stage. It's that point in the heat. As we go with live action, and it's Josh Moniz just looking to make room for himself. He hasn't really found open face. Got a couple of fives, that's why he's in second. But yeah, he just hasn't really found too much really open face. Oh, we saw a big punt. Was that Tanner?
That was Tanner Hendrickson right there. Unfortunately, not able to stick that maneuver, but you see the sort of the urgency in his surfing. He's going for it right now. I mean, it was still 15 minutes remaining. He could easily go out there and try to get a conservative wave, but let's see this wave right here. He's flying down the line, right up off the lip. Wow, almost a complete full rotation right there. So unfortunately for Tanner, had he pulled that off, that would have been a great score. The judges would have definitely rewarded that. I think those maneuvers really stand out when a majority of your competitors are doing just basic carves and fundamental surfing, off the bottom, off the top, really hard power surfing. And then as soon as somebody does something like that, it sort of opens up the box to what you could potentially get for a big aerial. We saw a couple guys earlier today, Miguel Toledo and also Carlos Munoz, but there's a beautiful hack in the pocket. Oh, unfortunately not able to back it up with another turn right there. Josh Moniz digging a rail up to his neck. But he's definitely trying. He's definitely going for it. He's given himself lots of opportunity. He's already caught nearly 8 waves, so Josh Moniz is definitely feeling it. He's starting to feel the lineup out there.
Yeah, here he goes. And that first good snap, and he just comes unstuck, trying to recover out of it into a bottom turn to maybe square up again off the white water. So just that one maneuver for him. He is our second place surfer. It's Mehdi Veminardi that leads, still with that 6.93 and that 6.67. So Josh needs 7.77 to take first, but it's 1 and 2 advancing. Stu Kennedy has got a couple of 4s. Tanner Hendrickson has got a 2 and a 1, a couple of 2s essentially. So those guys at the moment with their work cut out, they got plenty of time. But yeah, it's been a slow one. This has been kind of a slow burner, so to speak. No one's really attacked, gone mad, or if they have, they haven't really been sticking anything. Let's see if it comes alive in the bottom half. That is our beach scene down here at Playa Santa Barbara. Of course, this is the Sata Azores Pro 2015. We're very stoked to be here on the north shore of this beautiful island of San Miguel. And yeah, we've got a fun beach break here with a few rocks scattered on the inside. And we are very confident about it getting good for the end of the week. Forecast looks really, really promising.
It certainly does. As you see now, it looks like the majority of the boys are moving to the corner of the competition area. It looks like Josh is way down there. Josh Moniz up and riding. Nice poke off the top. And again, a little dig and rail off the bottom and a late re-entry. So it looks like Josh is going to have to regroup right now. He's, like you mentioned, he's sitting on a couple of 5s, but he needs to really start finishing off his waves to try to improve on those 5s. Easier said than done. I mean, even today, at today's standards, I was saying earlier in the day that, usually on the beach it looks a lot easier to surf, but even from the beach today it looks really hard to surf.
It does, yeah. It's actually not until you see these guys take off that you really see that many sections. You're just watching the sets come in from the beach, it looks kind of like pretty much straight closeouts, so it just shows testament to these guys' skills that they're doing what they are and just finding pockets to lay down maneuvers. We watch a set rolling, but we got paddlers. Someone's having a sniff at the left, and it is Tanner Hendrickson. Ooh, and he just goes for that straight punt on the backhand. Landed it with kind of a wide stance. He had a section offering up, but he wasn't really in a position to deal with it. But Tanner Hendrickson just going on a bit of a rally. He's got his work cut out at the moment. He needs 8.66 for second place.
This is pretty creative little air right here. There's a big bump in the wave right there, and it's a nice little poke. Had he been able to really jam another turn right there, I think that would have been a great little score. Wow, and falls hard right there. But Tanner could tell that he's riding a Mayhem as well. So it's like the majority of the guys that are coming from San Clemente or coming from that region are riding Mayhems at the moment. But Tanner right now needs an 8.66. Actually, he needs, I mean, he could restart his heat right now. Hopefully he's able to get the ball rolling. This our fellow commentator right there.
Yeah, there's Doug, and he's with Ryan Callanan. Ryan having a strong year this year, but he definitely won't be planning on taking his foot off the gas in any way. Want to go strong here in the Azores, and just taking a bit of advice there from Richard. We'll, when we next get him up in the booth, we'll see what he told him, and we'll see if it works actually. But yeah, Ryan, just a very relaxed kind of guy. But Doug was saying earlier when he was in here, he's got that happy-go-lucky kind of vibe, but he is really serious about his competitive career, and he you know, his place, his surfing deserves to be on the very highest level.
It certainly does. I had the opportunity of watching him in Hainan Island in China, and he was. I always thought he was just a Ryan Callahan. I always thought he was just a free surfer, a movie part, but no way. That guy is a fierce competitor. And you said happy-go-lucky. You see the lay of the land right there. I mean, just the beautiful mountains reaching these beautiful blue, almost tropical-looking ocean is picturesque. I mean, you could stamp a postcard right there and say you're in anywhere. I mean, that could be Cayena Point or something, and that could be the North Shore. It's just that beautiful.
Yep, so where are we in this heat? We're under the 10-minute mark now, so it is pretty much still wide open. Medi's had the best of this so far. The surfer from Reunion. Here's a paddling exchange. Stu Kennedy in red, the Aussie, goes the backhand option. Got a decent looking first section. He gets a really good turn up in the lip, and that's a real bummer. If he got another hit in there, he would have been on his way to a really good score. The first time was great, but by the time he'd recovered and done his bottom turn, there was nothing doing.
Yeah, you can see he went all the way to the bottom to get a nice off the bottom, off the top combination, but the second he looks at that second turn, the wave's always completely collapsing over him. And he's sort of been plagued with that. I think he's had a couple of waves already that have been sort of similar, where he gets a nice first turn and then it's nearly coming from behind. So you almost seem like you have to find a wave that has one vertical first section and that tapers off, so it doesn't close out. As you see Tanner Hendricks going up and riding right here. Wow. Great surfing right there. That was phenomenal. I mean, that was world-class surfing right there. I really think Tanner Hendricks should be rewarded for that. It's just single turn.
Yeah, super innovative, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It kind of, it came at that section pretty late. I guess let's have a look at the replay here, and you can tell us exactly what he did.
Wow, just right off the bottom, cracking it off the top, full nose picker right there.
That's sick.
And completely recovers perfectly. Almost comes out of that with some speed right there. So Tanner Hendrickson right now still needs an 8.66, but he's throwing away a score of 2.03. He'll definitely eclipse that small score right there.
Yeah, I love the variety that he threw in there. We've seen a lot of guys hit this lip and you let the power of the lip kind of push their board back down, but I love the way he kind of lost the tail and threw in variety. And we are going to wait for that score to come in, but it's definitely going to help his situation. He was sitting on a pair of twos.
Yeah. I really hope the judges reward him for that, because that was a high-risk maneuver there. As you see right here, Stu Kennedy up and riding, going for a nice backside huck right here, and unfortunately not able to get the full rotation he was looking for and falls off.
So 6.73 drops in for Hendrickson. That moves him up to 30. Now needs a 4.6 second. So, yeah, there we go. He's right back in this now. So we're talking a good 6 for him. If he can get a 4.6 as it stands, he will displace Josh Moniz up in the top 2. Kennedy back and forth needs a 6.9. So it has been fairly low scoring. Medi has gone pretty quiet since posting his scores earlier on.
He certainly has. And if you look at Tanner's wave scores right there, you know, half a point, almost 2 points, 2.67, 1.232. It's not from a lack of trying. He's taken off on a lot of waves. He's gotten his butt handed to him out there. He's definitely trying. And right now he's potentially going to get rewarded. He's still got 7 minutes remaining to turn this heat around. And it looks like he's now just starting to build his confidence. So that last turn right there, I'm sure it felt really good. And he might throw caution to the wind. Here he goes right here. Let's see what Tanner's able to do.
Tanner Hendrickson with that wraparound turn, banks off the whitewater, and he'll throw the tail again and reverse around ditches the fins.
Right.
And I do like his variety and his innovation here.
Yeah, and I really liked how he just came around. I mean, I've seen very few full wrapping cutbacks. As you can see, Tanner up here, it goes right up to the shoulder. Beautiful cutback, great direction off the soup right there. And he finishes this wave nicely with a nice little tail chuck reverse. And that's exactly what he needed to do. He needed to back up that score really quick, put himself in position. He does not want to go down into the last couple of minutes needing a score. He wants to be on the defense, trying to protect his position, and not trying to look for a wave at that point. But right now, the judges have their work cut out for him. That wave's going to make him think a little. It was a relatively small wave, but he surfed it excellent.
Ooh, and here goes Mehdi. We talked about him being quiet. He needed to get busy. He can't get much going on the inside, but he tagged that thing on the outside. Let's wait for that score to drop for Tanner. His backup was a 267. He will, I dare say, be improving on that score. And a couple of judges are coming in. He needs a 4.6 to go up into second place, and it's a 5.23. He is in second, so a change of situation now. We're approaching the 5-minute warning. It's still Mehdi Veminardi from La Réunion. He's in first place. Tanner Hendrickson, he's in second, 6.88. He needs a first. Josh Moniz bumped back down to third now, the Hawaiian, looking for 6.14. And Stu Kennedy from Australia, 7.53 is the size of his task at the moment to move up into second place. There's Mitch Colburn. He's going the trunks today. Pretty warm out there. Pretty warm.
It is pretty warm, considering. But you know, there was there was sort of an opportunity right there for the reunion surfer Mehdi to actually sort of overshadow what Tanner had done on that wave. Had he really done a second really good turn, I wouldn't have been surprised to see Tanner's score come in a little lower. But unfortunately, Mehdi only got one turn off on his wave. And so over those two waves, Tanner definitely had the better wave. Sometimes that happens where you'll get eclipsed by the surfer that catches a wave right behind you. You think you got a pretty good score, and then someone just jackknifes one behind you and sort of belittles your score. But that didn't happen right there, as you see right here. Stu Kennedy up and riding. Hung up on that first turn. He opts to kick out and give it another try. Kennedy right now needs a 7.53. And sort of look at the lay of the land right there. A lot of rips out in the lineup. A lot of cross chop, and it's really, really high.
So we are going to check out the story of the heat. It's the heat recap, and this is heat 18, and this is what's happened so far. This is Mehdi Veminardi, and he came out swinging on his backhands. Favors those backhand maneuvers, and a couple of good turns there for the goofy foot. And it's still enough at this stage to have him in the lead. The projection was great there, wasn't it, for that first maneuver?
Really was, and I like that he was able even just to finish that wave up right there. But to me, this is the turn of the heat right here. Just a single turn. Wow, that could be in a video part right there. That is Tanner Hendrickson. That comes at a 6.73, and he backs it up right here with a mid-range 5.23. And I think a lot of the score comes from this little maneuver right there, finishing off really nicely. That cutback to me was a 2-for-1. He did a really nice wrap, and the redirection off the whitewater as well was almost like a backside off the lip, and was seamless. He flowed through everything, and I'm glad to see the judges rewarded that fluid surfing.
All right, under 3 minutes now, and that is your 1-2, Veminardi and Hendrickson at the moment. And Josh Moniz, well, he only needs 6.14, and here he goes. He's having a look. He's looking at a left-hander, and he's up the Hawaiian on his backhand. He'll tag that first section, coming around, pumping his ball for speed. He blows a bit of tail and cannot quite stomp that backhand maneuver. He'll make his way into the lineup with some urgency. He knows he's got his work cut out. Has he seen something?
Well, you know what he's doing. He's bolting to the far right-hand side of the bank. He's getting away from those other surfers. He realizes they have priority. He needs to get some space in between the person that's sitting in second and first, so he gives himself an opportunity to get the score. But right here, he's going for it. He needs to sort of go for it on that wave. He realized probably that his first turn wasn't an exceptional turn. He needed to sort of maximize it. You see right here. Now we're seeing the cat and mouse game. We're seeing two Hawaiians sitting next to each other now. You don't like to have to do that, but that's just sort of the game of chess right now. Defensive surfing from Tanner Hendrickson right now. He's sort of protecting where he needs to be. And, with a relatively mid-range score of a 6.14, that's well within his ability, Josh Moniz's ability to get. But right now, that would be Josh's best wave of the heat. He's sitting on a 5.83 of his highest score. With a minute 20 seconds remaining, it's going to be really hard to get that wave off of Tanner. And it looks like they're sitting right next to each other on the far right-hand side of your screen. You'll see just two little bobbleheads. There they are. They're sitting right on top of each other. I mean, this is for all the cake and cookies, folks. I mean, these two guys are obviously good friends, know each other for a long, long time. But when it comes to the end of the heat, you'd probably sit on your mother if you had to.
Stu Kennedy, and he takes it in the air, goes for a big punt, and
Okay, so Stu needed a 7.53, and if you were to ask me if that was a complete make, I mean, it was a second away from him stomping this thing. Let's see how long he stands up after the rotation. But a huge, nice grab, holds on to the board. It's debatable. He did pull all the hard part of that maneuver, but unfortunately didn't completely ride out of that clean.
Yeah, we've seen that all day. This whitewater, it does kind of explode, and it's so powerful, the whitewater. It's so tricky to land those kind of maneuvers. And like you said, he looked like he'd done the hard part. Just couldn't quite ride out of that. Was looking for a 7.53. 15 seconds now. I'm not sure we're going to see another wave ridden, so it's just the scoreboard is the only place we're going to see any potential movement as we wait for that score to come in for Kennedy. Here goes a replay of Tanner Hendrickson. Left-hander for him. Not much doing there. Well, yeah, just a throwaway for Kennedy, I believe. So that judge does definitely not complete that maneuver. And it looks like Veminardi and Hendrickson 1-2. That was a pretty tough one, kind of slogging it out. A battle of low scores.
It certainly was. And Tanner was in fourth majority of the whole heat. It wasn't until he got a 6.73 on a single maneuver wave that he put himself back into contention, backed it right back up. Josh Moniz was sitting in second place nearly the whole entire heat. So unfortunately for Josh, he let that one sort of slip away. He wasn't able to capitalize on those mid-range fives for nearly the entire heat.
Yeah, he took risks, didn't he? He absolutely did. And we love that kind of electrifying, innovative surfing, just blowing the tail and really using that innovation. The judges rewarding it. You got a one-turn section, and they will throw a number at it. We're going to be right back with more live action Heat 19 coming at you right after this break.
Your attention, please. Please do
Uma boa viagem.
Roger. Vic, go. Stand by.
Sata, a viajar consigo.
Sábado perdido num casamento também quer dizer dia perfeito para natação sincronizada. O otimismo sabe melhor. Small, sentes?
Welcome back to Praia Santa Barbara here at the Sata Azores 2015, and we're back with live action. Mitch Colborne in white, the Australian, the Goofy on his forehand. He'll bash a left-hander a couple of times. He will not complete that last maneuver. Got a little snap in first of all, and that is in the water. Mitch Colborne, he's up against Perth Stanley, his compatriot, another Aussie, Ryan Callan, and Jean de Silva, former CT surfer out of Brazil, a Goofy, a veteran. So the talent level in these heats just keeps coming.
Yep.
No shortage of major surfing talent.
3 Australians. Mitch Colborne, that we all know from the Sunshine Coast. Ryan Callinan, the Newcastle surfer, and Perth Stanley from Sydney. And Jean da Silva, which by the way speaks fluent French. And obviously perfect Portuguese. Yeah, great heat again. Another 4 heats to go before we get to the closing of that long first day of surfing.
It's been a long day, but it's been a great day. So there we go. 4 points drop in for Colborne. So just that opening ride for him. He didn't complete his maneuver. That's why the score didn't go higher. But he is going to need to bring his A game to this heat, as is whoever else. Whichever two go through, again, he needs to do some good surfing, because this is going to be a really tight heat. And here goes Perth Stanley in yellow. And he just springs out of that bottom turn. Not a very good looking wave there for Perth. And it's Ryan Callanan here, and his ear will be full of advice from Richard Marsh, but he's got a pretty tricky looking wave, a small wave, wobbly, and with loads of white water going up the face, and pretty much everything counting against him on that one.
Yeah, Ryan Callanan, who's one of the surfers who could snatch a great result here, and he'll almost be sure to be on the WCT next year if he does so. Currently standing 7th on the rankings. So I think he's already has 15,000 points. So an extra, say, 6,000 will be more than welcome.
Yeah, Ryan Callanan, he's been one of those guys who just needs to string the consistency together. We know he's got manoeuvres, and we saw Dog giving him some advice before this heat. Looked a little bit tentative on that way, just wanted to get an opener in his account, but Dog's been telling us in commentary that his advice is definitely not to get too busy, just wait and try and look for the decent waves. We do have a couple of scores coming in, dropping in actually, so we've had a throwaway for Perth, 2 throwaways for him first of all, but we do have another score dropping for him. Had a throwaway for De Silva of a 0.9. Callanan drops 4.57. So that left-hander of Ryan is good enough at the moment for the lead. 25 on the clock, 5 minutes gone. And it is Ryan Callanan and Mitch Colborne at the moment, both with one wave ridden, both 4s. Ryan the better 4, that's why he's in the lead. And we talked about how tricky it is out here all day. It's super hard. These guys, of course, make it look very easy. What you can't tell is, apart from how much power is in the lip here and in the white water, but how it kind of comes on and off, so it wobbles and goes fat and then goes steep again, and just super unpredictable. Let's check out live action. It's Perth Stanley in yellow, and he'll smash through that lip, goes right through the lip, projects to that turn. He'll get a little wrapping pocket, and then that one just fattens right out and doesn't offer anything else for him. But he really took on that lip there, Frank.
Yeah, he released about everything he had. Look at that, perfect nose peak. Unfortunately, that wave doesn't offer much, but he still managed to make the most of it.
Yeah, good aggression in that first manoeuvre, and we have seen in the very last heat 1 manoeuvre waves being very valuable indeed. Tanner Hendrickson, it's exactly how he turned his heat around. He got through by throwing that high score down, and here goes Perth again. Went the backhand option that time. He didn't really like the way that one panned out, so he kicked out the back. Didn't see scoring potential. That one was just shutting down on him. And that's our view of the lineup here in Santa Barbara. Sata Azores Pro 2015. And this, of course, a WQS 10,000. So in terms of qualifiers, they don't come any bigger than this.
Exactly. There'll be 10,000 points for the winner, 8,000 for the runner-up.
We got some live action, and it is Jean De Silva, the Brazilian, and he gets a right-hander. Not a great choice of wave. Can't get onto the open face, so he'll dip under the white water, and here comes an instant reply from Callanan. And he also is way too deep on a right, so doesn't even really get a genuine bottom turn off, and he just leaps off his board. And again, so this is a good exchange in terms of waves ridden. Can Mitch get one with a bit more face? He's got a bit more to work with. He'll find this double up, and he'll just slash. Here's one threatened to run into a hole, but he did find a little double up. Nothing crazy in terms of his maneuvers there, but at least he did get a couple of turns away. His Perth having a sniff, so everyone's still kind of feeling this one out, aren't they? They're all not quite sure which one's going to be the good ones. There's kind of a lot of paddling going on. It's been pretty tentative so far.
And I think the waves are changing right now. I had a look through the window to see what the lineup looked like, and it seems like a few the surfers are going further south, or at least west, when earlier they were on the right hand side of the beach. Only Per Stanley chose to stay right in front of the judges' tower, whereas the three other surfers elected to go further west. And here's Per Stanley.
Yeah, quick in and out for him. When we saw Ryan Callanan previous to that, he drops a 3.3 for that right-hander. Just a couple of quick hits for Ryan. He is the heat leader. His backup was a 0.5 previous. He'll throw that away, replace it with the 3.3. 21:30 on the clock. This one has been really slow in these opening 8.5 minutes so far. Nothing above a mid-4 so far. That's what we're looking at the moment. We are hoping it's come alive. So what are we, mid-tide right now? I think we're just coming up to that mid-tide mark. And yeah, we've had the wind blowing pretty much from the same direction all day. It's maybe looking just a tad more kind of cross, more off than it did earlier. It was a bit more straight on shore earlier. But we have got a paddle. It's a decent-sized meaty wave for Jean de Silva. Is he going to get around the whitewater? He'll bank over it. And he's got a nice section here. It wobbles for him. Oh. It looked like that thing was standing up, and just as he did his bottom turn, it hit the backwash, hit the chop, and just wobbled. That's so awkward.
And here, big commitment by Ryan Callanan. Gee, all the surfers are just going down and having a hard time scoring.
Yeah, they really are. So a 1.1 drops in for Ryan. Incomplete manoeuvres. A small score coming in for Jean de Silva. Unfortunate there for him. This was just the right moment for him to kind of throw his hat into the ring in this one. He only had 2 waves of less than 1 point previous. That was just his third wave. It is going to improve. It's not the sort of score he's going to want to keep by the end of things. It's 2.17. He's in fourth. And we go under the 20-minute mark. It's Ryan Callanan in first with a 4.57 and a 3.3. Mitch Colburn's got a 4 and a 2.5. I think everyone in this seat will be looking to replace both of their scores with the remaining 2/3, because no one has really thrown anything respectable yet. So yeah, that is our situation. Well, there's 24 heats in the round, so if we go all the way, there's 4 more after this.
That's it. Yep.
That means 2 more hours of surfing. And wherever you're tuning in from around the world, thanks for joining us. I hope you're enjoying the show. We're certainly enjoying being here, and we're enjoying somewhat high-performance ripping going down out the ocean.
We've seen such great surfing all day. Well, slow at times. And we can see that these guys, beside being the best surfers in the world, are having a hard time. So, not to mention if we went out.
That looks like a great place to drink a beer, doesn't it?
Soon.
Does that not look like a great place to have a beer? All right, 18:45 on the clock, and still no one really throwing down anything of consequence as yet in terms of points, but it's Callanan and Colborne at the moment, and this one really needs to come alive. You kind of get the feeling if someone gets a decent wave and gets a decent score, it's going to kind of light the touch paper, but at the moment it's just kind of, yeah, just sort of simmering away and nothing really happening. You can see a good spread on your screen there across from left to right, our surfers, and they have moved a bit down the beach from us, so we are at the east end of this beach. He's moved considerably further west just during this very last heat. It looks like down in front of us it's really chewed up by the rip, so a bit cleaner down the beach as we see another in and out for De Silva.
Looks like De Silva. Jean chose to go way down the beach. Yep, all having a great time here in Playa de Santa Barbara, and here's Ryan Callanan, who was a semi-finalist at the Australian Open, which was way back in the time, was I think February or March.
Feels like a long time ago now, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Here he goes. Let's have a look at the replay of Rhino. And he goes for that carve. He kind of abbreviated his turn, turned it into a little bit. Then another little snap there for him. And then he'll hit this lip. He got the job done, though. He didn't need to try and do too much, not to over-surf the wave. And he just made sure that he finished it, showed the judges that he's completed his maneuver. And, well, a 3-3 and a 4-5-7 were his top two. Let's go back to more live action. This is Mitch Colborn in white. He's got a nice looking section here. And he just throws in that variety, goes loose with the tail, and just sends his board going fins first momentarily. And then he loses it. He can't get the fins to catch. Doesn't ride out. You just saw a little glimpse of frustration on his face there. I think he knew that was a pretty decent section. As we see Per Stanlick just checking out on a right-hander. I'm not sure if he had much before that, but he didn't really get anything done on the end section. This one's been really scrappy.
Yeah.
Hasn't it? We are due a score from Ryan Callanan. We think it might be better than what he's had previously, but
should be the best score of the heat
yeah,
by far.
The grand scheme of things, the best score of this heat isn't really
Could
saying
be the
much.
only score above the mid-range mark.
Yeah, it's been kind of painful to watch so far. Let's hope it comes alive. And yeah, that's pretty much sums it up, doesn't it?
Yep.
Just see someone going down. That's Ryan, isn't it? That's Rhino.
Yeah, again.
Having another look. He does seem busier at the moment. Let's go to the replay. Here he is. He pumps down the line, and then he'll stay low, make himself room, and he'll get a good turn. That was a nice maneuver. Got the board nice and vertical. That kind of thing's pretty routine for him. You know, he'd expect to make that stuff at least 9 times out of 10, but unfortunately, he will not stomp that maneuver at 17:30 on the clock.
Still that end section, so tricky. You can see there's a deep water channel right in front next to the beach, and this is where the waves die pretty much, in deep water.
That's where waves go to die.
Yep.
Score coming in for Ryan is going to be of similar order to his high score. We just need 2 more judges to lock in, and we'll have a score for Ryan and see how that changes things overall. But it certainly looks like it's going to replace his backup, and we'll go live action in the meantime. And this is Mitch Colborn, backside, decent turn there for Mitch, but just cannot find much open face. He had a little bit of lip to work with them, but you just see him in the whitewoods there. Let's check out the replay, Frank.
Yeah, one single maneuver, good one though. Releases the fins through the back of the wave, but that's only one maneuver, and it's not going to pay much for the surfer from the Sunshine Coast. And here's Perth Stanley. Yeah, doesn't quite make it through the tunnel. And John Da Silva, late takeoff into a mushy section. Still manages to throw some spray.
Yeah, just using his experience there. He just needed to finish something, didn't he? So the wave got weird on him, and he had to cut back. He just did a couple of little slashes, and I think he really, after, you know, he's had a few waves that he's fallen, he just really wanted to finish something. Let's check out Ryan Callanan. And, oh, an explosive, that kind of float down. He took on the lip there, and he asked a question of the lip. It just had a bit too much of him. We are waiting for a few scores to come in. But it's the third last wave, actually, for Ryan that's kind of interesting. Other than that, we're talking throwaways and shrapnel. Colborn's going to drop a score too. Colborn is going to drop something that might go in his top 2 as well. So it looks like maybe our first and second place surfers might consolidate a wee bit, but it's still not going to be anything massive in terms of the context, not really change the overall situation. Previous to these scores coming in, Stanley looking for 4-2-7, De Silva looking for 4-3-3, Task Well, we'll wait to see for these scores to come in. It's just probably going to get just slightly more difficult. Here is a replay, and that's an airdrop for Jean de Silva. It got weird on him here. The wave kind of doubled up, went small, and he just went to the slash, and another little hit. He just did well to finish that off. So, yeah, a really, really tough heat to surf, but also to commentate. This
Happens at times.
Yeah, there we go. We're still waiting for a score of Ryan Callanan as we check out set coming in. Hopefully this one will come live, and it is Jean de Silva, the Brazilian, slashes backhand, gets a nice crack on the lip, make it. He needed to ride out of that, and that's exactly what he did. So is he coming into a bit of form at this stage in the heat? He's getting better anyway. We still are waiting for scores coming in. So the judges having a little look, checking out replays, comparing things to earlier.
Be interesting to watch the replay of Jean de Silva's last wave, which is going to put him back in the hunt for sure. Might even be in first, I don't know. First check and that last re-entry on the closing section. Still waiting for those calls. We had a bit of a bug, as we say, with the scoring system.
Coming down to 10.5 minutes to go in this one, mercifully. And it's been pretty slow going so far. No one's really got above a 4.5 as yet. And here is Mitch Colburn. What's he got? He'll slash that first turn. He's got a frothy section, but he has got some lip. What's he going to do? He's got speed, and he'll bank off the lip. Just not really attacking. Kind of safe for him. But he'll know it has been a low-scoring affair, so he'll know he doesn't need to go massive. But let's have a look at the replay here, Frank.
Yeah, chose to ride a medium-sized wave, quite washy, and well, the only interesting turn was that last snap on the end section, so nothing much for Mitch Colburn, which should stay in second, I mean in third, maybe fourth.
Okay, well, our scores have gone all together from our screen. When we get them back, we'll bring you up to date. But surfers in the lineup are none the wiser either. They're asking for situations.
Here's a replay of Jean de Silva's last wave.
Okay, score is in for Ryan. It took an eternity. It's 5 points. It slightly improves this situation. Here is live actions. Perth Stanlick got a couple of good bashes away there. Did Perth, came late into the lip. Did enough to ride out of it. Please, we're really hoping this one comes alive. 8.5 minute mark now. It's been painfully slow. Let's check out a replay. Perth Stanlick, he squares off the bottom, bashes the lip, and goes straight into that second projection turn. Just floats his board up there, springs down, rides out of it. That is going to help his situation, and it's helping us too. It's something actually watchable.
Yeah, great timing by Perth Stanlick on that last wave, which should help him get maybe best score so far being I think it's 5.4 Ryan Callanan.
Yeah, that's it. That last score to drop, that is the biggest number we've had.
We actually have a
Colburn,
5.03.
5.03 for those couple of slashes on the left, locks in. So there we go. It's, yeah. We are waiting for a lot of scores still just to fill in on our monitor, but it looks like Colburn, for the moment's moved up into second with that 5-point ride. And we are going to get something of similar order coming as well for De Silva. We are waiting for Perso. Wow, looks like everyone's going to get 5 or something of that order in quite a short space of time. What's it going to do in the context of the heat? And we're going to go to a heat recap. Let's hope it's short. So here we go, it's Ryan Callanan, and this was early on, and just a small away from Rhino, a couple of turns for him, and that opened up his count. To be honest, not much happened since then.
No, that was a 4.57. And soon after, Mitch Colborn. That's 4.0.
Yeah,
and finally, a bit happened at the halftime of that heat. With Mitch Colborn nailing the 5.03. So, yep. Overall, a really slow heat by the 3 Aussies and the long Brazilian.
Well, it's been awful so far, if I'm honest, but I tell you what, there is a good score coming in for Per Stanley. So we saw those couple of hits on the right hand, didn't we? And he really put some risk into that first maneuver. Good timing for the second one. The judges have enjoyed it. We do have a healthy score. It's going to be the high score of the heat coming for him. He is in 4th previous to this score, looking for 6.8. He gets a 7, moves out into 2nd. Let's go to live action. It's Mitch Colburn on a better looking way for Mitch as well, and he'll slash backhand. Oh, this one has come alive.
Finally.
Just stick that last little maneuver too, so he's improving. Ryan Callan also has dropped a 5.83 as well, so he is in 1st place, extended his lead. Let's check out the replay of Colburn.
Yeah, great bottom turn by Mitch Colburn, wrapping at the top, nice slash, and still keep some speed to finish up with a nice rebound off the water. So Mitch Colburn was only looking for 4.21. So things are pretty tight at the moment, and we are into the last 5 minutes.
Yeah, Per's got a 2.23, isn't he? He's got that 7 now. That's put him very much in the driving seat, the high score by quite some measure, but he's still sitting on a 2.23, and he desperately needs to go to work on that as we check out Jean De Silva. He's racing down the line. He doesn't like what he sees. He's had a bit of a nightmare in this seat. Nothing's really come off for him. He's taken off on waves that look kind of big when he's paddling in and then suddenly goes small. He's come around and seen sections stand up for him that suddenly wobble. It's just been one of those heats for Jean De Silva.
Yeah, Jean, I think he chose to stay on the eastern part of the beach, and probably not the best option for the Brazilian.
Colburn drops 5.73. 5.73 for Colburn. It's enough to displace his compatriot Per Stanley. So that is our situation as we go to the 4-minute mark, and it's all getting a bit more frantic now, and this one really did need to come alive, and that's what it absolutely has done. Callanan and Colburn, you 1-2 at the moment. Stanley in 3rd, the surfer in yellow. He only needs 3.67, so Colburn at the moment is vulnerable, assuming his score stays the same, because Perth only needs a 3.67. We just saw him get a 7 for 2 maneuvers, and in fact most of those would have come on the first maneuver. 3.5 minutes, this one's hotting up. Frank, are we going to have a dramatic finale?
Well, hopefully. Will it be worth the wait?
Well, the first 23 minutes of that heat were 23 minutes of my life I'm never going to get back. But hey, that's the ocean. That's what we're dealing here. It's Mother Nature.
Exactly.
It's Mother Nature, and she doesn't always give it up when she doesn't want to. But here we go. We've got live action, and it is your heat leader, Ryan Callanan.
Wow.
And he went late into that maneuver. He took plenty of risk. It's just the one maneuver for Rhino. He'll pop up there. A 5.83 and a 5 for him. Let's see what the judges throw at just one maneuver backside as we go under 3 minutes. It's 2:45 on the clock, and really, well, let's check out this live action. Here's Perth looking for 3.67. Nice bottom turn. He'll bank high on the foam climb maneuver. This wave is not a great looking wave. He's gone to the inside section. Oh, he does have enough time to get back in the lineup. He needed a low score. That wave just went to a hole and died on him. He's just about got enough time to get himself back in the lineup and have another pop at this.
Yep, we're going to have another look.
I mean, De Silva's not out of it either. He only needs 5.89. That's not a massive score, but to be honest, the way the heat's gone for him so far, it does seem a long way away from where he is. But he's backhand, he's up and muddy, he's deep behind the section. He'll come around and he'll crack a good turn, but he'll get stuck and go down. So he doesn't make that maneuver. It won't help his situation. It's not what he needed. Perth, Stanlick, we're waiting for, wow, he's looking for 3.76, and he just got that smaller kind of inside-y right, didn't he? And Mitch is dropping a score as well, but it's not in his top two. So as we go to the 1 minute and a half mark, and there's Perth frantically asking for his last score. I think we're still owed that score, aren't we? We're waiting for that score to come in. They're going to have a good think. Was that good enough for 3.76? That's going to take a little bit of deliberation.
Heat changer.
They'll be going to the replays and just looking at it again from taking good advantage of the different angles of the slow-mos, making sure they nail this score, because in the context of this fairly slow heat, it could be crucial. It's coming in now, and it's not enough. It's 2.77. He's got a minute to go. He still needs 3.76. He does have 1 minute, and let's see what the ocean offers up at him. Let's see if he'll even be allowed to get that wave. And he's got to be feeling frustrated right now. He's got a 7, which in this heat is a great score. And it's just his backup that's costing him right now, and he's still asking. That isn't what he wants. He wants to, with this little time left, he wants to know what he needs and be going after it, not still asking for situations. 30 seconds now to go. And he really is up against it here, and he's having a look. He must know what he needs. Here he goes, last chance cafe for Perth Stanlick, and that is not what he needed at all. Disappointment there for the surfer in yellows. Mitch Colburn dodged a bullet here. Mitch on that 5.73 and a 5.03. It was enough for second. It looks at the moment like it's Callanan and Colburn unofficially with your 1-2 as we count down. 5 seconds to go, and well, let's just be merciful, that's over.
It is. And that last wave of Perth Stanlick, which is pretty much what we've been going through the whole heat, slow heat.
Yeah, well, aside from that 7, that was a whole bag of meh. But there we go, that's the ocean. You know, it's nothing about these guys' ability or form as surfers. They're all rippers, but she just didn't offer anything up, did she? There were no decent sections really at all for the whole half an hour. There it is, official. Ryan Callanan and Mitch Colburn, that's your 1-2. And unfortunately for Perth Stanlick, he'll be gutted to bow out with a 7. Just that 2.77 still being his top 2, costing him big. Jean De Silva had an absolute nightmare.
8.30.
Well, we're powering through this round. We're up to heat 20. It's been a pretty long day. We will be back with more scintillating live action right after this break.
Agora por apenas 219 € por mês, sem entrada inicial e com manutenção, seguro e troca de pneus. Novo Seat Ibiza FR Connect. Ainda melhor.
Seat. Technology to enjoy.
Hit number 20 of the round 1 with Ryan Keanu acing from the south shore of Oahu. Tana Gadauskas from San Clemente, California. Goni Subisareta from Spain. And Mikey Wright from Lennox Head, Australia. And back in the booth, who's had a hard time on the beach as well, is Rich Marsh. But in the end, he got through.
Oh, that was torture. Really, that was a really hard heat. But the conditions just deteriorated so fast. It went from quite fun and contestable with Josh Manise's heat. I mean, a lot of mistakes were made, but then poor Ryan's heat was hard to watch, wasn't it, Frank?
Yeah, really. And well, hopefully it's gonna lit up again. But we can see with the incoming tide, the banks tend to change quite spectacular.
Yeah, and in a funny sort of way, isn't it? Nice turn here from Keanu Asing, young qualifier, rookie season, of course, from Hawaii. Rookie season on the CT, I should say. He's had a mixed year. He's back here, obviously, chasing some QS points, so he can keep himself in that elusive CT. And here's the man, Goni, from Spain, but living in Portugal for quite a number of years now, down in the Ericeira region. Great surfer, but tricky. I mean, look, we're going to say it a bit the next few heats because it's so hard out there. The amount of water moving through that rip that runs out across these rocks and that big swell over the last few days has just dug an enormous hole. And it changes the entire lineup. One set comes in and then it gets ripply for about 15 minutes. It's amazing.
So much water moving around.
Yeah, but sucky too. It hits the bank and it really does get a bit messy. Hard stuff.
And here's the first few scores coming in for Keanu Asing. 3.5 and a 2.17 for the Hawaiian. And the Spaniard got a 2.1. So, yeah, I guess these surfers have to adjust to the changing conditions. And this is exactly what Jean de Silva didn't do in his heat, and he didn't adjust to the changing conditions.
Oh, look, I think everybody in that heat, even the guys that got through, Ryan included, I just saw him walk past the booth and he just said that's the worst heat he's surfed, definitely this year and for a long time. You know, it was scrappy affair, but I feel like it's one of those moments where you've really got to just debrief it, like bring it right down to its base, look for maybe waves with just a single maneuver and a clean lip. So you just take off, tag the lip as hard as you can. That could still give you a high 5 to a 6.5, and that's probably a good way to start the heat, and then maybe use the last 10 minutes to move up and down the beach and hunt orca whale out the back. I mean, but it's really tough. I mean, it's going to be interesting to see how the guys deal with this because it happened quite fast. Here you go. Wow, that was nice. Tanner's a good surfer, isn't he?
Yeah.
Fast. Tanner will deal with these conditions better than most, I think, because he's so compact, he rarely falls. And he did really well on that one. He got down low. Look at this, Frank.
Especially on the first turn.
Beautiful sweeping bottom turn there. Pumps, gets speed. Wow, he's tagged that. This is going to be the highest score we've seen in the last probably, 30, 40 minutes.
Yeah. Including Perth Stanley 7?
Perth Stanley 7 was pretty good. So, I can't see that thrown into the 7. But it's going to be around that. It's going to be in the good range, which 7 is. Wow, Goni's found the lip there. Nice turn. He's wrapped it around. He's looking for a finish. And he's got himself one there with a foamy little section. He's wrapped it back around. He's just heading right in front of us now and found another manoeuvre. Wasn't the prettiest manoeuvre at the end, but it was a finish.
Yeah, that reminded me of of long waves that you were hunting back in the day.
Yeah, milking it through. Yeah, well, you had to do it. Everyone's got to earn $1.
But today, I mean, you have to get every extra point.
Yeah, and look, I think the benefit these guys have had. Wow, Tanner's wave's not coming through like I thought. Anyway, the benefit of what these guys have had, and here we have the man in white, Tanner Gudang, up and riding again. Nice first turn on his backside that time. Young goofy footer out of Cali. They've had a couple of heats to watch what's going on. When Ryan paddled out, it was still some reasonable waves out there. Guys were still posting 7s, high 6s, and then they had to readjust in a heat. At least with these guys, they got to see that the last heat, guys got through with 10 points. You know, so they would have brought their scale of expectation right down.
Yeah. And I think we're going to have the word by the man himself, Ryan Kalinen. He's on the microphone.
Yeah, cheers, Frankie. Ryan, sometimes the ocean just doesn't really cooperate.
Yeah, that was a tricky one. it was really hard to hear out there too, and I got not much, but I guess enough in the end. It was pretty scrappy. It was, I don't know, they were the hardest waves I've surfed all year for sure, and probably for a long time, but it's good to get through that one.
All right, and in the context of your year, it's been going pretty well so far. A good result here would be amazing for you. How hard is it to kind of, while you're out there, just stay relaxed and not think too much about the year and just kind of concentrate on what's going on?
Yeah, it is pretty tricky. I got a bit ahead of myself on a lot of waves. I got a bit flustered, I think, and heart rates went up, and I don't know. I think once you're in the heat, it's kind of, you just focus more on the heat and block out everything else, and I tried to calm it down at the end. I don't know whether it worked, but I don't even think I got any waves after that. But yeah, I don't know. I'm trying not to think about the whole year in total.
And of course, we're going to go all the way through the first round here, just cutting this field down right down the beginning. Forecast looks really good for the end of the week. Just tell us in general about how you're feeling, how your form is, how happy you are to be here in the Azores.
Yeah, I like this place. I had a good result here a few years ago, and the waves really, really fun. The banks look all right. If it gets a bit smaller and maybe a bit peakier, it would be great. So I'm pretty excited, and hopefully, the waves do turn on and we get some great conditions.
All right, good job, buddy. Ryan Callanan there, a scrappy heat, but he got the job done. We'll look forward to seeing him coming up in the next round. Boys, take it away.
Yep, thanks, Paul. And yeah, hopefully the conditions improve in the coming days, which is what the forecast is saying.
Yeah, look, it's always good to get a full round out of the way. You've got to understand, Rodrigo. I mean, people at home are probably watching saying, this is the time to break. The round started. I do believe in finishing a round once you do start it. The conditions are really tough right now, but we've seen some reasonable scores already come through in this heat. Tanner, which is a little bit lower than I thought. It was only a 5.1. I did think that was going to be quite a bit higher than that, especially... you'd think as the surfers, as I just mentioned, the surfers have to adjust for the waves they're looking for. So with the judges, maybe scale it up a little more, or you're going to end up with a lot of waves around the similar scores. That hasn't been the case. They've kept it pretty tight. So Tanner's had a reasonable start, though. He's got a 5 and a 4.67. That puts him in the lead with a 9.77. He'll be happy with that start.
Yeah, well, from what we've seen in the last heats, that's a decent total, but not still safe, especially since we haven't seen much of Mikey, right? Or Gonny.
Poor Jean de Silva in the last heat with Ryan. He was sitting on 2 sub-1s for the first 18 minutes of the heat. He mounted quite a good comeback and got himself a 4 and another high 3 to place scores on the board, but that just shows, and he's a quality surfer. He's been around for a long time, Jean, and, but look at Mikey Wright. He's a young superstar for Quicksilver. Brilliant young surfer. He's only surfed a couple of events, but he had an absolute tear over there in Brazil. Got himself 4,000+ points, and that put him in the top 100. Here he is competing in another prime event, or another 10,000, I should say. Look, and he hasn't had a wave. His highest score is a 1.07 at the moment.
Yep, that tells you how hard it is right now in this lineup. QS 10,000, yep.
Yeah, it's hard to get the new names. I mean,
especially after so many years.
Yeah, well, maybe it's
adapt.
just me. It's just me being old-fashioned. Too much has changed. Keanu Singh, he's just dropped a very good score for the conditions of 5.77. Look, he'll be feeling that. The young Hawaiian back on the QS chasing points. Yeah. He's desperate to pass some heat. He's had a tough year on the CT. He's lost a couple of really close encounters. He'd be feeling good to come back. In some ways, it's sort of coming back to home. It's hard your rookie year on the CT. It's really hard to find your feet. And of course, you get the highest seats. So you keep in this Groundhog Day rotation of drawing Mick Fannings, Kelly Slaters, like all the superstars. So if you can get a reasonably fast start, like say Wigoli did, like Wig's got a start, and that sort of backed him off getting those super tough heats. And Keanu stayed in that rotation where he's just getting the best guys every time.
Yeah, him and Ricardo Christie and those guys who are in the need for points. And here's Goni Subisareta, the surfer from Galicia.
Nice last manoeuvre there. Nice
Yeah.
lip line. He threw it up. He controlled it all the way through. Solid surfing from Goni. I think he'll be feeling that one. I'm not too sure what the score's going to come out. I sort of missed the start of that wave. But, you know.
Ah, that was it.
That was it.
Yep.
Wow, just the one turn.
Yep.
So he's got himself a 3.03.
And yeah, Keanu, if you have a look at his season on the CT, he's currently sitting in 24th, I think. So he's out of the cut. And in the need for points with 3 contests to be served in France, Portugal, and pipe.
Well, look, that's not too far out of the cut, really, is it?
Yeah,
He's still in the game well and truly.
But he's not going to take any risks. If he can, get some extra points on the QS, here he is, Keanu acing.
Nice wave here. He's wrapped it around. Now he's looking for a tidy little finish and gets it. Good surfing there from the young Hawaiian. Good surfing from the young Hawaiian. Look, you're going to think that's going to drop his 3.5, and that's what he'd be focused on here. Here's Mikey Wright, the man originally from the South Coast, now living up north. Nice little air reverse, little blowtail more than an air reverse, actually.
He didn't stick it to the either of the judges, did he?
I'm not too sure.
I don't think so. Has to be standing up in front of the water. And we're going to have a closer look at the last wave of Keanu acing. Nice top vertical turn. And that works his way to the end section.
Yeah, look, the money shot was that first turn there. It was a good manoeuvre, and he extended himself, slid the tail a little bit, and held his speed for a nice little finish. Here we have Tanner.
Oh.
Massive air. That was
beautiful.
Massive.
Slob.
Well, and that's when you know the difference there, Frank. I mean, it's going to turn into around a 1.5, and it could have been a 7 or an 8. And here's Mikey Wright, incomplete. He threw it up there. He's got the right attitude, the lad, but he's just not riding out of these manoeuvres at the moment.
Yep, trying to keep some speed out of his turns, but once again, that section, I think with the incoming tide, that wave gets quicker into the gutter and shuts out even quicker than before.
Yeah, that
doesn't
lip,
allow you to do many turns.
Yeah, that lip's a tricky one to. It's a tricky one to judge the lip. We talked about it earlier today, that it sort of rushes at you. It comes in and it's obviously really hard to time because a lot of the guys are having trouble with it. Here we have the next heat getting ready to get out there and compete. What would you be thinking, Frank, before you go out there? You've surfed a lot of events back in your day. How do you prepare for these kind of conditions?
Gee, I'd go where the biggest calls were gained before, like say where Tanner Gadauskas is finding his lefts.
Wow, that was a good one there, Tanner got, and he's sitting in second place with 2 reasonable scores considering the conditions. He's just got a good wave there. He held a lot of speed there. Tanner's definitely seems to be picking the right waves. He's getting the sort of smaller ones, but with a bit of an open face. Here's Keanu Singh. Beautiful top turn, and he just oversurfed the second turn.
Gritty.
Yeah, he oversurfed that one there.
But, he's in the lead. He's got a base, and now he can push a little bit more his turns, I guess.
Yeah, Keanu there, he's way before that was a 4.17. So he's still sitting in the lead with 2 okay scores. Then Tanner in second place, the man in white. Again, 2 lowish scores, and right behind them is Goni. And here's the replay of Tanner. This was a nice top turn, speed turn there, finds the open face, drops the wallet.
And here's the last of Keanu. Nice first top turn. But then pushes a little bit too hard on top of that leap. And I believe we got many scores waiting to be dialed. And here's Goni.
Here's Goni up and riding. 2 nice turns. I can't see him riding out of this last turn. We've got a whole bunch of scores. I'm not too sure where we're sitting right now. Goni looks like he's dropping an excellent score, or a pretty good score. I'm not too sure. And then he's got another one after that about to judge. So I think the judges have got a little bit of a backlog of scores that are about to come through.
Yeah, so we're going to catch up with the situation. And yeah, looks like Goni might be back in the hunt with Ken Racing. I think he should be pretty close. And here he is. This is live action. How was the last turn?
That was speed and control right there. That's the criteria that he highlighted. Excellent surfing there from the young Hawaiian. It was a tricky wave too, and he managed to climb up over that last section. There wasn't really a lip, but he placed his board above the foam. Nice tight arc and dropped through. Really solid surfing. Here's the replay, Frank.
Yep, and goes for the leap, and then manages to lift his board on top of the leap.
Now that second turn was amazing.
Yeah.
That was really committed surfing. And Keanu's backside is his weapon. I just saw him down the beach do a huge backside air reverse. Landed it, look, I mean, he landed kind of ugly, but he rode out of it, and he does that quite often. Huge turn, and I think he's going to get an excellent score. Like, that was a good surfing out there. I'd be surprised if that doesn't better his situation, that's for sure. Still waiting for a couple of scores to drop from a few of the judges, so we can give you a updated situation with...
Should be moving, should be changing, especially with Goni's last wave and Keanu's last wave.
Yeah, look, I think we've got a problem with the scores at the moment,
Yeah,
and things might have frozen because there's a couple of scores have been meaning to drop from a couple of judges. There's 3 scores all dropped, but then there's a couple missing. But I definitely know there's some big scores coming through, but we can't give you an update. I mean, Goni's nearly dropped a solid score. The last one of Keanu's to come through. Tanner's waiting on a score as well. Yeah, look, it's going to change it up. It's going to be hard to really know. Those last 3 waves were all keepers, I think.
And here's Goni once again. That left is just so tricky. Just water everywhere. You see those big bumps. It's really wobbly.
Yeah, nice surfing there from Goni. It was a smaller kind of wave at the start, but he read it well. He dealt with the bump pretty well, and I think he might have manufactured himself a little score there. Let's see that again. Here's the replay. He gets up for a floater, mistimes that one a little. Nice drives around, finds the lip there, but doesn't connect. Again, not a lot of spray. Nice wrapping around face turn, and then finds the lip for his last turn. It was 4 turns. I'd say the first couple were a little bit mishits, but the last two were pretty reasonable. It's going to be a mid-range score, Frank. I don't think it's going to be a huge one, that's for sure.
So, look at things. Keanu Acing should be in the lead after what we've seen, I guess. And I think Tana should be close behind. And it's Keanu Acing going for the big backhand reverse.
Yeah, that was a full rotation attempt there from Keanu. I think that's what you'll see him do. He'll try to post two reasonable scores, which he's sort of done, and then he'll start to try to surf into that wind, find a good launch pad, and chuck it up. His completion rate for his airs is really high, and I think that's where he's going to go to. He's going to go to his strength, which is his backside at the moment, especially in these kind of conditions. The rights are probably trickier than the lefts. The rights are really sucky and run down onto a shallow bank, and it's kind of a death section. We still can't bring you up-to-date scores, unfortunately, as the computer's not quite running the way it should. I think they call it bugging in the business, don't they?
I think so. There's some problems in the previous heat as well, which didn't had.
That previous heat nearly gave me a heart attack. Yeah, look, you look at that heat on paper. It's whoa, here's Mikey Wright throwing it up. It's one of those sucky right sections I was just talking about. He's milking it through and he doesn't get the link. It was a brave manoeuvre though. He had his eyes shut, I'm sure, when he did that.
He went for it. And here it is again. Look at that lip.
That was huge, and it was an ugly section coming at him at speed. Unfortunately, he didn't get to connect. Young Mikey Wright. There he was. I wonder what that score will bring him. We're running blind here. The scores have gone down at this point in time, so we're not too
So we're going to go like in the old days and try to guess. So my guess is Keanu Acing is in the lead. What do you think?
He was in the lead, and then he had that last really good wave. I'm assuming that's going to be in his top two. I think Tanner's got another one to drop, and Mikey as well. Mikey'd only had the one wave, so I would. But when the computer was working, Goni was dropping a really good score.
He was.
So I'm not too sure. I'm pretty sure Keanu would be in the lead still, and then I'm a little lost because I think we have missed a couple of waves on the replay too. So I don't really want to say.
I'm feeling that Keanu is still in the lead ahead of
Tanner,
and Goni would be trailing behind.
Well, it depends on what that wave dropped in as.
And then Mikey back in the home.
That was a really solid manoeuvre, and we've seen throughout this entire day that the judges have been rewarding good, like massive scores for taking on the lip. It's such a heavy lip. If you lip line like he did and run out pretty clean, but he didn't get a connection after that, so I can see that obviously hurting his scores, but wow. We've just logged back on, and there's Goni. So Goni's score did come through before the computers went down, and it came through as a 7. So we've got him at the moment in first place, but there's a couple scores missing, I'm pretty sure.
And here's Mikey again.
Wow, that was a bit of a Hail Mary. I like what he's doing here. He's just attacking young Mikey Wright. He's absolutely going for it, throwing everything up. But that time it didn't come down. So it's all good to throw it up, but if it doesn't come down and you don't ride out, they're not going to score it. And that'll be the case for Mikey Wright there. But in these kind of conditions, I sort of feel like that's the only attitude you can have. Under 3.5 minutes to go, and Mikey's just having a huge crack. He's probably got a mid-range score in there from that lip line float he did previously, and he knows he needs a backup, and he knows he wouldn't be, he'd be in fourth because he hasn't got a backup, so he's got to go for it. his logic's there, and I think he's doing the right thing.
And here they are. Here's the update on the scores with Goni in the lead thanks to that 7.0, and Keanu acing not far behind.
So there's the 7 we was talking about, and then he backed it up with a 5, 6, 7. And Keanu, he's sitting in second place, and Tanner right behind him. Tanner only got a 4.97 for that fast little wraparound turn. It was a smaller one, but the judges obviously saw that the criticalness wasn't there where Keanu's was. He's Keanu, he hasn't bettered his score with that one. You can see by his body language that that wasn't the wave he was looking for, with just 2 minutes and 10 seconds to go.
And I believe Mikey's scores are not in all of them, are they? Yes, they are actually. 3.77 for that last big re-entry.
Yeah, look, I thought that was going to be a little higher. Judges didn't see it that way. We only got the one angle. But to me, it looked like a bigger set, and he cracked it. So judges didn't buy into that one. They're obviously looking for a little bit more of a combination of manoeuvres rather than the single turn. And at this moment, Goni's holding down the lead, followed by Keanu Singh and Tanner Gudang in third place. Mikey Wright in fourth.
Mikey, yep, looking for 7 point, pretty much 6.97 to be precise, and Gudang needing a 5.65.
There's Pat, his brother, watching with Nate Yeomans. Look, they'd be anxious with just coming onto the 1 minute left, and he only needs a small score to get himself back in this. He needs a 5.65. It's not a big score, but in these conditions, it's actually quite a big score.
Yeah, we can see they're all having a hard time to get some decent scores, huh? You got to link at least 2 or 3 maneuvers, and well, seems like one is not enough. And you got to find those pockets, which is hard. That's the hardest part right now. Not much to offer with the incoming tide into the 20 last seconds. Yeah, you can see someone slapping the water.
Yeah, this is brutal, this part of the heat. Here he is, the Californian. Nice turn, catches a little outside edge there. Finds the lip, he's got speed to burn. What can he do with it? Beautiful turn, and then gets a little float. Wow. That's going to be interesting. He only needed a 5.65, and that was good surfing. The first manoeuvre, he had a lot of speed, threw a lot of spray. It was a smaller inside wave on that tricky left-hander, and we have seen a couple of scores go through there. They didn't really go as high as we thought.
Yep. So, well, once again, not being judges.
Yeah, well, the judges would be comparing it to the 5.1, and they'd be looking at that thinking, okay, he did 3 on that one. He had a lot more speed. It was probably a better single turn, but the lead-up work wasn't great, but the finish was pretty solid too. Look, I'm glad I'm not a judge.
Yeah. So waiting for the last of white, Tanner Gudauskas. Will he get the 5.65? Well, Paul Evans thinks so. I don't think at all. Let's have a look at the best wave of that heat with, well, lots of action, especially from Keanu racing.
A little miss hit there from Keanu. He got a first clean turn but didn't get to back it up. And here is Goni's wave. This was a well-surfed wave. Comes out on the face, little wraparound, connects well on the inside, gets that little finish, and I think that was the main difference. That is, he dropped in there, and then here's Goni again. Nice top turn, wrapping around, and finds the lip, rides out of this. Oh, he doesn't.
No, he didn't, that one. And canoe racing, I think that was the 5.77. No, it would have been the 4.97.
Beautiful surfing there from Towner. That was a really tricky wave. He managed to get that last manoeuvre up and over the lip. Really hard to do, to project from a standing start up to the top. And there it is.
He got it.
The final tally drops through. Tanner got a 6.8. As Paul Evans suggested, I wasn't ready to back that. I'd been a little lost, I must admit. And moves up into second place.
Okay, we're gonna go into a break, and we come back for the last two heats of the day.
Welcome back. We are live as we come down to the penultimate heat of the day. Penultimate heat around a happy man on the screen there, Goni Zubizarreta. So we should be the Spaniard out of Vigo. Dog, that last heat came down to the wire. Tanner Gudang pulling it out the bag. Gets second, squeaks through with Goni.
Yeah, it was real difficult because the scores went down right in the middle of the heat. The highlights clip didn't match up with what we score on their high scores, and then of course Tanner dropped a bomb right at the end there. But it was a tricky one to score. I felt like he had a lot of speed and flow, but it was a smaller inside wave. The judges loved it, and that second turn was a really solid turn, threw a lot of spray, kept his speed and finished well, and got the score in the dying seconds. Heartbreak for the young Hawaiian. He was in the lead and halfway through that heat, and then it all slipped away.
Brett Simpson, this was an opening ride for the Americans. So out in the water right now in red, Brett Simpson of the USA, Ramsey Bukiam of Morocco in yellow, Santiago Menez representing Argentina in white, and Kieran Jabur of Hawaii in blue. Did I say this was the penultimate heat? I was lying, because we're going through to 24, aren't we? Have we got enough light to do that? If we are, the end of the round is 24 heats long. We've got two more. Let's go to live action. We'll update you on exactly how far we are going when we find out, get confirmation. That was
Heat 22. Heat 22 we're going through
so
to
this
today.
is the penultimate
This is
heat.
the
I was right the
penultimate
first
heat.
time.
You were.
Okay.
Don't doubt yourself, my friend.
No, I'll never do that again. You're having a good day today, though, aren't you?
I'm having a day, not a great day.
In general, you're doing good. I think you're... There we go. Let's check out Santi with his replay, fanging it, bashing it, slashing it. I think you're having a good day in the booth there, Dog, to be honest.
Oh, right.
You might have been best on ground today, best in show. Someone's going to come around and pin a rosette on you.
A rosette, right.
Yes.
The wind has just backed off. And you've
Hasn't it
noticed
gone
the scores
nice?
have come up with that.
Oh, and the pastel colours as well. It looks pretty. Doesn't it look good?
You're going to start ranting about your bird watching again, mate.
Simply
I don't know if I can deal
Simpo.
with it. Well, I think he meant to get out of that wave like that, or maybe he didn't. I thought he was doing that to maybe get priority and beat the other surfer in white out the back. But maybe not. Maybe he was looking at his board like he might have had a problem with his fins or something. It's such tricky conditions, but this wind backing off is going to help things a lot.
Yeah, it is. It's just cleaned up so much. And we are, as we are in a bit of a lull, going to throw down to an interview with the winner of the last heat, Goni Zubizarreta. Take it away.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry to interrupt you, boys, in your conversation. Yeah, Goni, you seem to feel, you seem to be exhausted.
So tired. A lot of paddling out there, it's hard. this beach is always like this. I think every time we come, it's like you have to paddle a lot and be very active. There's waves coming everywhere, left, right, and you can't really sit and wait. You know, you have to be aware and try to find the waves.
And talking about the waves and the changing conditions, we've seen the conditions changing quite dramatically over the last heats. And how did you adjust?
Yeah, this beach is like this. With the tide changes so quickly, and you have to be ready for everything. I saw some good left there, and some good right, and I was lucky to paddle more to one side, more wider, and it was a little bit more glassy. And this good wave came, and I got a 7. But you just have to paddle and look for the waves. There's no adjust, of course.
Well, at least you made it through, tired, but you're going to have a full night of rest, huh?
Yeah, of course. I'm really happy to get through. The primes, you know, are so hard. Even the first round, everybody's surfing really well, and you just gotta get the right waves.
A few words in Spanish if you want.
Pues sí, nada, muy contento de haber ganado la manga. Las condiciones están súper difíciles aquí en San Miguel. Esta playa tiene mucha fuerza y vienen olas por todos lados, pero guay, contento. Surfé una tabla nueva, semente, una 5.10. Gracias, Nick, va de puta madre. Muchas gracias a todos por el support y un abrazo a la family, a los amigos y a mis sponsors por todo el apoyo. Chao.
Muchas gracias, felicidades. Take it away, boys.
Yeah, cheers, Frankie. Got a super there. Big smile plastered all over his grid, and so there should be. He's through to round 2. Let's catch up, and we do have motion in the ocean. It is our surfer in blue. That's Kieran Jabbour out of Hawaii. Gets a couple of quick bashes there, does Kieran. So Santiago Menez threw down 6 points earlier on, a 6 for him. And having a look there was Ramsey, yet to open his account, the Moroccan, the Goofy in the yellow singlet. I love this golden evening light, the wind's dropping off. It's starting to actually look fun out there. We've got another paddler, but no ride. Richard, you look like you want to say something, or you just... No?
No.
Oh, sorry.
No, oh well, the
Say something.
golden light.
Yeah, okay.
How can you better that? I was actually just thinking about Ramsey. Ramsey's had a pretty average year by his standards anyway. I mean, he's desperate for a couple of results. Let's hope he can have a breakthrough. He's such a classy surfer. But he hasn't had a great start to this heat, and there's been a couple of pretty reasonable sets. Here is Santiago Menez.
Oh, stop it.
Beautiful.
Oh my goodness, what just happened? How big was that thing?
That was a method grab.
Outrageous.
Huge. Wow. I can't wait to see that score drop. Here's the Hawaiian. He's found the lip there. Nice surfing. Gee, it's got so much better in the last 10 to 20 minutes.
It looks like a completely different sport all of a sudden. How was that backside punt there from Santi? That thing was mental. It just kind of floated in the air, didn't he, for ages and drifted. I love that it didn't rotate, just a big old straight one. Just looked great. Presumably we were waiting for a score to drop on that.
And there it is.
Oh, 8.33 for that backside air.
It's my favourite snowboard move, that one right there. It's just a boned out method, and the longer you can hold it and control it, the better it looks. I thought he did an excellent job of that. What great surfing from the young.
Let's have another look.
Whoa, that was awesome. He landed so well too. And then threw it up for another turn for good measure.
Oh,
Didn't quite right out of it, but he showed a lot of control just to make it as far as he did.
That was Azorian butter made from the finest grade full fat milk, wasn't it? That was absolutely delicious. Love that stuff. And there we had, was that Ramsey? Having a little stab, a little flap at that one. Not quite what he was after for Boukiem, representing Morocco. And let's have a look here at Kieran Jabbour backside. It's the last wave we just saw. A little first slash then, and another little bash. And he'll get that third maneuver in, but he tried to do a bit too much. That was a steep section. He won't stick that last maneuver. You can see that. Just cleaning up our line up there. Just looks like it's calmed down a bit. The rip, the chop, the side wobble, all of that nasty business. Just looks like it's mellowed right out. Thank goodness for that.
Yeah. Look, Tanner Gudang just walked past. He's the one with the smile.
Dodged a bullet, didn't he?
Yeah, full buzzer beater they call him, I think. And he did that so well. He surfed the wave And it's so easy to undersurf a wave like that because I think your natural instinct is to play it a little bit safe. And you see it often, guys just undersurf, go just under the lip or just next to the lip or just hold their speed back. And he didn't do that. He went out at 110%. It was a bit of an attitude. If I make it, I get the score, and if I don't, I don't. And the judges have rewarded that.
Live action, and this is Santi Muniz very much in the driving seat with an 8.33 in his locker and a 6 as his backup right now. So the Argentinian surfer had a little look, didn't he, just to make sure there wasn't anyone there. And a couple of slashes. It's not really going to do much in the grand scheme of things in terms of this heat for him. That is our lineup. Beautiful blue skies. Got the cumulus cloud there off towards the northern horizon.
Yeah, strange surfing there from him. He's sort of mid-face calves. Here we go. The CT surfer in this heat, the red jersey, Brett Simpson. Very smooth style, Brett. It's sometimes you underestimate just how hard he's hitting it. He surfed that wave well, nice and clean. Nothing spectacular, but good solid surfing. He hasn't had much of a start in this heat, and I'm sure that was a wave just to start to rebuild.
Yeah, let's go to the replay here and just struggle to get on the open face. Went to that projection floater. He saw the wobble coming through the wave. Then he gets a little slash. You can see those side wobbles going through the wave as he desperately just trying to get out for a bit of open face and a bit of lip. And he kind of hits that end section. He went out with a little bit of a whimper. Not bad surfing, but not a very good wave.
Yeah, again, I think it was a bit of a reset wave for him. He's only sitting on a 2.33 and a sub 1. Whoa! Ramsey, he absolutely tagged that thing. That was a beautiful bottom turn, straight up into the lip and rode the lip line down. What do you think about that one, Paul?
Yeah, rubbery. I like nice soft ankles as well, wasn't it? I like the way he stomped that one.
Didn't look as dramatic from front on. It didn't look like the side angle all that amazing. I bought into it. I mean, the side angle, it looked like you could see him up in the lip and he projected out. From front on, which the judges are a little bit more than us, or that camera angle, it didn't look like he got quite as much projection.
Yeah, it was a steep section, but he gave a little kiss, but he didn't absolutely lamp it. So we'll wait for that score to drop in for Ramsey.
Here's a question for you. What's the story with Santiago Muniz? You say he's from Argentina?
Yeah, he's representing Argentina.
Representing Argentina, but living in Brazil at the moment. Is that how?
Don't know, mate. Absolutely no idea.
First question I've asked you today, and you can't answer it.
Pass. Yeah. Right. To be honest, South American surfing is not my strong suit. I'm not sure what brand of surfing is my strong suit, but that isn't it. We'll see if we can find out for you. We'll ask someone in the know. I'll find someone and I'll let you know. Yeah, not sure what's going on there. He's representing Argentina anyway, and hoping to be one day the first Argentinian to qualify on tour.
Well, that sounds like a pretty good golf, in my opinion. And he's looking good in this heat. I mean, he's sitting on an 8.33 and a 6, 14.33. That sharp eye board under his feet looks great. You've seen them right through the Europe leg, and they look fast. And he proved that. I mean, he took so much speed into that air and landed the transition so perfectly. That's the sort of thing that makes a shaper very happy. I'm sure he's smiling wherever he is right now.
Yeah, so we are getting up to 6:15 in the evening here. Second last heat of the day. We're going to go to heat 22. That's our next one. We're going to have another look at that punt.
I would love to be able to do that. Oh. Wow, it looks so fun. Back to the drawing board for me, or maybe I'm just too old. That does look fun. Okay, Brett Simpson, he dropped a 403 for that last one. That probably wasn't what he was after to reset. Ramsey, though, he dropped a 567, so the judges did like it. There is the Argentinian.
Ooh.
And just over pushed the last turn. Of course, he is trying to better a 6, so he can do that. When you're sitting on 2 reasonable scores, that is the time to push your surfing.
Yeah, he realised he hadn't gone crazy, so in that last section he's like, I'll just try and throw this tail here. Let's have a look at the replay. So he deals with this dropping whitewater section, kind of a sort of short abbreviated carve, and then he just started throwing a little bit of variety as he kind of slid, just trying to kind of tail slide off that section. Doesn't come off for him. Here goes Jabul on a very frothy looking wave. And yeah, never really going to be a whole lot of scoring potential on top of all that turbulence. This is the takeoff, and it goes straight into that foamy bit. A decent snap there for Kieran, and then he gets a bit tangled up in this whiteness. Here goes down.
Yeah, that was the impossible task, wasn't it, on that one, Paul? The first turn was beautiful. He hit it with a lot of speed, but after that he just hit a foam ball that was running the wrong way. The wave not cooperating with the Hawaiian there. He goes down. He needs to reset too. He's only sitting on a couple of fours, and already he's got Ramsey with... And this is where it gets... Well, I was mentioning this earlier. You're looking for that one high score, and Ramsey's got that. He's got that 5, 6, 7, and that'll be his base to build on, where Kieran and Brett Simpson don't have that base really. You couldn't call a 4 a score to build off. So they're sort of with, under 15 minutes to go, 14 and a half minutes on the dot, and they're really restarting their heats.
Here goes Ramsey fading into the bowl and tried to give himself room, possibly gave himself a little bit too much to do. That was ambitious. And you're looking visibly disappointed there, Richard. You thought you could have done a lot better.
Wow.
Should have done a lot better.
His manoeuvre selection there was non-existent. I don't know what he was thinking, but it wasn't right. That's not what Ramsey needs. And he's been doing this a little bit, It seems like he loses focus through his heats. And he's got a build here. We're just talking about that. And, this is where he really needs to be reasonably selective. He's not looking for a huge score, but he needs to at least post a 5 or above. Was that wave ever going to be a 5 or above? I don't think so. It was quite fast, closing out, coming at him. It wasn't the right wave selection.
There we go. That is us live from Praia, Santa Barbara. And we are on the beautiful island of San Miguel in the Azores. This is the Sata Azores Pro 2015, the first stop with the Portuguese Wave Series live action. Simply Simpo. He's having a slice and a dice backside, a couple of kind of wobbly, little bit funky maneuvers there for the man from Huntington Beach. He's on a 6.73. His high score 4.03 was back up. Previous to that, score dropping, not a crazy wave. So yeah, as I was just saying, first wave of the Portuguese Wave Series, that is a 3-event series. The winner gets 50k. Not a bad trophy to win. Jordy Smith took it out last year, Adam Melling the year before. Some pretty big names in there, and of course it's based on your best 2 results between this, the Prime in Cascais, and the WCT. Simply Simpo, what do you make of this ride here for him, Richard?
Yeah, look, I thought he surfed this wave really well, but the wave just didn't offer him a whole lot. He sort of overextended on the first manoeuvre, which made it a little bit tough. He lacked a little bit of speed into the second, regained that speed by the third, but then it was just a foam coming the wrong way. It's going to be a mid-range sort of score to a low sort of score. But look, he has got that 6.73 that we're just talking about, and that is a score to build off. So he'd be feeling a lot better than he was. Obviously, he's in second place, which would make you feel better instantly. But just having that one solid score to build makes a big difference at the back end of a heat.
Moniz, here he goes. He'll slash that section there in the pocket, and he'll go into another kind of carving, wrapping turn. Looking a little bit frantic on this one, isn't he? And he'll clock that section there. So that is Santiago, just a little bit jerky. Like, I think he's still fired up from that punt early on. His backup is a 6, and he's just trying to improve his situation. At the moment, his situation is he's winning.
Yeah, look, this is a big set, though. He's wrapped it around there. That's a nice turn, full face turn, finds another pocket turn, very similar. I think the judges will take a point or so off for that. Finds a good finish. Look, I think that's going to better his 6. It was a bigger, cleaner wave. Would have liked to have seen him mix up the second turn. I just thought that was a little bit predictable. And the first section was a beautiful section. I mean, you really could have taken that to town. And I feel it was a little bit safe, a little bit facey rather than finding the pocket.
11 on the clock, just under that 11-minute mark now in this heat number 21. And we have galloped through this opening round here today. And we've lost half of our surfers. They have been eliminated. Of course, 4-man heats at this stage. 2 advance, and 3 and 4 they are out. So no second bite of the cake, so to speak, here. And this is the WQS 10,000. 10,000 points up for grabs. We do have live action. That was a good looking hit as our cameraman finds our surfer. It's Brett Simpson slashing sort of some nice spray, getting illuminated by that evening sunlight there for the American. And he's staying busy working on that 4.67, chipping away at his score, staying in rhythm. Has he done enough to improve on his situation? And well, Bukiam and Jabur, the moment in this thing, they're not out of touch, but they're kind of getting towards that place.
Yeah, smaller wave here for Brett Simpson. They were actually saying it's really hard to surf the rights at the moment because it's into the light, and so it's got this real shimmer about it, and it's quite hard to place your manoeuvres. There is Ramsey, the young Moroccan living for a long time, of course, in France, Anglet, France, the town I'm at the moment based in. We heard some clapping outside. That's normally a good sign.
Yeah. Let's have a look at the replay here of Ramsey. He'll go drive down this section. He'll take on the lip, kind of clocks it, and then he'll project into that second turn. A pretty technical maneuver there for him. Two decent turns there for Ramsey.
I'm going better than decent because I think that was speed and a lot of commitment. The first turn was a really deep bottom turn, probably too deep. He took on the lip, and the second turn he got there with a lot of speed, lip lined it, straightened it up, had a little tail airdrop, rode out reasonably cleanly. I'm feeling that was a pretty good score. It was definitely a really well surfed wave. Be interesting to see how the judges think of that.
Yeah, 327 was his backup previous to that. 567 was his high score. Let's see how that affects things as we go 8.5 minutes into the second last heat of the day. And Ramsey's sticking to those lefts, and of course he is known for his backhand turns, but he's gone with the lefts in this one, and it is a good score. You were right, it was better than decent. It's very decent. It drops in, it's very close to the excellent mark. 7.83, he's in second place. Here goes Kieran Jabur at the moment, looking for 8.33, and he's not going to get it surfing like that.
Yeah, look, I think Kieran's wave selections hasn't been right on in this heat. It is tricky conditions, but he's gone foamy waves, and he's gone a lot of fast ones that haven't offered too much open face. And you see Santiago Muniz from Argentina, he did better his last score with a 6.83. So he did his job, he waited, and he just did enough. I thought he could have done a little more. I personally think that wave could have been higher than that and up around the sevens, but he surfed it to increase his scoreline.
Ramsey.
He's the man now, sitting in second place. Wow, beautiful second turn. Overforces it and it goes down, but that was good surfing. He must be feeling it right now, sitting in second place.
Yeah, his backhand's dangerous, as we were saying, and he saw it there, lethal. There's his cheer squad, some of the French surfers up there on the wall, and it's not been a great day for the French surfers overall. So they are just getting behind Ramsey, their buddy, and cheering him on in this late evening, late afternoon, early evening here at the beautiful Praia Santa Barbara. This is Sata Azores Pro 2015, and this, I believe, is Brett Simpson. Can we find him? No, it isn't. It's Kieran Jabur. He's rallying a better looking wave, and he just went too straight up into that one. It looked promising as he kind of squared off for his first bottom turn there, Dog.
Yeah, he just mistimed the second turn, and that might be the sunlight I was talking about, that shimmy you've got. It's almost like, I want to say backlit, but it's obviously not. It's sort of side lit, and it's really hard to see. I think that was probably his problem there. He was mistimed that turn. Ramsey, though, he looks super aggressive at the moment, doesn't he? He can feel it. There's blood in the water, and the young Moroccan is searching for another score. There's Santiago. Probably didn't need that wave. He probably could have sat out there and tried to better his score. There was no need to go a close out.
6 minute mark here. 6 minutes. Santi Muniz in the lead. And it's Ramsey Bukum who at the moment is good enough for that second place. That 7.83 that he nailed for those two hits on a left-hander. Helped out his situation. He just had a right as well, but he couldn't stick his second manoeuvre. Brett Simpson down in third. and he is looking for a 6.78 to go up in the second. He's got a 4.67 in his top two. Kieran Jabor, the Hawaiian, has a couple of 4s, 4.33 and a 4. And yeah, at the moment he's looking some way out of this. He does have enough time to get 2 waves, but he really wants to go getting about the first of them very soon indeed.
Yeah, look, he's definitely looking at 2 waves. We haven't seen too many 9.17s today. It's a huge score considering the conditions. Where Brett Simpson, I feel he finds himself in this position a lot. You know, he's got a couple of medium scores, fighting someone with an excellent and an average score, and he really needs to get going. Here he is. Oh, Jabor, he's had a shocker. Wow, that looked like a pretty good wave too. Nice bottom turn and just didn't connect with the lip. But yeah, Brett Simpson, he needs to get going here, doesn't he?
Yeah, he absolutely does. We're going to check out a heat recap of this Heat 21 of round 1. Sata Azores Pro 2015. Santa is just going for that big old wafty punt. Still managed to tag in another little hit there. And he's happy with his work on that one. Ramsey Bukiam squaring off the bottom, bashing the lip. A couple of really nice maneuvers. He didn't make that second one, did he? But just see the way he uses that deep bottom turn to come around the section. He does have a dangerous backhand, but isn't the standard execution we see from him. And we're having a look at a paddler, but no ride. Brett Simpson, yeah, also wants to get his skates on right about now. He's going to be really disappointed if he goes out in this first round. He'll feel he'd be backing himself coming into this clash to make it out of a heat like this. Sometimes Mother Nature does not have the same idea.
Yeah, look, of course, CT Surfer coming down to the QS 10,000. He's obviously chasing some points at the back end of the year. And obviously needs those points. So at this point in time, he is desperate for a 6.78, which is a quality wave in the conditions we've got. So it's not a an outlandish score, but it's a very solid score.
Oh, here he goes. Here goes Brett Simpson in red. And he just kind of snatched to that one there, didn't he? Probably saw that section coming at him, realised he had to hurry up. He hurried up a bit too much, Richard.
Yeah, look, he tried to fit too much in there. He tried to do a sweeping sort of backside carve, and I'm sure he was going to try to chuck it up really vertical, 2-turn combination, but mistimed the first turn, probably got ahead of himself and was thinking about the second turn before he completed that one. Poor surfing there for Brett Simpson, it has to be said. And he's still got himself in a bit of a bind here with 2 minutes 30 seconds to go. He's got a lot to do. It's not a huge score though, and Brett Simpson is a quality surfer. So I just feel like he's look, let's hope he gets another opportunity. But with 2 minutes 20 seconds, he's running out of time.
He absolutely is running out of time, and it's not been a great year for him, has it, on the CT? So he does desperately need to try and get something going here through the WQS, and we were talking about it earlier, just surfing your way back into form, getting into that winning habit of making heats, of getting a post-heat interview. It's such a good habit to get into, Doc.
Yeah, without a doubt. You got a feel from him right about now, though. Here's Ramsey from Morocco. Oh. Beautiful turn. It's only the one turn, but it was solid.
Oh, he hammered that thing, didn't he? Absolutely smashed it. Won't get another section. Here goes Manizia, heat leader, the Argentinian. He's got a section coming at him. He'll tag that section in that brilliant evening sunlight, just dazzling.
Yeah, look, Brett Simpson would be watching those 2 rides, scratching his head, probably asking himself why he went that smaller left that was offering limited opportunity. And you just saw Santiago get an absolute screaming right-hander, and Ramsey as well. I mean, Ramsey was only one manoeuvre, but what a manoeuvre.
It was strong, wasn't it? Yeah, he really squared up, took the lip on, smashed that thing. Talked about his backhand attack, of course. Learned surf in Morocco. We just got 1 or 2 pretty decent long right-handers along that wave-drenched coastline, so he definitely knows how to go right. Does Ramsey, and we are getting down to 45 seconds to go. It very much is squeaky bum time for Brett Simpson and Kieran Jabbour. Jabbour is probably, fair to say, out of this. Needs a 9.17. Simpson is very capable of 6.78, but on the evidence, well, he needs just marginally better than his top score. Is he going to get a wave? Is he going to get the opportunity?
Yeah, look, let's hope he does. It's so good when a surfer gets another shot at a score. It's not a big score, but I think Ramsey's going to better his backup. Is my gut feeling, which means that Mick Simpson's going to need a better than average score.
Ramsey, good looking right-hander here. When he went really hard, he did well to recover. He'll throw it up again. Oh my goodness, did his ball break then? It looked almost like for a minute that thing just got exploded, putting it all on the line there, Ramsey. And wow, let's have a look at this replay here.
This was ugly. He sort of mishit this, didn't get it really clean, came down with it. Oh, that was the wave before, actually. That was the replay of the score. And there's Santiago prior to that on the finish there. Yeah, but that was an ugly fall from young Ramsey, wasn't it? That's how you do an ankle. You know, how many times do you see backside floaters turn into disaster? That looked really ugly. Let's hope he's all right. And let's hope that board's all right. It looked really good under his feet.
Yeah, well, unofficially, it is Maniz and Bukiam, the 1-2. We will give you confirmation as soon as we have that locked in. But that looks like the way that last heat went as we come to... Let's have a look. Here we go. Here's the replay, Richard.
Here it is. Finds the lip there. Just holds his balance. Gets up here so late. Oh, jeez, that was dangerous. That really was a dangerous situation. Well, I think he is all right. He's paddling in with the right body language. He's not screaming, holding a leg or an ankle. But that was dangerous surfing for Ramsey. He probably didn't need to do that.
Well, he's through to the next round, so he'll be stoked on that performance. Brett Simpson and Kieran Jabbour, disappointment for them as we come down to the last heat of the day. We're just waiting for these official scores to lock in. We'll give you a screen confirming our surfers that advance, and then we'll tell you about what's coming up in the next heat. There's just, as I look down this list here, just plenty of talent and plenty of excitement. Are we going to go out with a bang here? We do have cleaner conditions, and this wind just making it that much more cooperative. This lack of wind, I should say, relative to earlier when it was kind of screaming. And well, we are going to be right back with more live action for you after this commercial break. Join us for it.
Ainda escolhes os teus amigos pela rede? Mosh Master com chamadas e SMS à pala para todas as redes, 500 megas de net e apps grátis por apenas 1,80€ por semana. Redes diferentes, todos iguais. É cada vez mais ridículo não seres Mosh.
Your attention, please.
Uma boa viagem.
Roger, Vic, go.
Sata, a viajar consigo.
And we're back live, and that is a lineup: Maxime Houskano of France, Mitch Cruz of Australia, Marco Fernandez of Brazil, Stephen Pearson representing Tahiti. I'm joined in the booth by Adam Pogel. Adam, that last heat, wow, Ramsey taking all the risk, putting his body on the line.
He certainly did, and he obviously was rewarded for it as well. Didn't pull off the second floater, but boy, that first turn was incredible.
Maxime.
There's some live action with Maxime.
Yeah, just climbing over that section. He'll crack that one a second time. He's gone the channel bottoms. He's been having a lot of joy out of those belly channels the last, what, about a year or so. It was some point last season where he went to them and they've been working for him, and he was ripping here last year. He had a good result here last year and he looked really dangerous. And well, just a kind of opening ride for him, feeling things that didn't quite go as he would have hoped, the opening ride. But he's got a tough heat here. He's got Mitch Cruz, former CT guy, and Fernandez and Pearson, both very wily competitors.
Certainly are. I'm sure his sander's not too stoked on those belly channels. This could be a challenge to sand. As you see right here, here's Mitch Cruz up and riding. Looks like this was done on the commercial break. He gets a nice little floater. And again, keeping that flow down the line. Let's see what he's able to do to this oncoming section. Just weaving that board. Sort of a low carve off the soup right there. So a great way to get his rhythm going in his heat as well.
Yeah, that section seemed to take an eternity to come for him, didn't it? But he got there in the end and he tagged it.
You know, the conditions seem to have gotten better, Paul. The wind has gone a little more slack. Still plenty contestable out there. You saw some really, really nice peaks at the end of that last heat. Let's hope this heat sees more of the same.
Yeah, so what about when your last heat of the day? Obviously, you see the draw, and is that like mentally tough? Do you go home and watch online? Do you hang around all day? What are the kind of tactics for these guys who are going to be last up of a long day of surfing?
You know, it'd be, I think, relative to where you're staying as far as your accommodation. If you're staying pretty far away, you might want to stay at home for a while. Or if you're staying really far away, you might want to hang at the beach all day and just kick back. But I think it's all subject to what you want to do with your day.
All right, well, let's see if these guys have held their concentration and their form to go out with a bang. But in the meantime, we are going to go down to an interview with the winner of the last heat. Take it away, lads.
Yeah, thank you, Paul. Thank you, Adam. Here with Santiago Moniz. A great day for the Moniz family. Did Alejo give you some advice before going out in the water?
Yeah, for sure. I'm so happy. Firstly, my brother, when I compete, he's my coach. You know, he's my idol. He inspiring me every day. You know, so when we stay together, you know, like the energy, it's so much positive, and I feel great.
Well, it shows. How did you go out? What did you plan? What was your plan before going out? You know, the conditions were changing. How did you adapt?
My plan is just have fun, you know, and do my job. I love my job. It's really, really good. So I just try to do my best and put my energy and my focus in my maneuvers, you know. So yeah, I just try to do my best, and I feel great, and I hope better than next round.
Well, if you want to say a few words in Portuguese or Spanish, whatever.
Sí, la verdad que estoy muy contento de pasar la primera ronda. Quería agradecer a todos los argentinos que me están apoyando de Argentina. E valeu a galera do Brasil, que tá todo mundo lá também torcendo por mim. Estou muito feliz e vamos embora para a próxima.
Muito obrigado, muchas gracias. Multilingual. Thank you, boys.
Yeah, cheers, Frank. Well, those two countries that usually have quite a fierce sporting rivalry, Brazil and Argentina, but Santiago Moniz doing a good job of straddling both of those countries. A little bit of Spanish. Shout out for Argentina, and then Brazilian Portuguese at the end. He's a happy chappy, so he should be. Big old backside punt, entertaining the crowd down here at Praia Santa Barbara.
He certainly was. He looked like he was on an excellent board. It was going really, really fast. And I'm sure the Moniz family's got to be stoked right there. The Muniz, excuse me, family. As they're split in image, aren't they? They could be, literally could be twins. They look exactly like each other.
Here we go. It's Fernandez. He had a decent looking section there, and he went for that kind of carving off the top. Doesn't quite come off for him, and he goes down in the white water.
Yeah, it looked like a nice little wave too. You can see the afternoon light now. Unfortunately, not able to pull that edge up out of the water. Well, it's going to be just a one maneuver wave anyway, but still, he probably would have liked to have pulled that maneuver off, gained some confidence. So it looks like Maxine again on another good looking little wave. That channel bottom looks like it's going pretty fast.
Yeah, a frothy one, that one. It always had his work cut out when he took off, and he doesn't quite get the maneuver he was after. Finally, open face. Cruzy has thrown down a 6.33, so a 6.33 for Mitch Cruz. That was for that right-hander we saw into the sunlight a short while ago. 3.10 previous to that. At the moment, it's enough for a lead. We're waiting for a second score for Husino, And then we're talking about throwaways for Fernandez Pearson, yet to get off the mark, representing French Polynesia, Stephen Pearson. And it's the last heat of the day, and we were just talking earlier about the importance of staying, concentrating, staying focused. And I guess the other thing, of course, is kind of changed a lot throughout the day, these conditions. So you gotta really focus. Like, what are we talking? Maybe like the heat immediately before. How many heats before do you kind of use as your yardstick, or you just watch as many as you can?
Well, it depends on how much energy you have sitting at the beach. I usually just like to watch the heat prior to mine. Obviously, do your due diligence and go surfing prior, so you definitely feel pretty confident. But you're right, it does change quite a bit. All the conditions have changed throughout the entire day today with wind, the swell. But this is completely different than it was like this morning. So if a majority of these guys had to surf early in the morning, it's completely different. So I wouldn't have been surprised if some of these guys, this might even be their third surf, say crack it, look at the draw. They probably saw the draw prior to this, but crack it, then get an afternoon surf, and then surf their heat. But I wouldn't be surprised, too, if a lot of guys are back in their hotel room sort of watching this online, sort of regrouping, staying out of the sun, conserving their energy, and doing a lot of just visualizing of what they want to do on sort of the same way that these surfers are riding.
Yeah, sure. Of course, when you watch it online as well, you do get the benefit of replays and things like that you don't get live at the beach, so that is an advantage for the surfers. Just another tool for them to get their game on, get their analysis going before they paddle out. And yeah, you just see the rip kind of chewing through that set a little bit. So we're coming, back up towards this high tide mark. Not much tide at all in terms of vertical height difference, but it does have a big effect. This is a steep beach here. We're used to big tides in Europe. We don't get them here because we're out in the middle of the ocean. But actually, the little movement that we do get does kind of change things up. It just pushes back up onto the rocks, and then we get the real backwash coming into play as it gets fuller. But there is our lineup now, 20:45 to go, and this is heat 22. It's been a marathon day, but we have narrowed this field down considerably, so we'll have 2 more heats of this round left to run, and then we'll go straight into round 2, presumably tomorrow if the call is on, and then we'll be looking at, with a much reduced field, much fewer surfers, being able to really use these good conditions. And we are looking for some clean, crisp groundswell with offshore winds later on in the week. It's a Tuesday today. Yeah,
it's Tuesday.
So I think Friday, people are looking at as being the day. Let's see how that pans out. Of course, this only being a forecast.
Yep. And the past has told us that 2 in the hand is better than 4 on the wish list. So sometimes just getting some really good long days out of the way, and then sort of cherry picking the best conditions per day can be the best option. It sounds like they want to finish by noon, or relatively noon on Saturday.
Yeah,
so
definitely. The other thing, but just because we're close to where the swells come from, the forecast can be a little bit less reliable then by the time they actually get to the continent, because the storms pass by relatively close to here, so it's quite hard to know. Just a slight bit of difference in position or wind speed can mean a big difference. So it can be kind of hard to predict right out in the middle of the ocean. But fingers crossed, we are feeling pretty confident it's going to get good. And of course, wherever you're tuning in from, this is the Sata Azores Pro 2015, and it is the first stop on this Portuguese Wave Series 3 Wave Series 3 event series. The other one is the 10,000 WQS Cash Case Billabong Pro. The third one is the WCT event, the Rip Curl, and it's 50 grand for the winner. 2 best events. How about that? What a prize.
That's some incentive right there. Looks like Mitch Cruz just flying. Whoa. Wow. Great. Off the top right there. Nice coping ride, wouldn't you say, Paul?
That was beautiful. I just love the way he sprung into that turn. Absolutely fanged his board there. It's a bummer he didn't have another section because he still had so much speed to use. But for a one hit, it was pretty good. So Cruzy looking pretty sharp. Let's go back to these QS 10,000. This is our schedule. So we started off at Lower Trestles and the Oakley Lowers Pro till Lido, came out top there, and then back in Brazil, Sacarima, Alex Ribeiro took that one out. Another Brazilian, Alejo Menez, we just saw his brother interviewed. He took out Bolito in South Africa there, just north of Durban. And here we are in the Azores, and that is our current QS rankings. So we're going to see Kanoa in 3rd place. He's coming up in one of the next heats. And of course, we've seen Alex Ribeiro and Alejo is already served. Ryan Callanan, he's through. Maxime in the water right now. Chloe made it through. So just Joanne that's been knocked from that list, and that disappointment there for Joanne early in the day. That interference costing him big.
Certainly did. He wiped that away. He won the heat. But unfortunately for him, I'm sure he learned a lesson there. You know, majority of the time, if you're able to go back and look at these heats, there's mistakes that were made you can learn from, and hopefully you won't make them again. I'm sure Joanne won't be making that mistake again.
So Mitch Cruz in the lead on this one. Relatively slow heat in terms of the number of waves ridden. These guys being that bit more selective, just not that many waves coming through in terms of sets so far. We had a couple of paddlers having a sniff. No one goes. Here is, we rejoin Mitch Cruz down the beach. A bit further down the beach, we just caught the end of that. So Cruzy being the busier, and at the moment that's paying off.
It certainly is. And I'm sure he watched, you know, a couple heats. Actually, the heat prior to this, there was tons of waves. There was lots of waves being ridden. But you did see, I believe it was Gadowska's heats with us saying there was a really sort of a slow heat. So guys want to get out to a quick start, as you see Maxime Cousineau right there. Also, really trying to make something out of some mediocre waves. Just doesn't want to be sitting there. Sometimes just catching a wave, even if it's not your top two, it keeps you in a nice rhythm, keeps you going in the ocean. You feel, you know, used to your board as far as the reaction and timing. But just feeling out that lineup, you could learn something from every wave ridden.
Yeah, Maxime there on that right-hander. He was in second place. He's got a couple of threes, so nothing crazy, but he's a pretty experienced competitor, and he is experienced at doing well in this venue. He was ripping here last year. I think he made the quarters or the round before. I'll check on that. Frank Lacaz has probably got all the stats. He's done his homework. He's printed it all out in a nice little folder for us here. Bless him. But yeah, Maxime has enjoyed success on this venue, and as we said, he is on that Bradley channel bottom, and he loves that board. And he goes again. Can't get anything really going on that one. Doesn't get any open face. He'll just wash that off, paddle back out, and reset. The last surfer from Reunion 9. Here goes Fernandez. Decent little clock off the top there for him. And that wave kind of went into a hole, didn't it? And he had an inside and outside. Neither of them were going to offer him anything. He just checks out of that one. So he's been very quiet indeed. Just a .93, but not quite as Stephen Pearson, who still hasn't stood up.
Exactly, with 15 minutes to go. So he's going to have a 15-minute heat. He's not caught a wave in 15 minutes. I don't think I've seen that today yet. I don't think I've seen anybody get this skunked. So hopefully Pearson's able to get a couple of scores going. You know, fortunate for him, just looking at Maxine's scores, you know, a couple of threes right now, a couple of mid-fours are going to get you in position to make your heat. This is how this last wave went. Nice little crack off the top. As you said, you know, sort of an inside-outside little deal right there. And not able to find the position he was wanting on that wave, and that was Fernandez.
Well, Pearson has had a wave. He dropped a .5 somewhere, so he's off the mark.
He's off and rolling. He still only needs a 6.23 to get into an advancing position, so that's not a tall tale, but he wants to get a couple of nice waves. He definitely wants to get up where Mitch Cruz is with, you know, at least a couple of mid-range scores to sort of put himself in a nice position to be fighting for that first position. We have seen throughout the day that if you have a couple of fours and you're sitting in second, or even a couple of fives, you're still very vulnerable to getting bumped down. I really like seeing Tanner Gadowska's last wave of his heat, you know, able to make it. And, you know, with heats that are relatively low like that, it doesn't surprise me at all that guys are able to get the score on the hooter.
So 13 and a half on the clock. We've got a little wave. We've got a paddle up. And this is Mitch Cruz, your heat leader, and another strong opening maneuver there for Mitch. But again, he doesn't really get second section. And he'll check out of that wave, make his way back into the lineup.
Look at this nice little double up right here, but unfortunately, the wave just has one section, but does a great little crack off the lip right there. Whoa, whoa. As he gains his footing. The conditions seem to be improving. Looks like the second waves of the set, too, are relatively glassy in comparison to the first waves. It looks like this is Maxine again up and riding, ejecting out of that wave. But yeah, Pearson, I'm feeling for him right now. It's already, 18 minutes as he laps out of this heat. He's sitting on a half of a point. He must be hearing these scores right now. I was listening to a couple of guys when they came in from the ocean, so they could barely hear the beach announcer. So with this wind and with the conditions, it's really challenging to hear the scores and the positioning.
Was a replay of the last of red. Maxime Husseneau cannot find open face or a lip to get a maneuver away, so he'll just go that flying out the back, kick out, and be paddling back into the lineup. Still just with a couple of threes for him, so he can definitely improve on that. He wants to just put himself out of range. He's in second place at the moment, but he is very vulnerable, as you were saying, with those low scores. And we've got a paddler, but this one goes crumbly. But we do have action, and it's Stephen Pearson. And, well, I was going to say that's going to be his high score. A 0.5 is all he previously had locked in. I think his first turn will be better than a 0.5, so that will improve his position. He's not out of it yet.
Yeah, he's just looking to get his feet in the wax and get a little rhythm going. Did you see just a relatively small wave, a little snap off the top, a little off the lip on the end, try to release the tail, but unfortunately falling off right there. Yeah, I'd be curious to know what's going through his mind right now. I'm sure there's some frustration right now. He's sitting on relatively meager scores, and still got 10 minutes remaining. And usually when you're practicing for competition and practicing for heats, you'll run a 10-minute heat. You'll actually run a 5-minute heat, and you never really count yourself out. Definitely not counting yourself out in a heat like this with a relatively low scores. Still, he only needs a 5.13 to get into an advancing position. Maxime Husseneau is very vulnerable on those threes, as you see right here. Let's see what Fernandez is able to do. Wow, really like that turn. He was able to release his tail really nicely, get projection right over his board. But unfortunately, Paul, just one maneuver.
Yeah, this heat's been a bit of a bummer, hasn't it? It's like every time you see a guy get in the wave and look like he's got a section, we're kind of looking quite tight, aren't we, on our shot? And that was decent. And then he comes around, it's just white water. The thing collapses. It's really hard for these guys to get a rhythm. They're not getting much time on their board, are they? It's one maneuver waves, it's 3-second rides. But there we go. So 337 drops in for him. It is his top score, but it doesn't change much. He's still back in third. Pearson in fourth. Pearson only needs that 5.13. Fernandez needs 3.37. 10-minute mark. We've got a pig dog, our Tahitian in blue, and he gets exploded on.
Yeah, he looking for something that we didn't see there, but boy, the backwash definitely took note of him in that inside that wave. But yeah, just looking at even Pearson, he's not out of it, needing a 5.13. So it's really a mid-range score, but right now, I mean, it might as well be an 8 because it's really hard to find. Still over 9 minutes remaining. Let's see what Maxine's able to do. Wow, covering a lot of distance on that floater. But still, you talked about that just a second ago about really short rides, not able to get your rhythm. That's huge. In surfing, you got to find your rhythm, gain your confidence. As Kersey, he's definitely found sort of the key out there to multiple turned waves. And that's going to be a great little wave right there for Kersey.
Yeah, and it really punctuates when you watch everyone just take off one turn down repeatedly. When you see a guy do like a bang, 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 it just stands out for the minds of the judges as well. It makes that guy kind of elevates his game and just helps them be more generous in their points given. And Mitch Cruz definitely been the standout so far in this encounter, but it's very much wide open in terms of who's going to be joining him at the moment. Husseneau does have the nod, but yeah, very vulnerable as we stand, and it's 8:45 on the clock. We will wait for that score to come in. There's the Bradley with that belly channel. That's Maxime, that's his dad, and he's rocking the beret. Good, very French, like it. Just watching Maxime, and well, he's done well, Maxime. He's rallied, he's been busy, he's caught waves, he's tried different things. This was the replay of his last maneuver. He took that low line in, then he projected into that floater, covered a lot of ground. If he just had another section to hit, but it doesn't happen for him, and this was cruisy. A bit more an offer for him. He'll bang that first one up, come around, he goes into this rail arc here, and then he just has enough to tag that lip one more time. It's the 3-punch combination, and he has been pretty good value for his lead in this heat so far.
Yeah, I liked his variety in that wave as well. He was able to get 3 different maneuvers off on that wave. And he is in the spot out there. Definitely has something figured out a little more than the other surfers. As you see, it looks like Pearson up and riding. There's a nice big pizza toss right in the pocket there. Another snap. So this is going to be Pearson's best wave. And he's going to be definitely throwing away that 1.07. And he's going to put himself right back in the heat, actually. He's really fortunate that Fernandez and Maxime Husseneau has not really sort of run away with this right now in front of him, making that second position really hard. So I didn't see this wave. But here's the replay of Fernandez.
Just cannot buy a second maneuver, can he, for love nor money? He's done some good opening turns and he just cannot get a repeat section for him. There is Cruzy working over a left. He dropped 717 for that previous right-hander, just extended his lead. And he is looking good. He still brings this through to the inside. He's slashing. He's looking to get something going. His 6.33 was his backup score. And let's have a look at this replay here of Mitch Cruz on his backhand.
Yeah, nice little, got a really solid stance, really low to his board. So he's nice and cocked. His knees are always really bent. This wave looked like it was going to be over, but he actually finds a little rebate section on the inside here. Does a nice little snap. And it's waves like that giving him the opportunity that allow him to stand out amongst his competitors right now.
Yeah, he is looking good at the moment for this lead. And Husseneau in second place. Here goes our Brazilian surfer in yellow. And he just needs to do a couple of turns here. Oh, and again, it's that curse. He's looking good. He's opening up strong. He's recovering out of that first maneuver well. And you just see the frustration as he slaps the water.
He's spewing.
You've got to feel for him.
He is spewing right now. You can tell he's frustrated with himself. And, you know, he made a mistake right there. And I've said it a lot today, but he really is going to wish he had this wave over again there, Paul, because he was looking at a nice little score. Great snap right there. And just looks like he slips right there. Completely slips, actually, off his board. And he was well on his way to a nice little score right there.
Yeah, it looked harder not to make that second turn. Just simple up and down, tag the thing. But he can't pull it off, so he goes down positive. He was frustrated, but paddle out the back quicker. It saved him a bit of time, his rage. And the situation, well, we went for a score to drop for him, I believe, but his situation previous is he needs something equal to his high score of 3.37 to pip Maxime, who is holding down that second, but very, very vulnerable indeed with a couple of threes. We're about to hear the 5-minute warning. You're in the water, you're chasing a score, you hear the 5-minute warning. Is it hard to stay calm, keep you cool?
You know, if you're searching for a score and there's a priority system going on, it's definitely going to get your heart rate up a little. It's going to be a little more challenging for you to perform with that heart rate up. At least it would be for me. I'd be a little more comfortable if I was sitting on a couple of 8s and I was trying to do some defensive surfing. But right now, Maxime Husseneau is in a very, very vulnerable position. With Fernandez and Pearson only really small scores in the 3s, it would be nearly impossible for him to keep him off or keep both his fellow competitors off waves. So he's going to have to pick one, or at least try to improve on his lowest score. If I was Maxime Husseneau right now, I'd definitely be trying to up my score. I wouldn't try to be doing any defensive surfing just quite yet, because a couple of 3s.
Yeah, post a score first and then defend. But yeah, they are very much breathing down his neck. Both need 3s. Not even particularly high 3s. A 3.37 and a 3.31 is what each of them needs.
Oh.
And Pearson has just dropped a score.
And he didn't have a wave. And he didn't have a wave until the 15-minute mark in this heat.
Wow, this changes things. He goes into second place now. Maxime has got to try and hold his nerve here. We do have sets. He needs a 4.44. Fernandez needs 4.56. We do have a paddle. He's not going to catch that wave. And this one getting, just getting interesting right towards the end. Even though the scores haven't been particularly mad, we do have a change in that second position. And here goes Maxime looking for that 4.4. Nice section. It just all went horribly wrong for him there.
That's well said, Paul. That went horribly wrong for him. But this looks like Pearson's wave gets a nice crack. But we were just mentioning a second ago, Pearson didn't get his campaign started until 15 minutes into this heat. So he's had a 15-minute heat, and he's done a really good job of staying in it, staying sort of active out there, posting a nice mid-range score of a 4.5. I mean, that's a great little score for this heat right now. But Maxime Husseneau is sort of letting this one slip away. He was sitting on these threes for the entire heat, and he just needed a wave to allow him the opportunity to do a couple of cracks. And right now, he's watching it slip away.
Yeah, it looked like a good section that he had there. I don't know if he was caught in two minds with his maneuver choice. It was kind of looming on him in terms of becoming a bit of a closeout. And maybe if he just kind of took his eye off where he was going and looked at the section coming at him too much, but he just needed to tag that thing and ask a question. We've seen decent scores for one maneuver waves, but at the moment he is back in the lineup. He's got 2 minutes and someone's paddling and up. We do have a rider, and it's Pearson, freshly in second place. He'll just tag that thing once and go down. I'm not sure that'll improve on his position. 4, 3, 4 is his backup score. So yeah, Husseneau and Fernandez both need 4s.
Yeah.
Very, very attainable in terms of their ability. In terms of this heat, that's getting to look like something of a tall order.
It certainly is. And right now, if I were Pearson, I would try to, I'd make a choice right now of who to go try to get next to. As you see Kersey getting drained, pulling into a little closeout there, but I'd make a decision right now to at least get in their grill, you know, make sure that I'm sitting right next to them when they're taking off on a wave, at least just trying to disrupt the entry of their wave, because, you know, they just still need really small scores. And with this priority system, obviously, there's a 1, 2, 3, and 4 priority system, and so you're not going to be able to completely block a surfer. But what you can do is get in their mind, and you can get next to them to really sort of get them thinking about the entry of the wave.
Well, rather than defending, he did take that wave, so he has left both of those guys in the lineup with just under a minute to go. Maxime needs a 4, 4, 4. Let's see if a set comes his way, but hang on. Wow. Fernandez has turned this thing around. 6-1-7. It's all changed now. 6-1-7 for Marco Fernandez of Brazil. That's his high score. And he's come from absolutely nowhere. He's had a nightmare. We saw the frustration a few minutes ago. Maybe that was enough to fire him up, because he's just thrown down his biggest score of the heat, and he looked completely dead and buried. It looked like luck wasn't with him, but now he's looking good as we count down. 18 seconds on the clock. Pearson needs a 5.05. Husseneau needs a 6.05. I don't think we're going to see another wave ridden. And although it was a low scoring, but we do, and it's Mitch Cruz just takes to the air. An incomplete ride. Yeah, low scoring, but a bit of drama in terms of who's advancing in this one.
Completely. In a seesaw battle for that second position, but great surfing there by Mitch Cruz.
Yeah, Cruzy looked very strong indeed. Kind of pretty much surfing the heat all on his own there. And the battle for second place, Husseneau sat in second place for about 25 minutes maybe, yeah, just a bit less than that. The whole heat he was there, but we talked about how vulnerable he was. First of all, the lead, that second place went to Pearson, and then Fernandez just mugged them. Just picked their pockets right at the end by getting that 6. And he will be mighty, mighty stoked, the Brazilian. A good job by him to make it through. Just goes to show, all is not lost until the horn blows. Hold your nerve. You're always going to get another opportunity.
Yeah, certainly, if you can keep your composure. It's not over until that hooter blows.
It's been a great opening day here at the Sata Azores Pro 2015. And we've surfed 22 heats of half an hour long. According to my calculations, that means we've seen 11 hours of surfing on this webcast. There is your official results for that last heat of the day. Round 1, heat 22. Mitch Cruz, a 717 and a 633. He's into round 2, and joining him by dint of a last-ditch effort from Marco Fernandez. He didn't give up. He backed himself. He threw down his high score right at the very end when he looked like he just couldn't buy a second maneuver. He's thrown down that 617, and that was enough to elevate him out of a quagmire of 3s and 2s and throwaway shrapnel type scores. And he's through to the second round. He'll be feeling pretty good about himself at dinner tonight. And he'll be getting an early night's sleep, resting up, and getting down here tomorrow. Well done to that man. It's an 8 o'clock call, Frank Lacaz is indicating to me. And that's a beautiful scene here from Praia Santa Barbara. Look at that beautiful sunlight, golden sunlight coming around Keener Point there to our west, and the blue sky. And we've seen some of our competitors jump in for a free surf. They just want to get that practice in. Vital getting practice up this wave. Let's check out the heat reclap, and it was this man, Mitch Cruz, who started off strong, got his nose in front, never really looked back at him.
Yeah, this wave, you know, now looking at it, he got a 6 for this wave, so pretty generous score right there for Cruzy. He started off pretty strong and then just kept the ball rolling and rolling. And this was the man that came from behind right here, Fernandez, who had a couple of nice one-maneuver waves. Was really sort of wave starved for quite some time. We talked about Cruzy. This was, to me, the best wave right here. He got a couple of really nice turns, had great variety and flow through this wave. Mitch Cruz showing why he was on the World Tour.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking very good, Cruzy, in that one. Relatively speaking, not a whole lot scoring potential, but he read the ocean so well. And Fernandez, and that was the score, wasn't it? That was the one we missed. He needed that thing, and he got it. You see the relief palpable, the double fist pump. And it's about time for us to sign off. Thanks for tuning in. We will see you online tomorrow. We have an 8 o'clock call local time. And we are stoked to be back here in the Azores Sata Airlines Pro. I'm Paul Evans. He's Adam Rapogel signing off. Thanks for tuning in. See you tomorrow. Ciao for now. Whee.